Chapter 1 Proficiency Panel June 10th, 2010. Arsenal's Coney Training Ground, U17 Training Pitch. Beep, beep. Two long whistles echoed, marking the conclusion of the day's training. Male sat on the ground stretching his muscles when he suddenly noticed the front section of his shoe's sole coming apart once again. It's time to retire these. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He had just glued them the day before, and now they were splitting again, indicating that they could no longer be salvaged. As he looked around at his peers sporting brand new cleats, a pang of envy struck him. An unfortunate upbringing, perhaps this was the price he paid for pursuing his football dream. His real name was not Male, nor was he truly in the year 2010. In 2024, he was Lee Mukin, a man devoted to football, living a soul-crushing life. Little did he know that the drunken bet following the national team's humiliating 0-7 defeat to Japan was to be his swan song in that dimension. Upon awakening, he found himself in this new reality. "Male, how long is your trial period?" A voice beside him chimed in. It was Carl, the French defender on the team, his tone tinged with despair. "Mine is only 6 months, and it's about to expire." "Same here." Male raised his brow in disappointment, a hint of resignation in his voice. "If we don't get renewed by July 1st, we might be making our exit together." Sigh, the competition is fierce. Returning? After all, he had no parental support. The original body he inhabited was born into a troubled family in southern France, descended from Chinese immigrants who had settled there. Tragically, his mother died in childbirth, and his father succumbed to a drunken driving accident when he was just 2 years old. The only relative, his uncle, assumed guardianship and raised him with care, but the uncle and aunt already had 3 children to care for. With the growing expenses from his football pursuits, support gradually waned. Fortunately, he exhibited a modicum of talent and received a 6-month trial invitation from Arsenal's youth team half a year ago. This was undoubtedly a final opportunity. If he succeeded, Arsenal would offer him a salary sufficient to secure his livelihood and allow him to continue down this path. He'll do extra shooting practice. Male rose, gathered several footballs, and trudged toward the pitch in his increasingly ragged shoes. Only 21 days remained. If he wished to secure his place at Arsenal, he must seize every moment. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm of successive shots rang out, followed by the crisp sound of the ball striking the net. Male dashed across the field, dribbling the ball, controlling his body, and unleashing powerful shots in relentless repetition. His position was winger, and his only commendable trait was his solid foundation and technique. Standing at 181 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms, his physical strength was moderate, his explosive speed average, and neither his shooting nor passing could be considered exceptional. Overall, he was rather mediocre. Given such attributes in a renowned youth academy teeming with talent, his competitiveness was negligible. The likelihood of securing a position here, once the trial period concluded, was exceedingly slim. No matter how much he practiced or persevered, it felt like an exercise in futility. Yet Male was not one to resign himself to fate. He always sought to push his limits, to strive once more. "Male!" After a while, a voice called from afar, "Come to my office." Glistening with sweat, Male halted and turned his gaze to see a tall, bald, middle-aged man beckoning him from a distance. It was Hans, the head coach of the U17 team at Arsenal. Stopping his drills, Male made his way toward the coach's office. He felt a moment of hesitation. He still had a little over €200 left, which could purchase a new pair of shoes. Should he just patch them up and make do for a few more days? Lost in thought, he pushed open the door to the U17 head coach's office and found Hans seated at his desk, his bald head shining. "What shoe size do you wear?" Hans' gaze landed on Male's worn shoes almost instantly. "I have a few pairs I don't use. I can lend you one." It seemed he had been observing closely. Male felt a flutter of unease and instinctively wanted to decline, but glancing at his shoe, he bit his lip, around size 8.5. "Perfect." Hans raised his eyebrows with a smile and turned to rummage through a shoe rack. "I've noticed your shoes have come apart multiple times and have been glued repeatedly. I thought I'd offer you a pair of mine to use for now, just to get you through the trial period. I've only worn these during training sessions, and they're mostly in use, so I hope you won't mind." Male felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. "I certainly won't. Here you go." Hans quickly produced a bag containing the shoes, chuckling brightly. "Try them on at the pitch and see if they fit. I have some other matters to attend to." "Thank you, coach." Male accepted the shoes and expressed his gratitude, turning back toward the pitch, vowing to remember this kindness that came at such a critical moment. Arriving back near the goal, he donned the new shoes and resumed his shooting practice. They fit perfectly, imbued with an extraordinary warmth that inspired him as he played. Mail quickly lost himself in the training, savoring the feedback from every successful shot and the lessons learned from each miss. Gradually, he entered a transcendental state, as if only the goal and the ball at his feet existed in his world. He forgot his fatigue, lost track of time, and practiced with a mechanical rhythm. Mail yearned deeply to remain on the football field. It was a sport he cherished, willing to devote every ounce of his time and energy to. He had dreamt countless times of awakening in a raucous stadium, standing alongside renowned players, basking in the cheers of the crowd. He had also fantasized about the euphoric release of scoring a decisive goal for his team, sliding on his knees in celebration. Suddenly, a few lines of deep black text appeared before his eyes. Skill: long shot LV1. Proficiency: 34,100. Effect: you have begun to savor the thrill of long-range shooting and are committed to practice. However, your foundational strength and accuracy are still lacking. You yearn for advancement and enhancement. Note: LV1 is the lowest level, LV5 is the highest. Achieving LV5 in any athletic or physical ability will grant one the peak human standard. Mail abruptly halted, standing bewildered in place. Fortunately, his experience as an avid internet user in his past life had sharpened his wits, and he cautiously inquired, "System?" It seemed that as long as he continued practicing specific skills, his proficiency would increase, and once it reached its zenith, he would level up. In other words, as long as he worked hard, he could continue to improve, and his efforts would not be in vain. Let's give it a try. He dashed toward the goal area to retrieve the ball, this time with renewed vigor in his stride, a spark of energy radiating from his face. Chapter 2. The Upgrade of Long-Range Shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, the sound of the soccer ball being struck echoed as Meyer put forth all his energy, diligently practicing in anticipation of a change in his proficiency. This moment marked a turning point for him, one that could potentially alter the course of his football career. He must cherish this opportunity and exert even greater effort. After dozens of training sessions, Meyer summoned his panel once more. Skill: long-range shooting LV1. Proficiency: 38,100. Effect: you gradually feel. Indeed, there was an improvement. Meyer's eyes lit up with excitement. At this rate, perhaps in 2 or 3 days, he would elevate his powerful strikes to LV2. What kind of effect would that yield? Surely it would bestow him with a certain degree of power and accuracy. A surge of anticipation welled up within him, only to be met with uncertainty. How could he acquire other skills? Was it truly feasible to focus solely on this one skill for an extended period? Or would he, as today, have to engage in repetitive practice until he comprehended it fully? With these thoughts flickering in his mind, he decided not to waste any more time in contemplation and resumed his shooting practice, cradling the football. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to enhance his long-range shooting. Time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate a skill that would capture the attention of the coaching staff. Bang! Meyer swung his leg again, launching another shot. Overcome with excitement, he exerted too much force, sending the ball soaring into the sky. Undeterred, he let out a joyous howl towards the heavens, as if everything was finally coming together. Had the equipment room not closed early, he would have borrowed a few more footballs to practice shooting and retrieving. If only he had the funds, he would certainly hire a few ball boys to fetch the balls for him. But he reassured himself that once he excelled at football, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. Meyer envisioned his future. He imagined that once he had wealth, he would acquire an entire room filled with football boots, several villas, and a fleet of luxury cars. He no longer wished to wear worn-out shoes. He longed for a pair of custom-made super boots. As time passed, the daylight gradually faded. Meyer lost track of how long he had been practicing and how many shots he had taken. It wasn't until his visibility diminished that he finally stopped, dragging his leaden right leg as he cradled the football back to his dormitory. He accessed his panel and glanced at it. Unsurprisingly, his proficiency had significantly increased once more. Skill: long-range shooting LV1. Proficiency: 61,100. Effect: you gradually feel. Tomorrow, he would collect more footballs to enhance his efficiency, ensuring he could reach LV2. Shortly after finishing his shower, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his uncle. How have you been these past few days? His uncle's voice came through. Pretty well. I've made considerable progress, but I'm unsure if I can stay. You're feeling the pressure from the cost of living and from your aunt, aren't you? It's becoming increasingly difficult to manage. If you were truly concerned about wasting money, you wouldn't have let me choose this path when I was younger. It's sufficient, Meyer nodded. They typically slept in the dormitory and had their daily meals at the training base's cafeteria, incurring minimal expenses, particularly after Coach Hans lent him a pair of football boots. He was nearly worry-free. Your little sister has been wanting to talk to you. I've let her take the phone, Ava. That depends on whether my brother can stay here. Meyer smiled. His uncle's youngest daughter, Ava, who was 7 years old, had the closest relationship with him and was quite endearing. Can I watch you play on television? The innocent voice on the other end chimed. I'm about to have summer vacation. I can play outside every day. I want you to take me out for pizza. I'll definitely take you out when I have the chance. Okay. Little did she know that her brother was merely indulging in fantasies. Nor did she realize the deeper meaning behind his second statement. After chatting with his uncle for a while longer, Meyer hung up, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He turned off his phone, preparing for sleep, only to hear it buzz again. Upon reopening it, he found a text message indicating a money transfer, €300, bringing his balance to €529.5. A follow-up message arrived from his uncle's number. It's been a while since you bought football boots. Go get a pair tomorrow. Why resources are limited, but I hope you can fulfill your dreams at Arsenal. Meyer was momentarily taken aback, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. An uncontrollable surge of motivation erupted from his heart. Coursing through his entire being, he felt as if he were no longer alone. Whether it was exhaustion or a shift in mood, he slept soundly that night. The next day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze. Upon rising, Meyer felt a wave of soreness throughout his body, likely a consequence of yesterday's intensive training. There was no other way. Proficiency and muscle memory were honed through such gradual exertion. After breakfast in the cafeteria, Meyer borrowed 10 footballs from the equipment room and headed to the training field to commence his shooting practice. Today was Sunday, the only day of the week without a training schedule for the team. This suited Meyer perfectly, as he intended to focus entirely on enhancing his long-range shooting. Typically, the Arsenal Youth Academy held 2 training sessions daily, divided into morning and afternoon sessions. The morning sessions consisted of basic technical skills or physical conditioning, while the afternoon sessions focused exclusively on tactical skills and team coordination. After a brief warm-up, he arranged all the footballs in front of the penalty arc and fired off 2 shots. Both hitting their targets with commendable quality. It seemed the proficiency boost from yesterday was beginning to bear fruit. This only heightened his anticipation for further upgrades and the future. Bang, bang. Bang. One football after another struck the net, causing it to tremble and sag. With the increased number of footballs, his efficiency soared, and his proficiency improved at a quicker pace than the previous day. Watching the numbers on the panel rise steadily, Meyer felt an unrelenting drive, refusing to pause for even a moment. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock that he finally succumbed to fatigue. A wave of nausea washed over him. Despite expending considerable energy, he had no appetite whatsoever. This was a natural response to physical overexertion, typically appearing after extensive endurance training. The more he felt this way, the more he needed to replenish his energy. Meyer drank some water and rested for a while before forcing himself to the cafeteria for lunch. After a brief afternoon nap to recuperate, he returned to the training field at 3 o'clock, ready for another round of practice. The sensation of torment intensified. After experiencing the initial thrill and novelty, monotony and pain had finally set in. Yet, Meyer neither wavered nor reduced his training intensity. Bang, bang. He continued to unleash shot after shot, even as sweat poured down and the world spun around him. He remained numbly persistent. Finally, after one particularly powerful shot, a surge of strength coursed through his legs and ankles, and his muscle memory related to shooting sword. Skill. Powerful shot LV2, proficiency. 1-300, effect. After extensive practice, your long-range shooting ability begins to shine. When adequately prepared and exerting full power, you may occasionally achieve exceptional quality shots. Chapter 3. New skill power LV1. At last, he had leveled up. Meyer collapsed onto the ground, lying on the damp grass, gasping for breath, his face a mask of satisfaction and release. He had nearly reached his limit, yet he had managed to secure an upgrade today. After enduring hardship, sweet rewards followed. This was the assessment of his current shooting level on the proficiency panel, a concept slightly abstract. However, his personal experience was crystal clear. This upgrade not only granted him power but also imparted various techniques for exertion, aiming, and well-honed muscle memory. With these, the probability of achieving shots with both speed and angle at an exceptional quality was around 30 to 40%. Yet, there was a prerequisite. He needed to be fully prepared and exert his full strength. Meyer recognized that seizing the opportunity to draw the bow fully during a match was akin to climbing a mountain. If he were fortunate, he might achieve it once every 90 minutes. But this was merely LV2 of long-range shooting. 3 levels remained. Meyer did not belittle his accomplishments. This was merely the beginning, and he had ample room for growth, at the very least, in terms of youth team standards. He had evolved from an average player to a formidable striker with a powerful shot, possessing distinct characteristics. Such players were highly coveted in any team, as they had the potential to alter the course of a match single-handedly. As for how to make the coaching staff aware of this strength, Meyer harbored no concerns. Opportunities to draw the bow fully during matches were scarce, but training sessions provided numerous chances. The twice-weekly shooting practices were his prime opportunities for showcasing his talent. With LV2 long-range shooting, he had already gained a competitive edge. What about LV3? Would it reduce preparation time and afford him more opportunities to exert power on the field? For now, he chose not to delve into acquiring other skills and remained focused on enhancing his long-range shooting. Meyer understood that being a jack of all trades would not serve him well. If he could elevate his long-range shooting to LV3 before the trial period concluded, staying in the Arsenal Youth Academy would surely be within reach. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and many players from the Arsenal U17 team had also arrived on the training ground for extra practice, with several of them eyeing Meyer. "Meyer, why did you change your football boots?" A tall young man with tousled blonde hair approached Meyer with the group, a smirk on his face. "I heard someone say that after training, you still have to take on odd jobs?" This was Ian, an English center-back from the Arsenal U17 team, known for his exceptional skills on the field. However, Ian, who was born and raised in London, holds a disdainful view towards the foreign players in the team. He believes that only individuals like himself are worthy of the resources provided by British youth training, while the other foreign players are merely thieves, coming to snatch job opportunities. "Is this what you earn from your gig work?" Noticing that Mail was ignoring him, Ian felt a surge of anger within him, his expression turning cold. "It doesn't seem like the latest model, does it? How about you clean my sneakers for 2 months, and I'll give you a pair of the latest ones?" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted behind him, most of the crowd grinning, while only a few wore solemn expressions, as if they believed such behavior was unjust. "Oh." Ian theatrically feigned a moment of recollection. "You're not even an official Arsenal player. Your contract with the team is only for 6 months. Counting the days, it's almost up, and no need to bother washing them. I fear you might leave before the 2 months are up, and you won't get paid for incomplete work with that." He sauntered away from Mail, accompanied by a group of others, their strides carefree. Bang! Just then, a dull thud resonated. Mail suddenly drew back and took a powerful shot at the goal, sending the football hurtling directly towards Ian and his entourage. Hitting a person from such a close distance is hardly a challenge. Given his current skill level, he could easily pull it off. Ian instinctively turned at the sound, only to have the football strike him in the vicinity of his stomach, the tremendous impact causing his abdomen to cave in violently. An indescribable wave of pain surged from his stomach, and he fell to his knees, clutching his gut, utterly furious yet only able to emit muffled grunts. "What are you doing?" A teammate who had a good rapport with Ian supported him with one hand while pointing at Mail. Demanding accountability. That Frenchman must have done it on purpose. 2 others swiftly approached Mail with fierce expressions, seemingly ready to throw punches at any moment. The scene erupted into chaos, drawing attention from others on the field. Some sighing while others secretly relished the spectacle. "The shot on goal. And are football players afraid of being hit by a football?" Mail shrugged, a faint smile gracing his lips. "That's truly cowardly." The crowd behind him hesitated but ultimately chose not to pursue further. Causing trouble and fighting within the club is undoubtedly an unwise move. If the coach found out, the consequences could lead to suspension or even expulsion from the team. Everyone could see that Mail's kick was intentional, yet he had managed to keep it within reasonable limits, leaving no grounds for reprimand. Damn it. After a moment's contemplation, a couple of homegrown English players, unable to contain their frustration, took a cue from Mail, pulling out a football and aiming it forcefully in his direction. Yet their aim was woefully off, failing to even graze Male by a meter. Embarrassed, they exchanged awkward glances before resorting to shouting at Male's back. "Just you wait." The next morning at 9 o'clock, in the training base gym, all members of the Arsenal U17 squad were engaged in core strength training. Holding a side plank on the ground. In the English football system, represented by the Premier League, physical confrontation has always been the main theme on the field. Head coach Hans walked around while scratching his bald head. His tone serious, thus, strength training 3 times a week is indispensable, and no one is permitted to slack off. I do not wish for Arsenal's youth academy to produce merely aesthetically skilled players. My players must possess formidable competitive abilities. Upon hearing the coach define their prowess, many players felt a surge of excitement, gritting their teeth to persevere. The English Championship and League One were not seen as lesser leagues devoid of talent, but as the finest arenas to hone their skills and elevate their market value. They were tangible opportunities. Damn that Frenchman. One day, I will flay you alive. Unlike others who dreamt of professional teams, Ian clearly had not yet recovered from the humiliation of the previous day, continuously grumbling about something. His gaze fixated on Male. Male noticed this, but paid little heed to his rival. The name was indicative of someone who would never make a name for themselves, a half-hearted player. He, on the other hand, had a bright future ahead. His focus was on football and self-improvement. Such individuals hardly posed a challenge. He could easily outpace them with a bit more effort. At that moment, a few lines of text suddenly appeared before Male. Capturing his attention: skill, strength LV1, proficiency, 129-300 effect. You have begun to grasp the necessity of enhancing physical strength and competitive ability, yet you remain overly slender. You yearn for an upgrade. A new skill. Male's eyes widened. Strength LV1. Was it a result of the ongoing strength training? It seemed his speculation was correct. As long as he engaged in specialized training for a certain duration, he would acquire corresponding skills. However, why did the proficiency of strength LV1 directly equate to long-range shooting LV2? Chapter 4. Professor Wenger. Male found himself puzzled. Could it be that the enhancement of physical skills was inherently more challenging than skill-based abilities? This notion did hold some merit, considering that physical attributes require a long-term commitment and are heavily influenced by natural talent. Each individual varies significantly due to genetics and environmental factors such as diet. Now, Male had to contemplate whether he should allocate time for strength training. He had previously discussed the theory of being jack of all trades but master of none, but that was because he had only one skill and was unsure how to acquire new ones. Not wanting to waste time experimenting. Now that he had an essential skill, he could not afford to neglect it. There are currently 7 trial players in the squad, and your contracts all expire at the beginning of July. Coach Hans's voice rang out near him, prompting Male to temporarily set aside his thoughts and listen. But you all know that there are only 2 available slots in the team. As Hans passed by Male, he glanced at him and added, "Only 2 of you can remain. There will be no favoritism. Everything will rely solely on your abilities." Male understood that this statement was directed at him. While Coach Hans was supportive, it did not mean he would view him through rose-colored glasses, especially during the selection process. This was only natural, and he admired individuals who could separate personal feelings from professional judgments, as they could balance fairness with personal relations. On June 30th, we have a friendly match against Liverpool U17, and I will field all trial players. Coach Hans's voice resonated again. Impress me with your performances. Win over the coaching staff. Male's eyes sparkled. Today was June 13th, giving him 17 days to intensify his training and hone his skills. If he could elevate his long-range shooting to LV3 before the match and score 1 or 2 goals, he would certainly make a remarkable impression. At that point, not only would remaining in the team be a possibility, but attracting interest from other professional clubs for a loan could also be on the horizon. He began to dream of stepping onto the professional stage, contemplating how to allocate his training time effectively. Starting with himself, he aimed to enhance his chances as much as possible. With 17 days remaining, he realized that if he improved his long-range shooting proficiency by 20 points each day, he would undoubtedly reach LV3 before the match. Maintaining a slightly higher proficiency in strength, improving by just over 10 points daily, would allow him to reach LV2 in time. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to develop both skills simultaneously. If he entered the youth match with LV3 long-range shooting and LV2 strength, standing out should not be overly difficult. Having made his decision, Male focused on the present strength training, casting aside any further thoughts. Due to the physical strain from the previous days, he found himself struggling during training. Nevertheless, that would not deter him from increasing the intensity. True enhancement occurs only at the edge of one's limits. He firmly believed that the proficiency panel operated on the same principle. Once the training concluded, he checked his strength proficiency panel again. Skill, Strength LV1, Proficiency Progress, 133,300. Effect, U. The panel appeared after about an hour of training, revealing that his efforts in the last half hour had yielded an additional 4 points. The rate of improvement exceeded his expectations. He felt reassured. Each evening, after finishing his shooting practice, he would head to the gym to further his strength training. Approximately 2 miles away from the gym stood a building brimming with red Arsenal motifs. This was the administrative headquarters for the first team, where staff and coaching members worked, also serving as the dining hall, meeting rooms, and physiotherapy rooms for the first team. Compared to other areas within the training base, it felt like another world entirely, bustling with activity, and everyone entering or exiting exuded an air of distinction. Suddenly, all activity within the building ceased as everyone turned their attention to the entrance. A tall, silver-haired elder strode in, exuding an aura of elegance and authority, moving swiftly, seemingly in a hurry. Upon seeing him in person, one would undoubtedly believe that this individual would stand out wherever he went. As if he were born to attract attention, "Good afternoon, Mr. Wenger." "Good afternoon, Coach Wenger." An assistant coach quickly followed, sensing that something unfortunate had transpired, and the professor was in a foul mood. As they entered, the assistant heard the sound of a lighter flicking. Wenger lit a cigarette. This seemed to have become an essential method for him to relieve stress. Whenever he had something on his mind, he would chain smoke until he began to cough. Phyllis, upon seeing him enter, Wenger fixed him with a serious gaze and inquired earnestly, "If I were to leave Arsenal, would you follow me?" "Me?" Phyllis was momentarily taken aback, then dazedly nodded. "I would, sir. But that seems impossible, doesn't it?" Wenger seized the opportunity to respond, letting out a bemused smile as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Everyone believes I could never leave the club. Even I cannot conceive of any means to depart. After all, it has been over a decade." He appeared somewhat self-deprecating, raising an eyebrow before hesitatingly beginning to confide. "The summer window has yet to see any investment. We must be self-sufficient." Clearly, that remark about leaving Arsenal was merely jest. He was simply frustrated. Is Kroenke truly that heartless? Phyllis furrowed his brow in disbelief. Then, why did he purchase Arsenal? To merely assemble a football team for his sports empire. He aims to acquire the entirety of Arsenal shares, specifically the 30 owned by Usmanov. Wenger was evidently well acquainted with Kroenke through numerous in-depth discussions, understanding the rationale behind his actions, yet the latter also desires full investment, leading to a stalemate between them. He rose and moved to the window, cigarette in one hand and binoculars in the other, observing the Coney training base. During periods of immense pressure, he often found solace in gazing into the distance, watching the youthful faces of the academy players, which invigorated him. Were both men resolute in their desire for total ownership, apprehensive that investing could inflate the other's equity? Phyllis seemed to grasp something, sighing, "But when these individuals are embroiled in their power struggles, why do they not consider you? Why do they require you for bank loans, only to abandon you and the club now? Is Arsenal truly theirs? Or is it yours?" Wenger shook his head, his gaze fixated on a single point, observing intently without turning away. After a lengthy silence, he lowered the binoculars. "There's a rather interesting young lad." "What?" "This past weekend, I saw him practically spend the entire day on the training pitch. Such training isn't particularly beneficial, is it?" Phyllis interjected, then shook his head. "Moreover, football heavily relies on talent. Diligent training bears little relation to skill enhancement. It's merely intriguing to me how long he can maintain this. The depth of the squad this season would depend solely on their own efforts." Phyllis bowed his head, his expression heavy. Chapter 5. The first glimmer of brilliance in the following days. Male's life gradually settled into a steady rhythm. The excessive training left him feeling increasingly fatigued, with multiple strains throughout his body. He needed to warm up for quite some time before daring to engage in any movements. Fortunately, despite the exhaustion, he found joy in it. He himself harbored no negative emotions. Compared to others, his opportunities were already quite ample. To not give his all would be a waste of potential. On June 16th, Thursday, the morning training for the U17 team focused on concluding skill development, also known as specialized shooting practice. The moment to showcase his talents had finally arrived, and Male stood invigorated in line. Awaiting the commencement, the goalkeeper warmed up separately while the others followed their captain, Gilbert, at the command of head coach Hans. The players began their warm-up jog under the guidance of the team's number 10. Gilbert, with many starting to murmur amongst themselves, "I hear someone has been living at the training ground and gym lately?" Someone teased, seemingly laying the groundwork for a particular individual. As soon as his words left his mouth, Ian chimed in sarcastically, "Indeed, very diligent. We hardly ever see them in the dorm. All entertainment has been forsaken." "The effort," someone commented in a mocking tone, hoping he would manage to play in the Premier League through sheer hard work. "What a farce." Ian laughed as he ran. If hard work alone could secure a place in the Premier League, then this world would not need talent. "I reckon he's about to leave. He's getting anxious." Leaving would be splendid. Another laughed while casting a sidelong glance at Male, shaking his head. "I've heard he eats exclusively what the club provides, not spending a dime on his own living. Isn't that akin to being a leech?" Their voices were loud enough for nearly everyone warming up to hear. "Focus on your warm-up," Captain Gilbert interjected, clearly unable to tolerate their banter any longer. The few fell silent, adopting a bemused expression as if they were stifling laughter, utterly perplexed. Male chose to disregard these so-called wise ones. Engaging in arguments with such individuals was beneath him and unnecessary. He would forge ahead. Soon enough they would no longer be on the same level. Laughing now meant little. True skill lay in the ability to keep laughing consistently. The warm-up concluded swiftly, and shooting practice commenced. Bang, bang, bang. The first exercise involved headers from high crosses, with players on both flanks delivering crosses for those in the center to contest. "Great cross. I'm coming. Adopt mine. No worries, keep it coming." Encouragement and expressions of regret mingled. Everyone was fervently excited. Male's performance in this drill was unremarkable. Heading was never his forte. Should the need arise in the future, he could certainly hone his heading skills, but for now, he would focus on strength and long-range shots. Following the header drill, they transitioned to low drives, dynamic shooting within the penalty area, and rapid one-on-one training. Male's performance remained average, not particularly outstanding. The next exercise, long-range shooting. Only when Hans announced the long shot drill did he finally lift his head, his gaze brimming with confidence. Team captain Gilbert was the first to position himself at the edge of the penalty arc, awaiting Hans to pass him the ball. Upon receiving it, he halted and took aim. Bang! Hans delivered a rolling ball. Gilbert swiftly followed, stopping it and shooting with finesse. The ball was struck with just the right amount of force, the angle sharp. The team's number 1 goalkeeper, Hopkinson, was immediately put on high alert, leaping to make a save, yet ultimately fell short as the ball slipped past his fingers. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed, and Gilbert leaped high in celebration, mimicking a dragon's ascent. "Beautiful!" Hans cast an appreciative glance, and many players clapped with laughter. Generally, their training atmosphere was quite pleasant, save for a few who disrupted the harmony. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, one player after another approached their designated spots to take shots. The ratio of goals to misses hovered around 1-to-1. Hans's reminders pierced through the training ground. "Your plant foot is too far away. Do you shoot like that regularly? Defenders kick better than you. My grandmother could strike more accurately with that." He rolled another ball toward the penalty arc. A figure in the number 31 jersey suddenly dashed forward, glancing at the goal's position before firmly planting his plant foot. Swiftly folding his right leg and striking, bang! A deafening thud erupted as the turf exploded beneath his foot, the football hurtling toward the goal, trailing a blur that was nearly impossible to perceive. Instinctively, he turned his head to the right. Clang! He witnessed the ball ricochet off the underside of the crossbar, violently shaking the entire frame before changing direction and nestling into the net. Silence enveloped the field, as if everyone had been rendered speechless by the sheer force of the strike. It wasn't merely that no one had executed a shot with the correct technique before. It was that the speed was utterly astounding, exceeding 100 yards, and the angle, nearly 10 degrees. "Oh!" Hopkinson was the first to gasp. Abruptly turning to the shooter, "Male, what on earth?" Someone else echoed his astonishment. That was utterly ridiculous. Even if first-team goalkeeper Fabianski had been standing there, he likely wouldn't have been able to make the save. Captain Gilbert furrowed his brow, appearing slightly confused, then shook his head vigorously. No, it's not a matter of possibility. It's a certainty. Ian and a few teammates exchanged dazed glances, but soon they concocted new excuses. Just coasting, right? Surely just coasting. I can occasionally hit a 10-degree angle too, and I'm a defender. He lacks that level. Otherwise, he'd have re-signed by now. One more. Head coach Hans did not afford the others the opportunity to debate, quickly rolling another ball toward Male's position. Such a powerful strike. It didn't seem like mere luck. He wanted to see more. Male watched the ball approach, lowered his center of gravity, and with the outside of his foot, took a step to the right before shifting his body to match, planting his left foot beside the ball. Bang. As if he had practiced this countless nights, he folded his right leg and unleashed a powerful strike toward the goal. Chapter 6. My desire to improve under the gaze of everyone. The football soared once more, racing toward the goal. Hopkinson, initially intending to redeem himself, found himself unable to judge the trajectory of the ball once Male struck it. Or perhaps he simply couldn't react in time. Swish! The sound of the ball brushing the net resonated behind him as he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Waterfa, he did it again? Shit, this quality is truly exceptional. Another wave of admiration arose, and this time, no one voiced any doubts. Most people cast a look of astonishment at Meyer, as if they were meeting him anew. The cannon shot indeed boasted an immensely striking display. This was, after all, a direct method of shooting, simple, yet brutally effective, directly reflecting one's shooting prowess. Ian and his companions stood in place, their faces ashen, wanting to say something yet finding the words trapped in their throats. With 2 consecutive powerful, high-quality shots before them, anything they might utter would seem trite, rendering them mere gestures in comparison. What a strike! What a strike! The head coach, Hans, expressed a fleeting sentiment, yet within him stirred a tremor of excitement. If such quality shots could be harnessed in a match. His eyes brightened, as a glimmer of hope for Meyer ignited within him. As he recalled, this player's fundamental skills were not lacking. Merely devoid of distinctive traits, if he could uncover a talent for long-range shooting now, his competitiveness would be significantly enhanced. However, it was perplexing that he had never previously exhibited such caliber in long shots. When had he developed this skill? Recently? Hans was well aware of Meyer's dedication to extra training, though he had harbored little expectation for its effectiveness. It appeared he had misjudged that aspect, the focal point of everyone's gaze. Meyer turned his head, smiling as he waved at those expressing surprise. He appeared nonchalant, exuding comfort. Yet, in truth, a bead of cold sweat had already trickled down his temple. He was not entirely confident about his second shot. The pressure was palpable, and failing to score would be quite embarrassing. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time. He needed to elevate his long-range shooting to level 3 soon. Otherwise, how could he showcase his skills? Today was June 17th. His life had recently become more structured and fulfilling, prompting him to contemplate writing a diary. He intended to extract the content related to skill proficiency and incorporate the diligent efforts into an autobiography titled How the King of Football Was Forged. He forced himself to rise at 6:30 a.m., aiming to train for an additional hour and a half before the morning session. After reaching level 2 in long-range shooting, the speed of proficiency gain seemed to have slowed significantly. Previously, he could increase by 30 points within a few hours of training, but now he could only manage 20. Fortunately, his goal was to upgrade to level 3 within 17 days, so there was no rush. At night, he engaged in strength training, utterly exhausted. This existence was truly grueling. On June 18th, he realized he could no longer maintain such an intense regimen. He had begun to experience strains in various parts of his body, necessitating an extended warm-up before each training session. Yet, the pace of improvement in shooting had stagnated. How could he achieve his goals without relying on time to accumulate progress during the evening strength training? His French teammate Carl advised him to abandon his previous dietary habits in favor of high-protein, high-carb, and high-energy foods. He took this advice to heart. June 19th marked the weekend. No pain, no gain, no toil, no achievement. After waking, he threw himself into training, even before meals, and after resting briefly, he trained again. It was a constant cycle of effort. A day without exertion felt unbearable, and after 3 days, it seemed his vitality waned. His shooting proficiency reached 159,300, and his strength climbed to 193,300, slightly ahead of his expectations. The improved diet seemed to have minimal immediate benefits, but his desire to progress was insatiable. He yearned to break free from the youth team and make his mark in the Premier League. June 20th heralded a new week. The air felt fresher, with only 10 days remaining until the final match. He resolved to double his efforts. Today's training felt more comfortable, less taxing than before. His physique had significantly hardened. Could this be the result of his dietary changes? On June 21 ST, the early training sessions transformed into tactical drills, likely in preparation for the upcoming trial elimination matches. Everything continued as usual. He pushed himself relentlessly. June 22nd, London. Oh, London. This city lies just a stone's throw away, a true international metropolis and a sanctuary for football. How delightful it would be to play in London one day, to reside in a grand villa, drive a sports car, don new boots, and be accompanied by vivacious London bunnies at night. On June 23rd, he conversed with the team captain, Gilbert, inquiring about the salary situation within Arsenal's youth team. To his astonishment, they could earn a weekly wage of £350-800, totaling approximately £1,500 to £3,500 a month. Such figures were enticing, rivaling London's average salary. As for the first team, the British football scene during this period paled in comparison to future times, and Arsenal was experiencing financial constraints. Nevertheless, the astronomical weekly salaries in the tens of thousands were beyond his current aspirations. Far too intimidating. June 24th, training continued, and the dietary improvements were indeed beneficial. His body had acclimated to the training intensity. On June 25th, each day's training felt like a torturous trial of willpower. Yet the rise in proficiency was as exhilarating as indulging in ambrosia. He finally understood why some said playing under Guardiola was even more pleasurable. It was all about progress. His desire for improvement burned brightly. June 26th, progress. June 27th, continued progress. June 28th, as night fell, the stars twinkled above. Wenger ambled through the Corn training facility, a hint of melancholy etched on his face as he gazed at the establishment he had overseen with great care. It was 1999, a time when Arsenal faced no financial crises, competing for titles year after year, inextricably entwined with Sir Alex Ferguson. He recalled his ambitions vividly, determined to mold Arsenal into a club akin to Manchester United, aspiring to become an indelible part of its history. Yet, fate seemed to mock him, as if he were destined to weave tragic tales into the fabric of this world. With a flick, Wenger lit a cigarette, pondering why he remained steadfast in this place, especially when opportunities lay elsewhere. Perhaps the answer was simple, a sentiment any man might hesitate to voice. Love. Just then, an unusual sound broke through his thoughts, emanating from the gym nearby. Curiosity piqued, he approached, and upon nearing, the sound morphed into laughter. The occupants appeared to be celebrating something, occasionally emitting strange, inexpressible sounds. Was that young man responsible? A notion sparked in his mind. He had observed that, at this hour, only one individual would be present, Leon Meyer. Wenger uttered the name, feeling the joy within the gym mitigate his own sorrow. What are you celebrating? Chapter 7. Strength Level 2 and Long-Range Shooting Level 3. In the empty, bright gym, Meyer lay in a corner, eyes closed, reveling in sheer delight, occasionally letting out a few exultant howls. It was nearly midnight, and with no one around, he felt free to express his emotions. Skill, Sturdy Level 2, Proficiency, 1-800, E-Effect. After prolonged practice, most of your excess fat has been refined away, and muscle has gradually developed, forming a robust physique and significantly enhancing your ability to withstand challenges. His strength had upgraded to Level 2. This was the source of Meyer's elation. After nearly 20 days of toil, he had finally upgraded a physical attribute. The sense of achievement and satisfaction was indescribable, as if every effort had been worthwhile. The path ahead appeared clearer, and success felt increasingly attainable. Originally, Meyer planned to upgrade both his long-range shooting and strength to levels 3 and 2 the following day. However, upon witnessing the proximity of his goal, he succumbed to the urge to practice a bit longer, achieving the upgrade that very day. The improvement was evident, more pronounced than that of his long-range shooting. After a brief rest, Meyer rose to stretch. He could feel the excess fat dissipating from various parts of his body, replaced by lean muscle. Though not underestimate this lean physique. It represented extraordinary muscle density and power. Even if he could not rival the physical specimens of professional arenas, he was more than capable of outmatching typical opponents. With this newfound strength, he felt more confident as he prepared to step onto the pitch. Meyer smiled slightly. Both his ability to withstand challenges and his long-range shooting were intuitive skills. He believed these would directly influence his performance in matches, allowing him to shine even brighter on the field. Tomorrow, he would elevate his long-range shooting to level 3 and then await the upcoming match against Liverpool. Yet, he pondered why each level bore a different name. A.S. Meyer contemplated the whimsical nature of such designations. He found himself slightly curious about what names would emerge once these abilities reached level 5. Grabbing his water bottle and draping his shirt over his shoulder, Meyer collected the refuse he had generated and headed toward the exit. He began to hum a tune, only to abruptly halt in astonishment upon stepping onto the asphalt outside the gym. He seemed to have spotted something. The tall figure striding away at the end of the road looked strikingly familiar. Was it Mr. Wenger? Like many fans, Meyer held deep admiration and fondness for the legendary Arsenal manager, coupled with a sense of regret for the challenges he faced in the latter part of his career. Such a refined and dignified gentleman, who could fail to appreciate him? In a sense, this admiration had facilitated Meyer's acceptance of his own body and this club. They would surely meet again in the future. Meyer did not hasten to catch up. Instead, he lingered for a while before turning to walk down another path. The following day marked the final day before the trial player selection match. Coach Hans had already planned the day's agenda, which included only morning training, allowing the players to rest in the afternoon to recuperate for the upcoming challenge. After the morning session concluded, he gathered everyone together to arrange the starting lineup for the next day's match. The formation was set to 4-3-3, featuring 2 defensive midfielders. The goalkeeper was Hopkins, with Carl as the left back, Daniel partnering with Ian in central defense, and Thiago occupying the right-back position. The defensive midfielders were Lampard and Klein. With Gilbert in midfield, the 3 forwards, from left to right, were Meyer, Gabi, and Iwandowski. Holding a tactical board, Hans looked at the assembled trial players and declared, "Aside from the 7 of you, this is the strongest lineup I can field. I will do everything in my power for you. Make sure to perform well and strive to reach your highest potential. Understood?" Meyer and the others nodded earnestly, their faces a mixture of anticipation, seriousness, and tension. The harsh reality of elimination would undoubtedly weigh on their minds. Once the lineup was arranged, Hans straightened his posture and smiled. "I have good news for you. Mr. Wenger is very likely to be present at the sidelines tomorrow to watch your friendly match. Seize this opportunity. If you catch his eye, securing a spot on a championship team for loan will not be difficult, let alone a place in the first team." Upon hearing this, both Meyer's group of trial players and Gilbert's teammates brightened visibly, their eyes igniting with fierce determination. It was Wenger, after all. It was rare for him to attend a youth match. Yet, where there was joy, there was also discontent. Those who had not made the starting lineup wore expressions of deep regret. "Why didn't Mr. Wenger come when I was playing, and now he shows up for these trial players?" One lamented, his face darkened with envy. "What luck they have. They're truly fortunate." Another shot a jealous glance at the trial players. If only they could swap places with the 7 trialists, they thought, but Hans was resolute in his refusal. "I have stated that I guarantee they will play the full match." After the morning training, Meyer had lunch in the cafeteria, and after a brief rest, he headed to the pitch. Today, he did not intend to practice for long. He only needed to hone his shooting skills to achieve the final 6 points of proficiency, which should take just over an hour. "Let us go. After training, I'll rest and conserve my energy for the match." Meyer poured the balls from his bag and swiftly set up for a powerful shot to commence his practice. The gentle sunlight bathed the Coney training ground, illuminating the fields and casting a warm glow upon Meyer. Feeling the breeze against his face and the sunshine upon him, Meyer's mood lifted, and he methodically continued his training while relishing the joy of playing in such an idyllic setting. An hour passed in a blur. Bang! After yet another shot, a powerful sensation coursed through his legs and waist, leaving him with a tingling feeling. He knew this meant his long-range shooting had improved. Skill, powerful shot LV3, proficiency, 1-800-E effect. Through relentless practice, you have refined your long-range shooting to a level akin to that of a professional team's power shooter. With slight adjustments, you can occasionally deliver exceptional quality shots. The improvement was distinctly evident, a professional power shooter standard. While he might not compare to the likes of Gerrard, Botti, or Carlos, he could certainly hold his own against lower-tier Premier League teams. The most significant enhancement, indeed, lay in the preparation time. Meyer felt a surge of excitement. This meant he could expect ample opportunities in every match. Tomorrow, let the Liverpool goalkeeper be the first to experience his newfound prowess. Chapter 8. The match approaches. The next day, at Arsenal's Coney training ground, the U-17 training field was bustling with activity as cameras were set up on platforms, ready to capture the forthcoming match. A fierce contest among the young lads was about to commence. At 3 in the afternoon, the Arsenal U-17 players appeared on the field, beginning their warm-up. Shortly thereafter, the Liverpool youngsters arrived by bus. Immediately changing and preparing for their warm dash-up in the well-structured youth training system of European football, it is not unusual for youth teams to embark on such away-friendly matches. Clubs generously invest in their youth teams, striving to create a nurturing environment for young players as the potential returns from nurturing a talented player are immeasurable. After more than 10 minutes, a number of Arsenal fans, having heard the news, began to trickle in. Most carried popcorn and beer, fully prepared for a comfortable viewing experience. Come on, lads, you can definitely secure the victory. Whether you are trial players or contracted players, let us take down Liverpool. The Arsenal fans shouted fervently, their voices filled with unwavering support. Most in attendance were die-hard supporters who would go to great lengths to back the team and were invested in its future. Unusually, today saw a larger turnout, with around 300 fans present. They had likely come to catch a glimpse of Mr. Wenger in action, eager to witness the first team coach up close. Oh, he is here. He really came. They did not have to wait long before a tall figure appeared at the entrance to the field, striding confidently towards the team's coaching area to sit alongside the coach directing the match. Applause erupted from the crowd, a show of love and support for Wenger. However, a few individuals in the corner of the fan section, appearing rather composed, caught his attention. They were middle-aged men, around 40, dressed in a very serious manner, holding a notebook and a pen. Scouts? Wenger scrutinized them briefly before turning away. If they were considering a loan, he would welcome their presence and gladly accept their inquiries. He just noticed USI in the stands. A scout from Leeds United smiled and nudged his companion, suggesting, "Should we tell him we're interested in their U-17 captain, Gilbert? You are just asking for trouble. Don't you know Mr. Wenger is particularly wary of that?" A Sheffield United scout frowned at him. "Moreover, I estimate Gilbert will join the first team in the next year or two, so he won't be coming with us. Only loaning is possible." "Not necessarily," chimed in a Burnley scout, speaking confidently. "If you can offer a high price, with Arsenal's finances and nature, they would likely not refuse. That I can't manage, but a few youth team players should be simple enough." The Burnley scout chuckled. "All right, let us keep our voices down. Scouts evaluate players based on their own merits." The others turned their attention back to the field, hoping to discover a promising talent through this match. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the players from both sides took to the field. Meyer positioned himself on the left flank of Arsenal's formation, playing as a winger. He observed Liverpool's setup, which followed the traditional 4-2-3-1 pattern. This was likely a reflection of their first-team coach Benitez's tactics, employing high pressing in the attacking phase to stifle Arsenal's build-up play. There would be many aerial balls, but heading was not my strong suit. I needed to keep an eye on the second balls. Meyer made his assessments, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to receive the ball and unleash a strike at the Liverpool goal. Casting a glance at the opposing goalkeeper, he smiled faintly, filled with anticipation. Beep! The referee soon blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the match. "Press. Move the midfield up near the halfway line, but avoid high pressing." Arsenal captain Gilbert gestured to his teammates, leading the players across the 3 lines forward to apply pressure. However, they did not adopt a high-pressing approach. Liverpool's style has always been straightforward and aggressive. Pressing too high would place immense pressure on the defensive line against counterattacks. Bang! After a couple of simple passes at the back, Liverpool launched a long ball toward Arsenal's right flank, attempting to advance their attack. The ball was cleared out of bounds by Arsenal's right back, posing little threat. Yet, Liverpool's tactical objective was achieved, as all their players crowded into Arsenal's right side, poised to strike. Meyer, positioned furthest from his own right flank, paid little attention to his team's defense, instead focusing on the Liverpool defender marking him. He was waiting for his chance to receive the ball. Bang! Liverpool's attack culminated in a cross that lacked quality and was easily gathered by Arsenal's goalkeeper, Hopkins. Observing the accumulation of Liverpool players in his half, Hopkins opted against a short pass. He threw the ball up with one hand, pivoted, and booted it forward, seeking out Gilbert in the central position. Despite wearing the number 10 jersey, Gilbert stood at a towering height of 187 centimeters, possessing considerable aerial prowess. With a leap, Gilbert flicked the ball backward, attempting to catch Liverpool's defense off guard. Such backflicks are rarely precise, but if executed well, they can create opportunities for teammates to chase the ball before the opponents can react. As the ball descended, Gilbert swiftly turned his head to assess the situation on the field. He observed the football landing on the left flank, where Meyer was racing against an opposing defender. My ball, however, Meyer, realizing he could not catch up in time, abandoned his pursuit and instead charged directly at his opponent. The defender, a rather slender and nimble player, appeared to possess negligible physicality. Bang! The sound of their collision resonated, and the Liverpool defender crumpled to the ground like a kite cut from its string, immediately gesturing in frustration to the referee. What? No foul! The referee shook his head, indicating that the play was legitimate. Urging him to rise, hurriedly, he pushed himself off the ground, but Meyer had already maneuvered past him, dribbling the ball towards the center. Bam! As he entered shooting range, Meyer wasted no time and unleashed the first shot of the match. Compared to his previous attempts, his adjustment was swift, and he still managed to deliver a commendable strike. The ball merely skimmed the upper edge of the crossbar, and the bewildered expression on the Liverpool goalkeeper's face signaled that had the shot been on target, a goal would have been quite likely. Onward. Having taken a shot, Meyer felt a surge of confidence, his desire for possession intensifying further. Chapter 9. A quick shot. No wasted chances. A voice echoed from the backfield. It was Ian. Furrowing his brow, he had always been at odds with Meyer and seized any opportunity to belittle him. Good attempt. Keep it up, however. The head coach, Hans, soon began to applaud and encourage Meyer, firmly siding with him. If there's a chance, take it. Upon hearing this, several Arsenal players, who had already deemed the shot of good quality, began to echo their approval. Well done, Meyer. We all believe in your shooting abilities. We hope you can score your first goal for Arsenal U17. That was a solid shot. Keep aiming for the goal. This left Ian in an awkward position, his voice drowned out by a chorus of praise, drawing no attention whatsoever. He watched as Meyer gestured to his teammates, feigning a disappointed shake of his head, only to see their gazes intentionally overlook him. Gritting his teeth, he moved in sync with the team formation. No complaints, just encouragement. The team's goalkeeper, Hopkins, stood behind him, offering a reminder. Meyer is no longer the same Meyer as before. Just look at his current shooting and physical abilities. It's best not to trouble him. Ian snorted softly, choosing silence. He instinctively glanced at Wenger on the sidelines, curious about the first team manager's reaction to the shot. Unfortunately, Mr. Wenger's expression remained impassive, revealing nothing at all. Bang! The Liverpool goalkeeper then took a goal kick, opting to send the ball directly forward to initiate a rapid counterattack. The match resumed its rhythm, and everyone focused intently, engaging in a tactical contest with the opposing players. Bang, bang, bang. Do not assume that Wenger's presence on the sidelines only serves to inspire Arsenal players. It equally affects the Liverpool players. Each individual on the field sought to showcase their skills, dreaming of catching the professor's eye and soaring to the Premier League. Many boldly attempted various moves, whether it be defenders with their robust tackles and slides or attackers executing intricate dribbles, showcasing an array of personal talents. Oh, get him! Great job! Take him on! This easily ignited the enthusiasm of the spectators, for witnessing such a match was often far more exhilarating than enduring a tedious Premier League encounter. The turning point of the match arrived in the 13th minute of the first half, when Arsenal captain Gilbert made a mistake, resulting in a turnover. Liverpool swiftly spread their formation and launched a rapid counterattack. Bang! When their winger delivered a pinpoint pass to the number 9 striker, the suspense dissipated. Whoosh! 1-0. Liverpool took the lead. Ha. Yeah. Meanwhile, Arsenal fell into a brief silence, with everyone lowering their heads, refraining from conversation, still wearing expressions devoid of emotion. It was as if the unfolding events were of no concern to them. Why apologies? Everyone, on the pitch, Arsenal captain Gilbert was the first to lift his head, gesturing to his teammates. I thought. Never mind. A mistake is a mistake. It's all right. No one blames you. Let's go again. There's still time to equalize. Ha. This half-joking remark brought a faint smile to Gilbert's face, though he did not refuse. You say it? Just don't let me down, of course. Meyer shrugged and then turned to face the attacking direction. Bang! As Arsenal striker Gabby resumed play, Meyer ambled back into the opponent's half, awaiting opportunity. He now possessed a degree of physicality, making it relatively easy to hold his ground. Establishing his position and gaining possession would not be difficult, and executing the final strike would similarly prove manageable. Just give him 2 or 3 more chances, and he would be highly confident in sending the ball into the opponent's net. Meyer's second opportunity arrived in the 21st minute, with the pass originating from none other than Captain Gilbert. Bang! After gauging the trajectory, he turned his head to observe, noticing the goalkeeper positioned to the left, and deftly redirected the ball towards the center, aiming for the far right corner. "Here I come!" A confident shout resonated as the Liverpool center-back rushed to thwart Meyer's shot. Aware of the previous confrontation between the opposing fullback and Meyer, he recognized that the fullback was outmatched and that it was wiser for him to provide cover. He was robust and among youth players. His physicality was undoubtedly exceptional. Meyer initially intended to take a shot, but realizing the center-back's rapid approach, he understood that his shot would likely be blocked. With a hint of reluctance, he stepped forward with his left foot and propelled his body forcefully to the left. Attempting to push the defender back, bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed, and both players stumbled momentarily before regaining their balance. The Liverpool center-back's eyes widened in astonishment. He was significantly larger than Meyer. Yet somehow they seemed evenly matched. Unbeknownst to many, Wenger's gaze also flickered with surprise. Bang! A second later, it was Meyer who reacted first, folding his right leg and unleashing a powerful shot towards the far corner of the goal. The football soared into the air, spinning minimally, hurtling straight towards the far corner, gaining height as it ascended. Crack! Fortunately, the Liverpool goalkeeper swiftly moved, diving to the left just in time to deflect the ball before it could nestle into the net. A remarkable save! This was the immediate reaction of everyone on the field, for they all recognized the high quality of that shot. Phew! The Liverpool goalkeeper silently exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his glove. Granting the opposition a corner was already the best outcome. That Arsenal number 31 has an impressive long-range shot. Bang! Before Meyer could lament the missed opportunity beyond the penalty arc, the corner was already taken. The first touch was predictably claimed by the taller Liverpool defender, who cleared it out of the box. As for the second touch, when the Liverpool players turned to look towards the edge of the penalty area, they were met with a face they dreaded to see. Fear flickered in their expressions, as if they sensed what was about to unfold. Bang! That figure controlled the ball, expanded his body, and with a powerful leg extension, unleashed another thunderous shot, akin to an ancient archer releasing a finely drawn arrow. The Liverpool goalkeeper shut his eyes and lunged towards the ball's estimated trajectory, but alas, he grasped at nothing but air. By the time he reacted, only the sound of the net being struck remained. Chapter 10, First Goal. It's in. 1-1. Yet, oh ho, that was indeed a strike. Who was that kid? Truly impressive. The Arsenal supporters on the sidelines erupted in cheers, many rising to their feet, applauding Meyer's goal in celebration. Though mere spectators, they too felt the exhilarating thrill of the ball piercing the net. In their hearts, this team was not just a club team. It was their team, and these young players represented their future. Some even shouted encouragement, expressing their hope to see him in the first team. On the coaching bench, Hans quickly rose to applaud, his face alight with joy. His gaze fixed intently on Meyer's silhouette. It was unclear whether his elation stemmed more from the team's equalizer or from witnessing Meyer's recent surge in performance. That was a splendid long-range shot. A somewhat unexpected voice chimed in from behind him. It was Wenger, who had taken the initiative to speak. This must be a result of his recent long-range practice, am I right? I believe so. Mr. Wenger. Hans's expression revealed surprise. He was unaware that Wenger had been keeping an eye on Meyer. I have repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his physical condition and not to overexert himself in training. Yet he remains undeterred. He seems to possess a certain obsession. He will not rest until he achieves his goal, perhaps influenced by his family background. Wenger nodded, instinctively adding, if possible, let him. Sensing that such a statement might not be appropriate, he quickly amended, forget it. You are the U17 head coach. I shouldn't say such things. Hans did not respond but understood perfectly. Theo speak candidly, following that goal, his views have nearly aligned with those of Mr. Wenger. In the vicinity of the Liverpool penalty area, the Arsenal players, upon witnessing the ball find the net, brightened with expressions of elation and rushed towards Meyer. Splendid. I knew that strike was destined to score. 1-1 makes for a much more engaging contest. Most of them had already been captivated by Meyer's impressive progress, with only the obstinate Ian remaining stationed in defense, neither advancing nor uttering a word. After scoring, Meyer erupted into laughter, feeling a fervent flame of excitement ignite within him, a surge of energy compelling him to dash towards the corner flag in celebration. He was uncertain whether he had learned this from the stars he had seen on television, or if it was merely an instinctive reaction to exhilaration. In any case, the sensation of scoring was delightful, although, strictly speaking, it wasn't my assist. Captain Gilbert was the first to rush to his side, lifting him high into the air. Yet the corner kick had indeed been set up by my assist. So I still felt a sense of involvement. More opportunities lie ahead. Meyer smiled confidently, convinced that this match would not conclude without further developments. After all, they had deployed their full strength, whereas Arsenal had only 4 of their key players. Initially, everyone might have played conservatively and by the book, but once they unleashed their potential, the disparities began to manifest gradually. Bang! Whoosh! Such disparities became increasingly evident on the field, as Liverpool persistently launched threatening attacks. With Arsenal's goal under siege, footballs hurtling towards it at alarming speeds. In the 44th minute, Liverpool netted their second goal. Bang! They executed a flurry of offensive maneuvers up front, culminating in a header that was parried by Arsenal's goalkeeper Hopkins, only for Liverpool's number 9 to swiftly follow up with a shot. Fortunately, another Liverpool midfielder arrived in time, delivering a strike with the top of his foot to seal the deal. 2-1. The Liverpool players once again joyfully surged towards the sidelines. The scorer of the goal casting a furtive glance at Wenger, hoping to catch his attention. However, Wenger had little time to regard them, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the defensive line, his expression laden with disappointment. Succumbing to 2 second balls in their own penalty area was a critical error. Counting the goalkeeper, 8 players were stationed near the box. That was hardly a sparse defense. Captain Gilbert shot him a glare. Having developed a growing disdain for Ian, who shouted after conceding, utterly oblivious to whom he was directing his ire. If we had fielded our full squad, that goal would not have slipped through. Ian was relentless, flaunting his superiority, particularly as he observed several trial players hanging their heads in self-reproach, becoming even more emboldened. I truly have no idea how some people can play and wear the Arsenal jersey. This time, not only Gilbert and Meyer had begun to loathe him, even Wenger on the sidelines turned to cast a glance at Hans, thinking I shall deal with this upon my return. Hans silently gritted his teeth, harboring thoughts of sending Ian to the depths of despair. Yet, the tribulations faced by Arsenal were far from over. After a 15-minute half-time intermission, the second half commenced. Liverpool continued their relentless assault, their attacking players seemingly having deciphered Arsenal's vulnerabilities. Pressing forward in an attempt to monopolize possession within Arsenal's half, bang! Ian hurriedly advanced to intercept with a slide tackle, but fate was unkind. Even water seemed to clog his teeth. The ball struck the outer side of his calf and deflected, catching goalkeeper Hopkins off guard. Another goal, 3-1. Ian was on the brink of despair. Rising to his feet with a lowered gaze, arms crossed as he stood still, he temporarily set aside thoughts of Meyer and others. Reflecting on his future, given his performance today, it was unlikely Wenger would take notice of him. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had focused more intently on the game from the outset. Pass the ball over. There is still time, but let us not squander it on regret. A voice from the front line urged him on. It was Meyer, who seemed far from defeated. Goalkeeper Hopkins retrieved the ball and kicked it to Meyer, giving him a thumbs up. Damn it! Ian's spirits sank further, consumed by jealousy that Meyer had a goal to his name. If only he could also shine brightly, then the number of goals conceded would be of no concern to him. Beep! The match resumed, but Arsenal's momentum had evidently been dampened. Only a handful of players still bore the fire of battle in their eyes. Their possession after the restart was short-lived, as Liverpool players swiftly reclaimed the ball and commenced a siege. It felt as if they were trapped in a vicious cycle. Arsenal players struggled to find any avenues for breakthrough, appearing somewhat powerless. Bang, 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 he dribbled the ball directly towards Liverpool's defense. His right foot striking the ball with rapid frequency, his center of gravity shifting constantly as he executed deceptive movements, a feint, a touch, and another touch. The ball surged forward. Suddenly, he burst through the Liverpool trio's encirclement, penetrating their penalty area. Bang! The final push, akin to a graceful waltz's perfect concluding move, was light and elegant. 2-3. There was still hope. Captain Gilbert showcased a moment of brilliance, demonstrating why he was the captain of Arsenal and why he commanded the central axis today. Chapter 11. A long-range shot scores twice. Captain. Magnificent. Arsenal players surged towards Gilbert, who had spread his arms in celebration. He smiled and turned to embrace those who had rushed forward first. Then, he sought out Meyer amidst the crowd, teasing that assist was rather effortless for you. There was a certain pleasure reminiscent of Busquets' iconic assist to Messi. Meyer tilted his head back and chuckled, not contesting the statement. If you frequently pass to me, you too could rack up easy assists. Regardless, he was undeniably elated. When it came to evaluating the performance of attacking players, it was far simpler than for those in defense, as most of the time mere statistics sufficed. As the match progressed, he had already achieved a tally of 1 goal and 1 assist, with both of the team's goals linked to him. It was certain that securing his place was no longer a concern. Earning a few £100 in weekly wages, he could gradually purchase quality boots, supplement his nutrition, and subsequently unveil new abilities, striving for higher levels. The future looked promising. Meyer's spirits lifted further. He felt light as a feather, casting aside all fatigue, ready to battle fiercely. If he could notch another goal or assist, his standout performance in this match would undoubtedly attract the attention of Professor Wenger and numerous scouts, potentially leading to an early opportunity to join the professional ranks. After a brief celebration, Captain Gilbert exhibited his indomitable spirit, rallying all his teammates, reminding them that there was still time. They could not be content with merely scoring but should strive for victory. Once again, the offensive and defensive battle resumed, and Liverpool players gradually felt the weight of pressure. They sensed Arsenal's renewed fighting spirit, a stark contrast to their previous despondence. The exquisite individual goal and the narrowing scoreline instilled them with a glimmer of confidence and hope. Do not become complacent, defenders. Keep your eyes on your marks. Restrict their attacking players' ability to receive and turn. At that moment, Liverpool's U17 coach also rose from the sidelines, commencing his tactical directives, particularly emphasizing that number 10. Do not allow him to receive the ball, Luis. You must assist your teammates in marking him. It was evident he was acutely aware that Arsenal had fielded numerous trial players, lacking their strongest lineup. If Liverpool couldn't secure a decisive victory under these circumstances, he understood all too well that, during the next evaluation and potential restructuring of the coaching staff, he would undoubtedly be at risk of dismissal. Nearby, Hans and Wenger noted the U17 coach's unusual tension. Being colleagues, they both comprehended the immense pressure faced in the cutthroat realm of European football, whether as a coach or a player. Surely, our club's restructuring is still some time away? Hans scratched his head, glancing at Wenger. This was a common gesture of his, appearing somewhat endearing in the company of senior figures. There had been no significant events recently at the club. Everything seemed tranquil. Wenger shot him a glance before returning his focus to the pitch, stating gravely, "Tranquility signifies that there will be no reinforcements this season. It has nothing to do with restructuring. However, if there are no reinforcements, the first-team coaching staff will have to select talent from the youth ranks if, at that time, the selected players are vastly inferior to the first team's capabilities and fail to meet expectations. You can imagine who will bear the responsibility." Hans's expression froze, immobilized as if encased in ice. The U17 team he managed seemed to bear the greatest burden. Typically, players with potential began to emerge at 17, and ascending to U19, the probability of standing out diminished significantly. Hans had heard that some larger nations had U23 player policies, which were enviable, but such prospects were virtually impossible in the fiercely competitive landscape of British football. I can let you in on a little secret. Wenger's voice rang out again, carrying an air of inevitability. During prior planning, the club had included Gilbert and Ian from the U17 squad in their selections. Their performances in the first team would dictate your performance evaluation report. Ian. Hans glanced at Ian on the defensive line, hesitating before saying, "Ian is the one who just complained about his teammates, shifting blame as a defender." Oh. Wenger, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure. "Then strike his name off the list. I will instruct the assistant coach to select a new entrant in due course." As he uttered these words, his gaze instinctively swept across the pitch to where Meyer stood at a tee that precise moment. Meyer received the ball with his back turned, lowering his center of gravity to fend off a defending opponent while preparing to pivot. Another strike, perhaps? Wenger murmured to himself, prompting Hans beside him to direct his attention towards the field. Fixating on Meyer with the ball. "Come on, lad, blast it. Don't hesitate. Just turn and unleash a shot." The fervent cheers from the spectator stands echoed, many clearly recognizing Meyer's visage and attributes, encouraging him to attempt another long-range shot. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Meyer finally managed to turn around with great effort. He feigned a kick, deceiving the defender's balance, before deftly nudging the ball to his right, followed by an explosive push off the ground. The ensuing action was straightforward. Firmly planting his supporting foot, he swung his left arm back to stretch his body, then drove his right thigh to propel his lower leg forward with tremendous force. Thud! The football sliced through the air with the precision of a rapier, striking the far corner with unrelenting force. What a spectacle! The Liverpool goalkeeper's countenance soured as he grimaced in despair, launching himself towards the ball. Yet to no avail, wham! The ball crashed into the center of the far corner, causing the net to quiver violently, sagging back over 2 feet, a testament to its power. The ball found its way into the net once more. 3-3. Meyer had netted his second goal in this match, achieving a remarkable brace. Yes. All the Arsenal supporters on the sidelines rose to their feet, arms outstretched in jubilation, sharing in the ecstasy of the goal. "What is his name?" a voice echoed with curiosity. This lad struck at just the right moment. Mr. Wenger was right there on the sidelines. He would surely remember this youth. Someone mused in a WIS this destiny? How can one player score 2 long-range shots in a single match? Such consistency is astonishing. Others clutched their heads in disbelief. All fans regarded the figure rushing towards the sidelines in celebration, feeling a genuine appreciation and joy. Did you see that? The artilleryman. This is the Arsenal Youth Academy, the future of our club. Chapter 12. The scouts' attention. Well done, Meyer. On the sidelines, Coach Hans stood once more, fist clenched in triumph. A tie at 3-3. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Could it be that their trial squad could hold their own against Liverpool? Does this not suggest that Arsenal's Youth Academy has surpassed Liverpool by leaps and bounds? Mr. Wenger, what are your thoughts on him? Sometimes, it is essential not only to prepare for the future with a robust foundation, but also to seize opportunities that allow your capabilities to be recognized by those in a position to elevate you. Meyer was fortunate. His initial performance had astonished all. More importantly, this all included Wenger, the head coach of Arsenal's first team at the time. However, given Wenger's prior interest in him, one cannot merely attribute it to luck. Wenger was present to observe him specifically. This conversion rate of shots is indeed impressive, and he possesses considerable resilience. Wenger nodded, then continued, "I presume you will extend a youth contract to him. The question remains whether I will elevate him to the first team. This decision is not straightforward. I cannot provide an answer now, as this is merely my first encounter with him in a competitive setting." However, Wenger seemed to recall something, turning his gaze towards the corner of the spectator area where several solemn individuals were diligently taking notes. No celebration, only meticulous documentation, appearing starkly at odds with the surrounding fans. These scouts must have witnessed Meyer's performance firsthand and will evaluate him based on their rigorous standards, exceptional long-range shooting abilities, far surpassing his peers in both power and precision. A true artilleryman's talent. On the stands, a scout from Sheffield United rapidly scribbled notes in his notebook, noting that his physical confrontations were outstanding for this level of competition, displaying potential for development, in terms of weaknesses. He seemed less adept at threading incisive passes and dribbling past defenders, having been dispossessed twice and misplacing 2 passes, yet his fundamental skills remained solid, showing no signs of intimidation on the pitch. Potential rating: B, on par with Arsenal U17 captain Gilbert, with a reasonable chance of adapting to the championship in the future. After completing his notes, he halted, fixating his gaze intently on the celebrating Meyer. He sought to discern from the reactions of Meyer's teammates whether he was a contracted player or merely a trialist at Arsenal. It is crucial to note that these two identities represent vastly different challenges in acquiring him. Interested? A scout from Burnley approached, derisively remarking, "After Sheffield United's failure to gain promotion last year, a multitude of Premier League caliber players departed, leaving only the remnants to scrape by. Surely you don't harbor any other ambitions?" The Sheffield United scout chose to ignore him, continuing his meticulous note-taking. Last year, during the 09-10 season, they had reached the championship playoff finals, tantalizingly close to promotion, only to falter at the final hurdle. a perpetual regret that had sapped the club's morale. Ironically, their opponents in that final had been none other than Burnley, given that both clubs had lingered around the Premier League and Championship. Often in fierce competition, mutual disdain was to be expected. Rest assured, we won't be competing with you for players. The Burnley scout, seeing his rival's silence, turned away disinterestedly. Premier League clubs naturally seek superior talents. Thus, the players we select will inevitably be designated for championship clubs like yours. The Sheffield United scout remained unperturbed by his remarks, redirecting his attention to the Leeds United scout nearby, hoping for some dialogue. Noticing that the latter was also engrossed in note-taking, the Burnley scout finally recognized where his focus ought to lie. He retrieved his notebook, contemplated for a moment, and proceeded to jot down a plethora of observations. Arsenal, number 31. Excellent long-range shooting capability, commendable physicality. Aside from that, no notable traits. ASA winger, he lacked a proficient crossing ability, did not exhibit remarkable cutting and skills, nor demonstrated the capacity to penetrate the penalty area. He does not possess the potential to compete in the Premier League. If he can be secured for under 40,000, I would recommend the club sign him, placing him in the youth or reserve team to gain experience, with a view to potentially selling him to Championship or League One clubs for 100,000 to 500,000 in the future. Having completed his notes, he shook his head slightly, displaying a hint of disappointment. He had hoped that Wenger's presence would unveil several promising new stars, only to find just one player deemed lacking Premier League potential. What a waste of time. Sometimes, when individuals realize they cannot fulfill their original aspirations, the ensuing frustration compels them to seek solace in other areas of advantage. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly thereafter, the referee's 3 prolonged whistles signaled the conclusion of the match. The final score stood at 3-3. Arsenal, utilizing their trial squad, managed to secure a draw at home against the visiting Liverpool team, a result that was undoubtedly acceptable. The Liverpool coach departed with a scowl, sternly admonishing his players. Why did the opposition maintain their spirit after conceding? Why was their shot conversion rate so high while yours faltered? Observing his demeanor, the Arsenal players felt a surge of elation. Often, the sense of achievement and joy in competitive sports arises from juxtaposition with one's adversaries. At that moment, Meyer was exuberantly high-fiving his teammates in celebration, having tasted the exhilarating thrill of turning the tide, realizing the value of his abilities in competitive play. You're definitely staying on. Congratulations in advance. Captain Gilbert embraced him, and after the congratulations, he jested. You know, Mr. Wenger has taken note of you. Should you make it to the first team in the future, don't forget about us. How could I? Meyer chuckled, patting Gilbert on the back before parting ways. He turned to find Carl, whose expression was a mix of complexity. Carl had arrived at the club alongside him and had bemoaned the difficulties of remaining just days prior. Yet, ever since that day's shooting practice, everything had changed for them. I should have joined you for extra training that day. Carl chuckled self-deprecatingly, seemingly foreseeing his own future. Unfortunately, I can't muster the energy to drag my fatigued body to additional training after daily practice sessions. Meyer tempered his excitement, unsure how to console him. There should still be opportunities. Professional football is indeed a harsh realm. Behind each gleaming success story lies a multitude of individuals who have sacrificed their youth only to be met with regrets and sorrowful defeats. Carl shook his head, refraining from further lamenting his own situation. Instead, he managed a strained smile. You'll certainly continue playing at the Coney training ground. Keep pushing forward, and I hope to see you on the professional stage one day. He let out a few forced laughs, attempting to mask his sadness and envy, yet it was in vain. Meyer embraced him once more, feeling his body tremble slightly, his breathing uneven. Yet, let not anyone worry. Mu Yao is not a novice author. Should I finish the 3-volume series, I assure you of daily updates of 15,000 words. This is my promise. Tomorrow, as the clock strikes midnight past September 14th, this book shall ascend to the forefront of recommendations in the sports category, officially commencing its competition. Firstly, secondly, I earnestly hope that everyone can lend their unwavering support, engaging with it daily to aid this book in its healthy progression. This will invigorate Mu Yao Ting Hai to deliver even better content. And once the new book period concludes, there will be even greater motivation to provide more updates. Lastly, the data is rather lacking, with minimal exposure for sports literature, making the new book list the only viable path forward. I hope that whether you are currently reading this or join us in the future through recommendations, You can assist Mu Yaoting Hai by casting your monthly votes and recommendation votes daily. Thank you. Chapter 13. The Adventure of Jorelson after bidding farewell to Carl. Meyer joined the majority of his teammates at the field's edge to stretch their muscles, a necessary relaxation to alleviate muscle fatigue. Head coach Hans seemed to have left early, and Mr. Wenger was nowhere to be seen. The trial match is a ruthless affair. Hans surely did not wish to announce the results on the spot and likely avoided interaction with those players who did not make the cut. During the stretching session, Meyer began to contemplate his future. Remaining with the team was virtually assured, but he was uncertain whether Mr. Wenger or any scouts had taken notice of him. It seemed improbable to be selected based solely on a single match performance. He was not perturbed. Enhancing his skills was paramount. Without skill, even joining a first team amongst other professional clubs would yield little benefit. Having secured a favorable training environment and ample time, his new objective was to ascend to the first team. His initial thoughts were about which skills he should focus on next. With the trial match concluded, if he were to continue practicing only these two abilities, he would inevitably feel somewhat unbalanced. From today's game, he had discerned that certain competencies needed to be developed promptly. Not to mention reaching the highest level of LV5, at the very least, he needed to attain LV3, the average standard for professional players. At this juncture, even possessing a LV5 long-range shot would be futile if he could not utilize it effectively. Thus, diversifying his skill set was imperative. Meyer resolved to create a detailed plan. He first intended to elevate several fundamental abilities to LV3, subsequently selecting one or two to undergo specialized upgrades to LV4 or LV5. By ensuring his foundational skills were solid, he could then focus on developing his unique traits, which he deemed the most prudent path for growth. The foundational skills in terms of technique could be distilled into 4 categories: passing, stopping, dribbling, and shooting. In terms of physicality, these could similarly be categorized into 4: strength, speed, stamina, and coordination. One should not underestimate the importance of skills like ball control or coordination. On the contrary, the more fundamental the skill, the more pivotal it is to performing well in matches. If the roots are not well established, if one cannot control the ball, or if movements are rigid as if one might fall, then all efforts are in vain. He planned to additionally practice the ability to cut inside while dribbling and to refine crossing while passing. Meyer identified the 2 skills he most urgently needed, then turned his thoughts to physical training. For now, he could focus on strength, and once he reached LV3 in that regard, he would incorporate coordination training. Having formulated this plan, the stretching session was nearly complete. He rose, took a few sips of water, and headed towards the dormitory. Upon arriving, Meyer noticed a text message on his phone. The note indicated that Mr. Hans requested him to come to the office. In an effort to appear more formal, Meyer suppressed his excitement, took a shower, and changed his clothes before setting out. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Coney training base, several scouts were departing. Jorelson from Sheffield United swiftly dialed a number. With the new season approaching, while larger clubs need not rush to bolster their squads, smaller teams could not afford to rest on their laurels. They must seize every opportunity, even if such opportunities may not be ideal. Jorelson's aim was to recommend Gilbert to the club while strongly advocating for the player wearing number 31. Even though this approach might be somewhat risky and hasty, it was necessary. The resource allocation mechanism of the world dictates that teams like theirs must take greater risks when selecting players. If there were a well-recognized, outstanding young player, it was certain that clubs beyond Sheffield United, Leeds, or Burnley would be vying for his signature at that point. Their competitors would include clubs of a similar caliber, such as Dortmund, Benfica, or Ajax. The call was quickly connected, and a voice on the other end inquired, "Have we reached a conclusion? The transfer window is about to close. Once your side makes a decision, we will contact Arsenal immediately. This is our last opportunity to strengthen the squad." However, he felt no sense of reproach, knowing the club's management was in a state of urgency. As a scout from Burnley had remarked not long ago, many of their talented players chose to leave after last season's unsuccessful promotion bid. Most of those who remained were either aging and nearing retirement, or were players who had not been regular starters and now hoped to enhance their market value over a season in the Championship. They undoubtedly lacked the competitiveness and drive to challenge for promotion to the Premier League. If this continued, the team would not only struggle for promotion but also face the risk of relegation. After a long wait, Jorelson finally had the opportunity to speak. It is almost impossible to acquire him. Wenger was watching his match today, and I believe he will certainly take notice of this player. No need to buy. No need to buy. came the voice laden with urgency and resignation. In truth, I never held any hopes of acquiring an Arsenal player. If we could merely secure a loan for a season and endure this year, we could devise a plan for the future. I understand, boss. Jorelson nodded and continued. However, the most outstanding player in today's match was not Gilbert. Who was it then? The number 31 from Arsenal, a player we have never paid attention to. Never paid attention? Is there a video? Send it to me for review. The match should be available on Arsenal's official website, but I haven't found any others. The voice on the other end fell silent, and after a long pause, a deep breath was heard. How impressive was he? Jorelson stroked his chin, recalling Meyer's fierce and aggressive long-range shot. He believed both he and Gilbert possessed their unique strengths and were of equal caliber, providing similar contributions. The voice remained quiet for an extended period, seemingly hesitating, until over 10 seconds passed, and it finally seemed to reach a decision. I trust your judgment. In fact, if I were to doubt you further, I would have no one else to rely on. If the player you recommend truly can assist the team, believe me, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Jorelson could not help but chuckle, a chill creeping up his spine. Let us not push our luck with the last one, boss. After hanging up, he gazed at the entrance of the Coney training base, his expression gradually shifting to one of melancholy. He was uncertain whether the player he recommended would indeed benefit the team, nor did he know if the team could avert a crisis this season. No, first and foremost, he should be concerned about whether the club's sporting director could manage to secure the loan of both players from Arsenal. Chapter 14. The first contract of his career and the second. Meyer walked for over 10 minutes before arriving at the administrative building of the youth training center. Upon reaching the door of Coach Hans's office, a staff member who had been waiting there stopped him, saying he needed to wait a moment as someone was still inside. Meyer nodded and shortly thereafter saw a trial player who had played in midfield exit, his face beaming with joy. Good brother, congratulations. The other party, brimming with happiness, naturally transmitted that joy to Meyer. You too. Meyer smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and entered the office. About a month ago, he had visited this place once before when Coach Hans had kindly lent him a pair of football boots. After today, it was time to return those boots. However, the favor owed was certainly not something that could be settled merely by returning a pair of boots. You look well. Upon seeing Meyer, Hans couldn't help but smile, evidently aware that something good was about to happen. Indeed, remaining here is of great significance to me. Meyer did not refute this, stepping forward to sit opposite Hans. This moment, nothing could be better for me. Hans, a robust man with a formidable appearance, could not resist teasing Meyer at this juncture. Are you not at all concerned that I have called you here to bid you farewell and offer some words of consolation? Meyer raised an eyebrow, his expression confident, making it clear that he was unconcerned. All right. Hans retrieved a contract from beneath the desk and handed it to Meyer. Take a look at the contract the club is offering you. Meyer accepted the contract and began to peruse it. Meanwhile, Hans kept an eye on his progress, explaining, this is not a contract with Arsenal FC, but rather with Arsenal's youth academy, which can be understood as a youth contract. However, many of the terms are similar to those of the first team. If you manage to enter the Arsenal first team in the future, the person sitting opposite you will no longer be the unremarkable me. But Mr. Wenger, Hans chuckled, pausing for a moment before continuing, the weekly salary is 800, which is the top salary for the youth team. Additionally, there are match bonuses for youth league appearances and goal bonuses, and there will be bonuses for promotion to the first team as well. In essence, Arsenal FC guarantees everything for young players. As long as you make progress, the club will reward you with bonuses immediately. Meyer turned another page and inquired, why am I receiving the top salary? He knew Hans was not deceiving him. He had previously discussed with Gilbert that the top salary for youth players was indeed £800. Compared to the first team, this sum was not substantial. Yet, in a worldly sense, for a young man not yet 17, earning just over £100 a day through football was quite impressive. At the very least, Meyer no longer had to worry about his football boots. As long as he wished, he could focus on a particular series and purchase a pair each week until he had exhausted the entire stock. He also no longer had to reside in a dormitory with mediocre conditions. If he desired, he could rent a small house in the nearby suburbs of London and furnish it to his liking. This is due to the potential you've recently displayed, as well as your age, Hans explained calmly, not forgetting to offer a few motivational words. In truth, you are no longer a child at the age you signed your contract. If your salary were merely a few £100s, We feared you might become preoccupied with financial concerns and unable to focus. Therefore, this cannot be your final destination. I hope you will continue to strive forward." Meyer nodded in understanding, then flipped through the contract before placing it down, indicating he had no objections. Hans rose from his seat, extending his right hand. "Pleasure to collaborate." "Pleasure to collaborate." Meyer shook his hand. And under Hans's guidance, he signed his name in several places, providing his banking details as well. Minutes later, he exited the office. Tomorrow, he would take some promotional photos in the team's media room, marking his official entry into Arsenal U17. A small step in his entire career, yet a significant leap in the present. Stepping out of the administrative building and inhaling the fresh air outside, Meyer felt that everything was so wonderful. Even the air was suffused with a sweet aroma. He longed to shout in exhilaration, yet with so many people around, he feared being perceived as mad. "First salary has been issued. I will buy a few outfits for my little sister. And gradually get you all something as well. Remember to check later." The voice on the other end was noticeably higher than usual. "Really? £800 more than I earn. Meyer has made it big. Congratulations." A flurry of footsteps passed by, and it seemed his uncle had moved on to another location, the receiver drifting away. Meyer remained, contemplating the prospect of earning £800 a week. A cacophony erupted from the other end, filled with his aunt's astonishment and the lively chatter of his younger siblings. As Meyer listened, he found himself smiling unconsciously. By the end of the day, his facial muscles felt a bit sore from all the grinning. Suddenly, an anxious voice called out from behind, "Meyer, don't leave just yet." He turned to find Hans chasing after him, phone in hand, his expression a mix of urgency and excitement, with a hint of complexity lurking beneath. 10 minutes later, in Hans's office. Hans sat in front of the computer, continuously clicking the mouse to print contracts, while the printer beside him churned out sheets of paper. Meyer and Gilbert sat across from him, exchanging bewildered glances, feeling as if the world was swaying around them. Utterly surreal. A championship team, Sheffield United, which nearly made it to the Premier League last season, wanted to loan them both. After a conversation between the club's sporting director and Mr. Wenger, their loan request had been approved. Meyer found himself at a loss for words. He had just signed his first contract, and now he was on the brink of signing a second. Although he had anticipated this and had daydreamed about it, everything felt a bit too sudden. Hans neatly arranged the printed contract revisions, then shook his head in resignation. "Regardless of what happens, this is the situation." Meyer and Gilbert exchanged a glance, then numbly accepted the contract. Flipping through its pages, Hans did not pause, printing another contract while explaining, "If you agree to the loan, this salary will be fully covered by Sheffield United, and there will also be additional bonus clauses. For instance, after appearing in 10 matches for the club, your weekly salary will increase to £8,000. After 20 matches, it will rise to £20,000. For every match played where the team earns 3 points, there will be a bonus of £3,000, and for a single point, £1,000. Scoring will net you £2,500, while assists will earn you £1,500. As he finished speaking, both Meyer and Gilbert visibly swallowed hard. "Agreed." Hans paused, realizing he might not need to elaborate further. He simply needed to present the contracts for them to sign. Indeed, the bonus standards and developmental opportunities offered by a professional team held immense allure for these youth players. Is it a championship team? That's a prime opportunity to raise one's market value. A mountain of cash amassed in pounds. Chapter 15. Signing bonus. Hans swiftly printed the loan contract, bound it together, and handed it to Meyer and Gilbert. Meyer scrutinized it carefully to ensure he was not being deceived. It was not that he mistrusted Arsenal and Sheffield United, but rather that he found it hard to believe his identity had transformed twice in a single day. From a trial player to a youth team member, and from a youth team member to a first-team player, and now he was receiving a loan from a championship team. His hands trembled slightly, enveloped in a mix of surprise and joy that a fool would not sign this contract. Even though he still faced significant pressure to improve his skills, and despite having just resolved to enhance his crossing and dribbling techniques, the prospect of refining his abilities while earning £800 a week at the Coney training base versus £2,500 a week at Sheffield United's first team was a choice most would make. He did not harbor illusions of stepping right into the championship. One must not aim too high, lest they invite disappointment. He would take his time to adapt, privately intensifying his skill development. As Meyer perused the contract, he resolved, His first goal was to be included in the matchday squad, to experience the professional stage up close. He was not in a hurry. His proficiency panel was his greatest asset. As long as he maintained discipline and dedication, he would continue to progress and eventually earn his chance. Suddenly, Meyer rested his hand on his chin, mimicking a star player in negotiations. Please inform Sheffield United that I expect a base weekly salary of £4,000. £500 does not meet my expectations. Gilbert whipped his head around, eyes wide in disbelief. Hans paused for a moment, then, with an expression of exasperation, pointed toward the door. Ha ha ha. The three erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, as they laughed, the joy in their eyes began to wane. Although they continued to chuckle, their thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Hans felt a swell of pride that his U17 team could produce 2 lone players for the championship, playfully patting both of their shoulders. For Meyer and Gilbert, however, there was a deeper acceptance of the emotions tied to their impending loan, a mix of excitement and anticipation for joining a professional team, coupled with the anxiety of uncertainty. All right, Hans smiled reassuringly, returning to the matter at hand. Moving from the youth team to the first team, and now to Sheffield United on loan, both of these transfers will come with a signing bonus. The bonuses attached to your youth contracts do not count toward this signing bonus. This will be your additional income, to be paid immediately by Arsenal and Sheffield.as for how to use it. I need not elaborate. I only hope you will utilize it wisely, perhaps to secure yourself a comfortable living arrangement in Sheffield. Meyer and Gilbert remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on Hans, eagerly anticipating the amount of the signing bonus. They were not yet in a position to negotiate terms with the club and were entirely new to this process, understanding little of its intricacies. Thus, they could only accept what the club offered. The total combined amount was £50,000 each. Hans extended 5 fingers, quickly calculating before continuing. After taxes, you will each receive £30,000. This includes the £40,000 loan fee paid by Sheffield United and an additional £60,000 from the club. No further words were needed. Suddenly, Gilbert sprang to his feet, as if fearing Hans might change his mind, rapidly extending his right hand. Pleasure to collaborate. Meyer also jumped up, unable to contain his grin, urging, sign quickly. After completing the signing, Meyer and Gilbert were given only half a day to pack and prepare. Exiting the administrative building, they exchanged smiles, saying little, and made their way back to their dormitories. There would be plenty of time to share experiences in the future. For now, it was best to settle everything promptly for their departure the next day. That night, Meyer packed all his belongings and strolled through the Coney training base, reflecting on the place he had called home for the past few months. When one has poured sweat and experienced the highs and lows in a location over an extended period, they inevitably develop an attachment to it. Moreover, Meyer had obtained the greatest turning point of his life here, truly altering his fate. A wave of reluctance washed over him at the thought of parting. More often than not, parting on a happy note evokes a stronger sense of nostalgia than leaving in sorrow. Leon, why did you hang up so quickly? Dialing his uncle's number, Meyer chose to share the joy of his day with his family, seeking to dilute the bittersweetness of the moment. A hearty voice resonated from the other end. Is there more good news? It seemed they had yet to fully emerge from the elation of hearing that nephew earned an $800 weekly salary. For an ordinary family sustaining 4 children, having a child who could not only earn enough to support himself through his beloved sport, but also occasionally contribute to the household was indeed a momentous occasion. A hint of a smile crossed Meyer's lips as he sensed the emotions transmitted from the other side. His voice slightly trembling, Sheffield United wishes to loan me. I just signed the contract this afternoon. Following closely was the demanding January schedule, the most arduous league in the world. £500 a week. After taxes, it should be about £1,500 over a year, assuming 52 weeks. His uncle's voice quivered in response. Leon, do not jest with me. Is this truly the case? Meyer's phone? Brother. The cacophony on the line suggested that his aunt and younger sister had crowded around his uncle. It is true, and this is not the end. Meyer inhaled deeply and continued, if I make 10 appearances for Sheffield, I could earn $8,000 a week. 20 appearances would yield 20,000. Oh. The commotion on the other end suggested his uncle was on the verge of fainting as a flurry of sounds followed. Leon, supporting your football career is the greatest fortune of my life. I have always felt guilty for not providing you with the best conditions, but thankfully you have made your own way. Keep striving. Take care of yourself first, then think of home. deeply grateful that you still consider us. If there are matches, be sure to inform us in advance." His aunt and sister, seemingly anxious, repeatedly inquired what was happening. Why there was so much to discuss. It was not until his uncle elaborated on the situation that his aunt fell silent, as if in a state of shock. Only his younger sister Ava, with her innocent spirit, gleefully exclaimed, "Brother is amazing. Brother is going to buy me pizza." Listening to the voices from the other end, Meyer smiled knowingly, enveloped in happiness. To give was to feel truly alive in this world. Tomorrow, the journey begins. Chapter 16. If one day I represent Sheffield, I will give it my all. The following morning, a gentle breeze swept through the Kearney training base, rustling the sleeves and hair of passers-by. Meyer, pulling his suitcase and carrying a black bag, bid farewell to teammates and coaches. Gilbert walked alongside him. From this day forward, they would truly become comrades under the same roof. Having heard that the base had produced players moving to the championship, they were eager to witness it firsthand. Stay safe, and be sure to call once you arrive at Sheffield United. Coach Hans waved at Meyer and Gilbert, delivering the usual farewell platitudes. Be strict with yourselves. I will keep an eye on you. Good luck, Gilbert. Score a goal in the championship. Captain, farewell. The other players waved goodbye, but it was mostly directed at Gilbert. Although Meyer's powerful performance had somewhat won them over, their feelings towards him were more complex. There was no pure admiration. Envy mingled with admiration. Even their farewells seemed reluctant. In an instant, their positions shifted, and the words exchanged previously felt like mere jokes. Yet, Meyer appeared unperturbed by this. Coach Hans, the shoes. He approached Coach Hans without any awkwardness over the lack of blessings, smiling as he handed over the black bag. I forgot that day. Here it is today. You are quite wealthy now, so I shall not decline. Hans accepted the bag, patting Meyer on the back. I hope you find opportunities there. The greater your value, the more valuable these shoes will be to me. I hope they become a part of my collection one day. I hope so too. Meyer exchanged a fist bump with Hans and shared a brief embrace before turning to leave with Gilbert. There, Scout Jorson from Sheffield United leaned against a pickup truck, hands in pockets, striking a rather stylish pose as he awaited their arrival. Jorson appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and with the charm of a mature man, accentuated by the lines etched on his face by time. Get in, lads. Jorson flipped his sunglasses from the back of his head to his eyes. Don't mind my old pickup. You'll be comfortable once we reach the station. Meyer and Gilbert nodded, placing their luggage in the truck's bed before preparing to board. As Meyer opened the door, Gilbert suddenly paused, turning to the group at the base entrance. Wait for my good news. You must watch my match live. Absolutely. We will, came the chorus of voices as Gilbert took one last lingering glance before climbing into the truck. Once the noise subsided, the crowd lingered, their gazes fixed on Meyer. Their expressions still complex, yet seemingly hopeful for him to say something. Meyer noticed their anticipation but did not shy away. His gaze swept over each face, including Ian and the few past adversaries, meeting their eyes equally. Everything had changed, and so had his mindset. Good luck, brothers. He extended his right arm, fist clenched. See you on the professional stage. With a bright smile, as if all burdens had been lifted, Meyer boarded the truck and closed the door. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted once more. Meyer, go for it. Make sure to show those seasoned championship players your long-range prowess. Leaning against the window of the truck, Meyer chuckled softly, thinking of them as a group of children. Time flies. They would surely remember this day as the truck traversed the road. It hit a few bumps. It was an old pickup, with some parts likely malfunctioning. Jorson drove with one hand while the other rested outside, feeling a certain indescribable sensation through the speed. Why don't we just drive straight to Sheffield? Gilbert, a native of Leicester, was familiar with England, estimating it to be about a 3-hour drive. Athletes aren't that fragile. Gilbert waved a hand dismissively, turning to Meyer. What do you think? Should we just drive there? Sounds good. Meyer readily agreed, smiling. I want to see the scenery along the way. Be careful, they both admonished in unison, not caring about other matters, which did not mean they disregarded this. Jorson was once a football player himself, having been part of Sheffield United in his youth, though he was not particularly renowned. From his introduction, Meyer sensed an unwavering passion for Sheffield, a devotion that was palpable. This season had not been kind to Sheffield. Several players had departed, leaving only 4 from last season's core roster. After some casual conversation, Jorson shifted to a more serious tone. explaining, "The club currently faces challenges, and for you too, this presents an opportunity, as it means the difficulty of gaining playing time has significantly decreased. As for the second point, although you may not know me well yet, I still wish to say, if you ever have the chance to represent Sheffield, give it your all. I do not wish to see the team relegated." By this time, the pickup had entered Sheffield city centre, where numerous classical British-style buildings came into view. Gilbert was about to respond, but Jorson continued, "In a sense, you two are the team's last hopes. I certainly won't let your efforts go unrewarded. That would make me seem greedy. You can wait until you're more familiar with me before agreeing." Jorson turned to them again, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Their destination was soon reached. Meyer and Gilbert had wanted to express that giving their all for the team was a fundamental quality of a player. However, seeing Jorson's demeanor, it seemed he harbored some obsession or concern he could not let go of. So they refrained from elaborating further. The pickup eventually halted in front of a hotel where they would stay the night. "The rooms are already booked. You two head upstairs to rest." Jorson got out to help them unload their luggage, adding, "I'll look for rental housing nearby and take you to see it tomorrow." "Thank you." They expressed their gratitude, and Meyer reminded him, "The monthly rent should be around $3,000. Our salaries are not very high at the moment." They had previously discussed living together for mutual support. The rent and utility expenses are to be shared, with the stipulation that the rent must not exceed an excessive portion of the weekly salary. Naturally, they aspire to reside in a luxurious villa at the earliest opportunity. However, their current salaries seem insufficient to sustain such indulgence. "Let us first settle in, and once our wages are increased, we may enhance our living environment." Chapter 17. Gilbert's Enlightenment and Crosses on July 2 ND, in the heart of Sheffield, Cherry Street. This is a 9-story British architectural marvel, conveniently located with an array of essential amenities and featuring a large gym on the ground floor. Their residence is on the 6th floor, approximately 115 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, all adorned with modern decor and fully furnished. It can be said that this abode fulfills all the requirements of Meyer and Gilbert. Once everything was settled, Meyer and Gilbert reclined on the plush sofa, taking a moment to rest. Jorson was also nearby, having assisted them throughout the day. "Thank you, Jorson." Meyer expressed his gratitude, to which Gilbert added a wave of acknowledgement. Jorson shook his head dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, then rose to approach the window, pointing towards a certain direction. "Do you see Bramall Lane Stadium? From here, you can catch a glimpse of its rooftop." "Is that Bramall Lane?" Meyer asked, somewhat taken aback as he moved to the window, having previously overlooked the view outside. Bramall Lane is the home ground of Sheffield United, capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators for matches. On game days, the vicinity is alive with the vibrant sounds of fans, brimming with the red spirit of Sheffield United. Indeed, it is a stadium constructed in the city centre. Jorson smiled proudly, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia. "I served there for 7 years, making 92 appearances to this moment." Gilbert approached, his gaze filled with hope. "I wish to make my appearances there too, not too many. Just 10 will suffice. Is it because of the 8K weekly wage?" He pondered aloud. That must be an entirely different experience. The throngs of fans singing resounding anthems, each encounter and brilliant moment igniting an uproar of cheers. The emotions of tens of thousands converge, awaiting that one goal to ignite their passion, culminating in an ecstatic eruption. "Regardless, you will both have your chance," Jorson said, stepping away from the window to retrieve the keys from the coffee table. "Come, let me take you to the training facility for a preview." As they were about to leave, Meyer suddenly called out to Gilbert, seemingly recalling something. "Why not bring your football boots along for a few kicks?" Gilbert paused, glancing at Jorson beside him. "Is that all right?" For individuals who engage with football daily, a day or two without kicking a ball can indeed leave one feeling restless. "Of course," Jorson replied with a smile. Nodding. "A professional team certainly cannot restrict players from playing. The team assembles on July 10th, and prior to that, you can utilize the first team's training grounds at your leisure. Should you wish to continue training afterwards, there's no restriction. Simply head to other pitches not in use." Meyer and Gilbert exchanged knowing smiles and began rummaging through their luggage for their boots. By the way," Meyer exclaimed as he reached his suitcase, "I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot to buy football shoes." How could he have overlooked such a matter that had been on his mind for so long? "What should we do?" Gilbert asked, crouched in front of his own suitcase. "Buy some," Jorson suggested. There's a street specializing in sports goods just 2 miles away. Let us go, Meyer declared, waving his hand, and the three of them set off energetically towards the shopping street. Half an hour later, they emerged from the street, each clutching at least 4 shoeboxes, their gait somewhat awkward, resembling shoe merchants restocking their wares. Gilbert thought to himself that had he known it would turn out this way, he would have lent Meyer a pair of his own shoes first. Jorson also regretted mentioning the existence of the nearby specialty store, realizing that Meyer was quite the collector. Hurry up! Only Meyer strode ahead with an air of contentment. A warm smile plastered on his face, occasionally urging the others to keep pace. He felt liberated, no longer worried about whether his football shoes would fall apart or if he had sufficient funds to purchase new ones. At 2:30 p.m., Sheffield Training Base. With few people around, Jorson greeted the gatekeeper and drove directly to the first team's training ground. Meyer and Gilbert alighted from the vehicle, carrying their football shoes, and surveyed their new training facility where they would spend the next year. In terms of scale, Sheffield United's training base cannot compare to the Coney training facility, and its amenities are not entirely comprehensive. However, the environment is beautiful, rich in greenery, exuding a sense of tranquility. Not bad. It's quite close to our residence, Meyer remarked, closing his eyes to take a deep breath of fresh air before stepping onto the training field, feeling the grass beneath his feet. What shall we practice? During the warm-up, Gilbert looked at Meyer with curiosity. On the way here, I realized that once we arrive at the club, I must train with you every day. I will follow your lead completely, as your training results speak for themselves. Meyer pondered for a moment, glancing at Gilbert's innocent expression with a smirk. All right, I'll cross for you to head it. Then we'll do one-on-one. I'll attack, you defend. Gilbert nodded, self-importantly adding, after a few sets, we can switch, right? No, Meyer countered, no switching. Gilbert furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before stating, is it because focusing on one skill for an extended period accelerates improvement? I understand. You indeed have a method. Meyer's gaze flickered slightly as he regarded him, choosing not to respond further. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of passing soon resonated throughout the training ground, yet few could accurately deliver a cross for Gilbert to head towards the goal. Most of the balls were met with him having to turn sideways to volley or simply leap to catch. The quality simply was not high. After half an hour, Gilbert could no longer contain himself. How about I take a turn passing for a while? Here it comes, Meyer shouted in response, accompanied by a football soaring through the air. With no option but to endure the monotony, Gilbert persevered, exerting every effort to simply receive Meyer's crosses. Gradually, he realized that by observing Meyer's body positioning and footwork, he could discern where the cross would likely land. At a certain moment, a flash of realization crossed his eyes. Followed by disbelief and trepidation, it seemed he could now anticipate the landing point. Don't just stand there, Meyer called out as he delivered another ball, just as he was about to inquire about Gilbert's sudden silence. Familiar words appeared before him. Skill. Cross LV1 proficiency. 29-100, effect. You are gradually realizing that as a winger, possessing a good cross is essential. You begin to train diligently day and night, yet your accuracy and quality still leave much to be desired. Chapter 18. Cross LV2 and Bicycle Kick LV2. The cross is delivered, Meyer sighed in relief, having monotonously passed for an hour. Finally achieving the proficiency panel for crossing. AS stated in the effect, a cross is undoubtedly a crucial skill for a winger. The winger who cannot cross effectively is essentially crippling their own progress. Even the world-renowned Robin, known for his cutting shots, possesses a commendable crossing ability, occasionally executing low crosses to confound defenders. The key is that defenders must remain vigilant, for if given the chance to aim a cross, penetrating their defense becomes a manageable task. This is also one of the reasons for Robin's high success rate when cutting in. Defenders cannot afford to let their guard down. One moment of hesitation or anxiety, and Robin has already cut in for a shot. Meyer aimed to elevate his crossing to LV3 before the season commenced. Matching the quality of his long-range shots, he formulated a plan, envisioning a future where, even in the championship, he would not falter. Seizing opportunities to shoot while passing when possible would serve a functional purpose for the team. He believed that securing playing time should not be overly challenging. Gradually acclimating to the championship, he would compete for a starting position, striving to accumulate data that would enhance his reputation and market value at Sheffield United. The world eagerly awaits the tales of the young and accomplished. Although Meyer was not in a rush, understanding that progress must be made step by step, he still hoped to expedite his journey, ready to continue. Without overthinking, Meyer approached Gilbert. "Let us do a one-on-one. We can practice crossing another time." He wished to refine the dribbling skills he had planned earlier, and once he developed a breakthrough ability, he would not feel the pressure to cultivate new skills for the time being. Once these skills were elevated to around LV3, along with his strength, he would be prepared. With the recent realization invigorating him, Gilbert was now wholeheartedly convinced of Meyer's training methods, lowering his center of gravity as he stood before Meyer. "I am not particularly skilled at defending. It is my weak point. You are welcome to use me as practice, and I can learn tackling through you." Meyer hesitated briefly, understanding through training in shooting and passing that each major skill category must encompass several subskills. For instance, shooting is not limited to merely long-range shots. It also includes volleys, headers, and curved shots. The same applies to passing. Dribbling techniques encompass far more than just dribbling. This might even be the category with the most subcategories. Given the multitude of dribbling styles available, how, then, should he make his selection? As a winger, the two most common one-on-one scenarios are breaking to the byline and cutting in. Narrowing down the options, Meyer proceeded to contemplate the fluidity of his movements. Without a doubt, the answer was to perform a bicycle maneuver. Thud, thud. With a deft flick of his foot, he propelled the ball forward and dashed towards Gilbert, his left leg circling the ball before his right followed suit. Whack! Gilbert swiftly extended his leg, cleanly intercepting the ball beneath Meyer's feet. Meyer abruptly lost his balance, stumbling awkwardly for a few steps before regaining composure and seizing the ball once more. Facing Gilbert as he initiated the bicycle move again. Time and again, he was thwarted. Time and again, he faltered. Sweat accumulated on his brow, each drop cascading down, some even finding their way into his eyes, causing considerable discomfort. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Gilbert interjected. "Why not try a different move? Your bicycle technique is rather lackluster. I dare say even Mr. Wenger could intercept it with ease. If you varied your approach, it would be far more challenging for me, as defending is my weak point." Meyer waved his hand dismissively and resumed his bicycle training, continuously altering the number of maneuvers to prevent Gilbert from growing too bored. Another 20 minutes passed, with Gilbert mechanically intercepting the ball time after time, leaving him genuinely perplexed, unable to grasp any deeper insights. Whack! It was only when he once more intercepted Meyer that the latter finally paused. Wiping the sweat from his brow and collapsing onto the ground, Gilbert sat beside him, stroking his chin in contemplation. He was a thoughtful individual. After a long silence, he suddenly looked up. Could it be a matter of physical conditioning? Meyer, skill, bicycle LV1, proficiency, 43-100, utility. As an attacking player, mastering dribbling techniques is essential. You have begun to diligently practice the bicycle maneuver, yet your progress remains minimal, and you yearn for the day of advancement. In the days that followed, the duo frequently traversed between their residence and the training facility, gradually becoming acquainted with their surroundings. Sheffield was an industrial city, still adorned with numerous buildings and factories from the last century, imparting a vintage ambience to the streets. Yet, it was also renowned as a university town, with fresh faces from around the globe infusing the area with vibrant energy, rendering it quite lively. Indeed, one could aptly bestow upon it the title of a sports city. The names of Sheffield United and Sheffield Wednesday echoed throughout the European football scene. Meyer gradually acclimated to this place. His adaptability was robust, and with Gilbert as his companion, he felt far from lonely. With the player assembly day yet to arrive, they immersed themselves daily in Sheffield United's first-team training ground, honing their skills on the exceptionally well-maintained grass. Jorson often accompanied them, appearing rather unoccupied lately, likely due to a lack of tasks from the club. On July 8th, just 2 days before the assembly day, at the Sheffield United first-team training ground, after delivering a cross, a peculiar sensation surged through Meyer's right ankle and leg, compelling him to tense his foot and tighten his knees. Skill, curved cross LV2, proficiency, 1-300, utility. Through extensive practice, you have gradually discovered how to impart a curve to your crosses. In situations of minimal resistance and ample observation, you can occasionally deliver high-quality curved crosses. Thud, thud. Meyer remained undeterred and did not lament. Instead, he picked up the ball and took several kicks. With the two of them training together, The conditions were perfect for minimal resistance and ample observation. Each of his crosses arced gracefully, landing precisely on Gilbert's forehead. Gilbert barely needed to move to execute a powerful header on goal. The quality of those crosses, Gilbert was somewhat bewildered. As someone who trained with Meyer daily, he was acutely aware of his crossing abilities. Had Meyer suddenly gained insight again? Just a few days ago? He had experienced a similar surge in skill with the bicycle maneuver. No. It's simply that you're reading the play well and heading accurately, Meyer humbly replied, waving his hand. Having initially achieved a high proficiency with the bicycle maneuver, he had reached LV2 2 days prior. Now, with his crossing skill also advancing to LV2 today, his capabilities had significantly improved once more. By now, he possessed numerous skills. Powerful shot LV3, robust LV2, curved cross LV2, and fluid bicycle LV2. If only they could all reach LV3, he could surely establish himself in the championship. Meyer once again lay on the soft grass, relishing the sensation of the lush blades against his cheek, gazing blankly at the azure sky. Unbeknownst to him, Gilbert repeatedly raised his eyebrows in astonishment, leaping slightly to gauge his own jumping ability. Ultimately, he spread his hands wide, pondering. Could I possess the potential for aerial dominance? Chapter 19. Gary Speed. On July 10th, the day of assembly for Sheffield United finally arrived. The training facility buzzed with excitement from the morning, filled with animated chatter. Numerous fans had gathered early, brandishing signs in eager anticipation of obtaining autographs and photographs with their beloved stars. Meyer arrived clad in athletic wear, in high spirits. He had long admired Sheffield United and was thrilled to finally have the opportunity to officially integrate. Let us go inside, he suggested. Jorson followed closely behind Meyer and Gilbert, explaining. Today's agenda consists of 3 main activities: medical examinations, photo shoots, and an intra-squad match in the afternoon. An intra-squad match in the afternoon? Meyer pondered. Perhaps he and Gilbert had yet to grasp the challenges the club faced. Jorson shook his head, pursing his lips. Including you two, there are 6 loan players and 4 free signings in this season's Sheffield United squad. Nearly half of the first team. With such a makeshift team, if the coaching staff does not familiarize themselves quickly, they may struggle to conduct even the pre-season training. Meyer had indeed not anticipated that the illustrious blade Sheffield United would encounter such predicaments this season. One would expect that a club with such a rich history, free from financial crises and boasting commendable recent performance, would be quite attractive to players. How did they experience a personnel crisis following last season's promotion failure? Could it be internal discord? He glanced at Jorson, seeking to gauge the veracity of his suspicions through the other's expression. To his surprise, Jorson did not conceal the truth, offering a wry smile. Indeed? The conflict between head coach Kevin and the players is nearly irreconcilable. The management is preparing to replace him, though I am unaware of the exact timeline. Is that so? Gilbert exclaimed, wide-eyed. The news was indeed sensational. That's not exactly a secret. Even the identity of his successor is declassified. When Jorson spoke of this, his tone shifted, now infused with admiration. Gary Speed. You should be quite familiar with him. It's him. Meyer's expression shifted, not just Gilbert, who had grown up in England, but even he had heard of this name. A living legend of English football, the first to achieve 500 appearances in the top flight. A player who scored in every season for 18 consecutive campaigns. And the enigmatic young manager who tragically took his own life while with the Welsh national team. He has joined Sheffield United? Gilbert's expression turned exuberant. It seemed he was a fan of Speed. I thought he was still playing. He is still playing. Jorson glanced at them, proudly elaborating. Mr. Gary Speed is a registered player with the club, concurrently serving as the first assistant coach. In the absence of a sports director, he could even be considered a half-sports director. Without needing further explanation, Meyer discerned that Jorson was likely aligned with Speed's faction, having a mediocre relationship with the current head coach. You will meet him shortly. It was he who made the decision to sign you, Jorson concluded. He quickened his pace towards the medical examination room, which was already bustling with people. An hour later, the trio completed their medical assessments and headed toward an administrative building. Next is the photo shoot, I presume? Gilbert asked eagerly. Is it the kind of photos used to introduce the starting lineup during broadcasts? He mimicked the poses of stars crossing their arms and grinning broadly, which appeared rather comical. Not just that, they will also be used for creating pre-match posters and player profiles. Jorson patiently explained to the 2 newcomers. Having taken on the role of their guide over the past few days, Meyer and Gilbert, recalling his earlier remarks in the car, had already come to understand. He seemed intent on earning their contributions to Sheffield United this season through his investment in them. The three of them refrained from revisiting the matter, maintaining a tacit understanding amongst themselves. Meyer felt that Jorson's handling of the situation was somewhat imprudent. It was indeed challenging for two newcomers to bear the weight of saving the team. Moreover, they were not star players. They couldn't simply step in to provide technical assistance, making it unlikely for them to contribute without effort. However, individuals can exhibit irrational behavior when driven by extreme affection or hatred. Arsenal provides a prime example of this, Mr. Wenger. Nevertheless, let us proceed with a brief signing ceremony first. Jorson led them to the administrative building, directing them towards the media room, where Mr. Gary Speed had been awaiting their arrival. Meyer felt a flicker of anticipation as he exchanged a quick glance with Gilbert before hastening to catch up. Both were eager to meet the esteemed veteran of the football world. With a creak, Jorson swiftly pushed open the door to a room, gesturing for them to enter. Before their eyes lay a media room of approximately 100 square meters, stark and desolate, with only a few cameras, presumably owned by the club, standing idle. For young talents just emerging from the youth team, lacking any data from professional matches, it was indeed a challenge to capture the attention of the media. However, this remarkable first experience filled Meyer with a sense of novelty and excitement. He surveyed the room before his gaze settled on the front, where stood a middle-aged man clad in a navy blue suit, adorned with a blue and white striped tie and a crisp white shirt. His physique was striking, exuding an air of competence, yet a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes. "Welcome, both of you." Gary Speed managed to smile as he approached, extending his hand. "I should have met you earlier, but I was away for a while." "Good day, sir," Meyer replied as he stepped forward to shake his hand, followed by a brief shoulder embrace before moving aside. "The club warmly welcomes your presence," Gary Speed said with a smile, placing two contracts before them. "You are the last two signings of this season and the final reinforcements for the team. I hope you find happiness here." He then picked up a pen and opened the contract before him, stating, "I trust you have already reviewed the details at Arsenal. Once the signing is complete, you will officially be members of Sheffield United." Meyer nodded slightly, taking the pen beside him and signing his name in multiple places on the contract. Click, click. The club staff behind them quickly pressed the shutter of their cameras, capturing the moment. After the contracts were signed, Gary Speed rose, retrieving two brand new jerseys from beneath the table and handing them to the two players. "Let us take a commemorative photograph." Meyer accepted his number 31 jersey, a choice he had made prior to his arrival, as July 31st marked his birthday, which was fast approaching. ASA Winger, the most coveted jersey numbers were undoubtedly 7 and 11. However, those numbers had long been claimed by more seasoned players in the club, leaving a newcomer like him with little chance of securing them. Holding the jersey, Meyer positioned himself to Gary Speed's left, displaying a genuine smile. Gilbert stood on the right, equally radiant. Click, click. The camera shutter clicked rapidly, flashes illuminating the room, capturing this moment. The two young men in the frame wore expressions of joy, their eyes sparkling with aspirations and dreams for their future. As for the middle-aged man in between, he wore a weary yet hopeful smile, giving a thumbs up. Every first deserves to be remembered, and this day was no exception. Chapter 20. Team Training Match, Drawing Swords. Following the signing ceremony, Meyer and the others proceeded to the team's photography room. Donning their new jerseys for the season's promotional photo shoot, it was a moment filled with laughter and joy, with the two either standing with hands on hips, their expressions serious, or raising a fist in a fierce display of enthusiasm. At times, they even mimicked dribbling and shooting actions. Ha ha ha. Despite the photographer's repeated reminders, laughter echoed throughout the room. Having completed the shoot, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Under Jorson's guidance, they headed to the team cafeteria for their first meal on the club's expense. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Sheffield first team training ground buzzed with activity. Players began to arrive clad in their jerseys. Some approached in groups of 3 or 4, laughing and joking, while others came alone, seeking companionship among equally solitary figures. A tense atmosphere began to spread, as everyone understood the significance of this training match for the upcoming season. Meyer and Gilbert arrived together, observing as the training had yet to commence, with players practicing basic passing drills to warm up. Before long, a tall, slightly portly elderly man with snow-white hair arrived, carrying a tactical board. He was followed by several assistant coaches, including Gary Speed, who was dressed in formal attire. Meyer recognized this must be the team's head coach, Mr. Kevin. Peep. Kevin blew his whistle, signaling everyone to gather around him, then began to manipulate the tactical board in his hands. Once everyone was close, he lowered the board and declared, "There are many new faces in the team. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Kevin Blackwell, the head coach. You may not know me well yet, but we have plenty of time to get acquainted." As he spoke, Meyer discreetly observed Gary Speed's expression, noting its neutrality, unchanged from their initial meeting. "All right, I have done some research on each of you," Kevin continued, picking up the tactical board once more. "You all know what we are doing today. Here are the team assignments." He spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Avoiding unnecessary chatter. Formation is 3-4-3. The red team consists of goalkeeper Axelu, defenders Andy Taylor, Loughton, midfielders Gilbert, Quinn. The red team was swiftly assigned, and upon not hearing his name, Meyer deduced he would be in the yellow team. "Good luck." Gilbert smiled at him, giving a fist bump. "Don't try to bicycle past me again." Meyer chuckled knowingly, confident he would eventually outmaneuver him. Reflecting on his progress, Gilbert raised an eyebrow, nodding, "I believe that. But not right now." Yellow team, Kevin's voice rang out again, hoarse yet resonant. Goalkeeper Robert, defenders Carl Vey, Chris Morgan, midfielders Janihans, Montgomery, forwards Meyer, Evans, Ward. Once he finished reading the names, 2 players were left on the bench. Waiting, Kevin tucked away the tactical board, gesturing for the teams to organize their warm-ups, which would commence in 15 minutes. Meyer donned the yellow jersey and moved to the half of the field designated for the yellow team, engaging in simple jogging, stretching, passing, and shooting drills with his teammates. Throughout the process, communication was limited to the field, with no private conversations taking place. Given the multitude of unfamiliar faces, it felt more like a trial match than a pre-season training session for a professional team. Meyer observed his new teammates, noting that they largely fit his preconceived notions of players in the championship. Most were robust and physically imposing, with few exhibiting finesse. It seemed their style of play leaned towards a direct and aggressive approach. Favoring long balls over intricate plays, he took a deep breath, using the warm-up to adjust his mindset, eager for a good opportunity to showcase his skills. Peep, peep. At last, Kevin blew his whistle twice, signaling the end of warm-ups. The players jogged to their designated positions, awaiting the match to begin. Today, Meyer was assigned the left winger position, his forte, which he assumed was due to Jorsen's discussions with the club. He continued to regulate his breathing, hoping to leave a favorable first impression on the coaching staff and his teammates. Peep. Finally, Kevin blew the whistle to commence the match. The red team's center forward initiated the kickoff from the center circle, with Gilbert receiving the ball, turning, and passing it sideways to the wing midfielder. The formation shifted seamlessly, with defensive players converging towards the ball carrier to compress space and restrict the opponent's passing options. The attacking side aimed to stretch the field and create room for receiving the ball. The tactical battle unfolded in real time. A single misstep could present a lethal opportunity for the opponent. The stakes were higher in matches of greater caliber, and the cost of errors escalated. Bam! Meyer had only taken a few steps forward when he saw the opposing wing midfielder launch a long pass, sending the ball behind him. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze to the nearby teammate, only to see the opponent intercept the ball, directing it toward his position. Meyer burst into action, determined to control the ball before the opponent could catch up. Swoosh! Yet he was unprepared for the opponent's sliding tackle from behind, which sent him tumbling to the ground while simultaneously clearing the ball out of bounds. The referee, Coach Kevin, chose not to blow the whistle, deeming such contact a normal part of the championship's physicality. "Are you all right, young man?" A clear voice rang out as Meyer looked up to see the midfielder who had just tackled him extending a hand. "Get up." There was no malice in the opponent's eyes. He seemed to regard the incident as inconsequential. Meyer accepted the assistance, regaining his footing and sprinting back to his position. Adrenaline surged through him, fueling his body with energy, a primal instinct urging him to compete. Bam! Following the throw-in for his team, the ball swiftly transitioned from the left flank to the right, then a long pass was sent in his direction. As expected, Meyer failed to connect with the ball, which sailed out of bounds. He raised his hands in apology to his teammates before turning to intently watch the opposing midfielder preparing to take the throw-in. His competitive spirit ignited. The opposing wing midfielder noticed his eagerness and deliberately threw the ball away from Meyer's position. Mine. Suddenly, Evans, the yellow team's center forward, dashed in from the center, intercepting the ball before the red team's midfielder could react. Securing it down the flank, Meyer reacted swiftly, recognizing the opportunity, and sprinted toward the center position that Evans had just vacated. There, a space had opened up, beckoning him. Here, upon reaching his position, he had barely uttered a word when he beheld Evans's precise pass arriving at his feet. Casting a glance at the goal, he deftly maneuvered the ball to his right. Now is the moment, thud. All the tension and excitement coalesced into a surge of power directed towards the football before him. Meyer gritted his teeth and swung his leg in a sweeping arc, unleashing a ferocious strike with the instep of his foot. The ball hurtled towards the near corner of the goal with a deafening roar. No. The red team's midfielder, Gilbert, intended to caution his teammate against allowing Meyer an unpressured shooting opportunity, but he had scarcely spoken a word before Meyer's shot was already unleashed. The angle was not particularly acute, yet the sheer force of the shot, combined with the goalkeeper's lack of readiness, caught him completely off guard. Whoosh! The ball struck the net, producing a crisp and melodious sound. 1-0. The yellow team took the lead. Oh! Most of the yellow team players were quick to react. The moment the ball hit the net, they spread their arms in awe and rushed towards Meyer. Chapter 21. Observation LV1. This lad possesses quite a kick. Doesn't he? The yellow team's center forward, Evans, who had just provided the assist, was the first to arrive, exchanging a beaming high five with Meyer. Well played. Who would have thought the team could acquire such a long-range shooter during this summer transfer window? Indeed, our attacking strategies have gained yet another dimension. The midfield player, Janjahans, soon joined, adhering to the customary celebratory high fives and embraces, his laughter hearty, declaring, "We will rely on you in future battles." Most individuals do not harbor inherent malice towards strangers. In many instances, they actively display friendliness, especially when they sense strength in another. "Thank you." Meyer responded with a smile, eschewing any semblance of modesty, deliberately adopting a calm facade as if the goal had not surprised him at all. In a new environment, commencing anew in competition and social interactions necessitates the bold display of one's strengths, compelling others to perceive you as formidable. Thus, one can ultimately secure equal treatment and respect in the future. After attending to those who had come to celebrate, Meyer turned and strode towards his own half. Upon making eye contact with Gilbert, he allowed a grin to break through, reflecting his profound delight. The exhilaration of scoring in a championship-level training match, coupled with the surprise of seizing a scoring opportunity right from the outset, filled him with newfound confidence regarding his future. Moving forward, he intended to showcase all his virtues to the fullest. With this thought in mind, Meyer resolved to capitalize on the promising start he had made at his new club, striving for even greater heights. First impressions are of paramount importance. He aimed to engrave all his advantages firmly in the minds of the coaching staff. Be it the current head coach, Kevin, or the soon-to-be-appointed Garispid, as mentioned by Jolson. Naturally, he did not indulge in overconfidence. Aside from his long-range shooting, his other skills were still at a mere level 2, which undoubtedly paled in comparison to the caliber of championship players. For instance, his strength and dribbling abilities, often employed in one-on-one situations, could lead to mishaps if wielded carelessly, ultimately steering him away from his goals. However, crossing was undoubtedly a skill he could employ. This ability could be synergized with his teammates' performances as long as he sought opportunities to deliver crosses into the penalty area, even if they were not perfectly executed. There remained a chance for his teammates to inadvertently score if he could secure another assist. Achieving a tally of 1 goal and 1 assist, this training match would be nothing short of perfect for him. Meyer, a product of Arsenal's U17 academy, lifted his gaze to the recently goal-scoring Meyer, intrigue flickering in his eyes for this fascinating young man. Garispid, standing nearby, nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. When Jolson shared his observations about Meyer, I must admit I had my reservations, yet ultimately trusted his judgment. It now seems that the talent for powerful shooting he highlighted in his scouting report is indeed evident. Kevin, pursing his lips in agreement, felt a surge of admiration. He had yet to celebrate his 17th birthday, and even if he did not excel this year, his future appeared bright. Alas, we only have a 1-year loan period. Seemingly aware of what he was about to say, Garispid lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. As expected, Kevin shook his head with a hint of melancholy, sighing, "It is indeed regrettable that I am soon to depart from this team." This statement plunged the entire coaching staff into silence. The stillness lingered for over 10 seconds before being shattered. The board will likely take a look at your performance in the upcoming season. A certain assistant coach spoke up, his expression complex. If you can hold your ground, there may not necessarily be a termination of your contract. Oh, please. Kevin continued to shake his head, harboring little hope. The fans may be oblivious, but we, as coaches, are all too aware that this squad simply cannot compete at the championship level. Aside from Robert, Loughton, Evans, and Janihans, who possesses championship-caliber skills, professional leagues are fierce and unforgiving. And often, one cannot rely solely on reputation. What difference does it make if a player is loaned from Everton or Arsenal's youth academy? Even a loan from Real Madrid does not guarantee success. He opened his mouth to respond, yet a figure entered at the training grounds entrance. It was Jolson, who had been assigned to organize documents and rushed over as soon as he finished. "How is it going?" Jolson glanced at the swiftly moving players, assessing Meyer and Gilbert's states, appearing somewhat anxious. "The yellow team leads 1-0. Garispid took over the conversation, providing him with a satisfactory answer. Meyer scored with a long-range shot. "Really?" Delight surged in Jolson's eyes as he clapped his hands enthusiastically. "That's fantastic." Bang. On the pitch, Meyer seized an opportunity, adjusting the ball to his right foot on the left flank, delivering a cross. The quality was barely sufficient, merely reaching the center of the penalty area before being headed away by a red team defender, posing little threat. This was sufficient. All he needed was to demonstrate his ability to create opportunities through useful crosses. Even if his teammates seldom passed him the ball, he relentlessly sprinted forward whenever the chance arose, giving his all. The proficiency panel granted him not just skills but also a habit of focus and determination. Unable to bypass the opposing midfielder with dribbles and explosive speed, he resorted to continuously interspersing and disrupting play to create crossing opportunities for himself. This is the Championship League, one of the finest leagues in the UK. Meyer must take it seriously and exert every effort. Thus, he remained acutely aware of the opposing midfielder's movements and the flow of the ball, constantly adjusting his position to create space for receiving passes. Skill, observation LV1, proficiency, 21,300, utility. You are beginning to engage your mind to read the match, observing the situation on the field. However, due to limited match experience and a lack of extensive video analysis, you remain in the initial stages. As Meyer ran, he momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure, awakening a new skill, and it was a rather unique cognitive ability. With an initial proficiency of 300. Akin to physical skills, he felt a surge of excitement. The ability to observe, or rather, read the game could significantly enhance one's performance. Historically renowned players were not merely masters of a particular skill but also experts who grasped the nuances of football matches. Moreover, this ability might not necessitate deliberate practice like technical or physical skills, essentially allowing for automatic proficiency enhancement. Given the utility description, it was possible that analyzing video footage could also contribute to improvement. Meyer was notably attentive to this ability and promptly devised a plan. On days when he trained other skills and felt fatigued, he could watch match footage at home in the evenings, learning from the insights of other football maestros. Just then, the opposing front players executed a brilliant 2-on-2 combination on the flank, seamlessly playing one-touch passes to breach the defensive line and deliver a cross. Bang! A figure surged into the penalty area from just outside the line, leaping high to head the ball. However, the red team's forward capitalized on the opportunity for a follow-up, deftly nudging the ball into the net. Leveling the score at 1-1, Meyer smiled, not out of a lack of collective pride, but because it was Gilbert who had executed the crucial header point. One could envision that this lad would undoubtedly leave a significant impression on the coaching staff with that effort. Could it be that Gilbert had truly honed his poaching skills through daily training with him? Chapter 22. Assist. Garispid's appreciation. The first half concluded with a score of 1-1. After the break, Meyer and Gilbert sat together, hydrating and stretching to recuperate. Quite exhausting, isn't it? You could write a thesis on it. Beep. A whistle signaled the official commencement of the second half. Meyer, fully focused, resumed his tireless running. He was acutely aware that if he continued at this pace, he would likely cramp up after the 75th minute. Yet he remained unconcerned about managing his stamina. The importance of first impressions loomed large. He aimed to shine during this brief moment of brilliance rather than conserve energy to complete the match. After a while, he noticed that the players had become more familiar with one another in the second half. resulting in heightened synergy. Bang! In the 64th minute, Yellow Team midfielder Janahan suddenly launched a long pass, expertly finding Ward on the right flank. After controlling the ball, Ward surged into the penalty area, confronting the defense. Before the defenders could close in, he assessed Evans's position and delivered a pass. Bang! With a decisive flourish, Evans unleashed a powerful shake of his right foot, propelling the ball into the far corner of the net. Swish! 2-1. The Yellow Team, boasting superior overall strength and commanding possession, rightfully reclaimed the lead. Splendid! Meyer, basking in the glory of his teammates, generously lavished praise upon them as he sprinted towards Evans and his companions, joining in the jubilant celebration. Following the restart, the Red Team mounted a counterattack. Yet, after several fruitless offensives, they found themselves once again on the back foot. At this juncture, head coach Kevin opted to substitute 2 players from the bench, withdrawing Yellow Team's center forward Evans while replacing a Red Team defender. Observing the newly introduced players, Meyer felt a surge of confidence in his ability to contribute further. Kevin had executed a tactical switch that favored the Yellow Team's wing play. He replaced the less aerially adept Evans with a towering striker over 6 feet 3 inches tall, while substituting a Red Team defender more skilled in heading with a center back slightly taller than 6 feet. Was this an opportunity for the new striker to showcase his attributes? Meyer was more than willing to oblige, ready to exhibit his own strengths in tandem. With a smile, Meyer increased his intensity, his eagerness for delivering crosses reaching its zenith. With such a towering figure stationed centrally, his crosses became significantly easier, as long as the ball was sufficiently swift to evade the goalkeeper's grasp and of adequate height. Opportunities would surely arise, he exhaled deeply. The frustration of previous clearances dissipated, replaced by renewed hope. Boom. His next crossing opportunity came in the 71st minute of the match. Although it did not yield a goal, it resulted in a successful aerial challenge. The towering striker, caught slightly unprepared, leapt a moment too late, rendering his header weak and easily caught. Nevertheless, the Yellow Team's enhanced crossing threat post-substitution was immediately apparent. Well done, brother. Let us have more of those. The towering forward gave Meyer a thumbs up, appreciating the young lad's passing ability. Meyer waved back, only to notice that he seemed to have caught the attention of the opposing wide midfielder, who was shadowing him closely. If the center-back from the 3-man defense were to engage in a one-on-one matchup, it would signify a perilous moment for their backline. Throughout the match, Meyer had been matched against this midfielder, who, fortunately, had exerted more offensive pressure than defensive, sparing him from undue stress. But now, the situation appeared different. Loughton, you shall remember my name. Loughton had recognized the threat Meyer posed to his team's defense and was no longer dismissive. This was a robust young midfielder, exuding the essence of a core player, and it was he who had brought Meyer down at the start of the match. Meyer, undeterred, introduced himself as well, harboring little concern. As long as he denied Loughton a one-on-one opportunity, he still had a chance to distribute the ball effectively. The opportunity manifested in the 78th minute when the Red Team's midfielder intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack, surging towards the Yellow Team's defensive line. An impressive sight indeed. However, during a lateral transition, the pass lacked sufficient power, allowing Yellow Team's midfielder Jarnahans to intercept. The tide had turned, receiving the ball. Jarnahans promptly passed it to the unmarked Meyer on the wing, who then surged towards the baseline. Instead of crossing from the byline, he unleashed a strike from a 45-degree angle just outside the penalty area. Under everyone's gaze, the ball spiraled toward the goal, ultimately swishing as it found the net. Here it comes. 3-1. Yeah. After landing, the Yellow Team's towering striker erupted in jubilant shouts, rushing towards Meyer, exclaiming, "Nice, brother! Nice!" Meyer, equally elated, had secured 1 goal and 1 assist, unable to conceal his excitement despite attempts at composure. The two shared a familiar camaraderie, colliding chests in celebration. We are inseparable. Like a pair of legendary figures. The excited duo exchanged compliments, with Meyer patting the striker's shoulder, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Congratulations. Meanwhile, Loughton stood behind, visibly frustrated, never expecting Meyer to deviate from the conventional play. Don't most wingers prefer to take it to the baseline? Following that play, Meyer began to tire, prompting the coaching staff to bring Evans back on as a makeshift winger. After Meyer exited, he sprawled on the ground, towel in hand, stretching his leg muscles to prevent soreness the following day. Jolson approached, beaming with delight. unable to conceal his thoughts. "You truly surprised me, kid. 1 goal and 1 assist. What a commendable performance. If only this were in the championship league." Meyer's spirits lifted. Joking about his training match performance, he mused, "Wouldn't that instantly elevate his market value by 10,000? At 17, securing 1 goal and 1 assist in the championship would be remarkable." Jolson pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "Transfermarkt would immediately mark your value at €3 million. €3 million? Meyer raised an eyebrow, chuckling. It sounded enticing, but alas, this was not the championship. Gary Speed returned his smile, aware that for someone of Meyer's caliber, even such a simple expression conveyed volumes. He undoubtedly held Meyer's abilities and the talent exhibited at this age in high regard. "I believe you shall receive your opportunity this season." Speed delivered this affirmation while casting a glance at Jolson, advising, "Keep a close watch on them. Don't let those troublesome veterans lead you astray." Of course, Jolson nodded in agreement, watching as Speed departed. Once he was out of sight, Jolson excitedly approached Meyer, clapping him on the shoulder. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I feel like I've finally contributed to the team. All I wanted was an opportunity, right?" Meyer waved his hand dismissively, humorously quipping with his less-than-stellar jokes. "What I seek are goals and assists in the professional league, and a market value of €3 million. For some reason, his joy made him more inclined to jest. Skill. Observation LV1. Proficiency. 36,300. Casting a glance at the post-match skill progression, Meyer felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The rate of improvement exceeded his expectations. Chapter 23. Significant improvement in proficiency. Beep, beep, beep. Moments later, head coach Kevin blew the final whistle, summoning all players to his side. After completing his cool-down stretches, Meyer approached and stood alongside Gilbert. "The match quality was commendable," he remarked. Kevin's expression reflected approval as he encouraged, "One can discern some technical and tactical standards. There were few unreasonable ball-handling decisions. Particularly the performances of several new signings were surprisingly impressive." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the new recruits, pausing on 4 individuals, including Meyer and Gilbert. "I hope in this new season, we can unite our efforts and strive for excellence in the league." After delivering this motivational discourse, Kevin unfolded a tactical board, outlining the pre-season training schedule along with the general training regimen during the season. Pre-season training would entail 6 days a week, comprising 9 sessions, with Sundays off. During the season, training frequency would be variable but would consist of fewer than 9 sessions weekly, with recovery training scheduled for the mornings following each match and the afternoons reserved for rest. Upon concluding, he exhaled deeply, assuring that the specific timetable would be discussed with the coaching staff and distributed shortly. Meyer's brow furrowed, a sense of confusion and disbelief welling within him as he noted that many around him shared similar expressions. 9 sessions per week during preseason, yet fewer than 9 during the season? This training intensity could hardly meet the standards of a professional team, verging on laxity. In the Arsenal Youth Academy, they had 12 training sessions weekly. How could they downgrade to a lower frequency upon ascending to a higher competitive level in senior teams? With a day off tomorrow, training would commence the day after. Kevin, placing his hands behind his back, concluded with a farewell. "All right, best of luck to everyone. Until next training." He departed with several assistant coaches, while Gary Speed and Jolson exchanged profound glances before following suit, leaving the players behind. Was this old man attempting to regain the support of the veteran players? As soon as he left, veteran players voiced their discontent, muttering, "Last season nearly exhausted us, and now he is putting on the facade of a nice guy. Ha! Who would still heed his words?" Someone shook his head, venting, "Most of the good players are gone. Now we're left with a handful of has-beens and a few kids. That's just deserts." A chorus of complaints erupted, with most veterans expressing their animosity towards Kevin. They hoped he would fulfill his previous promise. If he couldn't lead them to promotion last season, he should never coach again. "I reckon he has lost interest in this line of work, merely biding his time for a payout from the club." After one match, they had largely accepted the new players. After all, they were now a family, and there was little that could not be said. As Meyer listened to their curses, he gradually discerned the tension between Kevin and the players. Gaining a clearer understanding, it seemed that Kevin's harshness last season had taken a toll on many players' physical well-being, as he continuously dangled the carrot of promotion to spur them into hard work. Ultimately, when promotion failed and the entire endeavor collapsed, the pent-up frustration of the players erupted. This situation, Meyer refrained from voicing his thoughts or inquiries. He was not privy to the entire truth, and speaking too much could lead to missteps. Regardless, it is merely a matter from the previous season, and there is no significant connection with him. It is sufficient to focus on one's own responsibilities. The limited number of training sessions is not necessarily detrimental to him, as it allows for more time to hone his skills. A voice emerged, and Evans approached, extending his hand alongside several teammates, introducing himself. Janjahans, he had just mentioned. Bolodinovic, a pleasure collaborating on that header. Male exchanged handshakes and light embraces with a few, also introducing himself, thus marking a preliminary acquaintance with his teammates. This certainly marks a commendable beginning. Both Evans and Janjahans appear to be seasoned members of the squad. Following a training match, the fact that several players took the initiative to befriend him serves as a testament to his impressive performance. Gilbert too managed to integrate into a small group within the red team, sharing laughter and camaraderie with his fellow players. Male, do you not feel that everything is progressing rapidly? Gilbert inquired, hands stuffed in his pockets. Chuckling with his head lowered. Especially you, advancing like a rocket. I suddenly struggle to discern your destination. I can see it clearly. Male proudly raised his chin and jested, but for now, I need to secure my place in the championship and aim for a market value of €3 million. The following day, the first training session of Sheffield United had yet to commence. Male's training began, as he and Gilbert entered an intense practice mode once more. Coach Kevin subsequently released the pre-season training schedule, consisting of a single session per day and 2 sessions on alternate days, each lasting 90 minutes. Male swiftly devised his own regimen, committing to 6 hours of additional practice on single days and 4 hours on double days, with the weekend determined by his physical condition. Sustained high-intensity training poses significant challenges to both body and mind. After all, one is not a machine, nor a beast of burden, capable of tirelessly toiling without respite, dedicating all but sleep to self-improvement. Male intended to fully utilize the mornings and afternoons for extra practice, while evenings would be spent finding leisure activities with Gilbert, such as watching matches, enjoying films, playing billiards, or shopping. Thus, the days passed, each one filled with purpose. On July 12, the World Cup final commenced at Soccer City Stadium in South Africa. Neither side found the net during regular time until the second half of extra time, when Fabregas delivered a brilliant pass to Iniesta, who, despite an initial miscontrol, swiftly adjusted to volley into the far corner, scoring the match winner. Spain, in a historic triumph, claimed the World Cup title. Samana Mina, Ed, Waka Waka. Ed, Samana Mina Zolo in the cozy confines of Cherry Street. Male and Gilbert seized a rare moment to enjoy a couple of beers, embracing as they sang the fiery songs of Shakira, Peake's wife. The two even indulged in a hint of delusion, celebrating as if they were part of the victorious team themselves. Fabregas. Gilbert shouted the name of the loyal former Arsenal player, kneeling with raised hands. His face flushed. Male too cheered for the exhilarating World Cup festivity, though he did not join in calling out the name of the Spanish midfielder. Calculating the days, it was nearing the time since the Fabregas jersey incident had surfaced. The professor and Arsenal had since faltered, losing all hope and direction. He remained an outsider to the events, and the current World Cup did not belong to him, nor did Arsenal. The Premier League and the World Cup felt like another distant realm, tantalizingly out of reach, yet perpetually beckoning him forward, drawing him closer to take steps toward it. With diligent effort and skill refinement, he aspired to one day become a central figure in these top-tier teams and prestigious events. On July 15, the jersey incident erupted. During the celebratory parade for the championship, Arsenal's captain Fabregas donned a Barcelona jersey, a betrayal of the highest order. Unfortunately, it was a feeble gesture in the days that followed. Gilbert fell into a deep silence, even losing his appetite. He tore down all posters related to Fabregas, frequently expressing his disdain, as his previous admiration transformed into a more intense loathing. On July 31st, the two bought several barrels of drinks and an array of delicacies to celebrate at home. Male finally welcomed his 17th birthday, gaining eligibility to learn to drive in the UK. Regrettably, he had neither the inclination nor the time for it. Skill: sturdy LV2 proficiency, 459-800, skill. Curved cross LV2 proficiency, 225-300, skill. Continuous dribble LV2 proficiency, 198-300. Observing the fruits of his recent efforts, Male took a hearty swig of his drink and, after a burp, declared, With the season commencing next month, I aim to compete for a starting position in the championship. By mid-next month, his curve cross and continuous dribble skills would reach LV3'd, based on his trials. LV3 skills would stand out even among championship players. At that point, there would be no doubt he would step onto the championship stage. Chapter 24. Precise Curve LV3. As August dawned, the Premier League and Championship were set to commence. At the Arsenal training base in Coney, within the coach's office, Wenger, ever with a cigarette in hand, leaned against the window, exhaling clouds of smoke, his face shadowed by worry and an unusual gloom. Assistant coach Phyllis stood behind him, gazing at the scattered scraps of paper and tactical boards, sighing deeply. The atmosphere in the office was stiflingly tense. The decade-long plan had disintegrated. Phyllis, feeling a pang of sympathy, spoke up, "The situation is still unfolding. Arsenal appears to be at a disadvantage in the tussle with Barcelona and Fabregas, and there seems to be no end in sight. What should we do? For the new season, let's continue to appoint him as captain and make one last attempt." Wenger replied, turning to look at the torn document of the decade plan, his heart aching. If there is no alternative, then he could not articulate the words that followed. Taking a few steps, the pain in his chest and the nausea in his stomach overwhelming him, nearly causing him to faint. This 10-year plan encompassed his aspirations for Arsenal's future, all his hopes. It included detailed proposals regarding economics, team building, honors, and more. He had relentlessly strived towards these goals. The keystone of the plan was none other than Fabregas. With his departure, everything would evaporate into thin air. Wenger. Phyllis rushed to support him, gritting his teeth. "We must find another Fabregas. Let us not speak of him any further." Wenger seated himself at the tea table by the window, waving the hand that held the cigarette dismissively, suggesting they discuss other matters. Phyllis pondered for a moment before approaching Wenger's desk, inserting his USB drive, and retrieving a document. "I have a monthly report on loan players that you ought to see." He swiftly clicked print, and once the printer ceased its activity, he organized the pages and handed them to Wenger. Meanwhile, his right hand did not pause. He quickly copied the decade plan summary that remained prominently on the desk into his USB drive for safekeeping. This was not a secret. He wished to preserve it as a glimmer of hope for the club. What if this plan could still be of use to the team? Even if just for a year or two? From Jolson. Mail and Gilbert are progressing rapidly, particularly the former, who has already demonstrated the capability to establish himself in the championship. The soon-to-be-appointed Sheffield United manager, Gary Speed, has taken a liking to him, and perhaps upon his arrival, an opportunity will present itself. This was a decision made by Wenger at the time. Phyllis chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. "I have not seen them play, so I am not familiar. There should be plenty of scouts idling about in the team." Wenger flipped through the subsequent reports before placing them on the desk, making arrangements. "The new season is about to begin. Help me find someone. Have them rush to Sheffield to observe whenever Mail and Gilbert are included in the match roster, and provide me with a detailed report. Isn't that a bit too unconventional?" Phyllis interjected. Wenger cast a weary gaze at him. Fatigue and helplessness etched across his face, yet he restrained his frustration. In Sheffield, on Cherry Street, the days filled with toil and enjoyment continued unabated. Mail did not relent in his endeavors. His world consisted solely of the sweat during training and the pleasure of relaxation, as time flowed past him like a river. On August 8th, Sheffield United faced off in the season opener of the championship. They hosted the Queen's Park Rangers, a team bolstered across multiple fronts, with sights set on the championship. At 6 that evening, having just finished extra training, Mail and Gilbert returned home, turned on the television, and tuned into the championship broadcast. "I still don't understand," Gilbert complained vocally. "Why were you not included in the squad? Coach Kevin often praises you, his admiration evident in his eyes. Why are you not even given a chance as a substitute?" Frankly, Mail, even a fool could see that a few games in the championship would allow you to outshine the starting left winger, Mark Yates. Mail remained remarkably composed, not dwelling on the matter. "Let's watch the game. We are quite close to Bramall Lane. Perhaps we can hear the cheers of the fans inside." It is not that he does not wish to be included in the roster. Rather, he has more joyous matters to attend to today. His crossing ability has reached level 3, skill, precise arc level 3, proficiency, 1/800, effect. The accumulation of extensive practice allows your crosses to attain the standard of professional playmakers, enabling you to produce exquisite arcs with slight adjustments on the flanks. creating aerial threats. This marks his second skill at level 3, further enhancing his overall capabilities. It is truly unnecessary for such an immutable circumstance to affect his mood and dampen his spirit to strive forward. Oh yeah. Soon after, a faint yet resounding cheer erupted from outside the room, a sound that seemed small yet reverberated with great force. Gilbert immediately sprang to the window, opening it to listen intently. The television broadcast experiences a delay. They are yet unaware of which team has scored. It is at Queen's Park. Mail deduced that Bramall Lane has a capacity of 30,000, with attendance regularly surpassing 20,000 for home matches. If they were to roar together, the sound would undoubtedly be far greater. Shortly thereafter, the television screen revealed a goal. A defensive blunder by Sheffield United gifted the opposing striker a clear opportunity, which he converted without hesitation. Not long after, the familiar sound echoed once more. This time, Gilbert could discern that it was likely another goal for Queen's Park Rangers. Anxiously, he began to pace in the room, concerned that his team might suffer a humiliating defeat. Witnessing his team succumb to disgrace in such a manner is a most uncomfortable experience. Nobody relishes their team losing, especially when one feels powerless or unable to intervene. Yet as that faint yet grand sound returned, both of them found it increasingly unbearable. It felt as if everything was unfolding right before their eyes. Their familiar teammates were battling on the pitch, yet they remained mere spectators. Anxiety began to seep into Mail's thoughts, encompassing both his team's predicament and his own future. Human desires are perpetually evolving. After departing from the Arsenal youth team, they encountered a broader world. Ascending to higher levels and securing more lucrative contracts, no one is willing to stagnate, especially when one begins to realize their own capabilities. Let's take a walk. Mail retrieved his headphones, called out to Gilbert, and then stepped outside. Gilbert quickly followed suit, also removing his headphones to keep pace with him. After descending the stairs, they walked for a while, just as Mail took off his headphones to alleviate the heat in his ears. They fortuitously heard another familiar cheer. Without needing to look, they understood. The team was trailing 0-4. Before long, they witnessed numerous fans clad in Sheffield United's red and white striped jerseys spilling onto the streets, seemingly leaving the match prematurely. They either discarded hats emblazoned with the team's emblem, tossed aside scarves, or muttered curses as they headed toward the pub for a drink to drown their sorrows. A heavy gloom settled over both of them. That night, the true strength of Sheffield United was laid bare before the public. Their facade was ruthlessly torn away by Queen's Park Rangers, shattering upon impact. Chapter 25. Bicycle Level 3, Perfecting the Training Regimen. The following day, on the weekend, Sheffield United's first team gathered at the training ground. Only 17 players showed up, and under Kevin's leadership, they engaged in post-match recovery training. With over 7 players opting to skip practice under various pretexts, it was clear that Kevin had lost control of the team. Many veteran players voiced their discontent through absenteeism, hoping the club would swiftly terminate his contract. Once the recovery session concluded, Mail carried a football to the adjacent field, where he and Gilbert engaged in additional drills focused on breakthroughs. He was eager to increase his training load on this day off. He longed to take the field, to establish his worth in the championship, and to contribute to the team he currently served. The feeling of waiting was unpleasant. Nobody enjoys a state of dormancy. Everyone yearns for a clear path ahead. Mail arranged the training equipment on the pitch, attempting to simulate real match conditions as he exerted himself to break through the marker cones. He continued to practice his bicycle technique, while Gilbert employed various other skills. Upon realizing that practicing against the cones yielded similar results, they ceased their joint practice. Ultimately, human endurance has its limits. Mail had a proficiency panel that allowed him to monitor his progress and results at any moment. Whereas Gilbert did not possess such a tool, if he were to spend all day defending against Mail's bicycle technique, he would surely find it unbearable, feeling nauseated at the thought of it. Days passed, and the entire club remained shrouded in a pall of despondency. The players were notably silent, with laughter seldom heard during training sessions. Only in private interactions did a semblance of warmth occasionally emerge. On August 10th, following the commencement of the new Premier League season, the EFL Cup was also on the horizon. Sheffield United would face Hartlepool United, a 6th-tier team, in the first round on the 12th. This season, they had 2 cup competitions to contend with, the EFL Cup and the FA Cup. In terms of significance, the FA Cup was undoubtedly more prestigious than the EFL Cup, being the tournament most coveted by top-tier teams. As for the EFL Cup, most teams approach it with a casual attitude, only considering a serious title challenge if they accidentally find themselves in the semi-finals. However, it was evident that neither of these cup competitions held any relevance for Sheffield United. They lacked the potential to contend for the title and would be better off abandoning those pursuits to focus fully on surviving in the championship. That evening, Mail finally experienced the moment he had long awaited. A tingling sensation coursed through his hips and knees. A muscle memory related to the bicycle technique reached a qualitative leap, akin to a sudden epiphany. Skill: bicycle dribble level 3, proficiency 1-800, effect. After countless repetitions, you have mastered the bicycle dribble with finesse, possessing a degree of speed and deception, with a chance to successfully bypass professional players. At last, he had achieved level 3. Mail's expression brightened. He now posed a considerable threat on the flanks. When confronted by defenders unfamiliar with his style, he could swiftly execute the bicycle dribble to create space. Skill: sturdy level 2, proficiency 564-800. He glanced at his strength proficiency and contemplated his subsequent training regimen. It was clearly impractical to focus solely on strength training, as the human body has its limits and must be protected against injury. He could incorporate a commonly used step-over dribble training for wingers, ensuring a balanced training load while fully utilizing his training time. He aimed to elevate both strength and step-over dribble to level 3 by the end of the month, making him a key player on the flanks in the championship. This would signify a foundational ability to withstand and break through, to shoot and to pass. Following this, Mail planned to conclude other training sessions and shift his focus to speed and coordination. The importance of speed for a winger is self-evident. If he could also elevate his speed to level 3, combined with the 2 breakthrough skills, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset, capable of posing threats upon receiving the ball. Even without relying on breakthrough skills, level 3 speed would likely allow him to overpower some championship defenders. As for coordination, it is an essential foundational skill that must be developed. Moreover, having a solid lower body would greatly assist him in his breakthroughs and confrontations. Additionally, given the intensity of speed training, coordination training would serve as a perfect counterbalance. Having made all these decisions, Mail took advantage of the fading light to resume his dribbling practice, with a focus on improving his step-over dribble proficiency. After over 40 minutes, he wiped the sweat from his brow and left the training ground, satisfied as he clutched the football. Skill: step-over dribble level 1, proficiency 24-100, effect. Next, he would perfect this skill. Once speed and coordination were both at level 3, he could elevate some of his current abilities to level 4, deepening and accentuating his skills. Meanwhile, in the blind spot of Mail's vision, a middle-aged man dressed in a navy blue suit stood outside the training ground railing, smoking a cigarette, having seemingly observed the proceedings for some time. After watching Mail depart, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Has the list been released? Is Mail on it? No, and neither is Gilbert. A voice responded from the other end. Kevin, that fool who presents one face while harboring another. He silently grimaced, his hand holding the cigarette trembling slightly. Fearing that the development of young players would turn into a burden after his appointment, he lamented that he had not endeavored to do something good before leaving him to face the pressure of poor performance while nurturing hope for the team in the latter half of the season. After a moment of silence on the other end, a voice emerged. It may not necessarily be that way, but I have received indications from the board. If Kevin loses 5 championship matches at the start of the season, they will surely terminate his contract. He swallowed hard, feeling a semblance of calm as he understood. On August 12th, Sheffield United traveled to Hartlepool United's ground for the first round of the EFL Cup. Ordinarily, the team would have departed a day earlier for such an away match, but due to the opponent's significantly lower tier, the squad did not take it seriously. Mail still had not been included in the roster. He had intended to watch the match broadcast at home, only to be informed that there was no signal. Both of them had initially felt relaxed, driven solely by curiosity to glimpse who scored and whether there were any disastrous incidents. However, upon opening the data website, they were suddenly left dumbfounded. 0-2, they had lost. The team from the English Championship faced an opponent 4 tiers below them, only to suffer a humiliating defeat without scoring a single goal. Impossible. Gilbert's face flushed with indignation. The 18 players on the roster were identical to those from the last match, all key members of the team. How could they lose to a side from the lower leagues? Mail slowly set his phone down, sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, speechless. Had they truly resolved to oust Kevin? Gilbert's mouth fell open. Was it truly our strength? Suddenly, he was engulfed by a profound sense of panic, realizing that the team's condition was far worse than they had imagined. Regardless of all that, they would have to wait for their chance to play. Mail shook his head. There was nothing they could do at that moment. Chapter 26. The opportunity to play has finally arrived. On the night of August 12, at the entrance of Sheffield United's training facility, a bus adorned with the club's emblem slowly approached. The players and coaching staff aboard wore faces of dejection, resembling a defeated army. Surrounding them were over 200 furious local fans who immediately surged forward upon their arrival. How could the entire first team perform so poorly? Kevin, what on earth are you doing? If you lack the ability, step down from that position sooner. Get out, get out. They angrily pointed at the team bus, venting their frustrations. Many even hurled water bottles and hot dogs at the vehicle, creating a cacophony of noise. Several individuals inside the bus quickly drew the curtains, either afraid or too ashamed to face the irate supporters. After a slow drive, the bus finally entered the training facility's parking lot, while the fans were kept at bay by the arriving police. Members of the coaching staff soon disembarked, some with hands on their hips, others with heads bowed, forming a circle to discuss something. Yet words failed them. After a long silence, it was the head coach, Kevin, who finally broke the quiet, his expression heavy. I am in my 50s now. After so many years in this industry, I am indeed weary. Last year was the most ambitious of my life, but the final outcome is clear to everyone. Despite pouring my all into it, the results were disappointing, and I have made a mess of the team. Pausing, he lowered his head and confessed everything. Yes, as you suspected, my contract does not stipulate any performance requirements. The club must pay me a severance if they wish to terminate my contract. I am not clinging to this position out of a desire to battle against the players or to save face for myself. I simply want that financial cushion for my later years. But as you can see, the board is stalling, hoping I will lose face and voluntarily resign. I'll speak to the board, a voice interjected. And everyone turned to see Gary Speed taking the floor. At this moment, he should not have appeared so eager, as it was already assumed he would be the successor. Yet he spoke up, marking his first time addressing Kevin on this matter directly. Give me a week or two. I am confident I can persuade them. Gary Speed looked directly at Kevin, at this man he greatly despised. But please, grant me 2 requests. What? Kevin's expression remained neutral, betraying no emotion. I have no fight left with you all. I will accommodate you as much as I can within reason. The first request is to include training for the 4-4-2 formation in our daily practices. Gary Speed stated his first demand earnestly, making it clear that once he took charge, he would change the formation. He had no concerns about Kevin's training abilities, as coaches emerging from the British professional system were well versed in the traditional 4-4-2 setup. Very well, and what else? Kevin remained impassive, nodding in agreement to this request. I in future matches employ Mail and Gilbert. Gary Speed articulated his second demand, drawing curious glances from those nearby. They would undoubtedly be needed in the coming matches. And I want them to adapt to the professional league as soon as possible, accumulating experience in the championship. Kevin turned his head away, contemplating for a moment before finally taking a deep breath and saying, I will grant all your requests. But please ensure you fulfill your promise to me. Absolutely. Gary Speed left those words behind as he turned to leave. The remaining assistant coaches exchanged glances with Kevin, their emotions complex. They had yet to decide their own paths. On August 13, with only a day left until the second round of the championship against Cardiff City, the morning found Mail arriving early at the training facility's gym. After sipping some water, he began his weight training. Gilbert did not join him for strength training. He intended to focus on endurance today. Mail. After just a few minutes of training, Mail heard urgent voices approaching from outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Gilbert soon burst in, his expression brimming with excitement. I said, Mail did not hold much hope, but seeing Gilbert's demeanor sparked a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Have we made the roster? This morning was when the roster was announced, and the players needed to prepare in the morning, departing around noon, with a practice session scheduled at the away stadium later that evening. He had not paid attention to it, primarily because he doubted Kevin would suddenly change his mind. The roster? Gilbert was ecstatic, somewhat incoherent. Starting lineup? What roster? You've made the starting lineup, me? Mail pointed to himself, his mouth agape as he quickly approached Gilbert, instinctively clenching his fists, his voice trembling. Really? From Gilbert's face, he could already see the answer. That expression was impossible to feign. 2 minutes later, the pair dashed into the team's locker room, where they found the list of players for that day's match. The starting lineup: center forward Evans, right winger Ward, and left winger Mail. Upon seeing his name, Mail felt a surreal sensation wash over him, as if the roster before him were warping. Everything suddenly shattering and then melding back together in an instant. He had become a starting player for the team. Skipping the bench entirely, he was being thrust into the starting role. Though I'm not starting, I will still get to experience the championship for the first time. Beside him, Gilbert beamed with joy, feeling elated not only for Mail but also for himself. Come on, if he could score a goal in the championship, everything would be different. The coaching staff's methods were truly inscrutable. Mail spoke calmly, though his excitement was evident in his beaming smile and slightly trembling calves. He had longed for this day for ages. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mail prepared meticulously and boarded the team bus, heading towards Cardiff. Throughout the journey, he remained wide awake, excitement coursing through him. The rapidly passing scenery and buildings outside appeared as fans cheering and clapping for him. Celebrating his arrival, the first time was always beautiful. Around 4:30, they reached their destination, checked into their hotel, and had a light meal. At 7 in the evening, Mail joined his teammates at Cardiff City Stadium for a warm-up session. It was his first time stepping onto the lush grass of a grand stadium. The soft turf beneath his feet and the fragrant mist in the air enveloped him. The bright lights shining on him made him feel as though he were in a dream. Yet instinctively, he straightened his back and lifted his chest. Finally, he was about to stand on this field. It was destined to be a sleepless night, with countless thoughts racing through his mind, causing him to alternate between smiles and deep breaths of nervousness. Chapter 27. The focus of attention. The moment has arrived. On August 14, in southern France, Aix, at 7:10 in the evening, just 20 minutes remained until the match between Cardiff City and Sheffield United. In an old residential building, a family of 5 prepared chilled beers and a spread of delicious snacks, eagerly awaiting the match. How long until it starts? A middle-aged woman bustled about, serving dishes, her face showing signs of fatigue. Yet her spirit remained undaunted. I heard from someone at the supermarket that you can debut in the championship at 17. That's quite a talent, a talent. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa beamed with pride. Snorting softly, debuting in a professional league as a starter is far beyond what can merely be described as talent. Our nephew is a prodigy. Claremont. The youngest child, Ava, rushed out from her room, calling for her father. Her eyes red with urgency and grievance as she whimpered, "My brother's pizza was eaten by my sister." "Call Dad." Claremont replied sternly, then softened his expression, lovingly lifting her into his lap, saying, "You can't eat all that pizza by yourself." "Then why didn't she let my brother buy it for her and had to eat mine?" Ava wiped her tears with one hand, naively questioning. Just then, her older sister and second brother stepped out, the sister rolling her eyes slightly, saying, "She only ate 2 slices. I'll buy you another one another day." The family bickered and chattered, the noise filling the small room with a lively atmosphere. It was a pleasant chaos, just the charm of a big family. Can Mail really earn $2,500 a week now? We are just ordinary people. CL Mint chuckled softly, at that moment, oblivious to his own pride. He could only extol his nephew. After today's appearance, Mail can truly be considered a budding star. His weekly wage of £2,500 is bound to increase. He cast a glance at his wife, his eyes reflecting a mixture of relief for having encouraged Mail to pursue football and a trace of reproach and apprehension. They had nearly stifled their nephew's talent. His wife turned away, saying nothing. The passage of time had long enabled her to cast aside her previous hesitations and struggles. Brother. Suddenly, their youngest daughter, Ava, wide-eyed, pointed at the television, clapping and bouncing. "Look, brother is on screen." The entire family turned their gaze to the screen, where they instantly beheld a close-up of Mail's face, etched with seriousness, as if he were in the player's tunnel. Mail, a product of Arsenal's youth academy. Today is destined to be a day he will remember. Kevin, during this match, had bestowed upon the young player ample trust, granting him the rare opportunity to start in his debut. The commentator's voice resonated, immersing them in the exhilarating and tense atmosphere of the match. It was undoubtedly a profoundly exquisite sensation. Once an unremarkable and somewhat reticent individual, he now appeared on their screens, undergoing a remarkable transformation in status. "Wow!" Ava gasped, her mouth agape, joyfully shouting. The others restrained their exuberance, but their occasionally trembling forms betrayed their emotions, mirroring Ava's excitement. At the Kearney training base, within the Arsenal U-17 dormitory, the sound of doors swinging open echoed, and those who had received the news rushed out almost instantaneously. Hurrying toward the youth team meeting room. Stop lounging in the dorms. PS out. In the second round of the championship, our former trial, old teammates. Male has been granted the chance to start. Hurry to the meeting room. Coach Hans is waiting for us. Some, with keen eyes, remembered to share this joy with their teammates, knocking on doors to call those who had missed the notifications on their phones. And no kidding, check your phones for messages from Coach Hans. A cacophony ensued as many leapt from their beds in a flurry, hurriedly slipping on their shoes. Soon, over a dozen of them bolted out of the dormitory, racing toward the youth team meeting room as though in a 100-meter sprint. Some expressed their shock along the way, astonished that they truly had an opportunity. Indeed, who would have thought that Male would be the first to start? Let us hurry. We'll miss the match at 7:30. Did Gilbert make the lineup? Yes. Why bother with that? If we arrive late, we won't even see Male's debut. Others ambled slowly, their emotions a tumultuous mix of envy, jealousy, and disbelief, much like before. Male's rapid ascent continually exceeded their comprehension, leaving them with a sense of disconnection, as if he were still the trial player they remembered. Had his rise been slower, it might have afforded them the chance to process and accept the change. But alas, it was not to be. Apologies for receiving the news late. Hans waved at the players, then slapped the back of his right hand against his left palm, struggling to articulate. Honestly, I didn't expect Male. Male would start directly in this match. He was not stammering but rather a loss for words induced by excitement. In the previous match against the league, I didn't see the two of them. I thought they had become completely peripheral at the club. The players shook their heads and gestured that it was fine, making their way to their seats in the meeting room, their eyes fixed on the large screen. There, the live broadcast of their U-17 team's outstanding graduate, Male, was underway. The logo in the top left corner clearly indicated this was the English Championship. At Cardiff City Stadium, in the players' tunnel, the sound of heavy breathing filled the air as Male continually adjusted his breath. Striving to remain focused and calm, he held the hand of a young ball boy, flanked by a group of tall and robust championship players, on the verge of stepping onto the field. Embarking on his professional journey, beep, the referee's whistle signaled the entrance, leading the three officials along with the front row players into the arena. Male numbly followed the Sheffield players ahead, his heart pounding fiercely, his ears ringing with a cacophony of noise. He traversed the dimly lit players' tunnel, step by step, toward the brilliantly illuminated pitch, the place he had long yearned for. The moment he emerged onto the field, the sounds around him finally clarified, and his surroundings brightened, filled with the roars of fans and the glare of spotlights. Gazing around, he saw the stadium, which could hold over 30,000 people, completely packed. A sea of humanity, arms waving, transforming the stands into a joyous ocean. This was the ultimate celebration for those who lived for football. He stepped onto the pitch with somewhat numbed legs, obliviously completing the entrance ceremony before taking his position. Go, go! From the substitutes bench, a voice rang out. It was Gilbert, clad in a vest, waving at him. Male steadied himself. He knew many of those he cherished were watching him at this moment. He could not afford to lose face on the field. Taking a deep breath, he heard the fans on the sidelines commencing a countdown. 10.7.3.2.1. As the countdown concluded, standing on the arc of the center circle, the referee raised his right hand and blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. Chapter 28. A sublime goal. Hello, dear viewers. This is Sky Sports, bringing you the live broadcast of the second round of the championship for the 2010 to 2011 season. In this match, Cardiff City hosts Sheffield United. First, let us take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Cardiff City has deployed their familiar 4-4-2 formation, with no changes to their starting lineup from the last match. Goalkeeper Mazur. Sheffield United, on the other hand, maintain their traditional 3-4-3 formation, with the only alteration being the inclusion of Arsenal's 17-year-old prodigy, Male. A bold change indeed. As Cardiff City's striker kicked off the ball from the center circle, the match commenced. Male, along with the other two forwards, sprinted towards the opposing half, initiating an aggressive press as the game began. Cardiff City executed a few simple passes in their midfield and transferred the ball to their right back. Just in time, Mail arrived, shouting and charging forward, displaying a fierce determination to seize the ball. Bang! Cardiff's right back, Gabauer, did not hesitate, sending a long pass soaring into the forward line. Mail swiftly pivoted, aligning himself with his team's formation. Having played for many years, his tactical acumen was on par with the championship players. What he lacked was perhaps the positive reinforcement from successful attempts. "You're that young lad?" Gabauer scoffed, trailing behind him. "If you dare, come and try to break past me." Clearly, he began to engage in the psychological warfare typical of defenders against forwards. Such banter was commonplace in matches. Everyone was exhilarated, and it was impossible to remain silent. All right. Mail finally fully grasped that he was partaking in a championship match, which sent a shiver down his spine, igniting his blood and making every stride feel particularly vigorous. Maintain formation. Protect the second ball. On the sidelines, Sheffield United's coach Kevin gestured emphatically to his players, reminding them not to become too lax. The opening moments of the championship match were often chaotic. Whichever team could calm themselves and execute their training tactics effectively would seize the early advantage. However, it was evident that aside from driven newcomers like Mail, few would heed Kevin's directives. Sheffield United played a frantic brand of football, with most players displaying a lackadaisical attitude. They rarely coordinated well or solidified their formation. Often faltering even in skirmishes. In the 13th minute, Cardiff City launched an overwhelming offensive, pressing deep into Sheffield United's half. The defensive players were still out of position, and Cardiff City advanced rapidly, outnumbering their opponents. In the broadcast studio, the Sky Sports commentator, donned with headphones, stood with fervor, exclaiming, "Danger!" He could hardly contain himself as he leaned forward, eyes glued to the pitch. To the flank, Gaulivan receives the ball. A low cross into the box, shot on goal. Roberts saves it. Sheffield United's captain has rescued. Oh, a follow-up shot. It's in. Drinkwater, on loan from Manchester United, opens the scoring for the team. Sheffield United's form is simply abysmal. In the Grand Arena, over 20,000 home fans sprang from their seats, wildly cheering and celebrating. Yeah. Amidst this atmosphere, the goal scorer, Drinkwater, placed one hand to his ear, gesturing for the fans to cheer louder, reveling in his moment of glory. The players of Cardiff City surged towards the spot where he stood, each of them shouting in exuberance, celebrating with unrestrained joy. It was the same old scene, indistinguishable from the previous two matches. The players' demeanor was far from commendable. Some stood with their hands on their hips, while others wore expressions devoid of emotion, as if they had lost all sense of shame. Meyer blinked hard several times near the center circle, attempting to retain his composure amidst the deafening cacophony of celebration that threatened to overwhelm his senses. In the initial minutes, he had exerted himself with utmost diligence, yearning for an opportunity and hoping to awaken the lethargy of the older teammates. However, it now appeared that his efforts were in vain. Their predicament seemed to have no remedy apart from a change in management. Meyer trudged back towards his half of the field, casting a glance at the young midfielder across the way. Feeling a fleeting envy, Drinkwater, the stalwart of Leicester City's championship-winning squad, was today the star of the show. He longed for the chance to celebrate with such abandon, especially on this significant day. He couldn't afford to give up. Delivering a commendable performance on his debut would greatly bolster his confidence for the entirety of his career. Motivating himself internally, Meyer attempted to rally his teammates, clapping his hands to encourage those around him, drawing the attention of several Sheffield United players who turned to look at him. Some opened their mouths, as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed their words. After all, he was the newcomer, and today marked his debut. With this thought, those who had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Meyer found themselves wavering. Should they allow their discord with Kevin to jeopardize Meyer's first appearance? Beep. They were given little time for contemplation as the match resumed, and both sides fell once more into a fierce contest for the ball. While urging his teammates to lift their spirits, Meyer rapidly maneuvered down the left flank, sometimes assisting in defense, other times drawing defenders away to create space. His visible enthusiasm began to sway some of the Sheffield United players, who were already in a state of turmoil. Crash! A few moments later, as their confusion led to a reckless challenge on right-winger Ward, someone finally erupted from the silence. From the sidelines, Gary Speed, clad in a black suit, abruptly stood and rushed past the bewildered Kevin to the touchline. "Are you still professional players?" he shouted, pointing at certain individuals on the pitch. His voice filled with fury. "I dream of remaining on the field, yet you waste time here." His words had an immediate effect on the players. The Cardiff City midfielder, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, had the ball intercepted by Sheffield's Loughton, who swiftly passed it to Meyer. Good ball. Meyer controlled and turned, charging towards the opposing defender, Gabauer. He recognized this as a prime opportunity. A flicker of competitive spirit ignited within him. As he approached the opponent, his legs glided skillfully over the rolling ball, all the while observing the shifting weight of the defender's stance. Upon finding the opening, he executed the maneuver just as he had countless times in training. Gabauer was clearly unprepared for this sudden move, losing his balance and the chance to pursue. Bang! Casting a quick glance at the situation in the penalty area, Meyer struck the ball with his right foot, delivering a swift, curling cross. The ball spun violently, of high quality, effortlessly sailing over the heads of Cardiff City's defenders at the near post. In the center, striker Evans emerged like a spectre, circling behind the opposition, focused intently as he leapt, connecting with the ball using the instep of his right foot. The shot was not high, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Everything seemed to slow down in that moment. Glimmers of hope flickered in the eyes of the Sheffield supporters, while Cardiff City's players wore expressions of sheer terror. The young Meyer's cross was exceptional. He possessed the qualities of an outstanding winger. Evans, the goal was scored. A stunning strike, a magnificent counterattack. From Meyer's breakthrough cross to Evans' goal, Sheffield United rejuvenated their spirits and thunderously drove the ball into Cardiff City's net. The commentator from Sky Sports widened his eyes in astonishment. As a neutral observer, he raised his arms in celebration for Sheffield. This was undoubtedly a moment of brilliance, everything perfectly aligned. Chapter 29. The first assist of his professional career. A desire for victory. In the South Stand, thousands of fans clad in red and white Sheffield United jerseys erupted into a deafening cheer, igniting the vicinity around the southern area. Yet, in the previous 2 matches, the team had conceded 6 goals without scoring a single one. They had even endured the humiliation of being shut out by a lower league team. Their emotions had long been suppressed, only sustained by their unwavering loyalty to the team during each arduous journey. At last, they had witnessed a goal. Who was it? Who was that lad? Some fans raised their hands in celebration, their eyes sparkling with newfound hope. No, I mean the one who assisted. He was so talented. Seamlessly blending a breakthrough with a cross, the inquisitive fan exclaimed in awe. Number 31. Never seen him before. I haven't either. 17. On loan from Arsenal. I believe his name is Meyer. It's his debut today. Someone had checked the pre-match details to enlighten the crowd. Most were filled with curiosity about the assisting player. Meyer's name quickly spread like wildfire throughout the stands, and the significance of his debut was recognized by the Sheffield United supporters. To ensure that the young lad on the pitch would remember this glorious moment and receive the recognition he deserved, some fans spontaneously organized to chant his name, Meyer, Meyer. Initially, the sound was faint, but as more joined in, it crescendoed into a deafening roar, Meyer, Meyer. On the substitutes bench, the atmosphere was electric, beautiful. Those who had spent the past 2 months together realized that the involvement of one in the goal was no different from their own participation. Gilbert was genuinely thrilled, knowing that after today, his friend would ascend to a new level. Come on. Following closely was Gary Speed, the young manager who had just experienced an emotional eruption, caught off guard by the team's unexpected goal. His spirits reignited. He clenched his right fist, bending his body forward to release his pent-up frustrations into the air. After the celebration, Speed turned his gaze towards a section of the fan area, where Chief Scout Jolson had just turned his head. His face was aglow, too far away to discern whether his eyes were brimming with tears, but one could infer that he was overwhelmed with emotion. Speed gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, well done. Meanwhile, the head coach, Kevin, wore a more complex expression of surprise, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, rendering him speechless. Inside the arena, the fervent atmosphere enveloped them. Here it comes! Mar felt the hairs on his body stand on end, his eyes fixed as he sprinted towards the goal-scorer Evans, a fire igniting in his chest that compelled him to gasp for breath. The first statistic of his professional career, the first assist in the championship. This was what he had longed for, finally arriving on this significant day. Upon seeing Evans racing towards him, Meyer lowered his center of gravity. Keenly sensing that Evans was preparing to leap, good pass, good pass. Evans shouted as he approached, leaping towards Meyer from about a meter away. Beautifully executed. Meyer laughed heartily, praising him, only to be met with a powerful impact as Evans collided with him. Instinctively, he raised his hands to embrace Evans. They wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders and charged towards the fan section. Other teammates quickly followed suit, many congratulating the two. This was undoubtedly a day to remember. Midfielder Janjahans approached Meyer with a smile, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking, "What do you want now?" "Victory. Let us strive together." Evans stated his position, ready to give his all, uncertain of the other's resolve. Janjahans echoed his sentiment, glancing at a few close teammates, who all nodded in agreement. The group advanced towards their half, rallying each other and significantly boosting their morale. "Well done, lad." Upon returning to his position, Meyer heard a voice from the back line. He turned to see goalkeeper Robert raising his hands in applause for him. Robert, one of the few veterans in the team with a remarkably successful career and the captain of Sheffield United, was usually very amiable, having taken good care of him. Meyer expressed his gratitude and turned away, feeling that everything was just splendid, with new hopes and goals awaiting him ahead. Beep. The referee blew the whistle for the third kickoff, and Cardiff City's striker initiated the play from the center circle. Meyer once again sprang into action, charging into the opposing territory, this time with even greater determination. The Kearney training base. In the youth team meeting room, although there was a slight delay, they had already witnessed Meyer's cross and Evans' subsequent run into the center. Bang! As the moment the football struck the net arrived, Coach Hans, who could no longer contain his excitement, slammed his hand down on the table and then raised his arms in triumph, celebrating the first assist. Meyer's pass equalized the score. Truly remarkable. It was absolutely brilliant. The exhilaration surged like waves, crashing upon their hearts. The other Arsenal U17 players could not help but rise, marveling in awe. Some shouted, while others clapped, fully immersing themselves in Meyer's role. From the moment they heard that Meyer would be playing, to the realization that he was starting, and now to witnessing his assist. Each individual seemed to be ensnared within a fantastical tableau, unable to extricate themselves, yet the familiar handsome face on the television reminded them that this was indeed reality. "Don't block my view. I want to see him celebrate. I want to see too. Didn't you just kick the ball towards him? What are you looking at? That was ages ago. So handsome. If it were me, I would slide on my knees." The players craned their necks, watching Meyer's celebration, many of them becoming visibly tense, their bodies tingling with excitement. They fervently wished that the person on the screen was themselves. After all, it was the championship arena, where the value of achieving an assist far surpassed that of their youth league matches. Championship players receive bonuses for assists. One player curiously inquired .1500. More and more players succumbed to a state of exhilaration. That single assist equated to over half a month's salary for them, making it invaluable in every conceivable way. Ikes. At the Claremont household, a family of 5 sat attentively on the sofa. Captivated by the match, "He's got the ball. Get past him. Good." Claremont possessed a penchant for the common male football fan's delight in playing coach, as if wielding a game controller, passing, shooting, and then it's in. Meyer's assist. He stood up, raising his beer can, his excited gaze sweeping over the others. "A toast to my nephew." The eldest and second eldest, along with his wife, lifted their glasses, smiling as they clinked them together in celebration. "Brother, you're amazing." Ava, not drinking, yet momentarily oblivious to her brother's achievement, clapped her hands incessantly. "Brother's earning big money. He must buy me 8 pizzas." She belonged to the cheerleading squad, always flailing her arms to remind everyone whenever Meyer appeared on screen. "I knew he could do it." Claremont, slightly inebriated, boasted with a flushed face. Back in the day. Chapter 30. The joyful times of Arsenal's 2 young talents. At Cardiff City Stadium, the fans of Sheffield United rose as one, raising their hands and singing the club anthem "I in this only one city I love," back in 1889. This anthem, somewhat profound and rare among British clubs, encapsulated their deep affection for the team. Beep, beep. As the referee signaled halftime with a short and long whistle, their singing did not cease, overpowering the cacophony and boos from Cardiff's home supporters. The atmosphere generated by Sheffield United's fans was undoubtedly stronger than that of most championship teams. The previous 2 matches had not yielded their best performance, as the team's overall morale had been too low for them to see any glimmer of hope. However, in this first half, they finally caught a glimpse. If they wished to perform well, unity was imperative. Many decided to temporarily set aside their personal grievances with Kevin and focus on winning this match. They did well. Good job, lad. I knew you had it in you during training. The wave of fatigue washed over him. As the intensity of the championship was indeed daunting, often demanding players to engage in anaerobic sprints and exert all their strength in confrontations. His body had not yet fully developed, and enduring such a pace for 45 minutes was quite challenging. Nonetheless, he steeled himself, believing he could last until the 65th minute. Kevin soon strode in from the entrance, engaging in no dialogue with the players, but heading directly to the tactics board. Just before halftime, Meyer and Ward's several crosses into the box had posed significant threats. The opposing team's overall aerial defense was evidently weak. Thus, in the second half, we must be more decisive and frequent in our crosses. Midfielders, if given the opportunity, must unhesitatingly surge into the box to increase our attacking numbers. He adjusted a few tactical pieces on the board, advising others. The team analyst mentioned before the match that the opponents tend to commit too many players during counterattacks, leading to vulnerabilities in their defense. Now that they had reached the professional level, the players possessed a fundamental understanding of tactics. The coach's role primarily involved informing them of the strengths and weaknesses of their upcoming opponents, strategies to exploit these weaknesses, and preemptively addressing risks, including set-piece routines and tactical variations. Another crucial task was to manage the team's locker room dynamics. Based on Kevin's example, this second responsibility proved far more challenging than the first. With everything arranged, Kevin cast a sidelong glance at Gary Speed, standing beside him, signaling Gilbert to warm up swiftly for a substitution before the match resumed. Sitting next to Meyer, Gilbert's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he forced himself to conceal his thrilled expression, lowering his gaze as he dashed out of the locker room. Meyer watched his retreating figure, silently cheering him on. They were finally set to fight side by side. Beep! As the players on the field took their positions, the referee blew the whistle for the substitution, pointing towards the edge of the center line. The fourth official raised the substitution board, revealing that number 17, Gilbert, was entering the field, replacing starting midfielder Loughton. Gilbert took a deep breath, stepping onto the pitch with his left foot first, touching the ground with his right hand, then making a sign of the cross on his chest as he charged onto the field. He noticed Meyer offering him an encouraging smile, stirring an exhilarating surge within him, his leg muscles trembling with anticipation. Beep, boom. Center forward Evans executed a short pass to the newly entered Gilbert, hoping to get him involved and attuned to the ball. Gilbert took a few steps with the ball, and as an opposing forward charged towards him, he spun and passed it to the central defender. Both teams began moving rapidly. They either collapsed their formation to press or darted towards open spaces to receive the ball. The situation shifting rapidly. As Sheffield United's players began to focus, their overall combat effectiveness gradually emerged, no longer suppressed by Cardiff City. In the 54th minute of the match, Gilbert found himself with an opportunity for a long-range shot just outside the box. Boom! He swung his leg with all his might, but the ball soared directly into the south stand, landing in the section occupied by their own fans. Hiss! Gilbert gasped, a look of shame washing over his face as he waved apologetically to his teammates. He still lacked Meyer's finesse with long-range shooting. Upon witnessing Gilbert's attempt, Meyer felt a twinge of eagerness, itching to take a shot himself. He had previously had a long-range opportunity in the first half. But unfortunately, his nerves had faltered, compounded by an opponent's sliding tackle that disrupted the play, preventing any chance from materializing. If given another opportunity, he might have tested the goalkeeper. However, in such a high-level match, one cannot simply wish for opportunities. Every chance is intricately linked to the performances of others on the field. If he wanted to secure a shooting opportunity, someone had to create space for him. Someone had to set him up. Yet this too felt unrealistic. The score was tied at 1-1, and the pressure was omnipresent. No one could place all their hopes upon him at this moment, unless he could first carve out a reputation for himself on this stage. He could only patiently await, fulfilling the responsibilities of a winger. Boom! In the 59th minute, Gilbert sent a long pass towards Meyer's wing. The pressure he faced upon receiving the ball was immense, causing him to nearly miscontrol it and send it out of play. Bang! In the ensuing duel for the ball, his shoulder collided violently with the opposing fullback Gabor's shoulder, sending shockwaves through him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Thus, even if his speed was lacking, he could leverage the advantage of a straight line being shorter than a diagonal. Shaking off Gabauer, bang! This was a well-aimed pass, unencumbered by pressure, surpassing the quality of all his previous crosses. The ball sped towards the back post with a tantalizing trajectory. A glimmer of hope ignited in Meyer's eyes. This ball had the potential to create a threat. He then heard a faint murmur of anticipation from the south stand, as many fans rose from their seats, peering towards the situation at the back post. Bang! There, a figure surged from outside the box, embodying unstoppable momentum, leaping high to deliver a powerful header. Gilbert. Meyer noticed that figure, his face bursting with excitement. Whoosh! Few could discern how the ball left the field. They only saw it crash into the net, causing the mesh to bulge outward dramatically. The ball was in again, 2-1. Sheffield United had turned the tide. Yeah. The cheers from the south stand erupted once more, this time resonating in the ears of Sheffield United's attacking players, each one hearing it clearly, their blood surging with fervor. Meyer let out a roar, lowering his head while waving his arms in celebration. He hadn't anticipated that he would achieve a second assist in this manner. Assists doubled. This was indeed a commendable feat. Even more remarkably, the recipient of his assist was none other than his friend, who had arrived in Sheffield alongside him, Meyer. With fervor, Gilbert sprinted towards the near sideline, one hand pointing at himself and the other raised to the heavens, exclaiming, "I scored, brother! I scored! This time, it's on the pitch." "Ha ha!" Meyer followed suit, laughing heartily. "Does this mean I get a meal out of you?" Of course, at that moment, Gilbert was oblivious to anything else. He might have even agreed to part with all his savings if it meant indulging in the best. The two young heroes of Arsenal dashed forward, laughter echoing as they synchronized their movements, launching themselves into a slide kneel, completing a stunning 4-bar celebration. Click, click. Photographers at the sidelines hurriedly captured this rare moment. In the frame, the two young stars exchanged gleeful glances, arms outstretched in a stylish glide as behind them, countless fans stretched their arms in jubilation, and teammates raced towards them in excitement. Chapter 31. First victory. The score has turned in favor. Sheffield United has reversed the situation and taken the lead. A goal from Gilbert. Another assist from Meyer. In this debut match, he has achieved a remarkable double assist. Such sharp crossing ability begs the question, why has he only now been utilized by Coach Kevin? Let us reintroduce these two lone talents from Arsenal. After today, English football will be graced with two more young prodigies. Sky Sports commentators bestowed high praise upon the duo, a testament to the affection and appreciation that many in football possess for emerging talents. Who doesn't admire youthful promise? Who doesn't revel in discovering hidden gems? People are more than willing to follow these gifted youngsters, sharing their perspectives as they grow and experience the joys of development. In the corner flag area, the celebrating Sheffield United team quickly converged, encircling their two goal-scoring heroes. "You two lads, you've single-handedly secured that goal." Center forward Evans chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. "Who would have thought you were debutantes? If one didn't know better, they might think you were Sheffield United's mainstays." "Debut and mainstay aren't mutually exclusive," chimed in the approaching Janyahans, spreading his palms in excitement to high-five the duo. "Who says a debut can't change the tide?" Another midfielder, Quinn, felt a twinge of embarrassment, self-deprecatingly remarking, "We old-timers need to step up our game, or these two will steal all the spotlight." Surrounded by a chorus of admiration and compliments, Meyer and Gilbert beamed, feeling as though they were the center of the universe. This was not mere arrogance. The heroic glory bestowed by scoring was unparalleled. Football transcends mere goals. The tactical battles and physical confrontations that unfold when high-level teams and players collide are equally captivating. Yet, no one can deny that the ultimate thrill of scoring ignites passion like nothing else. Keep going, keep going. In the south stand, Sheffield United fans waved their arms, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. They shouted the names of Meyer and Gilbert, rallying the team with fervor. "We need more goals. We must secure our first victory of the season. Come on, lads, uphold the honor of the Blades." The futures of these two young men undoubtedly extend beyond the championship. Mark my words, Meyer left a lasting impression, while Gilbert seemingly possessed his own strengths and characteristics. Both were brimming with potential. After today, their market values would surely skyrocket, having traveled a great distance to a faraway venue. Their greatest hope was for the team to achieve a remarkable victory. To that end, they were willing to give everything they could: time, energy, passion, encouragement, and more. Now, witnessing the team finally poised for their first win of the season, how could they not be thrilled? After the goal, the match resumed. In the 68th minute, Meier gradually felt his energy waning, his body nearing its limits. Beep, beep. The coaching staff quickly recognized this, and 2 minutes later, they substituted in the original starting winger, Mark Yates, to replace Meier. This 27-year-old winger was in his prime, his position in the team firmly established. If Meier's performance today posed a disadvantage to anyone within Sheffield, it was only Yates. He was among the few who hadn't celebrated during the previous 2 goals. Good luck. As Meier left the field, he encouraged Yates. He welcomed competition, even relishing it. Humans are peculiar creatures. Too much comfort can sap one's drive to excel. Yates nodded in acknowledgement, though his expression was not particularly bright. After patting the grass, he dashed onto the pitch. As Meier descended, he quickly noticed someone offering him a sports drink and a dry towel. He thanked the person and turned to find it was Mr. Gary Speed. It was rare for a first assistant coach to engage in such tasks. The only reason they might do so voluntarily was admiration. Many players' performances in training often falter under match conditions. Gary Speed initiated the conversation, openly expressing his fondness and optimism for Meier. Yet you remain composed, not hesitant despite the unfamiliar environment. It's rare and precious. You play as you train, especially commendable for a young player. The coaching staff underestimated you, as did others. Even you might not have realized it. Your current abilities are sufficient to earn you a starting left-winger position on any championship team. He smiled, extending his right hand for a celebratory high five. Meier, well done. I'm truly grateful I trusted Jolson back then. Otherwise, I would have faced significant losses. Thank you. Meier replied with a bright smile, appreciating the compliment as he returned the high five. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the team's head coach, Kevin, who seemed disinterested in approaching, almost as if he didn't care. Could it be that his appearance was at Gary Speed's behest? Jolson mentioned your greatest strength is your long-range shooting. Gary Speed, typically not one to speak much, appeared a tad uncharacteristic in the presence of such a young talent. However, today you've showcased a skill not highlighted in his report. Aiding the team. So, it seems you still have untapped potential. Of course. Meier raised an eyebrow, jokingly adding, I shall ultimately become a versatile player. Oh. Just as he settled down, the South Stand erupted in cheers once more. Midfielder Janihans had unleashed a low drive from the edge of the penalty area, piercing Cardiff City's net. 3-1. Victory secured. Dressed in red and white striped jerseys, the Sheffield United players sprinted towards the left corner flag, celebrating not just the goal but the triumph, weaving through several stunned Cardiff players. Well done. Gary Speed stood up, applauding. The first 3 points of the new season, secured, truly impressive. Meier exclaimed beside him, dreaming aloud. If there's an opportunity in the next match, I must score from long range. I believe in you. Gary Speed patted his shoulder, jesting, before becoming versatile. Savor the thrill of scoring first. I will. Meier shrugged, resuming his seat, contemplating the benefits he gained from this match. Aside from the obvious experience and exposure, his 2 assists earned him a post-tax bonus of 3,000, coupled with the 3 points for playing, that totaled 6,000, equivalent to 4 months post-tax salary. Meier swallowed hard. No wonder soldiers long for conquest. The allure of accolades far outweighs the temptation of a stagnant wage. Having experienced poverty, he was certainly not indifferent to wealth. Rather, he believed that financial security and freedom are the greatest sources of confidence. Reflecting one's value in all aspects, he must play more matches and accumulate more statistics. A fiery determination sparkled in his eyes. From any angle, he should strive for more. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the referee's 3 long whistles signaled the end of the match. Sheffield United. Sheffield United. Amid the ecstatic shouts of the fans, the two exchanged high fives and began to jog towards the stands, reveling in this unforgettable moment. A debut, a victory, the first of many stats. For the time being, they could think of nothing more beautiful. Chapter 32. A rising star in the second round of the Premier League, Arsenal decimated West Bromwich Albion with a score of 6-0. With Walcott netting a hat-trick and Arshavin contributing with a goal and an assist. As report tragedy strikes again, Chelsea triumphed over Wigan Athletic with a scoreline of 6-0, with Anelka scoring twice. 442 after 2 rounds, the newly crowned World Cup champion Fabregas, who faced controversy during the pre-season, remains the prime candidate for Arsenal's captaincy. a decision that has drawn considerable backlash for Wenger. The odds for the Premier League championship have been released. Which team do you support? Probability theory ball. Sheffield United triumphed over Cardiff City with a score of 3-1. Securing their first victory of the new season, Evans scored a goal, Gilbert netted another, and Janjahans unleashed a long-range shot. While the young prodigy Meyer assisted in 2 goals, on that evening, several news stories regarding match day captivated the attention of fans. It is only natural that most people focused primarily on the Premier League, as the pinnacle of football invariably draws the most interest. However, in a departure from the past, various local reports began to mention Meyer's name. In the comments section of these reports, numerous Sheffield United supporters flocked to extol the delightful experience Meyer had provided them that day. A genius, a star of tomorrow, the bicycle boy. He nearly overwhelmed Cardiff City's fullback Abor, impressively demonstrating not only his crossing ability but also his remarkable physicality. Among the comments, there were both enthusiastic praises and more rational analyses. At present, he appears to be the most suitable winger for Sheffield United. The former starting winger, Mark Yates, preferred cutting inside to shoot rather than delivering crosses, contributing little to the team and creating few goals. Meyer's strengths and weaknesses are quite evident. He is capable of creating goals and possesses a certain flair. He did not receive the Player of the Match accolade today, and I suspect this is the reason. He is still young, and there is ample room for improvement. On the return bus, the Sheffield United players looked at these comments, reading them aloud with great enthusiasm, often eliciting laughter from the group. Meyer, I think you should create a Facebook account, suggested the team's captain, Robert, who had grown increasingly mischievous with age. Turning to Meyer in the back row, he added, if you gain popularity, you might attract the attention of many British girls. They'll surely leave you messages. Indeed, they might leave their addresses. Another player chimed in. But be wary of potential pitfalls, Janjahans interjected with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Many stars have encountered such situations, ultimately having to spend a fortune to settle matters. You are young, avoid falling into such traps. Meyer paid them no mind, instead focusing on registering for a Facebook account on his phone. It wasn't that he sought the attention of British girls. He simply recognized the necessity of developing his online presence in this digital age, gradually accumulating followers and building his reputation. Should opportunities for endorsements arise, or if a prominent agent wished to collaborate with him, this would serve as a means of contact. Shortly after registering, he gained several new followers. Upon inspecting one individual's profile, he noticed photos related to Sheffield United, likely fans searching for him post-match to ascertain the authenticity of his account. He picked up his phone, snapped a few selfies, and shared them. After a while, it seemed someone had spread word of his account, as his follower count began to increase at a rapid pace. With noticeable surges each time he refreshed the page, by the time he arrived in Sheffield, his account boasted over 700 followers. This was a gratifying feeling. Meyer wore a contented expression, understanding that growth takes time. One cannot achieve greatness overnight. He looked forward to the day he would reach 1 million followers. With Instagram yet to emerge, he decided to focus on managing his Facebook account for now. Even if he only earned a modest sum of €1,000, that was still a considerable amount, enough to purchase 4 pairs of football boots. He could almost hear the cheers of fans, the crisp sound of a teammate's goal hitting the net, and the ecstatic faces of those celebrating. This was undoubtedly a memory he would cherish for a lifetime, one that would always bring a smile to his face whenever he recalled it. The following day at the Kearney training facility, bang, bang, bang. The door to the head coach's office was knocked upon early in the morning, with the visitor seeming rather anxious. Wenger removed his glasses and approached the door, opening it to find Hans, bald and beaming, standing there. Please, have a seat. He gestured for Hans to sit down, and once they were both settled, he inquired, any good news? A joyous occasion? Indeed, an extraordinary piece of news. Hans's grin stretched from ear to ear as he retrieved his phone and displayed a news article before Wenger's eyes. Meyer and Gilbert, do you remember them? Of course, Wenger nodded, glancing at the phone screen, only to become momentarily frozen in disbelief, his expression shifting through various emotions, doubt, complexity, and shock. He suddenly looked up at Hans, asking, is it? Hans, anticipating the question, interjected, absolutely. I watched the match yesterday with the entire U17 team. And Meyer started, providing 2 assists, one of which was for Gilbert. Our U17 squad is making waves. In truth, Hans had other motives. The club was currently undergoing evaluations and changes, and he felt the pressure mounting daily. Witnessing the success of these 2 players, He could no longer contain himself and hurried to find Wenger, hoping to earn commendation and secure his position. Reports here. Reports here, Mr. Wenger. At that moment, a voice called from outside, and a figure rushed in. It was assistant coach Phyllis. He seemed to sense that this news would delight Wenger, having printed the reports early to share the good tidings. Phyllis entered, eager to present the report, only to be taken aback upon seeing Hans. Hans? He paused briefly before quickly realizing that Mr. Wenger must already be aware of the news. Indeed, Wenger confirmed, now certain that the information was accurate. He rose from his seat, joy radiating from him as he paced within his office. Wonderful. Both of them are doing splendidly. This performance is truly surprising. From any perspective, at just 17 years of age, competing in the championship and achieving such results is indicative of a top-tier talent. We must increase our focus, Wenger decided, smiling as he instructed. For every match they play, I want weekly reports detailing their performances, ideally accompanied by video analysis and statistical breakdowns. Hope for the future is built upon a series of expectations. And it was clear that Wenger's outlook had been rejuvenated with newfound aspirations. Chapter 33. Steady improvement, looking ahead. August 15, post-match recovery training day. Here they come, be careful. Ha ha ha. On that morning, the rare sounds of laughter echoed across the training ground. The Sheffield United players, buoyed by their first victory of the season, engaged in playful circle drills and games. After the training session concluded, Meyer remained behind, determined to commence additional training. His thighs and body still bore the residual soreness from the previous day's intense match. Nevertheless, it was manageable. The next round of league fixtures was still some time away, allowing him to focus on low-impact step-overs for a couple of days before ramping up strength training once his body recovered. He accessed his skill proficiency panel, noting the commendable improvement from concentrated training. Skill: Sturdy LV2. Proficiency: 731-800. Skill: Step over LV1. Proficiency: 89-100. He could achieve LV2 for step-overs today. And with a focused effort in the coming days, he might even reach LV3 before the next match. Meyer's expression brightened. Reviewing the proficiency panel always instilled a sense of accomplishment and motivation within him. With 7 days remaining until the next match, he resolved to train diligently. Once he reached LV2 for step-overs, he could employ it effectively, potentially catching opponents off guard. As for strength at LV3, that would signify the most significant enhancement since activating the panel. A robust physique would sufficiently mitigate many of his shortcomings, elevating his baseline performance while also subtly enhancing his upper limits. Following his immersion in the championship, Meyer developed a deeper understanding of the caliber of its players. He knew that with LV3 strength, he would undeniably be regarded as a formidable presence on the field. Even if not at the pinnacle, Sheffield United would gain a well-known young winger, borrowed from Arsenal. Renowned for his physical prowess, with a determined setup of cones and markers, Meyer began his training, his foot frequently connecting with the ball as his body glided left and right, laying a solid foundation for his impending upgrades. Building proficiency is not solely about that final moment of significant improvement. The daily accumulation of effort is equally crucial. It is through gradual changes that one can achieve transformative results. As time progressed, beads of sweat clung to his shirt, fatigue began to set in, compounding the exertion from the previous day. His mind incessantly urged him to relent. You could enjoy the glamorous life of a star now. Taking a day off wouldn't matter. No, I must continue. Meyer shook his head, wiping away the sweat and dismissing any distracting thoughts, resolutely reinforcing his determination. Cultivating habits is challenging, yet surrendering is all too simple. If he yielded now, he would find himself making more compromises in the future, something he certainly did not desire. He envisioned the grand stadiums, the fans awaiting him with flowers and applause, and then continued to toil behind the scenes. Striving for self-improvement, after more than 2 hours had elapsed, he finally concluded his training, having exhausted all his energy, and proceeded to the sidelines to stretch. Skill: Step feint LV2. Proficiency: 7-300. Effect: Your step feint dribbling has gradually acquired a certain level of deception, occasionally allowing you to mislead the opponent and break through, yet you remain far from achieving true mastery. You yearn for another upgrade. The dribbling skill has initially enhanced your speed at a rapid pace. Once you reach Power LV3, achieving Level 3 in the Full Force Charge skill before the end of the month will not be a difficult task. Let's observe further. Meyer recalled something and pulled up the panel to check the proficiency of the observation skill. Skill: Observation LV1. Proficiency. 89,300. Before yesterday's match, through the accumulation of watching tapes and daily practice, his observation proficiency should have been around 50 points. Unexpectedly, after a championship match, it surged by approximately 30 points. It seems that indeed, the higher the level of competition, the greater the enhancement to the observation skill. After completing his stretches, Meyer returned the football to the equipment room and went to the gym to find Gilbert, who had just gone to enhance his strength training. Not for any particular reason, mainly because Gilbert still owed him a meal, the finest kind. That night, the bustling and noisy city center of Sheffield was alive with activity. Meyer and Gilbert chatted and laughed as they entered a high-end barbecue restaurant, also calling Jolson to join them. They initially intended to invite Gary Speed, but this suggestion was vetoed by Jolson. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for a player to invite the head coach to dinner during the season, especially for barbecue. Gary Speed might feel uncomfortable. I've been training with you daily and have devised my own improvement plan in theory, which has now become a habit. As soon as they sat down, Gilbert glanced around with a smile, seemingly delighted to be out, but what Meyer cherished most was their time together shopping and relaxing. The vibrancy of life fascinated him. Meyer shared the same sentiment, nodding. That's because we train too much and it becomes tedious. If we were out playing every day, I doubt we would feel so enchanted. The contrast indeed fueled their appreciation. Gilbert agreed wholeheartedly, pursing his lips in a mock grimace. But as you said, to shine in front of others, one must endure hardship. Did I say that? Meyer had forgotten. Perhaps uttering such words in a moment of confusion during training, although it was a genuine thought. The two awaited Jolson's arrival, soon noticing several tables of young men frequently glancing their way, occasionally whispering and pointing, clearly recognizing them as the duo that had dazzled in their debut yesterday. Only 17, transferred from Arsenal. I heard they're the two youngsters Wenger is most fond of. I heard one is the new Fabregas and the other the new Henry. Is that so? Don't spread such rumors. It's true. Mr. Wenger personally told my friend, who then told me, he is also a fan of Sheffield United. Listening to the increasingly absurd gossip, Meyer felt the dangers of rumor spreading for the first time. Indeed, it became more ludicrous as it traveled. However, after exchanging glances with Gilbert, they both saw hints of enjoyment in each other's eyes. Instinctively adopting a poised demeanor, Gilbert picked up the menu, pretentiously adjusting an imaginary bow tie, and solemnly declared, I believe we should order some beef and fish to ensure adequate protein intake. Meyer was suppressing laughter when he noticed a figure approaching. Wearing a perplexed expression as he looked at Gilbert, it was Jolson, who upon drawing near, furrowed his brow and blinked in confusion, seemingly bewildered by the peculiar manner of conversation between the two. Do you two speak like this privately as well? Ha ha. Meyer burst into laughter, nearly tipping over. Gilbert flushed crimson, awkwardly placing the menu down. The trio then ordered their meals and requested a bottle of fine wine for Jolson. Settling into their seats and heartily enjoying the meal, which warmed the atmosphere of the gathering. Let us all partake in protein. Jolson lifted a piece of lamb leg, seemingly intent on maintaining this peculiar mode of discourse. Meyer laughed while tearing into his food, while Gilbert found any sustenance difficult to swallow and instead turned to drink juice. All right. After a few bites, Jolson raised his glass filled with ice, smiling. I must express my gratitude to you both. The victory over the weekend was crucial, an uplifting match. Your contributions are undeniable, with 2 assists from one of you and a goal from the other, resulting in 2 goals and this delightful meal. Neither Meyer nor Gilbert drank wine, but they raised their juice glasses in a toast, exchanging courteous remarks. It is our duty. Mr. Jolson need not be so formal. Jolson shook his head, cheerfully resuming his meal. Of course, the most important aspect is these proteins, the fruits of your labor on the pitch. Ha ha. The trio erupted into hearty laughter, even Gilbert shedding his embarrassment to join the revelry. With their bellies full, they exchanged recent amusing anecdotes and reflections, occasionally sharing a laugh or a moment of collective contemplation. The surreal days passed, marked by genuine conversations in this relaxed setting, becoming cherished memories. Now, it was time to look ahead. Chapter 34. Let the cannons roar at Bramall Lane. Over the next few days, Meyer's physical fatigue gradually diminished, and he slowly increased the intensity of his strength training. His proficiency was nearing LV3, and he could hardly contain his excitement. The sooner he built his strength, the sooner he could incorporate speed and coordination training to strengthen his weaknesses. On August 21 St. Only 2 days remained until the championship's third-round match against Middlesbrough. In the gym at noon, Meyer lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly, escalating to muscle spasms, complete numbness enveloping him, before slowly dissipating all feeling. He realized this was the sensation of breaking through to Strength LV3. Skill: Strength LV3, Proficiency Progress, 1-2000, Effect. With a reduced body fat percentage, you begin to focus on enhancing your absolute strength intensity. You gradually develop a robust physique, becoming strong and powerful, significantly enhancing your ability to withstand challenges. This was an entirely new sensation, not merely an enhancement to his physical form, but also to his psychological state. A powerful and fierce sense of strength surged within him, instilling a confidence and relaxation beyond anything he had previously known. This was a spiritual delight, with dopamine and endorphin surging, making him feel as if he were experiencing a cerebral euphoria, a bit like insanity. But understandable. Upon returning home, he intended to seize this rare opportunity to genuinely encourage Gilbert, only to find his friend wearing a despondent expression. "I thought I had a chance to start this week." Gilbert seemed to have just learned of the week's lineup, looking crestfallen. But unexpectedly, "I am still on the bench." Meyer was about to offer words of comfort when Gilbert waved him off, his expression growing darker, his gaze distant. "What I find most unbelievable is that you did not secure a starting position, instead relegated to the bench." Meyer's heart sank, engulfed in severe confusion. Perhaps due to his strength breakthrough. He did not feel disheartened, but an indescribable sense of strangeness welled up within him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone rang, someone calling Meyer. He picked it up and, upon seeing it was Jolson, answered somewhat dazedly, hoping he would address the matter at hand. "Meyer, I don't know if you've seen the recently released match roster." Jolson's voice carried a distinct tone of apology from the outset, his words disjointed and punctuated by sighs. "I'm sorry. This may disappoint you, but I want to emphasize that it is certainly not your fault. It is the various conflicts between management and coaching staff that ultimately led to this outcome, leaving you feeling perplexed." "It's all right." Meyer hesitated briefly but decided to inquire directly. "Could you tell me specifically what happened?" The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, before finally gathering the courage to speak again. "You may have noticed that recent training has included drills for the 4-4-2 formation. This is Mr. Gary Speed preparing for his tenure. Kevin placed you in the starting lineup for the last match and put Gilbert on the bench, which was also Mr. Speed's request. The cost of this is that he must act as an intermediary between Kevin and the board, facilitating the board's swift payment of the termination fee to dismiss Kevin. However, nearly 2 weeks have passed, and Kevin has not received any news from the board, which has become quite urgent." Meyer felt a stirring in his heart, having already guessed the general situation. Gilbert, meanwhile, furiously tossed aside his drink, his eyes ablaze with anger. The voice on the other end was filled with indignation, expressing that this scoundrel's way of showing urgency was to feign using both of you as pawns to exert pressure on the board and Mr. Speed. This coward, why can't he strive for what he desires himself? If he truly values his pride, why not resign proactively? Everyone can see that relying on you and Gilbert is profoundly beneficial for both the team's present and the latter half of the season. Jolson finally calmed himself and offered an apology on behalf of the club before hanging up. "What shall we do now?" Gilbert's expression darkened further, inquiring. "Pray for Kevin's swift dismissal." Meyer gazed at him and finally added, "Moreover, I hope he still possesses a modicum of professional ethics and can judiciously provide us with opportunities to step onto the field tomorrow." The following afternoon, at the Riverside Stadium, home of Middlesbrough, a resounding roar erupted from over 30,000 home fans clad in red, their fervent cheers creating an unrelenting wave of pressure on the visiting team. On the substitutes bench, Meyer donned a reserve vest. Sitting alongside Gilbert in silence, he sensed the entire team's tension tightening once more, as if a string was stretched to its breaking point, ready to snap. Their absence from the pitch made it abundantly clear to everyone that the discord was far from resolved. And the signs of revival were merely illusory. Someone had to depart. A sense of despondency reappeared on each face. The players of Sheffield United were playing an unattractive brand of football, thoroughly dominated by Middlesbrough. With the situation perilously precarious, Meyer longed for a chance to play, hoping fervently until half-time, and then into the 70-minute mark of the second half, until he ceased to hope. Bang! In the 87th minute, Middlesbrough, having struggled to find their shooting touch, finally pierced the Sheffield United net through a corner kick. Yes. The home fans erupted in jubilant cheers, the scoring player wildly thumping his chest, racing to the sidelines in exuberant celebration. As the stadium descended into a frenzy, only the Sheffield United players remained numb, as though they had lost all sensation. Beep, beep, beep. Soon after, the match concluded, with Sheffield United suffering a 1-0 defeat in the third round of the new season. He paid little attention, thinking it was merely a post-match interview. The children, he forced to smile through his fatigue, as usual, but this time with a sense of relief. Kevin had been dismissed, the new successor would be me. All the players abruptly lifted their heads, and the locker room fell into an instant hushed oh. After a brief moment of shock, they erupted into a fervent cheer, as if they had just scored a goal on the pitch. Many had truly been awaiting this day for a long time. Meyer turned to Gilbert with a joyful expression, blending into the jubilant atmosphere, and the two exchanged celebratory high fives. When the time comes, I will restore everything he has taken from you, he declared. Let us all rally together and commence my coaching career with a resounding victory. The locker room erupted once more in cheers, with several players even rising to their feet, fists raised in triumph. In this regard, Gary Speed had already outshone Kevin, despite being a fledgling coach. He certainly has us in mind. Gilbert leaned closer to Meyer. His expression animated as he exclaimed, he will restore your starting position and grant me my chance to play. It must be so. Meyer regarded the spirited young coach before him with newfound anticipation. Perhaps this season, they could achieve something remarkable together. How do you plan to celebrate? Gilbert joked, grinning. Let me think. Chapter 35. A new coach takes the helm. A fresh lineup, dual starters. Sheffield United dismisses Kevin Blackwell. The dinosaur of English football, Gary Speed, assumes command. British 442 Gary Speed is about to embark on his inaugural journey as a head coach, notably as a registered player of Sheffield United. The Guardian after 3 rounds of the new season. Sheffield United has secured merely 3 points, placing immense pressure on Gary Speed to ensure the team's survival. Sky Sports Arsenal's young stars shone brightly in their debut during the second round of the league. With a new coach in place, they may immediately become Gary Speed's core players, solidifying their starting positions. Sheffield report the next day, news of Kevin's dismissal and Gary Speed's appointment stirred considerable excitement throughout English football. Most fans were quite familiar with Speed and eagerly anticipated his performance in his first coaching role post-retirement. But can it be the same? Did you pay attention when he was an assistant coach? It was only once he assumed the head coach position that everyone began to take notice. I've been searching for news about him. It can be said that this legendary figure, who began his career as a prodigy in 1988, has always had a substantial following in English football. His appointment will undoubtedly draw more attention to the venerable Sheffield United, impacting every aspect of the club, down to each individual player. While neutral fans discussed Gary Speed, the supporters of Sheffield United were far more concerned about the team's future performance and how Speed would utilize the roster. Even though the nickname Blade originally did not describe the sharpness of the team, its enduring existence symbolically represented the club's long-standing attacking style. Agreed. Including the League Cup, the team has scored 3 goals and conceded 8 in 4 matches this new season. Setting aside the goals conceded, this attacking firepower offers little hope for the future. A change in formation, revamp the lineup, replacing those who exert no effort. Many, like me, eagerly anticipated the emergence of those 2 exceptionally talented young Arsenal players. However, I fail to understand why Kevin did not grant them any playing time in the third round of the league. In a rush. Let's see what the Sheffield report says. It somewhat reflects the official stance of the club. One can only hope. Those 2 young talents left a significant impression, and I look forward to seeing them in the home match this week. Meyer and Gilbert's names were once again mentioned, their remarkable performances in the last league match having left a deep impression. Such things are indelible. They have garnered considerable favor from the fans. On August 27, with merely a day remaining until the 4th round of the championship, Meyer concluded the morning training session and headed to the team cafeteria for lunch. Tomorrow marked his first home match since joining Sheffield United, and he had refrained from overexerting himself during practice to ensure his physical condition remained optimal. Skill: running LV1, proficiency 42,300, skill, balance LV1, proficiency 31,300. The skills of speed and coordination had been established, their initial designations bearing a somewhat lackluster quality, yet this did not impact anything. LV1 skills tend to improve rapidly. Meyer calculated briefly, confident that by mid-next month, both skills should reach LV2. The recent training sessions had begun to evoke a sense of weariness from the physical exertion, particularly following strength training. During such moments, he often contemplated incorporating a technical skill to enhance the enjoyment of his training. Although all training is inherently monotonous, there are varying degrees of tedium. One must learn to find joy amid hardship. Were it not for his strong adjustment capabilities, he would have long since succumbed to the strain. Life was truly arduous. After much contemplation, Meyer ultimately focused on enhancing his long-range shooting ability, determined to elevate his combat readiness. He aimed for a triple training regimen. By the time his two physical skills reached LV3, he aspired for his long-range shooting to attain LV4, truly endowing himself with an outstanding characteristic. When that day comes, the enhancement in his combat effectiveness might render him entirely revitalized. His fan count had surpassed 3,000. During lunch, Meyer took a moment to check his Facebook, noticing a significant increase in followers. Likely due to Gary Speed's appointment, he then opened his messages, encountering a variety of comments, some encouraging and complimentary, others inquiring about his lack of playtime in recent matches and probing into team Discord. Requests for addresses to send artistic photos, and even an endorsement invitation from a local Sheffield fan pub.an endorsement invitation. This piqued Meyer's interest. He browsed through the artistic photo messages, pondering why he had received such an invitation after only one match. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, closing the artistic photo section and opening the endorsement invitation area. It seemed they were inviting him to provide signed photos, signed scarves, and autographs on suitable bottles and glasses for a local pub. Along with a Facebook invitation for fans to participate in the event, the post-tax remuneration was $2,000, with the pub covering tax fees. Not bad. Meyer was pleased with the sum, planning to check it out after the next round of league matches. This would mark his first such invitation. That evening, in the conference room of the training facility, Gary Speed stood before a tactical board, preparing to outline strategies while also announcing the starting lineup. His rapport with the players was amicable, unlike Kevin, who always relied on his phone to disclose the roster. A live announcement sufficed. He boldly opted for a 4-4-2 formation, a daring experiment. As Gary manipulated the pieces on the tactical board. He explained, however, we must implement changes. There is no time for adaptation. This is a fairly basic positional formation, a 4-1-4-1, which can mitigate the personnel shortage in the midfield central area of the 4-4-2 formation. Meyer and Gilbert sat together, their eyes clear and bright. This approach was indeed traditional yet balanced, a favored style among English coaches. There is nothing amiss. Formations do not inherently possess a clear advantage or disadvantage. Suitability is of utmost importance. The fervor displayed by a team on the pitch, the tactical acumen and skill level of the players, individual capabilities, along with the coach's ability to make real-time adjustments and analyze the opponents, are the true keys to a match. After discussing some arrangements, Gary Speed cast a glance over the players before him, picked up a pen, and began inscribing names on the tactical board, uttering, "Forward Evans, Boladanovic." Upon announcing the latter name, a ripple of excitement coursed through the meeting room. Boladanovic, a towering striker, had never before been utilized. It seemed Gary Speed was indeed preparing for a significant overhaul, left midfielder. At this moment, he announced another position, causing many to cast anxious glances in his direction. The choice between Mail and Mark Yates would undoubtedly reflect Gary Speed's determinations and stance. Mail. Gary Speed decisively pinned the name. Offering no further elaboration, and swiftly continued, midfielders Janjahans, Gilbert, and right midfielder Ward. All starters. Mail and Gilbert exchanged glances of astonishment, their legs lightly brushing beneath the table, as they finally embraced this moment of renewal. Evans and Janjahans, along with others, cast congratulatory looks in their direction, seemingly pleased with the situation, demonstrating their awareness of the larger picture. The defensive line, from left to right, consisted of Cav, Stephen, Chris Morgan, and Loughton, with Robert in goal. After reciting the complete roster, Gary Speed closed the tactical board, revealing the names of 7 substitute players on the reverse side. Tomorrow evening, against Preston, I anticipate you will conclude the opening month with a resounding victory. Boys, let us go. The room erupted in a wave of encouragement, with many applauding, significantly boosting the team's morale. Chapter 36. Give me a smash. The first goal arrives on August 28th at Bramall Lane Stadium, as evening descended at 7 o'clock. An abundance of vehicles surrounded the venue, with fans streaming in from various corners of the city, filling the area to capacity. Bang, bang dot bang, 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 beep, beep dot beep, beep, beep. They beat the drums of war, sounding horns, creating a vibrant atmosphere outside the stadium. Numerous vendors hawking beer and hot dogs also sought to capitalize on the massive crowd today. Many enthusiastic fans, having indulged in fine spirits, were already flushed and dazed, seated along the streets before the match began. Gary Speed. Let us go. We aim to secure our first home victory of the new season. Charge forth. Let Preston leave Bramall Lane with nothing. At 7 o'clock, the die-hard Blade supporters arrived, chanting synchronized slogans, brandishing numerous striking red and white flags, reminiscent of ancient battle standards. The breeze caused the flags to flutter, instilling a sense of fierce anticipation. Oh-ho-ho. Other fans seem to have found their collective spirit, rallying behind these banners, raising their hands and roaring as they entered. Fans are endearing. They may hurl profanities at you in defeat, mock you with rational jibes. Yet, when you need them, they will purchase season tickets and don jerseys to cheer you on. Today marks the debut of the new coach. The starting lineup announced prior to the match clearly indicated that several new players would make their home debuts. Sheffield United supporters eagerly anticipated the emergence of a revitalized team, ready to shoulder the responsibility of restoring the club's former glory. They exist within this hope, an integral part of their football culture and their lives. Beep. At 7:55, the three referees led the players of both sides into the arena. Male, holding the hand of a young ball boy, followed the team's footsteps, traversing the player tunnel adorned predominantly in red. Before him loomed 14 glaring floodlights, surrounded by numerous smaller spotlights illuminating the two-tiered stands filled with spectators, most clad in red and white jerseys. You are a light in the dark that there's only the road down the dark. The fans sang the team anthem with fervor, their combined voices of over 20,000 ringing deafeningly. This is Sheffield's home, Bramall Lane Stadium. Male felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Although he had experienced a starting debut before, this homecoming ceremony was a first. It would undoubtedly be a memorable day. And he aimed to leave his mark in the best possible manner. Stepping onto the soft grass, he and his teammates completed a brief entrance ceremony, determining the kickoff and sides before taking their positions. He exchanged glances with the opposing fullback and then glanced towards Gary Speed, who appeared somewhat animated and tense at the sidelines, before closing his eyes to steady his mind. Beep. At 8 o'clock sharp, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. Boom. Sheffield United center back Stephen launched a long ball towards Male's position on the left wing. Male sprinted forward, positioning himself against the opposing fullback, leaping as high as he could to contest the aerial ball. Although he failed to make contact, his robust physique unsettled the opponent, causing them to struggle for balance and also miss the ball. Press, up. Sheffield United pushed forward rapidly, converging towards the left as they initiated high-pressure tactics following the opponent's throw-in. Sensing danger, the Preston defender, upon receiving the throw, played the ball directly to his midfield, but the ball bounced erratically. Mine! An excited voice rang out as the debutant Gilbert slid in cleanly from behind the Preston midfield, intercepting the ball just before the opponent could react. The ball flew towards the flank, setting up a one-on-one situation between Male and the Preston fullback. With only a slight speed disadvantage, a physical confrontation was inevitable. Bang. Male's shoulder collided forcefully with the opponent's, and while he felt little impact, the opposing player was sent reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. Most teams' fullbacks are either pacey or adept at distribution, but their physicality could not compare to his current form. Such a display of raw strength undoubtedly ignited excitement. Oh! The Sheffield United supporters erupted in cheers. Having witnessed the team's renewed spirit from the onset, along with a passionate and successful confrontation, leading to their elation, in the midfield, Evans, enveloped in this fervent atmosphere, could no longer contain himself and turned to unleash a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the near corner of the goal, narrowly evading the grasp of the opposing keeper. So close! A chorus of disappointment rose from the stands as many fans buried their heads in their hands. Evans, too, covered his face, then shook his head, raising his hands to encourage the crowd to remain spirited. Let us go again. The team was indeed transformed, a fact that even the commentators in the media box could discern. From the outset, it was evident that under Gary Speed's stewardship, the team exhibited a distinctly different demeanor. This transformation might be linked to the earlier reported discord between players and Kevin. as well as Gary Speed's personal charisma. Preston appeared somewhat overwhelmed, with their coach, Landers, wearing an anxious expression. Let us observe Sheffield United's first corner of the first half, taken by Janjahans, with the camera focusing on their towering striker Boladanovic. A notable target. The corner is taken. In the center of the box, a scramble ensues. The ball is cleared. It falls to Ward in the second zone. He glances towards the box. Will he cross? No, instead, a clever horizontal pass. Catching the defense off guard, Male. The young male stood in the passing lane. On the pitch, as Ward feigned a cross, the Preston defenders compressed into the box, leaving a gap at the edge of the area. Boom! But the subsequent genuine horizontal pass found a void, locating Male in space. At this moment, Male appeared remarkably composed, not rushing to unleash a shot. He lowered his center of gravity, positioning the ball comfortably, seemingly filtering out the surrounding din of the fans, leaving only himself and the football eye in this ultimate state of focus. He took 2 steps back, placing his supporting foot firmly beside the ball, then raised his left arm and swung his right leg back for a powerful strike. Whoosh! It was only then that the surrounding sounds returned to his ears. One voice came from the sidelines. The excited shout of Gary Speed, who had likely risen from his seat. Give me a smash, bang. A resounding thump resonated throughout the stadium as the ball soared off the ground, hurtling towards the far corner of the goal, and with blinding speed, struck the net. Swoosh! The goal is scored. 1-0. Male's long-range strike found the back of the net, marking his first professional goal. A torrent of blazing fire erupted from his heart and lungs, compelling him to raise his arms high and sprint with unbridled vigor towards the jubilant crowd of fans at the sidelines, sliding to his knees in a fervent display of exhilaration. At that very moment, he was engulfed by the thunderous cheers of over 20,000 supporters in Bramall Lane, their voices resonating like a mighty storm, while thousands of figures rose in unison before him. All pent-up frustrations were released in that instant, as he felt himself plunge into a euphoric realm that rendered one almost delirious, surrounded by a throng of revelers dancing in his honor. The sensation of scoring was truly exquisite. I knew you could do it, an effortless assist. Ward, who was already on the field, was the first to rush over, leaping onto his back with exuberance. Male, my God. Gilbert followed suit, his face beaming with delight as he spread his arms wide, enveloping his best friend in a grand embrace to celebrate the goal. Chapter 37. The first goal of Gary Speed's tenure. Surely those shoes won't become mere collectibles, will they? Oh, a sharp voice pierced through the stadium's commentary box as the Sky Sports commentator leapt to his feet, clutching his head in disbelief, his emotions suddenly intertwined with the fervor of the pitch. A stunning opening goal. A long-range world-class strike, scored by number 31, Male. Allow me to reintroduce this player from Arsenal, who not only assisted but scored twice in his debut match, an unexpected yet remarkable achievement in just his second professional league appearance. After 4 rounds of the championship, having played 2 matches, with 1 goal and 2 assists, one cannot help but anticipate the heights he may reach in the future. Sheffield United takes the lead at home, with Male netting the first goal of Gary Speed's tenure. A moment to be cherished. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the coaching bench, eager to witness Gary Speed's reaction. To his surprise, the young manager was already charging towards the touchline with clenched fists, trembling with elation as he celebrated skyward. Indeed, to secure an early lead in his inaugural match was a source of immense joy. The scales of victory now tilted in his favor, and he was poised to achieve a splendid debut. Moreover, it was with such a magnificent world-class goal that he commenced his managerial journey. Soon thereafter, his loyal assistant coach leaped onto his back, bending his frame under the weight. The crimson tie draped across his chest added a festive touch to their celebratory gathering, an indelible moment. What did I say? What did I say? Jolson exclaimed with pride, his excitement palpable as he felt vindicated in his beliefs, embodying the spirit of a victorious king. You are indispensable. Gary Speed thumped his shoulder a few times, uttering the words he most longed to hear, not mere flattery, but heartfelt affirmation. After the celebration, he approached the sidelines, gazing at the young man celebrating in the corner flag area, a look of envy upon his face. Did he see himself in his youth? Not quite. Rather, he perceived a rising star, destined to inscribe his own epic tale within the chronicles of the championship, beginning to carve out his own narrative. Even if not a meteoric rise to fame, he had certainly paved the way for a promising future. With a smile, Gary Speed mused that if he continued to flourish, an even grander stage awaited him. At the Kearney training base, in the youth team meeting room, the fervor surrounding Mail's goal quickly permeated the atmosphere. Listening to the commentators' impassioned roar and watching Mail slide to his knees, the players and coaching staff collectively covered their foreheads in disbelief. "Oh my God! The first goal has arrived. Blimey, the world-class strike." The ease with which he executed that shot was almost miraculous. The ball struck with such beauty. The players clenched their fists, their bodies trembling in response to the profound significance of this goal. It was easy to envision Mail swiftly securing his place as a key player for Sheffield United, potentially concluding the season with over 5 goals and 5 assists, a prospect that seemed entirely within reach for him. Look, head coach Hans sat at the forefront, beaming with pride. "I have always maintained that no one knows oneself better than oneself, understanding one's shortcomings and recognizing areas for improvement through diligent training. Without countless days and nights of hard work, Mail would not have become the player he is today, and scoring in the championship would have been a mere fantasy. Gilbert, too. I often converse with him. He has informed me of his progress, training alongside Mail and making rapid strides. The best example lies before you, and I hope you all seize the opportunity to learn from their strengths." Hans understood well that individuals like Mail, who experience sudden epiphanies, and those like Gilbert, who possess inherent talent combined with hard work, are rare. Yet, he still hoped that his players would remain optimistic about the future. At the very least, not losing their fighting spirit. "What is the goal bonus?" one of the players inquired, curiosity always piquing regarding financial matters. £2,500. Hans replied with a smile. "They also have clauses for salary increases based on appearances. So after this goal, Mail should find it quite easy to secure a raise in the near future." At that moment, he recalled the pair of shoes he had lent to Mail. Everything had transpired so swiftly. From that young man wearing worn-out trainers to becoming the protagonist of the championship in such a brief span. Wait a moment. Given this trajectory, those shoes might genuinely become collectibles in the future. Hans thought, his brow furrowing as he pondered this possibility. In France. Excellence. Goal. The elongated exclamation of the French commentator resonated from the television, as Uncle Ciel Mint was the first to leap from the sofa. Wide-eyed and raising his arms in triumph, "Beautiful, beautiful! The ball has gone in. The ball has gone in." At this moment, others slowly turned their heads, processing the excitement. "Is that Mail?" Aunt raised her eyebrows in astonishment. Before rising to applaud fervently, "This is the first time. Remember this day." She did not fully grasp the significance of the goal, but she understood that her nephew was a winger, or perhaps a forward. Their duty was to score, and he had executed his role splendidly. Her previous worries about her nephew not playing faded away, as the family celebrated once more, their joy even more fervent than before. "Ava!" Ciel Mint exclaimed, lifting Ava joyfully and spinning her around. "In a week or 2, shall we go to England to watch your brother play?" "To England?" Ava's large eyes sparkled with surprise, clapping her small hands. Yes, brother will take me to enjoy delicious food in England." "Always thinking about food," Aunt teased, then turned to her husband, a hint of concern in her expression. "The second and third are still in school. Going now would definitely have an impact," and it was clear that her deepest worries were not about their education, but rather the unspoken concerns regarding Mail's solitude in a foreign land. Surrounded solely by club personnel, leading a rather monotonous life. "Isn't that a bit troubling?" Aunt hesitated, her words tinged with uncertainty, and no need to be coy. "He invited us, and we should go and bask in his glory. Let us travel abroad." She shot him a sidelong glance as if to say, "What gives you the right to be so brash?" Chapter 38. Halftime, 3-0, Sheffield, Bramall Lane Stadium. Mail. The stadium dazzled with lights, the cheers deafening. The Blades fans created an electrifying atmosphere, their shouts reverberating through the surrounding streets. An indomitable spirit pressed heavily upon the Preston players, leading to forced errors and utter chaos. Just moments into the match, Sheffield had struck with a stunning world-class goal. They could only imagine the fervor with which their opponents surged forward, brimming with determination and confidence. No need to rush. Swallowing hard. Randalls felt his throat was slightly hoarse. Caught off guard, he was quite perturbed. Hadn't he? The pre-match analysis indicated that the kid's greatest attribute was his crossing ability. His physicality and dribbling skills were not particularly impressive. So how had he managed to outmuscle their fullback and score from distance right upon entering the field? The information was clearly misaligned. He longed to exclaim this in despair, yet no one was there to heed his grievances. Bang.in the 27th minute of the match, Male found himself once again in a favorable position, receiving a penetrating pass from a teammate. However, recalling his pre-match instructions to the fullback, he refrained from speaking up. Just as he anticipated, Male indeed began to dribble, swiftly maneuvering the ball to the outside, preparing to cross. "Cut him off," he yelled, realizing that his own fullback had not been misled and was now sprinting to keep pace with Male's change of direction. But before long, Male, having recently tasted success, employed a straightforward yet effective technique, leaning heavily against the approaching fullback. With a resounding thud, the defender was knocked back half a step, and Male delivered a perfect cross into the center. "Damn it!" With a bitter expression, Ronners muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting the unreasonable nature of the situation. His body slowly leaned back at a remarkable angle, instinctively thrusting his hips forward, his entire form taut with tension. Thud! In the central position, Sheffield United's towering striker Bogdanovic leapt high, directing a header towards the goal, but alas, his timing was off, resulting in a slight miss. Only then did Ronners exhale in relief, his fury boiling over as he turned to the substitutes bench, searching for a robust wingback to make a substitution. However, after glancing left and right, he ultimately turned his head back towards the pitch with a disdainful pout. The youth of today are far too adept. He seethed with impotent rage, recognizing that teams lacking formidable wingbacks have no means to contend with a winger like Male. As the first half drew to a close, Sheffield had created several promising opportunities, boasting a significant advantage in corner kicks and set pieces. The performances of the two young talents, Male and Gilbert, were nothing short of astonishing. Despite their lack of seasoned experience, their tenacity as newcomers compensated for it, leaving Preston's players feeling utterly outmatched. Ronners wore a scowl, his coaching style being one characterized by passion, easily swayed by the team's fortunes. Now, witness this offensive play. An exquisite 3-on-2 situation on the flank. Carvey surged into the penalty area, darting in from the wingback position, while Ward charged toward the baseline. What choice would he make on the field? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Sheffield's right-back Carvey reached the edge of the penalty area. Mimicking Ward's assist to Male, he struck towards the cutback position. Indeed, the football responded poorly. Many Preston players, upon seeing the ball, attempted to shift their weight to intercept, but their bodies lagged behind, allowing the ball to slip past by the narrowest of margins. Thud! Following closely was the team's midfielder Janjahans, who elegantly extended his body and unleashed a beautifully arched shot towards the far corner. The ball sliced through the legs of defenders within the penalty area, rolling into the net's far corner. 2-0. Sheffield United had doubled their lead. Oh! The home fans erupted with jubilation, celebrating the goal with raucous abandon as if it were a festive occasion. The prospect of their first home victory of the new season grew ever closer. "Carvey, tonight my bedroom door is open for you," Janjahan said with a mischievous grin, pointing at Carvey as he dashed over, ready to celebrate. "Get lost," Carvey replied, feigning disgust, yet still embracing the joy of the goal. Thinking to himself that he should have passed the ball to Gilbert instead. Gilbert, trailing behind, misinterpreted their exchange, feeling a chill run down his spine before asking, "Is there a tradition or rule at Sheffield United regarding teammate assists?" He recalled Ward's assist to Male and couldn't help but mourn for his brother for a few moments. Wait, wasn't Male also an assist provider for him? What was he thinking, the fool? Male approached, laughing heartily, and nudged him towards the celebrating crowd. After the kickoff, it was evident that Ronners' expression had darkened further. He no longer paced along the sidelines, but stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the flow of the game. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there wasn't much time left in the first half. Let it end like this. Perhaps a half-time rescue could spare them from doom. Thud! At that moment, he witnessed Janjahans pass the ball to Male, who began his mesmerizing bicycle dribble. "Watch out for him crashing into you. Be smart." Ronners gritted his teeth, warning, "His breakthrough won't surpass you. Avoiding confrontation is victory." Preston's wingback seemed to heed the advice, occasionally feigning a move during the defensive process to entice Male into colliding with him. allowing himself to evade. Thus, after Mail completed 3 steps of his bicycle dribble, he planted his right foot down with power, his left side shifting dramatically to the left as if poised for a final breakthrough. The Preston defender fell for the ruse, shifting his weight inward, only to realize too late that Mail had not pushed the ball forward. Oh no. It was yet another feint. Crack. After planting his left foot, Mail pushed off once more, guiding the ball outward to the right side while surveying the central position. Combining bicycle dribbles and step-overs could indeed create a dazzling illusion, confounding the opponent's balance. Thud. Mail curled the ball with his right foot, delivering a cross aimed towards the central area, the ball curving sharply towards the near post. Not far from them, Ronners again thrust his hips forward, leaning back in a futile attempt to avert the impending danger, as if it were instinctual. However, this time, luck was not on his side. Bogdanovic, the once overlooked striker, had found his form significantly enhanced upon partnering with the exceptional Mail. Thud. He bolted forward, deftly flicking the ball towards the goal with the back of his head. It was a goal, his first of the new season. The score was 3-0 at halftime. Mail. Bogdanovic tugged at the hem of his shirt, shaking it vigorously in celebration, sprinting towards the embrace of Mail. Only Ronners remained, utterly bewildered, raising his hips even higher, releasing a roar amidst the cacophony of cheers. Chapter 39. The Cannon in the Box. Following this goal, the referee soon blew the whistle for halftime. Sheffield United entered the break with a commanding 3-0 lead, marking their first such advantage this season. The players emerged with radiant smiles, chatting and laughing as they left the field. 1 goal and 1 assist. You must be the man of the match, Gilbert remarked, walking alongside Mail, his face filled with envy. How do you train to improve so rapidly? Having known Mail for over 8 months, he had witnessed his journey from being sidelined in the youth team to suddenly flourishing on loan at Sheffield United, and now dazzling with 2 contributions in the first half. Although Gilbert had trained alongside Mail daily and improved significantly himself, the disparity between them felt as vast as the sky and the earth. Just some casual practice, Mail replied with a chuckle, downplaying the compliment. Who says I'm the best? A voice chimed in from behind, belonging to the beaming Bogdanovic. Having scored, he seemed buoyed by confidence, declaring, perhaps I can net another 2 and grab a hat trick. That would certainly depend on Mail's passes, Gilbert interjected, draping an arm around both Mail and Bogdanovic, praising Mail's crossing ability as top tier in the championship. That makes sense, Bogdanovic nodded, acknowledging that as a target man, he indeed relied on Mail. He sidled up to Mail, ingratiatingly suggesting, let me clean your boots. I possess exceptional skills. Not a chance. Mail smiled and shook his head, preferring to handle his own boots, as the 3 conversed. They approached the exuberant Gary Speed, who seemed to have been waiting for them. 2 matches, 1 goal and 3 assists. You're on track for Player of the Month, Gary Speed exclaimed, tightly grasping Mail's hand before pulling him into a warm embrace, exclaiming, having young talents like you is my fortune. Player of the Month is still a ways off. Mail humbly waved his hand, though inwardly, he felt a spark of interest. For a fledgling player like him, earning such an accolade would be a milestone in his career. He set this as a goal, determined to strive towards it. As Gary Speed attended to other players, Mail retreated to the locker room for a well-deserved rest. The match was not yet over, and he aimed to achieve even greater heights. Ole. Amidst the chants of the fans, the second half commenced with fervor, as both teams exchanged sides and plunged into a new round of battle. Thud. Initially, their winger executed a classic cut-in shot, which was parried by goalkeeper Robert, landing at the feet of a Preston player. Without hesitation, this player delivered a cross. The ball was narrowly cleared off the line by Stephen. Yet it fortuitously fell to another opponent. Thud. Preston showcased a brilliant 2-on-1 combination on the flank, tearing through Sheffield's defense, followed by another high cross. The Preston striker connected with a powerful header, the ball hurtling towards the goal. With a resounding thwack, goalkeeper Robert heroically deflected the shot, saving his team from disaster. Preston was awarded a corner kick. Focus. Gary Speed's anxious voice resonated from the sidelines, gesturing emphatically for his players to concentrate. 2 points. Protect the second ball. The defenders nodded silently, acknowledging his instruction, yet their minds remained foggy, momentarily dazed by the early onslaught of the second half. The corner was quickly taken, the ball soaring towards the far post. Robert, intent on saving his team once more, opted to challenge for the ball, yet its height and speed proved too much, slipping past his fingertips. Thud! A lurking Preston center-back leapt high, delivering a thunderous header that sailed unerringly into the open net. The ball found its way in, 3-1. Oh, thousands of Preston fans, who had traveled to Bramall Lane, erupted into a faint cheer. As a glimmer of hope flickered within them, there was still time. Victory could still be within reach. Yet, acceptance reigned, for life's imperfections are numerous, and contentment lies in merely holding a lead. Bang! They sought to catch their opponents off guard in such a manner. This was not a tactic they had meticulously trained for, but rather a spontaneous notion born from the brief exchanges of a few players. Football is inherently unpredictable. One must explore every avenue for change, even at the cost of taking risks. Janahan's shift proved to be fruitful. Before the opposition could react, he surged past the halfway line, maintaining an exhilarating pace. Bang! Upon reaching the attacking third, he expertly delivered the ball to Ward on the opposite flank, who found himself in a one-on-one situation with the opposing fullback. Come on, release it! Several Sheffield United players surged into the penalty area, eagerly anticipating the pass, including Mail. Ward did not disappoint. He successfully maneuvered to create an angle and sent a ball towards the center. However, Preston's center-back anticipated the move, using his foot to clear the ball away. Fortuitously, the ball landed near Evans, altering its trajectory and gliding into the penalty area. A player clad in red and white stripes emerged along the ball's path, seemingly having awaited this opportunity since the Preston defender's kick. Bang! He unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. Despite the proximity, he struck with an unreasonable force. In an instant, the ball soared off the ground, making solid contact with the net, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Swish! The ball found the net again. 4-1. Beep! The referee raised his right hand, signaling towards the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. Yes, the home fans, emerging from their earlier silence, were once again engulfed in ecstatic jubilation. This time, their voices surged with fervor. Chapter 40. Man of the match, the double 10 objective. Higgins' clearance struck Evans on the head, deflecting. The ball has found its way in. The commentary box erupted as Sky Sports Live commentator raised his arms in excitement, immersing himself in the emotion. Mail's goal. A thunderous strike. A shot from within the penalty area. Truly a display of brilliance. He achieved a brace in this match, along with an assist. A personal tally of 3 goals. It could be said that fortune played a part in this goal. However, the football field is rife with serendipity. Regardless, Mail seized the opportunity and grasped it firmly. The 17-year-old prodigy commanded the match, evoking feelings of exhilaration and envy in all who beheld him. On the pitch, Mail was enveloped in the rapturous cheers, basking in the adoring gazes of the fans as he sprinted towards the corner flag. He roared in triumph, sliding on his knees, savoring the softness of the grass beneath him, liberating his exuberance. Upon scoring, his body instinctively guided him to this spot, imbuing him with boundless energy, as if he had unleashed a reservoir of strength and stamina. Such is the nature of celebration. A moment etched deep within the soul, invigorating and electrifying. Come on! Gilbert rushed in, leaping high to collide his chest with Mail's, releasing his emotions. 2 goals. Roar, brother. You are magnificent. Other teammates quickly joined in, either high-fiving Mail or embracing him. Behind their jubilant celebration stood the Preston players, heads bowed and arms crossed, appearing to exist in an entirely different realm, a stark contrast of ice and fire. This is a frequent occurrence in football, where one side's sorrow starkly highlights another's joy. Who is watching him? A Preston player, with a bitter expression, spread his hands in despair. Internal strife had erupted. Indeed, they had just scored a morale-boosting goal, a moment of resurgence. Yet it felt as ephemeral as a dream. From heaven, they plummeted to hell. Clap, clap, clapped. In the 60th minute of the match, the formidable Mail was substituted by Mark Yates, and the stadium erupted in applause. Mail's performance had utterly captivated the arena. The fans were generous with their praise, many giving him a thumbs up. Mail raised his hands in appreciation, smiling as he acknowledged the crowd. One cannot deny the thrill of such a moment. As all stood in ovation, bidding him farewell as he exited the field. His debut at Bramall Lane was nearly flawless. He had reached unprecedented heights, surpassing even his own expectations. 2 goals and an assist. A simple calculation of bonuses amounted to 6,500. A remarkable achievement indeed. I find myself envious of you. Gary Speed awaited him on the sidelines, admiration evident in his gaze, urging him on. Your future undoubtedly lies in the Premier League, the Champions League, the World Cup. Such a statement may seem exaggerated in retrospect, yet he cared little, wishing merely to express his faith in Mail. May it be so. Mail smiled as he shared a customary embrace with him, and upon sitting on the bench, he was soon surrounded by Jolson. Jolson, seated beside him, radiated surprise and excitement, attempting to articulate his thoughts, yet struggling to find the right words. Mr. Jolson. Mail looked at him earnestly, stating, "Thank you for bringing me to this pitch, for allowing me the chance to revel in it all. Do you remember what you said earlier? I can now provide you with an answer. During my loan period, I shall dedicate myself wholly to the club." Good, 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 Jolson exclaimed repeatedly, overwhelmed with excitement. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the final whistle, concluding the first match since Gary Speed's appointment, with Sheffield United triumphing over Preston with a score of 4-1. It was a perfect debut for everyone involved. After sharing a few words with the departing players, Mail made his way to the locker room to shower and change. Mail, man of the match. Mail smiled faintly, graciously accepting the interview invitation. Guided by the staff, he approached the advertising boards, surrounded by 7 or 8 cameras, microphones thrust towards him. From obscurity to newfound fame, he had achieved this in merely 2 matches. A staff member handed him a small crystal trophy, elegantly inscribed with Championship Man of the Match, beautifully designed. Mail toyed with the trophy, emotions surging within him. This was merely the beginning, and countless accolades awaited him in the future. He aspired to claim every award, from Match of the Day to Player of the Month, and from Player of the Month to Player of the Season. He envisioned collecting all these trophies to create a personal Hall of Fame. "How do you feel?" a reporter with a Sky Sports microphone inquired. "Quite well." Mail raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and smiled. "The first time is always wonderful, whether it be my first goal or my debut at Bramall Lane. Both are indelible memories, and when they occur together, it becomes truly unforgettable." The Sky Sports reporter nodded, stepping back with a smile, while a BBC journalist presented another microphone, asking about his impressive statistics of 2 goals and 2 assists in just 4 matches. "Do you have any goals for the season, or personal expectations for your achievements?" Mail pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to the enraptured fans. "I hope to score more goals. As the feeling of winning is intoxicating. As for personal goals, I shall set a modest target of 10 league goals and 10 assists." Upon hearing this, numerous reporters displayed expressions of surprise. Double 10 statistics. Such a bold statement from a young player. Observing Mail's serious demeanor, a journalist pressed, "A commendable ambition, but have you considered that your stellar start may be due to opponents lacking familiarity with your style? Once teams have thoroughly analyzed you, scoring and assisting in the championship may not be so effortless, I am aware." Mail nodded, running his fingers through his hair with a smile. "But have you considered that I cannot remain stagnant? I will undoubtedly improve." With that, he raised the crystal trophy, pushing through the throng of reporters, thanking them. "You will see." Many reporters turned to watch his retreating figure, a silhouette imbued with youthful exuberance and boundless potential. Chapter 41. A significant rise in influence. Following this round of matches, Sheffield United completed their schedule for the opening month of the season. Overall, in the 5 matches of August, they secured 2 victories and suffered 3 defeats. Including one in the League Cup. The championship, they currently sit with 6 points, ranked 11th. Understanding the tumultuous changes we underwent at the season's start sheds light on the significance of this achievement. Gary Speed articulated this during the post-match interview. His message was clear. With 4 wins and 6 points in the championship, they have managed to stabilize, at least avoiding the relegation zone. Since Speed's appointment, evident transformations have emerged, and the team now boasts promising young talents. We must believe in his vision for the future. The club's new sporting director expressed his support on social media. Following this, numerous media outlets emerged to report on the matter. The attention and fervor generated have surpassed that of all other Sheffield United matches this season. Even so, it rivals the fervor witnessed during their playoff matches in the championship last season. However, the media did not focus solely on the team. Many turned their attention once again to the remarkably outstanding performance of Meyer today. It is undeniable that, although much of the spotlight stems from the excitement surrounding the debut of Coach Speed. Meyer's display was simply too dazzling to overlook. With 2 goals and 1 assist, the 17-year-old prodigy shines brightly on the British Isles. He is poised to secure a starting position on the flanks for Sheffield United. According to the Manchester Evening News, having participated in 2 matches for a total of approximately 125 minutes, he has netted 2 goals and provided 3 assists. That averages to a goal created every 25 minutes. Who, exactly, is this young talent, Meyer? As noted by Don Queedy, he has toiled for many years in Arsenal's youth academy, and now he finally reaps the fruits of his labor. Meyer and Gilbert have firmly established themselves as key players in Sheffield United. The London Evening Standard raises the question: is the aim of achieving a double-digit tally in his debut season mere arrogance, or is it a reflection of genuine confidence? The influence of the championship extends far beyond the borders of Britain. It is a globally marketable event, supported by the FA. If a dazzling player emerges here, he will undoubtedly gradually step into the limelight of world football, inching his way into the ranks of stardom. This presents an excellent stage, a splendid springboard, for those who are prepared. Beneath these reports, comments in various languages from other countries began to surface, as more people took notice of and became intrigued by Meyer. Having watched the highlights, they were left in awe. It is difficult to predict how far he will ascend in the future, but it seems unlikely he will reach the heights of Ronaldo and Messi. He still carries a touch of an amateurish feel to his play, akin to a statistical anomaly. He is still young, and the future remains uncertain. One must remember that when Ronaldo first arrived in England, his performances were not as polished. How can one draw comparisons? Ronaldo possessed an innate brilliance that is simply unparalleled, while Meyer, though gifted, showcases a different kind of talent, excelling beyond his peers yet lacking that lofty potential. This perspective may seem a bit retrospective. Do you recall how you criticized Ronaldo back in the day? Ronaldo stepped into the Premier League, and the two cannot be compared until Meyer follows suit. As the discussion progressed, a hint of contention began to brew in the comments section. This is perfectly normal. Each individual has their own standards for evaluating players, and differing opinions are inevitable in any case. Meyer has garnered increasing attention, with his Facebook fan count surpassing 10,000 that very evening and growing at an astonishing rate. This positive feedback loop marks his initial foray into the football realm. At the Kearney training base, in the office of the first-team coach, it was already late at night. Wenger was engrossed in organizing his materials, his expression revealing neither joy nor displeasure. Arsenal had concluded their fixtures for August, remaining unbeaten with 2 victories and 1 draw in 3 Premier League matches, amassing 7 points and placing 5th on the table. This was a rather conventional start, as Manchester United and Chelsea, boasting 3 consecutive wins, hovered just 2 points ahead. Reflecting on Manchester United, a wave of melancholy washed over Wenger as he recalled the once fierce rivalry with Arsenal and the bruising battles with the legendary Sir Alex Ferguson. Those days are now long gone. They have spent several seasons either trailing Chelsea or Manchester United. The duopoly has faded, leaving them to contend merely for a spot in the top 4. Mr. Wenger! Shouts and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. It seemed someone was eager to discuss something urgent with him. Wenger's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of recognition stirring within him, as if he had experienced this scene before, perhaps in a dream. Or at some other time. It was not until he saw the figure enter that realization dawned upon him. Hans, were those 2 youngsters once again featuring for Sheffield United? Indeed, both started. Hans panted, as though he had sprinted to deliver the news. I should have called you sooner. You simply must see this match. They performed well, Wenger replied with a subtle smile, as thoughts of those 2 promising young lads always lightened his mood. Meyer scored the first goal, Hans exclaimed, still riding the high of the match, and he netted a brace, contributing to 3 goals in total and 1 assist. Wenger's surprise was evident. His mind was still grappling with the shock of the double strike. You mean 2 goals and 1 assist? Yes, Hans nodded enthusiastically. Including previous matches, that makes it 2 goals and 3 assists. Wenger's mind raced through the statistics of players like Fabregas and Walcott in the Premier League. Realizing that Meyer's performance might surpass theirs in an instant, he was enveloped in delight and astonishment, beginning to pace the room. If the 2 assists in the previous match could be attributed to a stroke of luck, then this match's 2 goals and 1 assist unequivocally signified genuine prowess. This represented a completely different concept, a stark contrast. Wenger found himself perplexed. How could a player he had previously overlooked, one he had only begun to pay curious attention to before leaving, Display such formidable capabilities? Call Philip, he called out, but then smiled and shook his head, thinking better of it, knowing that Philip would arrive shortly on his own. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a sense of elation. Wenger. Philip entered, holding a report, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Hans beside him. The two exchanged glances, both momentarily bewildered, as Philip silently questioned his life choices. Weary of encountering Hans at such moments, is everyone aware now? He asked somewhat awkwardly, handing the report to Wenger. As Wenger accepted it, he walked while examining the contents, exclaiming in admiration, "Excellent, all looks good, Gilbert shines as well." After some time, he set down the report and suddenly looked up. Contact Sheffield United. I wish to activate the salary increase clause early. The additional amount will be covered by Arsenal. Hans and Philip exchanged knowing glances, aware that Mr. Wenger had made up his mind to support these two youngsters, an initiative to raise their salaries. He intends to nurture them as core players. Thank you on their behalf, Mr. Wenger. Hans beamed with pride, feeling immensely honored. Chapter 42. The first endorsement and salary increase. Just as before, he took approximately a day and a half to recover, during which he focused on improving his long-range shooting and coordination. While coordination training primarily involved balance exercises with resistance bands and agility ladders, the intensity was relatively low. Following the last match, Meyer's social media fanbase was growing at a rate of 3,000 per day, though it began to taper off gradually. While strolling down the street with Gilbert during their downtime, they found themselves increasingly recognized, often approached for autographs and photographs. This sensation was truly enjoyable. For now, he had not grown weary of the novelty of fame. Perhaps he would never tire of it, he sometimes mused, yet predicting the future remains uncertain. As August slowly transitioned into September, they had 5 championship matches lined up, indicating a packed schedule. The championship's format differs from the Premier League. Each season comprises 46 matches, leading to a lengthy and intense competition. This is also why championship teams seldom cause upsets in the FA Cup and League Cup. The pressure of the league itself is substantial, and they often lack the depth in their squads to compete with Premier League teams. Sheffield United's 5th-round championship match is set for September 11th, which is still some time away. Meyer felt no anxiety, continuing to train diligently until September 9, when he finally broke through in his coordination skill. Coordination LV2, proficiency progress, 1-800, effect. You have gradually come to understand your body better, achieving greater stability during complex movements, resulting in a significant enhancement in balance. A peculiar sensation washed over him, causing Meyer to stand still on the training ground for a while. The improvement in coordination, much like strength, instilled a sense of security within him. He felt increasingly composed during breakthrough movements, with the impact of challenges from opponents becoming less pronounced. Do not underestimate these nuances. They are crucial in determining his potential. With coordination comes the solid foundation for other advanced skills, allowing for growth without fear of instability. Next on the agenda is speed. Meyer smiled as he glanced at the speed progress. By the 15th at the latest, he would elevate this ability to LV2. At that point, his physical attributes would be fully prepared, just awaiting the opportunity to excel. While dining in the cafeteria, he checked his Facebook messages and noticed someone had sent him over a dozen messages. 3,000. After tax, do you see this, young star? It's post-tax, and the price is negotiable. Just sign some cups and jugs suitable for the materials, along with a few scarves and hats, to help organize an event. 3,500. 4,000. Young star, this is truly the final limit. We are not a chain store. He recalled this invitation for the endorsement from a pub. He had mentioned going, but the match had delayed him. With time on his hands, Meyer and Gilbert hailed a taxi to that fan bar after lunch. 4,000. Along the way, Gilbert peppered him with questions, a mix of teasing and envy evident on his face, just for signing a few names. And it's 4,000? Exercise caution against deception, Meyer. It is no wonder that others are concerned you might fall victim to a scam. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the two arrived at a bustling bar street. A cursory glance revealed that both sides of the street were lined with dozens of bars, varying in size, many of which boasted a football theme. Perusing the messages in his private chat, Meyer ultimately settled on a bar and directed the driver. It's that one. He and Gilbert quickly made their way inside, entering a fan bar approximately 300 square meters in size, adorned with Sheffield United logos and photographs throughout. Upon closer inspection, one could spot images of several former Sheffield stars, albeit from a bygone era. "Welcome. Please hold on for a moment." A server at the front desk promptly approached the back upon noticing their entrance. Soon after, a warm-hearted, elderly gentleman emerged from the back, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he extended his arms toward Meyer. "At last, my friend. I've been waiting for you for ages. You played exceptionally well in the last match. You captivated everyone in the bar." After exchanging pleasantries with Gilbert, the elder guided them to a table by the bar and excused himself, returning shortly with a barrel tucked under his arm. "It resembles the barrel from League of Legends," he mused. "I am Caudle, and I have been running this bar for 45 years. While busy pouring drinks for the two, Caudle began to share the history of the establishment. The bar had undergone 3 renovations, yet the most recent one had seen a significant drop in patrons. Thus, I thought to emulate other fan bars by inviting a Sheffield player to endorse us and promote our venue." Upon concluding his statement, Caudle leaned back with a hearty laugh. "I appreciate your presence, and I must say, you brought along this gentleman. What was your name again?" Gilbert, feeling somewhat slighted, interjected. "It's Gilbert." He felt a pang of indignation, wondering why others remembered Meyer but not himself. Was his face so commonplace? Caudle then outlined the endorsement requirements for Meyer, which entailed signing approximately 100 autographs and promoting the bar on his social media, inviting fans to come watch games there, all for a post-tax remuneration of $4,000. Quite simple, really. Meyer smiled, accepting the proposal. For him, nothing seemed easier than earning money in this manner. He promptly commenced the signing task, focusing intently, feeling a slight tremor in his mind with each name pinned. 40.40. Gilbert watched with envy as the earnings piled up. Once the task was complete, Meyer took a sip of beer and cheerfully remarked, "Old chap, if you have such opportunities in the future, do remember to call me." "Me as well," Gilbert chimed in, eager for a chance. Caudle excitedly gathered the scarves and bottles, assuring them, "Absolutely, absolutely. In truth, I am also taking a gamble here. Hoping it proves beneficial, I aspire to retire in this bar and watch matches here for another 20 years. I must be a die-hard supporter of the team, devoted for a lifetime." Meyer felt a stirring in his heart and replied, "When the off-season comes, we shall certainly return for a couple of drinks." "Splendid," Caudle exclaimed, producing $4,000 in cash and handing it to Meyer with joy. "This is your payment. I will send the tax documentation to your phone later. I have been waiting here for you. Your drinks are on the house, thank you." Meyer intended to continue their conversation but was suddenly interrupted by a phone call from Jorson. After a brief 2 minutes, he hung up, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "Gilbert, Arsenal is going to give us a raise." "Really?" Gilbert nearly leapt from his seat. "Are we both getting a raise? How much?" As Meyer gathered his belongings and bid farewell to Caudle, he hurried outside to hail a taxi. He marveled at how fortune seemed to favor him these past few days. Chapter 43. The Burden of Happiness. Weekly wage increase. Half an hour later, in the office of Sheffield's first-team manager. Due to the inappropriateness of discussing adult players' salaries collectively, Meyer entered the office and sat facing Gary Speed, while Gilbert waited outside. "I understand, Mr. Wenger, but I believe we still need to communicate further." Upon Meyer's entrance, Speed was engaged in a phone call with Wenger but gestured for him to take a seat. Once seated, Meyer observed Speed's expression, which seemed slightly tense, his tone subdued. Negotiating a wage increase during a loan period is rather intricate. Many regulations are not entirely clear, and it ultimately depends on both clubs. The MY proposal is advantageous for both parties, and I hope Mr. Wenger will consider it. Initially, Meyer assumed that Sheffield would bear part of the salary increase, prompting Speed's demeanor. However, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Having joined the club, Meyer was acutely aware of Speed's stance toward him, and considering his recent performances, it was reasonable to assume Speed would not reject a raise. From the perspective of the player market, it is a given that more capable players command higher salaries. Disparity between income and ability can easily lead to a player's discontent and a decline in performance over time. Clubs, naturally, do not wish to squander such opportunities. They would be eager to retain better players with higher wages and actively seek such chances. Arsenal's decision to propose a wage increase exemplified this. Indeed, Sheffield United is willing to cover the entirety of the player's increased salary. This time, utilizing Meyer's raise as leverage, Sheffield aimed to eliminate this clause. They desired to retain him for at least one more season. Meyer observed Speed's clenched jaw and reluctant nod. All right, then, let's consider the player's opinion. As Speed hung up the phone, he intended to speak, but Meyer interrupted with a smile. Sir, I understand both of your positions. Having said that, he fell silent and Speed did not respond, leaving the office steeped in a heavy silence, the stillness palpable. I have come to a conclusion. After a lengthy pause, Speed seemed to grasp Meyer's thoughts. Sometimes conversations do not necessitate excessive words. Let us discuss the salary. Mr. Wenger's intention is to raise it to $10,000 per week and to replace the previous agreement of $20,000 for 20 appearances with 20,000 for 15 assists. Someone should arrive in Sheffield with the contract tomorrow, and I am here primarily to inquire about your stance on their behalf. Meyer had no intention of negotiating. He smiled and nodded in agreement. I think it sounds excellent. No issues here. The club's initiative in proposing a raise signified their sincerity. If he were to hesitate at this juncture, it might come across as greedy. Moreover, an increase from $2,500 to $10,000 was indeed a substantial improvement. After all, he had only played 2 professional matches. No matter how impressive, doubts about his long-term potential could arise, in the early stages of his career. It was wise to avoid excessive demands and instead foster a close relationship with the club, promoting friendly cooperation. Once he achieved a certain level of success and his personal value and reputation stabilized, he could then advocate for various assurances. Before parting, Speed's eyes revealed a hint of bitterness, yet his lips bore a smile. Tell me, do I hope you continue to excel beyond expectation, or do I wish for you to remain consistent with occasional contributions? It is indeed a delightful dilemma. Whichever choice I make feels wrong. Both clubs present a similar situation, which is also a fortunate quandary for me, Meyer thought, shaking his head with a smile. This might be a necessary phase in his growth, as no one can pursue unbridled success without encountering challenges. There is no indecision here. If he wished to reach the top tier of football sooner, he must make sacrifices and endure the bittersweet nature of parting in the future. With a salary of $10,000, his monthly income would surpass $40,000. After accounting for taxes and other deductions, he could still take home over $20,000, significantly elevating his financial standing. Such a figure brings a sense of security. For money is the courage of heroes. Calculating his savings, he recalled a signing bonus of $30,000 from earlier, and after a little over 2 months, his post-tax salary had reached $10,500, coupled with bonuses from his debut match of $6,000 and $9,500 from his last appearance. A few more months of wages and bonuses would suffice to purchase a small sports car. He chuckled softly, waiting for Gilbert, and dialed his uncle's number to share the good news while confirming when the family would visit the UK. Are you kidding me? Uncle C.L. Mint's voice conveyed a hint of madness, sharply inhaling before exclaiming, I have been watching your matches and sensed you might be on the rise, but I never expected it to happen this quickly. It's only been a short time, Meyer. I feel like I'm living a dream, witnessing your salary soar from $800 to $2,500 and now to $10,000 per week. It's utterly surreal. I'm afraid that when I wake up, your wage will suddenly jump to $30,000. Meyer smiled genuinely. Since arriving in this new world, he had gradually accepted his uncle and aunt, considering them family. People need a sense of belonging and connection. Currently, he had yet to establish his own family or meet many people, and C.L. Mint's home held significant value for him. After discussing this, he brought up the family's visit to the UK. After listening to his uncle, Meyer nodded slightly, contemplating the match schedule before responding, let's plan for early October, when there will be a home game. After concluding their discussion, they hung up the phone. Gradually, as his income increased, he could alleviate the financial pressure at home, allowing them to spend more time with the children. Before long, Gilbert emerged from the office with an expression of sheer excitement. $8,000, though not as much as yours, was still quite commendable. He exuberantly embraced May's shoulders, and as they exited the administrative building, inhaled a breath of fresh air and shouted, can you believe it? Earning over £30,000 a month at just 17? How exhilarating is that? Observing the youthful exuberance on his face, May couldn't help but touch his own youthful visage. Indeed, he too was merely 17. How could all of this not evoke a sense of elation? Chapter 44. Rapid Progress, A Frenzied September. On September 11, Sheffield United faced Derby County in the 5th round of the league. Derby County, a historic English powerhouse, had once enjoyed many glorious moments in the past century. with the renowned English coach Brian Clough emerging from this very club. The match commenced at 3:30 that afternoon, with Sheffield United securing the kickoff for the first half. Mail advanced the ball. Having showcased numerous highlights in the previous two matches, a cross, just a fraction off, Sheffield United earned a corner kick. Once again, it was Mail to take it. This was his first, and it seemed he had become the team's primary corner taker. Aiming for the center, the quality was exceptional. Evans astonishingly skewed the shot wide. Thus, the first half concluded, with both teams' defenses performing admirably, affording little opportunity to the opposing side, especially in their marking of Mail. Derby County executed their strategy well. This young talent required further versatility. He possessed the gift, and being so young, I firmly believe he could achieve it. Today, the fullback assigned to defend against him was of the highest caliber in the championship. Already scouted by several prestigious clubs, with prospects of joining Chelsea next season. As the second half commenced, let us observe the performances of both sides. Here comes Evans's pass. Gilbert surged into the penalty area. Was he about to net his second career goal? A shot. Blocked. Another strike. It's in. Magnificent. Youngster Gilbert scored his second goal in professional football, and the first to rush to him was Mail. They both hailed from Arsenal. The match concluded 1-0, with Gilbert scoring the decisive goal. Sheffield United achieved their second consecutive victory under Gary Speed's management. They commenced September on a promising note. Let us hope they can accumulate more points, swiftly improve their standings, and escape the threat of relegation. After the match, a jubilant Mail hoisted the victorious Gilbert onto his back, and the two strolled around the away fans section, completing their acknowledgement. The fans had already etched the names of these two into their memories. Chanting for Gilbert after the match, the duo from Arsenal had both made significant contributions to the team. Gary Speed openly acknowledged that they had become indispensable to the squad. Sheffield Evening News on September 14th. At the training facility, Mail suddenly ceased training, lying down on the grass, his legs trembling slightly. Gilbert, who was training alongside him today, hurried over to lift Mail's legs and help stretch his ankles. Cramps? He inquired with concern. No, Mail shook his head, smiling. I'm simply attuning to my muscles, Gilbert. He rolled his eyes and set Mail's legs down, wishing to find someone to express his exasperation. Mail was not deterred for any other reason. It was primarily due to the improvement in his speed. Skill. Sprint LV2, proficiency progress, 1-800-E effect. You are now training to enhance muscle contraction speed and reaction ability. The ratio of fast-twitch muscle fibers is gradually changing, granting you a certain capacity for rapid sprints. As time progressed, he had gradually acclimated to the transition from LV1 to LV2, but the enhancement of physical attributes, after all, was not as straightforward as conventional skills. Yet it still provided him with a sense of exhilaration. Gradually gaining speed, his threat on the flanks was about to multiply. With a congested schedule, he needed to incorporate step-overs into his training regimen. Otherwise, his body simply could not endure. He resolved internally that it was not merely due to the packed schedule, but also because he had sensed his limitations in the last match. Confronted by a robust fullback, he found himself at a disadvantage. Now championship teams were aware of his penchant for step-overs. Although long-range shots still posed a threat, it was not the case that every match would present favorable opportunities for such attempts. Nor could he guarantee success with every strike. If he were to revive and hone the step-over practice to LV3, then the future would undoubtedly be transformed. Mail prepared himself mentally for the four-line training. Many exemplary wingers achieved success without excessive flair, relying instead on simple touches and some physical adjustments. Step-overs belonged to this category of techniques. His speed was steadily increasing, and if he could pair LV3 speed with 2 LV3 dribbling skills, even in the Premier League, he would likely possess a respectable success rate for dribbles, not to mention in the championship. Skill. Powerful shot LV3, proficiency progress, 218-800, glimpsing the proficiency level of his long-range shooting. His anticipation for the moment of advancement grew. This would undoubtedly become his first LV4 skill. In recent days, he discovered that employing skills during matches or experiencing positive feedback from successful attempts significantly bolstered his skill proficiency. Now, let us continue to advance alongside the schedule. On September 15, Sheffield United hosted Scunthorpe United at Bramall Lane, facing a team currently mid-table in the standings. Although Sheffield United had secured 2 consecutive victories, it was likely that new manager Gary Speed was still enjoying a rookie grace period. The team's overall strength was indeed lacking, and they had relied on youth on 2 occasions. Football news: it must be said that the media's predictions held some merit. The match commenced with Scunthorpe launching a fierce assault, catching Sheffield United off guard. Collins's incisive pass, remarkably executed, this ball tore through Sheffield United's defense. Could Dagnall reach it? He was incredibly quick, one-on-one with the keeper. A powerful strike, goal point 1-0, with Scunthorpe taking the lead away from home. A corner kick taken. A well-placed delivery. Would Scunthorpe find their second goal? Canavan's header, but it's missed. Murphin's follow-up. 2-0, as Scunthorpe gained a 2-goal advantage before halftime. The 2 defenders' shots had secured this goal, and they were in excellent form today. Dagnall again. What is happening with Sheffield United's defense today? They allowed this astute forward yet another one-on-one opportunity. Could he score? Mail surged forward. He was in fine form this match, holding an advantage over Canavan in both strength and speed, seemingly outmatching the assist-oriented fullback. A breakthrough. He got past. This marked his 3rd successful penetration of the match. Would this cross find its target? The pass got a feint followed by a cut. Mail darted into the penalty area, closing in on the danger zone. A ground cross to the back post. Ward? It's in. An explosive shot. Ward scored his first goal of the season, while Mail notched his 4th assist, proving himself a remarkable winger. The referee blew the final whistle, and the match concluded with Scunthorpe emerging victorious by 3-1. Gary Speed suffered his first defeat since taking charge. Let us hope he can rally the team. After the match, Mail and Gilbert sat by the advertising boards, watching the sparse, dejected fans exit the stadium. Feeling somewhat powerless, Mail too experienced the bitter taste of his first defeat. Frankly, it did not sit well with him. His statistical contributions did little to alleviate the disappointment. If given the choice, he would prefer to win always. Presently, he was still quite far from that goal. Yet, he would never surrender. Chapter 45. A fiery affair. A searing atmosphere. On September 18, the 7th round of the championship commenced. This round saw Sheffield United once again hosting at home, facing Portsmouth, a former powerhouse from the southern coastal city. This club had once claimed the FA Cup title 2 years prior, yet due to excessive spending on players, they currently found themselves in a precarious financial situation. The former squad had largely been poached by top-flight teams, leaving behind a roster of championship-level players. ATA Bar Street, in a 45-year-old establishment, Quick helped lift the advertising boards outside. Cordell confirmed during the pre-match press conference that Mail would again be in the starting lineup. Swiftly calling for people to carry the advertising boards out, he himself held several small banners. These had been freshly made a few days prior, announcing fan activities. Clearly written on them was the offer: spend $200 at a table to receive a beautifully signed gift from Mail, or spend over $50 in the store to purchase a gift for $50. Limited to 25 items per week. The event would run for 4 weeks. In comparison to the investment made by Kedir, even if all these gifts were sold, he might not earn much. However, the essence of opening a store lies primarily in cultivating customer habits. If this event can accumulate a loyal following of fans for their pub, it would yield long-term benefits. In fact, during the last match, I had a strong inclination to release the news. After Kedir and the staff wrapped up their tasks, he gazed at the new storefront with anticipation and remarked, "Yet, for some reason, I had a premonition that we might lose, perhaps even face a significant defeat, in the upcoming match against Scunthorpe." To my surprise, my prediction was accurate. Thankfully, I remained composed, or else the enthusiasm of the fans in the early stages of the event would have waned. One of the staff chuckled and turned to him, asking, "So today, is your prediction that Sheffield United will win?" "It's hard to say." Kedir shook his head, fully aware of the team's situation this season. "Nonetheless, there is a glimmer of hope. I feel that Meyer has a chance to score, and he might just surprise us." Observing the staff laughing, he waved his hand as he walked inside. Do not underestimate the intuition of the elderly. It can be more accurate than a woman's sixth sense. This remark elicited laughter from many, causing several to tilt their heads back in amusement. Kedir chuckled softly. Sometimes, as one grows older, they become more childlike. Upon entering the tavern, he took a seat at the bar, awaiting customers. Before long, a few regulars walked in, ordered some beers, and settled down to wait for the match to commence. They inquired briefly about the event, but their interest seemed lukewarm at best. As the match approached, fans who were unable to secure tickets from scalpers flocked to the pub street, instantly enlivening the atmosphere and drawing attention to the ongoing activities. "Meyer's autograph?" Have kids today become so commercially savvy? They laughed. If he performs brilliantly today, I might consider purchasing one. Following the logic that consuming alcohol anywhere incurs a cost, many chose to participate in the event instead. Kedir was pleasantly surprised by the turnout, welcoming everyone with a beaming smile. While several staff members busied themselves, it really Meyer's autograph. Some affluent fans, particularly those fond of Meyer, entered and immediately pulled out cash. Ready to make a purchase, fair and square. Kedir opened his phone and displayed Meyer's advertisement on social media, confirming its authenticity. Many ordered $50 worth of drinks and opted to spend an additional $50 on signed merchandise. Choosing between scarves, hats, or even flasks and bottles, this moment, most fans gravitated towards the scarves and hats adorned with the club's dual-edged emblem. Amidst this lively atmosphere, the start of the match drew nearer. At Bramall Lane, beside the center circle, you are a light in the dark, that there's only the road down the dark. Listening to the chants of the surrounding fans, Meyer fixed his intense gaze on the opposing goal. His desire to score and win reaching a fever pitch, he could feel a potent force emanating from the songs, a strength that seemed to arise from the depths of people's hearts. Passed down and amplified through generations of Sheffield United supporters, in this moment, he profoundly grasped the power of community football. Beep. As the referee officially signaled the start of the match, he sprinted forward. Racing towards the left side of the opponent's defense, eager to receive the ball, he recalled the advertisement he had helped Kedir release before the match, thinking of that 4,000 filled with warmth from the applause. These people should be closely watching his performance today, especially since this was his first brand partnership. He could not afford to tarnish his reputation. He was determined to give his all, leveraging his influence to help Kedir's pub attract business. His influence must be manifested through goals and assists. Although numerous media outlets had reported on him, the audience remained relatively small, confined to various circles. He needed to create one spectacular moment after another to further engrave his presence in the minds of the fans. Boom, boom. After several professional matches, his experience had notably improved. It was akin to nurturing a sharpshooter. Beyond possessing talent and potential, one needed ample ammunition to hone their skills. The more one plays, the more adept they become. Meyer had never felt limited to scoring through long shots and crosses. With his playing time available, even mere chances could lead to opportunities. Whenever the moment arose, he could seize a one-on-one or header opportunity. This was a sense of composure, an adaptation to the Championship League's demands. Beep. In the 12th minute of the match, Gilbert advanced with the ball through the center when he was brought down by an opposing player, prompting the referee to signal a foul. The championship isn't suited for you, nor for your companion. You'll be washed out here. After saying this, he forcefully headbutted Gilbert's head, then stood up, preparing to leave. What did you say? Gilbert, being a young man full of vigor, was naturally incensed, quickly rising to follow him. Aren't you 33? You've spent your life cooped up here. You can only envy us because you have nothing. A classic confrontation on the football field. Tensions flared as players from both sides rushed in. What are you doing? Meyer arrived first, pushing Michael Brown aside. On the field, they were in a competitive state, and no one should be coddled. Gilbert was embroiled in a conflict, and he had to step in to defuse the situation. Feeling the heat around him, he too felt a surge of adrenaline. When faced with such football thugs, one could not adhere to conventional responses. Beep, beep, beep. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the referee blew the emergency whistle, rushing in to position himself between the two sides. They stood off against each other, and what was once a pure football contest had been tainted by personal grievances. Hush, hush, hush. The sound of Sheffield United fans booing filled the air, many throwing water bottles and debris onto the field, expressing their dissatisfaction. This was their home ground. How could the opposing players instigate trouble? Wasn't that deserving of a straight red card? On the sidelines, Gary Speed charged out from the coaching area, angrily approaching the fourth official. He threatened our players and headbutted one of them. Can't you see that? He urged through his earpiece. Quick! The fourth official, maintaining a stern demeanor, avoided eye contact with Gary Speed and refrained from responding over the earpiece. Thus, a farce unfolded, only to be swiftly subdued by the collective rationality of those present. After the referee issued yellow cards to Meyer and Michael Brown, the players gradually dispersed. Only Michael Brown, feeling insulted, continued to grind his teeth, issuing a warning, "You two better watch yourselves." Unbeknownst to him, Meyer had taken the ball to the free kick spot. Preparing to take the kick himself, The team's primary free kick taker was Janyahans, who had only been assigned corner kick duties 2 weeks prior. However, this time, he was determined to take it. Chapter 46. Direct free kick goal. A sold-out collection. Form the wall. We need 6 people. Portsmouth's goalkeeper Ashton busied himself, adjusting the wall's angle with hand gestures. To the left. Keep going. A bit more. Too much. Half a step to the right. Good. One could say he was an experienced goalkeeper. Not one to underestimate the situation. This free kick was about 25 meters from the goal, a distance well suited for a powerful long shot. Prior to the match, the head coach had mentioned Meyer's exceptional long-range shooting skills. Here we go. He lowered his center of gravity, readying himself for a defensive powerhouse, while remaining alert to Meyer potentially shifting tactics for a curled shot, as for the possibility of a pass from the opposing team. He had no concerns. The 6-man wall was not a literal wall, and their positioning indicated the offside line, preventing the opposing players from crossing over. Should Meyer attempt something unexpected, his teammates would surely react swiftly, dispersing to mark their opponents. Taking a deep breath, Ashton noted that Meyer had begun his run-up. Though, at this moment, he could hear the excited shouts of Sheffield United fans from the sidelines. Some seemed barely able to contain themselves. They fervently hoped that the young man before them would breach their guarded goal. A smirk crept onto Ashton's lips. As a goalkeeper, nothing pleased him more than shattering others' hopes, relishing the sight of disappointment as fans buried their heads in regret. Accompanied by the applause of their own supporters. Score it! At the edge of the penalty area, Gilbert clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating his friend's ability to rally the team. The atmosphere was ripe. All that was needed was a goal. Others, too, were mostly gritting their teeth in anticipation, their eyes fixed intently on the ball, hoping the next moment would see it crashing into the net. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meyer struck, extending his body to its utmost, swinging his leg to the limits of flexibility, then unleashing all his strength in a powerful shot. Debris scattered from where the ball was struck, dirt and short grass being kicked up and falling away. Showcasing the force behind his kick, the ball soared directly above the wall, as 6 Portsmouth players leapt high, attempting to intercept it. Ouch! Goalkeeper Ashton shouted, lowering his center of gravity slightly, gauging the ball's trajectory. As he observed the trajectory of the football, which appeared destined for the pinnacle of the Portsmouth wall, he momentarily relaxed. This shot ought to have been intercepted. Yet, whether it was fear of the ball's velocity or an awkward shift in posture, the football astonishingly sailed through the wall, hurtling towards the near corner of the goal. In a flash, Ashton found himself unable to voice his complaints, instinctively turning his head to the left in a daze. Whoosh! The ball struck the net, its residual force causing it to spin violently before descending. With several shifts in balance within a second, he deflated, collapsing to the ground in a grotesquely contorted position. He closed his eyes, knowing that an earth-shattering roar was imminent. He had failed to shatter the hopes of the fans, becoming merely a cog in the play between Mail and the supporters. A mere backdrop. Yeah, countless hands rose from the stands, and a multitude tossed their hats and lightweight items into the air, expressing their exhilaration. On the sidelines, Gary Speed leapt to his feet, rushing to the 4th official, bellowing at the official who had previously ignored him. Come on! Come on! He pounded his fist against his chest, and in this fervent atmosphere, even he, usually so composed, began to unleash his frustration indiscriminately. It was as if he declared, "No red card? Then let us punish them with goals." Everything fell perfectly into place. When the team needed a goal, it arrived indeed. 1-0. Mail's long-range strike found the net. Oh! Mail roared as he sprinted towards the sidelines, having witnessed who had let the ball slip by. While celebrating, he turned to Michael Brown, the instigator of the earlier conflict, and chuckled. So you lot are all bark and no bite. When it comes to the crunch, you afraid to take the ball on the face for your team. This was not moral coercion. Professional players are tough, having endured countless strikes from footballs throughout their lives. Most do not fear being struck by a ball. A hit to the face is often less painful than one to the abdomen or ribs. Yet, Michael Brown still flinched, instinctively recoiling as the ball sped towards his face. Mail did not grant the agitated Brown the chance to provoke further conflict. He reached the sidelines, leaped high, and executed a sidekick celebration against the corner flag. All his pent-up anger and frustration were released with that kick, sending chills down his spine. The adrenaline coursing through him made him feel invincible. 3 goals and 4 assists to date, He had created 7 goals in his career. This was not a field that suppressed him, but one that liberated him. He would eventually make his Premier League debut from here. In the old tavern on Cordell Street, Mail stood at the penalty spot, preparing to take a free kick. We all knew he possessed a powerful shot with a high success rate, capable of causing significant trouble for goalkeepers. Hundreds of fans gathered, their numbers exceeding 100, all eyes fixated on the television screen. The camera panned to Aston, an excellent goalkeeper, as he prepared to face off against Mail. Mail began his run-up, unleashing a thunderous shot. Cordell had already raised his hands in anticipation the moment Mail commenced his approach, instinct taking over. The ball found the net. Goal. A spectacular free kick directly breached the goal. And Mail scored his 3rd goal of the season, yet again with his signature long-range blast. Oh! Cheers erupted in the tavern. In the confined space, the collective roar of hundreds resonated like an army's might. Many clapped their hands, others raised their glasses, creating a thud-thud sound on the tables, as emotions peaked. Mail! Someone shouted, brandishing the scarf they had purchased upon entering. This gesture seemed to awaken others, and soon someone stood up. Heading towards the bar where Cordell was stationed. I want a scarf. Our table still needs 79 to reach a 300 tab. Just get me all dark beer. Surprisingly, someone was willing to purchase a whole jug. Hiding alcohol had always been a universal pastime. Previously, they hadn't considered that a jug signed by Mail held any special significance, preferring to buy practical items instead. But now, in this euphoric moment, someone suddenly found value in it. A player who emerged from Sheffield United with a promising future ahead, capable of stirring their emotions at any moment. How could he not be valuable? If Sheffield United produces a talent like Mail from their youth academy, I will definitely bring this jug out to share a drink with him. One person exclaimed, holding up the jug with a smile. Another, upon receiving his jug, mimicked, if Mail becomes a superstar, I'll cherish this jug forever. When I have children and if they make it into the youth academy, I'll pour them a drink from it. Whistles filled the air, and it seemed everyone supported these too. Amid the fervor of purchases, the limited 25 jugs for the week quickly sold out, leaving Cordell to explain at the front, come back next week. I believe Mail will bring us another thrilling experience. He raised his glass, downing its contents in one go, a genuine smile lighting up his face. This event appeared to have been a resounding success. Wait a moment. If Mail truly becomes a superstar in the future, wouldn't that make me his first brand partner? Reflecting on this, he felt a swell of pride, his face glowing as he dashed around the venue, raising toasts. Chapter 47. A clear chance. Mail's goal ignited the passion of the crowd, instilling a stronger drive and desire within the Sheffield United players. Bang bang. They launched a fierce assault, sending balls into the penalty area from both flanks. Championship teams indeed struggle to execute sophisticated tactics, creating opportunities through numerical superiority on the wings or engaging in one-on-one situations before delivering a cross was the most pragmatic approach. The remainder involved executing counterattacks and maintaining solid defense. However, the efficacy of such simple tactics depends on the pre-match analysis conducted by the coaching staff, as well as the players' form and abilities. Currently, it appeared that Sheffield United's players were in fine form. In the 21st minute of the match, a new golden opportunity arose. Gilbert delivered a pass akin to a surgeon's scalpel, slicing through the gaps in Portsmouth's defense, allowing Evans to make a diagonal run to receive the ball. Bang! He pivoted and struck, the football gliding along the ground towards the far corner of the goal. This was a high-quality shot, with Evans showcasing the level of skill expected of him. The entire execution of the shot was seamless. Aston, guarding the goal, was once again breached. His towering stature hindered his ability to react quickly enough to intercept such a shot. The ball crashed into the side netting, swirling into the inner net. 2-0. Sheffield United's prospects looked exceedingly promising. Oh! The home crowd erupted in cheers, with everyone associated with Sheffield United swept up in the celebratory tide. This included the sports equipment manager, coaches, ground staff, security personnel, and many others, all jubilantly embracing each other, raising their hands in unison. As he ran towards Evans and Gilbert, Mail suddenly felt a surge of clarity in his mind, his vision sharpening remarkably. Skill. Insight LV2. Proficiency. 1-800. Observational skills have improved. This was undoubtedly a boon for his passing ability, enhancing his capacity to read the game and better anticipate his teammates' movements. Previously, Mail could only ensure the quality of his crosses, guaranteeing speed, curve, and the potential to threaten the opponent's penalty area. As for whom he would pass to, he had given it little thought. On one hand, his crossing ability was only at LV3, far from the best. On the other hand, given his current skill level, merely finding the right angle to deliver a pass was already commendable. He had no time to observe. However, now, everything would be different. He might complete a general observation in a remarkably brief period and occasionally execute precise strikes. Gilbert, you lad, you've also made a contribution with that assist. Mail thought little of it, still caught up in the celebration. The enhancement of his observation skills was a double blessing, so why not celebrate together? You think you're the only one whose football IQ has improved from watching tapes? Gilbert grinned, puffing out his chest. I'm no slouch. Even you, a genius, have acknowledged my talent. All right, all right. Mail found it hard to counter, simply giving him a high five. He pondered whether believing in oneself truly facilitated gradual progress towards that direction. Having suffered in the first half, he certainly wouldn't let it slide. In the second half, he would need to be cautious of his retaliation. His gaze shifted to the corner where Mail and Gilbert stood, particularly at the two of you who had directly engaged in the conflict. There's a saying in England, do not fear the devil, but fear the little goblin. With that, he pulled out the tactical board, stating, based on your individual considerations, from the team's perspective, I've observed that Michael Brown's focus has strayed from the pitch. He is a crucial component of Portsmouth's defense, yet he often loses his position. Their left center-back frequently shifts to cover for him. Keep this in mind. Seize the opportunity to exploit his lapses and target the space left when he vacates his position. Understood? The players nodded in agreement. And Mail made a mental note. Sometimes, the game's intricate strategies hinge on just one or two individuals. All of the teams consist of highly skilled professionals, with the majority of players possessing a fundamental level of proficiency. Extracting flaws from them is far less effective than identifying and exploiting the shortcomings of one or two individuals to deliver a focused strike. Are you concerned? At this moment, Gilbert turned to him and inquired if he felt apprehensive. Mail, initially taken aback, soon realized he was referring to Michael Brown's retaliation. Not at all, but I will exercise caution. This incident was originally directed at me. Refrain from making such remarks. Mail smiled faintly, shaking his head. First, ensure your own protection. We will undoubtedly encounter individuals like this frequently in the future. Gilbert said nothing further, merely observing the situation, seemingly lost in thought. The second half of the match commenced, and the fans organized a spirited display of support, beating drums and chanting the team's anthem. Mail remained stationed along the sidelines, attentively monitoring Michael Brown's movements. If anyone could capitalize on the opponent's mispositioning, aside from the nearby center-forward Borodanovic, it would be him. Should Michael Brown let his guard down, the opposing left center-back would be compelled to advance for support, allowing Mail to swiftly exploit the gap. He continued to move, anticipating such an opportunity. With heightened observation, he recognized his capability in this regard, which fostered a burgeoning ambition within him. Finally, in the 63rd minute of the match, bang, as Mail made his third attempt to dart behind the opposing left center-back's vacant space. Janyahans's pass arrived. It was a low, ground-hugging ball, easy to control. Mail deftly gathered the ball and surged into the penalty area, catching sight of numerous fans rising from their seats out of excitement. No fouls, support, but it was evidently too late. This one-on-one confrontation was solely between him and the goalkeeper. The others could only apply minimal pressure. Chapter 48. Goal. Janyahans's pass. Sheffield United pierced through Portsmouth's defense. Their left flank had been a complete shambles today, a fact that had already led to a previous goal. Mail controlled the ball. Did he have a shot? The commentary from Sky Sports echoed through the stadium as fans rose to their feet. Assessing the situation. The optimal method would be to strike with the instep, ensuring the ball rolls smoothly into the far corner from close range. However, when it came to Mail, one could never be certain. We all knew he preferred to resolve matters with a powerful strike. Just as this thought crossed the commentator's mind, Mail took a slight step to the side, flexing his body in preparation for a shot. No gentle push. This initial motion indicated to everyone that he intended to unleash a fierce strike towards the goal. A thunderous shot. Aston had no chance. The ball found the net. 3-0. Mail celebrated his second goal of the day. His performance was nothing short of spectacular. I could even sense the spirit of body studa emanating from him. A quintessential Beatist goal. Such proximity, and he truly dared to shoot. He really dared to unleash. On the pitch, as Mail emphatically nailed the ball into the side netting, the crowd erupted once again in fervor. Yes, the fans' cheers resonated through the air, with more people rising to celebrate, and Gary Speed even threw a series of triumphant punches along the sidelines. Mail, taken aback by the overwhelming atmosphere, was still contemplating a celebratory gesture when he suddenly felt a jolt. His body was uncontrollably thrust forward, and the joy of his double strike swiftly morphed into anger. Without needing to look, he could deduce who had collided with him. After regaining his balance, he quickly stood up, turning to confront Michael Brown. At this moment, he didn't care about any potential cards, since Michael Brown showed no concern. Neither would he. He poured all his strength into pushing Brown, who stumbled a few steps in response. What kind of man are you? If you had even a shred of shame, you wouldn't behave like a coward on the pitch. Before long, someone approached to pull him away, attempting to escort him from the scene. Initially indifferent, he pressed forward towards Michael Brown. It wasn't until he noticed Gilbert also coming over to intervene, observing the weight of resentment and animosity in his eyes, that his focus shifted. Gilbert, focus on the game. Mail worried that Gilbert might retaliate, risking suspension for the sake of a rogue act. The greater the price paid for such an impudent individual, the more unnecessary it became. We would emerge victorious. At this juncture, the referee blew his whistle and rushed over to prevent the situation from escalating, while the assistant referee also entered the field. Michael Brown feigned innocence, adopting a look of naivety, standing with his hands raised, refusing to engage in any dispute. "Give him a yellow card, or I will certainly file a complaint with the FA," shouted Gary Speed from the sidelines, almost ready to storm the field. The fans soon recognized the irregularity of the situation, gradually halting their cheers and replacing them with boos and jeers, thousands of arms pointing at Michael Brown and the referee. The pressure and hesitation were palpable on the referee's face as he approached both Michael Brown and Mail multiple times without issuing a card. Once the optimal moment for a card had passed, he lowered his head and walked towards the center circle, delivering a silent, final resolution. The discontented murmurs swelled, nearly drowning out the entire stadium. Gary Speed's complaints were lost amidst the cacophony, leaving only his frantic gestures, spitting out unrecognizable curses. With no follow-up, this confrontation concluded as abruptly as it began. Once calmed, Mail stood on the left side of the center circle, occasionally glancing at Michael Brown. No, he was not calm. This matter lingered in his heart, unresolved. Beep. When the referee once again blew the whistle to resume the match, as Portsmouth's center forward initiated the kickoff, Mail distinctly noticed Gilbert charging forward at an unusual speed. Crossing the midfield line and heading straight for the forwards area, bang. At this moment, Portsmouth's fullback delivered the ball to Michael Brown, who received it and turned, scanning his surroundings. Gilbert suddenly accelerated, his target unmistakable. Either the ball at Brown's feet or Brown himself. Mail's eyes widened as he anticipated the impending event, ready to shout a warning, but was too late. Gilbert had already made his move. Swoosh! It was a vicious scissor kick tackle, Gilbert's legs crashing into Brown's, who almost instantly soared into the air, propelled by his body's instinct to evade. When Brown landed, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his ankle, rendering his foot numb. A cry of anguish echoed throughout the stadium. The recently dubbed tough guy clutched his ankle, his face contorted in agony, on the verge of tears. Mail stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to breathe, as the entire stadium fell silent for a second or two. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. And only then did people begin to comprehend what had just transpired. Oh. Some clutched their heads in shock at Gilbert's decision. Well done. Others seethed, pointing fingers at Brown, while praising Gilbert. That wasn't a red card action. Some even preemptively pleaded for Gilbert, frantically waving their hands. Portsmouth's medical team rushed onto the field, surrounding Michael Brown to assess his condition. Sheffield United's players gathered around the referee, urging him not to issue a red card, insisting that Gilbert had not acted intentionally. Yet, whether Gilbert acted with intent or not was evident to all. Off. The referee ultimately showed no hesitation, brandishing a red card and expelling Gilbert from the match, leaving the matter to the FA for investigation and adjudication. Gilbert had anticipated this outcome. From the moment he stood up, he had no intention of remaining on the field, turning directly towards the players' tunnel. Disrupting a brother's celebration and seeking trouble? he would certainly tackle him. This incident began with him and ended with him. Michael Brown was eventually carried off on a stretcher, and Portsmouth substituted in a new midfielder. At this juncture, Gary Speed, seeking to protect Mail, promptly substituted him as well. Gilbert sat alone in a corner, removing his soccer shoes, and upon seeing Mail enter, he beamed. Are you going to say I acted impulsively? Or that I lacked professionalism and jeopardized someone else's career? I don't think so. If he remained on the field, we would both be at risk. If I were injured, it wouldn't matter. But if you were hurt because of this, or if you got suspended for retaliating against him, I would feel even worse. He articulated the points he had prepared, hoping to earn Mail's affirmation of his actions. However, Mail shook his head, moving closer to sit beside him. I wasn't going to say any of that. If I must offer an assessment, I would say you were quite impressive. Impressive? Gilbert lifted his head, smiling. Mail placed a hand on his shoulder, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the match. Chapter 49. I stand with you? Oh. The two did not linger long before an overwhelming cheer erupted from outside, shaking the ground beneath them and vibrating against the walls. They were situated within the stadium, directly beneath the fan zone, and such a sensation was entirely expected. Mail listened intently, smiling. It's our goal. It must be. Gilbert nodded in agreement. Such sounds could not possibly emanate from the visiting fans. Yeah. A little over 10 minutes later, another wave of sound surged forth, just as grandiose as the last. It was evident that the home fans were shouting in triumph. They had overwhelmed Portsmouth, securing a significant victory on their home turf. Mail's expression shifted numerous times, ultimately settling into a state of reflection, recalling 2 months prior when he too had gauged the fans' cheers to discern whether it was his team scoring or the opponent's. Indeed, not merely as a bystander. The two conversed freely, with Mail raising an eyebrow, still a contributing bystander. Today, he scored 2 goals, while Gilbert contributed with an assist, collectively orchestrating 3 goals and claiming all the strikes before the match concluded. From a previous perspective, this is nothing short of astonishing. No one anticipated that the two of them could progress so swiftly, not even themselves did so. Can we regard our presence here as a mark of success and a graceful exit? Gilbert chuckled heartily for a moment, but his expression gradually turned serious as he inhaled deeply and mused. Yet, one wonders where we shall ultimately come to rest. He feared that all of this might merely be a fleeting illusion, destined to vanish upon waking one day. An unending journey? That seems improbable. Yet he yearned to venture further still. In this realm devoted to football, he aspired to stand at the pinnacle, to experience the grandeur of surveying the world from above, which is the utmost ambition of any player. We triumph. We are first. They offered Mail and Gilbert, who had attracted some controversy today, no opportunity to speak, treating them equally as they pulled the two up and began to leap in their self-choreographed dance. Is this sorrowful? Is it a lament? Or perhaps an attempt to console them? Nothing compares to the euphoria of celebration. Having won, let us revel first and ponder later. Mail shook his shoulders and swayed his hips, laughing as he joined the celebratory wave. That moment, he truly immersed himself in the joyous atmosphere. Following this match, his statistics had soared to 4 goals and 4 assists, contributing to a total of 8 goals since the season commenced. The target of 15 goals for his next pay raise was drawing near. Such performance would undoubtedly soon catch the attention of Professor Wenger. He had already risen on his toes from the launching pad, eagerly anticipating the upward leap. 5-0. Portsmouth was utterly lost. A clean sheet victory. Team captain Robert raised his gloves high, claiming credit as he said, at the very least, I thwarted 2 of their golden scoring opportunities. As the schedule lightens, a round of drinks is in order for me. Many readily agreed. Even assistant coach Jorson pointed at him and laughed. No one else treating you. I will. Another cheer erupted until head coach Gary Speed entered the room, at which point the noise diminished slightly. Everyone turned to him, knowing he had something to say. Gary Speed was succinct and direct as he approached Gilbert. From the team's perspective, it was a foolish and reckless act, a departure from professional ethics. Yet on a personal level, I support you, and I believe Mail would too. Mail nodded in agreement, listening as he continued, I will leverage all my connections to pressure the FA for a lenient penalty. But you will certainly face consequences. Do you understand? Thanks, boss, I understand, Gilbert replied with a relaxed smile, raising a hand to his forehead and arching an eyebrow, signaling that he was unperturbed. Gary Speed then surveyed the room. his serious demeanor suddenly transforming into a smile. Continue your revelry. You all deserve it. Male, come with me to the post-match press conference. Oh. Cheers erupted once more, and the players began singing the song from earlier, many closing their eyes to savor the moment. Male followed Gary Speed as they made their way to the press conference room. Along the way, Gary Speed did not offer any instructions, clearly trusting him not to speak indiscreetly. On Bar Street, at the Cordell pub, the exhilaration from the 5-0 triumph rippled through, as most fans had already imbibed to the point of flushed faces, loudly sharing nonsensical tales. Let me tell you, when I was 16, my talent was on par with Male and Gilbert. I was in the Reading Youth Academy back then. You were nothing. At that moment, the press conference appeared on the television, with Male and Gary Speed seated at the main table, surrounded by a sea of cameras. At this moment, many fans raised their glasses in a toast toward Male on the screen. Clearly, they had come to regard him as one of their own, eager to celebrate alongside him. Transfermarkt reported yesterday that they will update player valuations on September 23 RD. How do you think your valuation will change? A reporter stood up and asked. 0.5 million euros. For million? No, 8 million euros. Wrong. If a club offers 8 million euros for Male, do you think Arsenal would let him go? Transfermarkt is authoritative, yet the valuations often diverge significantly from the player's actual worth. I suspect they will peg it around 5 million euros. Cordell, seated at the front, did not disclose this to the crowd. His psychological valuation hovered around 6 to 7 million euros. Cordell turned to see the celebrating team returning from the pitch. Their faces flushed, many sporting hoarse voices. Upon spotting the pub, which was collaborating with Male for an event, numerous fans made their way over, immediately inquiring about signed memorabilia. Male performed splendidly today. £100 for him. Worth every penny. I want one too. Hurry up and get me one. Me too, they clamored, creating a new wave of chaotic noise. Cordell smiled wryly, raising his hands. I'm afraid we have a happy dilemma now. We have a limit of 25 per week, so please come back later. Many left disheartened, but numerous others remained, filling the vacated tables. Male's influence had reached this far. It was a remarkably successful small-scale endorsement, proving he could earn the adoration of the fans. Chapter 50. Transfermarkt valuation released. On September 23 RD, the exquisite display stand for the medal that Male ordered on eBay arrived. It is a handcrafted display measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Exquisitely designed from every angle, the only downside is its price. Due to the materials used, it cost a staggering £900. This thing nearly costs 1K? Gilbert helped Male assemble it, continuously grumbling, Male, you've changed. You're no longer that kid from the youth team. You've got money now and started to splurge. A place to showcase my honors should be of decent quality, Male retorted, occasionally exhibiting a penchant for refinement. He had his own views. This is a rented space, so he would buy something functional for now and later. When he had his own home, he would purchase the finest. Once assembled, he placed the 2 player of the match trophies he had thus far earned upon it. Standing beside it in admiration, he eagerly anticipated what it would look like in 6 months, a year, or 3 years. What are you thinking? Gilbert asked, looking at him curiously, a hint of envy in his tone. What will it be like when this is filled with trophies? Male thought silently but did not voice it would look splendid. You should put in some effort too. When will you win one a place here? Not a chance, Gilbert replied decisively, shaking his head. I fear you might swipe it. Dio, you think it's a lighter? Just grab it at will? Male instinctively complained, though Gilbert clearly did not comprehend. They watched television for a while until a sudden knock interrupted them. Gilbert approached the door, peered through the peephole, and opened it. Jorson stood on the other side, holding 2 large boxes, seemingly bearing gifts for them. Long time no see. Gilbert greeted him stiffly. They had just seen each other during training, but they seldom interacted outside of that. Jorson, competing for the first assistant coach position, had little regard for the 2 kids from his scouting days. Male, spotting him, playfully teased, wanting to poke fun at this old friend since joining Sheffield United. We have become like strangers now. Jorson waved his hand in resignation, placing the boxes on the living room table. Transfermarkt has updated player valuations. Are you aware? Not yet. Inside these boxes are the valuation plaques I had crafted this morning in the city. Jorson gestured as he explained. I made a commemorative plaque with information reflecting your initial valuation increase, a gift for you both. He had already noticed the display stand Male had set up in the living room and pointed. It would fit perfectly there. Let me see. Gilbert, unable to contain his curiosity, rushed over to unwrap. Which one is mine? This one, Jorson replied, handing him a box. Male leaned in closer, intrigued to discover what Gilbert's valuation would be. As Gilbert slowly unveiled the box, a yellow-themed plaque adorned with his match photo emerged, resembling the value panels later sent to clubs by FIFA. The commemorative value was indeed commendable. It clearly recorded the date, birthday, valuation increase, and all pertinent player information, including the valuation €3.5 million. Upon seeing the figure, Gilbert's eyes lit up. To him, it was an astounding amount. I actually have €3.5 million? Jorson smiled at him, though his expression also conveyed a hint of unspoken sympathy as he glanced towards Male, noticing Gilbert's €3.5 million, was already curious about his own valuation plaque and began unwrapping it. Exclaiming, "A wonderful gift, Mr. Jorson, thank you, I will keep it forever." This was his first valuation. Regardless of the circumstances, it held sentimental significance. He slowly extracted his plaque, the first thing he saw being a photo of himself striking a powerful slide after scoring his inaugural goal. He felt quite impressive indeed. As he gradually turned to view his valuation, Male's heart raced to his throat, not from anxiety but sheer excitement. €8 million? Ha ha ha. Gilbert erupted into laughter, leaning back and pointing at Male. Your level of jest is rather lacking. His words trailed off, the final syllables almost whispered to himself. He too noticed the glaring figure of €8 million. Recalling Male's statistics and their respective ages, his eyes widened and brows furrowed, his complexion instantly paling. Could it be true? Gilbert glanced at the 350 on his own card and then at the 800 above Male's, realizing he hadn't even reached half of Male's valuation. Instinctively, he wished to crush his card in frustration. He walked into the room with a sullen gait, leaving behind a lonely silhouette. What's wrong? Male asked, bewildered, raising his hands in confusion. I truly cannot help you with that card. That night in Lisbon, Portugal, at Mendes' agency, the chairman's office, a figure entered, delivering the latest valuation of players across all levels of English leagues, silently turning to leave. Jorge Mendes placed the document on his desk, closing his eyes to savor the music streaming through his headphones. This titan of the transfer market, who had been shaping European football since 2004, was in a particularly triumphant phase. Following Cristiano Ronaldo's first Ballon d'Or in 2008 and his transfer to Real Madrid in 2009, Mendes' name resonated throughout Europe and Asia. Just recently, his client, Mourinho, had led Inter Milan to a treble victory, carrying the momentum of that triumph into the Bernabeu. When discussing commercial football, one cannot overlook this successful football entrepreneur. After a significant pause, Mendes removed his headphones and picked up the valuation list, deliberately avoiding the highest figures, as he was already familiar with them. Instead, he focused on the fourth page detailing player valuation increases, which was critical for unveiling rising stars. His agency employed numerous scouts to monitor matches across various countries, yet human resources were limited. Transfermarkt served as a vital reference. Scanning for players, he soon came across Male. At just 17, he stood out, intrinsically linked to potential, marking him as a burgeoning talent. Mendes recalled that someone had mentioned this name to him 2 weeks prior, and he had indeed instructed someone to keep tabs on him. It appeared he was an Arsenal player. He grabbed his phone, sifting through unread messages until he found a video report on Sheffield United's Male. After thoroughly reviewing the report for over 10 minutes, he sent a voice message, dispatching the appropriate individuals to establish contact with the player. Stay vigilant and inform me of any developments. At17, with 4 goals and 4 assists in the championship. Mendes smiled, recognizing that this year was a whirlwind for European football. Chapter 51. Breaking the 10-goal barrier. On September 25, during the 8th round of the championship, they faced Leeds United away. Gilbert's suspension had been announced the previous day. A lengthy investigation evidently influenced by Gary Speed's relentless advocacy. Ultimately, he received a 3-match ban and a fine of $3,000. This lenient verdict indicated minimal repercussions, likely owing to Gary Speed's considerable efforts with the club. In the aftermath of this farce, the officiating referee also faced penalties, receiving a 2-match suspension as the FA concluded that his indecisive officiating was a primary factor leading to subsequent retaliatory actions. Thus, the incident came to a close in solidarity with his absent brother, Mail inscribed Gilbert's name on his shin guards and vowed to celebrate with a dramatic toss of the guards if he scored in the next 3 matches. With such anticipation, Mail sat in the back row of the team bus, silently journeying to Leeds United's home ground. The match commenced at 3:30 p.m. Leeds were slightly stronger than Sheffield, yet the latter maintained a spirited resolve, holding their own on the pitch. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Leeds Snodgrass received a yellow card, visibly agitated and reckless in his actions. They needed to be cautious, given Sheffield United's recent encounter. Provoking them would yield no favorable outcomes. Another yellow card, this time for Leeds, as McCartney yanked Mail from behind while he attempted to break through the defense, granting Sheffield United a set-piece opportunity. The ball was cleared out of the penalty area. No threat. Both defenses were performing admirably, and the match was somewhat subdued. Thus, it appeared the first half would conclude scoreless. The home fans were expressions of dissatisfaction, while the traveling Sheffield United supporters remained calm, seemingly accustomed to their team's fluctuations. As the second half commenced, both teams switched sides, initiating a fresh round of competition, hoping for an exhilarating half. Snodgrass launched a long pass. Johnson surged forward to meet it. Faced with Cav, he maneuvered past, executing a splendid breakthrough as Johnson sped towards the center. A powerful shot. 1-0. Johnson demonstrated the qualities of a top-tier forward, utilizing his individual prowess to secure the lead for his team. As time gradually surpassed the 70-minute mark, did Sheffield United still have a chance? They desperately needed consecutive victories to bolster their confidence. Alternating wins and losses could undermine team morale. Mail, maintaining his composure, held off McCartney, who, already booked, dared not use his hands. He slipped past. Mail surged into the penalty area. Evans dropped back to receive the ball. Could Mail spot the triangular position? A beautiful pass, a precise finish. The ball found the net. 1-1. Sheffield United finally equalized, thanks to Evans' exquisite finishing, with Mail's exceptional vision playing an instrumental role. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. 1-1. Both teams claimed a point. Through the broadcast lens, the dissatisfaction on the players' faces was palpable. Indeed, they were merely a goal away from securing 3 points, and numerous opportunities had slipped by. 1 hopes for their future performances to be more commendable. After the match, Mail sat on the pitch, stretching with a hint of regret. Gazing at his shin guards, he lamented missing a scoring opportunity in the first half. Nonetheless, he had secured an assist, marking a satisfactory performance. He resolved to continue honing his skills, aspiring to elevate all his abilities to level 3. He sought to exert comprehensive pressure on championship defenders, accumulating enough capital to ascend to the Premier League. 4 days later, on September 29, another away fixture loomed. Sheffield United traveled to Nottingham Forest home ground, facing a team with a glorious history of consecutive Champions League victories. The match began positively for them. Bonatovic, he received a pass from Loughton in the penalty area, executing a swift turn and shot. It struck true. Magnificent. 1-0. Sheffield United took the lead just 6 minutes into the match. A promising start. Sheffield United maintained their advantage until halftime. Poised to conclude September on a high note, the second half commenced. Sheffield substituted Cav for Bartley. Gary Speed opted to retain this seasoned defender despite the previous match's poor showing. Bertrand. A cross into the box. 3 Nottingham Forest players surged in. Pong. A header finds the net. Pong equalized for Nottingham Forest with a goal in the 70th minute, putting Sheffield United in a precarious position. Sheffield United earned a throw-in. Cav took the throw, passing to the supporting Janyahans. Lacking a support option, Mail swiftly moved toward the center, and Janyahans executed a clever horizontal pass. He intended to set up Mail in the frame. Mail glanced at the goal before lowering his gaze. Focusing intently on the ball, he chose not to stop it, but instead lowered his foot, unleashing a ferocious shot as the ball approached. Bang! The stadium's audio equipment captured the brutal sound of the strike, as if he aimed to obliterate the football. Moments later, spectators witnessed Nottingham Forest's goalkeeper soaring through the air, his hands missing the ball, which whooshed into the net, followed by the jubilant Sheffield fans rising in celebration. Yeah! In the midst of thousands cheering, the commentator's voice soared with excitement. Wow! Mail. One cannot help but adore these young prodigies. They embody boundless potential, and no opponent wishes for them to receive the ball at such critical moments. It was a night of ecstasy, with Sheffield United fans' emotions soaring to new heights. The camera captured Mail as he jubilantly rushed toward his supporters, skillfully evading several teammates attempting to tackle him. He approached the advertising boards, removed a shin guard from his right leg, and, in a moment of euphoria, performed the classic bow and arrow celebration, propelling the guard into the crowd at the peak of fan fervor. Oh! This act incited another wave of cheers, as some fans scrambled to seize the shin guard, hoisting it triumphantly. Mail barely had time to react before being enveloped by a multitude of teammates, all eager to celebrate. What a dramatic finish! Your first match winner? Ha ha ha! Many piled onto him, disregarding decorum, engaging in a playful pile-up. Once they had exhausted their play, they granted Meyer the opportunity to rise with a smile. He approached the camera and flashed a double 5 gesture. The meaning was unmistakable. 5 goals, 5 assists. To date in his career, he had surpassed the milestone of 10 goals. Chapter 52, Player of the Month. The championship could no longer contain him. At the Kearney training base, in the U17 conference room, a group of Arsenal players clutched their heads, eyes wide open, searching for someone to share their astonishment. 10 goals already, and so swiftly. How on earth was he playing? Was he always a match-ready player? From the moment they witnessed Meyer score his first goal, some had anticipated that this former training partner could achieve the remarkable statistic of 5 goals and 5 assists by the end of the season. Initially, they had merely hoped for a close approach by season's end. Even that would bring them some pride and confidence. Did you see? This was my former brother, someone I trained alongside, at a time when our skills were comparable. This was their vision for the future, boasting about Meyer in comparison to others. Look how formidable he is now. Yet, time and again, Meyer shattered their expectations, not in a disappointing manner, but in a way that compelled them to elevate their aspirations for him. The anticipation only grew, and now they truly struggled to gauge how far this former teammate could go. Hans had brought the pair of shoes he lent to Meyer. The entire club had long been privy to this matter. He did not consider it an overstatement to bring the shoes, nor did he feel any disquiet, for his feelings toward Meyer had transformed. "Can you sell them to me?" A player who had once shared a good rapport with Meyer jested. Hans smiled, yet his tone was resolute. "Dream on." They chatted and lamented, bantered and joked, oblivious to someone approaching from behind the door. It was Mr. Wenger, who had finished his tasks early today. He likely knew that these young lads were watching the match between Meyer and Gilbert, and had come to inquire about the situation. In his eyes, Meyer, who had already scored 4 goals and provided 5 assists in the past few rounds, was his most valued lone player. Another goal? Observing the lively atmosphere around him, he patted a youth player on the shoulder. The player turned, momentarily stunned, evidently startled yet somewhat exhilarated. "Mr. Wenger?" "A last-minute winner," Hans interjected, eager to respond. Meyer scored a long-range winner, bringing his goal tally to over 10. Wenger felt a tremor in his heart, not because a single last-minute goal was particularly extraordinary, but because, in statistical assessments, people often place great importance on round numbers. As if it were an innate human inclination, in the realm of football, achieving a tally of 9 versus 10 goals represented a significant milestone. The difference in perception between achieving 9 goals and 10 was immense. Yielding 2 distinct sentiments. "Is that so many already?" Wenger inquired, trembling slightly, then nodded in appreciation, ultimately taking a seat. The match on television had concluded, and once again, Meyer was named the post-match best player. His youthful face appeared in the interview area, exuding an air of composure, as if he were entirely at ease. The English championship was gradually becoming unable to contain him. On September 30, at the Sheffield training base, Meyer finished his morning training and lay on the pitch, relishing the exhilarating sensation of skill enhancement. Skill, step and shoulder drop LV3, proficiency, 1-800, effect. After mastering feints, you have added more physical fakes, increasing the amplitude of your body movements during step breakthroughs, enhancing the deceptive quality and significantly boosting your success rate in dribbling. Another LV3 skill, including long-range shooting, strength, crossing, and bicycle kicks. This was already his 5th LV3 skill. 1 for shooting, 1 for physical prowess, 1 for passing, and now 2 for dribbling. With these skills, he could attack without fear of lacking variability. In addition, he possessed 3 LV2 skills: speed, coordination, and observation. It felt as though he were revealing his arsenal. He was not in a hurry to wish for additional skills. For now, it was crucial to elevate his long-range shooting to LV4, as well as coordination and speed to LV3, skill, powerful strike LV3, proficiency, 462,800, skill. Stability LV2 proficiency, 237,800, skill. Sprint LV2 proficiency, 198,800. It was evident that his shooting proficiency was far ahead, while the other two skills lagged slightly behind. This was related to the timing of training sessions, not an imbalance in his regimen. Now that his step dribbling was at LV3, he could devote the time saved to practicing shooting. Meyer adeptly adjusted his training plan, estimating that in less than 20 days, he would achieve his first LV4 skill. He eagerly anticipated the disparity between LV4 and LV3 skills. Surely, the difference would be substantial. On his way to the cafeteria, he encountered several Sheffield United players, all smiling at him, as if celebrating some good news. Meyer was somewhat taken aback but momentarily set it aside, dialing his uncle to inquire about any plans for family to visit Sheffield United. After hanging up, he felt little else. He occasionally thought about and hoped that the one family member in the world would come to watch him play. That would surely be a unique experience. A different kind of prosperous homecoming. As he continued forward, he was stopped by a club staff member who smiled and said, "I may need to take up some of your time." "What is it?" Meyer inquired, puzzled. "September has passed, and the club has chosen you as the player of the month." The staff member pulled out his phone, opened a recently published announcement from the club's official account, and held it up before Meyer, stating, "There will be a commemorative trophy for you. Please follow me." "Player of the month?" Meyer chuckled and followed along, thinking it quite novel, though he wondered why his tally of 3 goals and 2 assists last month hadn't earned him the League's Player of the Month title. It wasn't just within the team. Just as he pondered this, he heard the staff member congratulate him again. "I heard that you are also the Player of the Month for the championship this month. But the official announcement from the FA will come before the next round of matches." Meyer nodded with a smile, his heart brimming with joy, as he finally accompanied the staff member to a media room, where he received a crystal trophy emblazoned with the club's logo, accompanied by an inscription, "Sheffield United Player of the Month, September 10-11 season." He lifted the trophy and exclaimed with delight, "The design is splendid." After posing for photographs in the media room, Meyer exited the administrative building and resumed his journey to the cafeteria. Faint rays of light filtered through the branches, causing him to squint slightly as he gazed down the clean, tidy asphalt path, inhaling deeply and feeling an invigorating energy and vitality all around him. Unbeknownst to him, Meyer had already walked quite a distance, as if he had merely taken the first step. Reflecting on the past month, his team had achieved 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in 5 matches, accumulating 10 points, and their ranking had risen from 11th to 60th. Personally, he had netted 3 goals and provided 2 assists, accomplishing the remarkable feat of surpassing 10 goals for the season, in addition to securing the Championship Player of the Month, the Team's Player of the Month, and a second best player award for a single match. It appeared that everything was heading in a positive direction. Where would the future await him? Chapter 53. Ascending to the top of the assist rankings. On October 2, Sheffield United hosted Watford, who had traveled a long distance to compete. Prior to the match, Meyer, dressed in a long-sleeved training shirt, collected the commemorative trophy for the Championship Player of the Month for September in the media room. It was still made of crystal, adorned with the logo of the English Championship, with the words Player of the Month inscribed below. Overall, the design was simple, yet the significance it carried was undeniably weighty. He contemplated for a moment and remarked with a smile, "Let it flow naturally. When you possess such talent, you will play in the league that matches it." Both clubs were major institutions with illustrious histories, and being there brought him immense comfort. Whether in the present or future, he vowed to give his all for the team he represented. The rest, he would leave to time. Thank you. Naturally, Meyer would not hesitate elsewhere. He was not a fickle person, fully aware of his purpose in the championship. How much more time would Wenger grant him for growth and improvement? To what level would he elevate himself by that time? A sense of urgency to enhance his personal skills surged within him again. Ultimately, Meyer decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he would utilize his free time for rigorous training. Ideally, by the time the call from that side came, he would be fully prepared to face the Premier League. Here on Sky Sports, we bring you the broadcast of the 10th round of the 10-11 season championship, where Sheffield United seems poised to make a strong start to October. Both teams had performed admirably last month, and their styles were aggressive. This match promised to be thrilling. This is Soder. The goal is in. In the 16th minute of the match, a pass from Danny Graham leads to Soder's goal, granting Watford the lead away from home. Sheffield United's defense still has issues. Their fullbacks struggle to maintain their positions along the touchline. Another corner. Sheffield United earned their third consecutive corner kick, with Meyer positioned at the penalty spot. His corner deliveries are remarkably consistent, often creating threats, yet he has yet to register a corner assist. The delivery is decent. In the central area stands Evans. He fails to connect, and a Watford defender also mistimes his jump at the far post. Bogdanovic charges in, a header, splendid. 1-1. Sheffield United has finally managed to equalize after a tough battle. Ward. He has been exceptionally lively today, frequently appearing in front of the camera, dribbling past defenders. Is he going to shoot? Oh, the ball is in, 2-1. The young Ward, hailing from Aston Villa's youth academy, has put Sheffield United ahead. Will this determine the course of the match? The broadcast captures Ward after scoring, raising his hands to the sky. Eyes closed, reveling in the moment. Evans comes up to embrace him from behind, followed closely by Meyer, leaping onto the two of them. Click, click. A photographer on the sidelines hurriedly captures this scene, which later features prominently in post-match reports. Often as a cover photo, Sheffield United triumphs at home with a score of 2-1 against Watford. Bogdanovic and Ward are the heroes. The highly anticipated young talent Meyer secures his first assist of October. Sheffield Evening News on October 16, the 11th round of the championship arrives. Long time no see. After a break of over 10 days due to international fixtures, the young men on the pitch today appear invigorated. It seems they are eager to showcase their abilities. This is a highly anticipated clash in the championship, with Sheffield United hosting Burnley. Notably, Sheffield's young midfielder Gilbert has finally returned from suspension, rejoining the pitch alongside his friend. Winger Meyer. Daniel Bogdanovic, a trademark header, again from a corner, assisted by Meyer, mirroring the previous match. Burnley's defense falters, leaving the near post unguarded, losing track of a key threat during this set-piece attack, 2-0. This time it's Loughton. An astonishing goal. He receives a pass from Meyer on the flank and, through a series of fortunate deflections, surges into the penalty area. A deft finish. Are Burnley's defenders asleep? This is an unforgivable error. Barnes. He preserves a glimmer of hope for Burnley. 1-2. It seems their forwards are still alert, striving for victory. A classic 45-degree strike, set up by their attacking linchpin. Eagles. Mills charges into the box. Chris Morgan brings him down. Will the referee blow the whistle? He does. A penalty, and Burnley has a golden opportunity just before the conclusion of the match. Eagles stands at the penalty spot. He coolly converts, 2-2. Both sides have displayed commendable performances. In the dying moments, Meyer, seizing the moment before the referee's final whistle, hurries to unleash a long-range shot, hoping to salvage the team as he did previously. However, this rushed attempt sails wide, crashing into the stands behind the goal and a miss. Not every fairy tale unfolds perfectly. Beep, beep, beep. The referee subsequently blows 3 long whistles, signaling the end of the match. Exhausted, Meyer collapses onto the ground, panting heavily, grappling with the psychological blow of conceding a late equalizer. His mind seems trapped in a bygone era, clinging to familiar names while perceiving players from other championship teams as mere NPCs. It indeed feels akin to playing a game, experiencing VAR. Yet now, as he increasingly senses the strength and resilience of these individuals, his recognition of everything here deepens. These are living, breathing competitors who will exert every effort for victory. Creating challenges for him, Meyer must invest more, develop greater strength to truly appreciate the euphoria of triumph. Upon returning to the dressing room, Gary Speed calls him over, informing him that he will be rested for the next match and will not be included in the squad. Meyer accepts this with composure, seizing the opportunity to enhance his long-range shooting to level 4. An upgrade should be imminent. The tumultuous waves of the football world continue to crash, yet for now, Meyer is but a single ripple in the tide of time. With little attention focused on him, he remains far from the forefront. Following Fabregas's injury, Wilshere received a red card this round, and Nasri accumulated yellow cards, leaving Arsenal's midfield bereft of options. 442 editor. Manchester United was held to a 2-2 draw at home by West Brom, with Sir Alex Ferguson unleashing his fury in the dressing room. The Sundrade? On this day, among the various leagues in England, 14 matches ended in draws, including 4 in the Premier League and 6 in the Championship. Evening London News editor. The assist leaderboard in the Championship sees a new leader. 17-year-old Meyer boasts an astonishing tally of 8 assists in 11 rounds, outshining passers from all 24 championship teams. Championship News Express Chapter 54. Further advancement, the first skill reaches level 4. On October 20th, Meyer watched Sheffield's away match against Hull City from home. Recently struggling to find the net, Evans netted a brace in this match, helping the home side to a 2-0 victory. Not too shabby. With 3 matches played in October, they secured 2 wins and 1 draw, amassing 7 points. Adding to their previous 16 points, they now boast a total of 23 points, gradually solidifying their position in the championship playoff zone. After watching the match, Meyer headed to the training facility for extra long-range shooting practice. Following the morning's specialized training, only one final breakthrough remains. Bang, bang, bang. The steady sound of shots echoed, occasionally accompanied by the crack of the crossbar. As footballs soared towards the goal with remarkable quality, a figure with sleeves rolled up to his shoulders repeatedly executed shooting drills, running to the sidelines to retrieve balls until each session concluded. Skill: Heavy Cannon Shot LV4, Proficiency 1-2000, Upgraded. Gazing at the newly unveiled LV4 interface, Meyer couldn't help but smile, filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. Yet he never forgets that all of today's achievements stemmed from his prowess in long-range shooting. Indeed, he harbors a deep affection for this ability, rivaling that of any long-range shooting maestro from any era. This is the assessment from the proficiency panel, indicating that Meyer's long-range shooting skill is now exceedingly close to that of legends like Gerard, Body, and Carlos. Rising to his feet, he took a couple of shots to test himself, and he truly felt a significant difference from before. Previously, he would allocate time to gauge his approach, considering power and technique before shooting. But now, it feels instinctual and fluid, requiring no conscious thought. He can unleash powerful shots effortlessly. This undoubtedly mitigates his risk of injury, providing an additional layer of security. Moreover, the latent enhancement of his power and aiming techniques is undeniable. If LV4 is this formidable, one can only anticipate the prowess of LV5. Meyer sincerely reflects on his growing anticipation for his future potential. Now, he should contemplate whether to train new skills or elevate some of his already level 3 abilities to level 4. Gaining 2000 proficiency is not suitable for wasting time grinding. With that time, he could have already developed 3 level 4 skills, significantly boosting his overall capabilities and securing a spot as a starter in the Premier League. Only when his overall skills are sufficiently refined can he then aim for level 5 upgrades, pushing towards the pinnacle of human achievement. He considers incorporating crossing into his training. This skill greatly aids him and proves highly effective. Meyer made his first decision. His 8 assists predominantly stem from crosses, and he fully understands the significance of this skill. He could attempt to elevate it to level 4, and even if he falls short of matching Beckham, he would surpass the vast majority of top wingers. Gradually, he contemplates skills related to cutting inside for shooting. The elegant, flowing nature of an inside cut goal is a desire cherished by every winger. While his powerful strikes possess some capacity for inside shots, they often feel less suited for execution, particularly when angled towards the goal. This is evident from his 5 goals, most of which were direct approaches. With very few coming from inside cuts, curving shots, Meyer realizes what he needs to practice. A curling shot, a shooting style that perfectly aligns with wingers. Not only can it be utilized for inside cuts, but also for free kick attempts. This capability is undoubtedly his most pressing need at present. Having made his decision, Meyer immediately commenced training, only stopping to pack up once the curling shot panel appeared. On October 22, while still practicing, Meyer received a phone call inviting him to a CAF. Upon discovering that the caller was the head of Mendes Agency, he agreed and ceased training to head to a CAF in the city center. The issue of agents is one that every player must confront. Players cannot afford to spend time familiarizing themselves with various clauses, agreements, and the nuances of football representation. They must seek assistance in these matters to secure collaboration. A proficient agent is capable of assisting players in resolving the majority of their off-field issues. It is with great pleasure that I note your willingness to accept the invitation. You must have heard of the esteemed Mendes. Approaching him is a refined middle-aged gentleman clad in a black suit, who introduces himself as Peppino, a Frenchman. Indeed, he holds this belief. The paramount expectation of seeking an agent lies in assessing their ability to resolve issues and generate revenue. From this perspective, Mendes stands as an almost unparalleled choice. As for the compatibility of their personalities, or whether Mendes's other clients and coaches are overly prominent, Peppino, later on, expresses that Mail is not particularly concerned. he is content to engage in discussions about potential collaboration with those he has yet to meet. Mutual admiration is essential for achieving the best partnership. Peppino's eyes sparkled as he raised his coffee cup to toast with Mail, stating that Mr. Mendez holds you in high regard and has sent him to initiate contact. Should the discussions proceed smoothly, Mendez will personally visit Sheffield, or perhaps London. He demonstrates his understanding of Mail, asserting that anyone familiar with him would recognize that he is unlikely to remain in the championship for long. Subsequently, Peppino elaborates on a myriad of topics, ranging from negotiations with clubs to commercial endorsements, from managing personal fan circles to public relations, covering nearly every aspect a player might encounter. He cites numerous examples involving Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, primarily to showcase the value of his agency. Should you choose Mr. Mendez as your representative, he will treat all clients equally regarding commission terms. Finally, Peppino addresses the crux of the matter with a smile. I am unsure if you are aware, but in many contracts with Portuguese players, he receives a 2.75 commission on the player's salary, along with a 15 to 20 cut from endorsement fees. As for the transfer fee commission, that is more a matter between him and the clubs, unrelated to the players. Mail nods slightly. This commission rate is indeed reasonable, and he feels that such a partnership is potentially lucrative. He is also aware of Peppino's latter point. It has been said that Mendez's ultimate goal is to exert control over clubs through players, thereby generating greater profits between clubs. Mail concludes the discussion with this statement, recognizing that he must consider carefully. Or rather, he could leverage an even better performance to instill a sense of urgency on that side, thereby securing greater benefits. Chapter 55. Let them experience your power as the Cannon King. On October 24, Sheffield United faced Doncaster in the 13th round of the championship. Doncaster, a relegation-threatened team currently ranked 20th in the league, is not particularly strong, often fluctuating between the third and fourth tiers of competition. To ensure adequate rest for key players, Gary Speed opted not to start Mail, even placing attacking linchpins Janjahans and Loughton on the bench. He has justifiable reasons for this decision. Sheffield's recent momentum has been formidable, and with the season spanning 46 matches, a more effective rotation strategy is critical to maintain player stamina for the latter part of the season. However, unexpected events are about to unfold. At Kip Moat Stadium, over 10,000 home fans created an electrifying atmosphere, generating a cacophony akin to that of 30,000. Boom. In the 33rd minute, Doncaster's number 10, Sharp, delivered a low cross from the wing. The central striker, Copinger, met it with a swift shot, sending the ball hurtling into the net before goalkeeper Robert could react. 1-0. Oh! The crowd erupted in cheers as Copinger slid on his knees in celebration, rising to passionately pump his fists in triumph towards the stands. But that was not the end. 9 minutes later, Sharp received a pass at the edge of the penalty area, skillfully maneuvering past two defenders to break into the box, unleashing a powerful shot towards the far corner. Whoosh! The ball struck the right side of the net, leaving the goalkeeper no time to dive, as he could only watch it find the back of the net. 2-0. Sharp's brilliant performance, contributing 1 goal and 1 assist, helped his team extend their lead. After scoring, he raised his hands high, striking a pose of dominance, as if commanding the entire match. This was a vibrant team. Despite lacking hard power, they could deliver a crushing blow to those who underestimated them through their formidable cohesion. On the sidelines, Gary Speed wore a grave expression, feeling a sense of frustration. Since his appointment, he has been paying the tuition fee of experience, often making erroneous judgments and decisions. However, the cost of these mistakes are not solely his to bear. He must consider the fans, management, and players with greater aspirations. No one enjoys losing or failing. A solution must be found. After a moment of hesitation, Gary Speed shook his head slightly. Changing formations and launching an all-out attack was not a prudent option in the current situation. The most sensible approach would be to substitute the 3 rested players and see if they could alter the course of the match with their abilities. This was the only attempt he felt capable of making at present. Janjahans and Mail. Gary Speed decided to first substitute 2, keeping 1 in reserve, to warm up and make changes after halftime. His gaze was filled with hope, as if placing all his expectations on these 2 individuals. On the substitutes bench, Mail quickly stood up and jogged towards the warm-up area for some stretching. They understood that being sent in at this moment by Gary Speed carried significant implications. As halftime concluded and the match was about to resume, Gary Speed emerged from the players' tunnel, calling Mail and Janjahans to his side, holding the tactical board for final instructions. The opponents, O'Connor and Joseph, were two weak points in their defense. Having a history of being breached in the championship, he first addressed Janjahans, instructing him to aim for the left flank where they were stationed, allowing Mail to charge forward while he too moved closer to the attack. Janjahans nodded, casting a keen glance at the opposing left center back and left back. Mail, seek one-on-one opportunities against Joseph. Gary Speed gestured on the tactical board, laying out Mail's strategic requirements, emphasizing that he was not his match and urging him to be more confident. Furthermore, during halftime, he had inquired with players, noting that the ground was quite damp, even slightly slippery. This was likely due to Doncaster dousing the pitch with water before the match, aiming to catch them off guard with their unfamiliarity. Upon concluding, he folded the tactical board, stating that Mail's long-range shots could be executed close to the ground, or by driving the ball to bounce off the surface. Mail understood. A damp field indeed favored long-range shots. Whether through the smoothness of ground balls or the acceleration of a ball bouncing off the surface, it would pose significant challenges for the goalkeeper. He nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to stand alongside Janjahans at the edge of the pitch. As the fourth official raised the substitution board, Gary Speed approached with an expectant gaze, placing his hands on their shoulders and expressing his final hopes. "Good luck. We're counting on you. Go, go." The two exchanged encouraging pats and sprinted onto the field with renewed vigor, positively impacting their somewhat dispirited Sheffield United teammates. Mail, let them experience your prowess as the Cannon King. Gilbert, aware of Mail's recent improvement in long-range shooting, was the first to smile and remark, "I have faith in you." Mail laughed heartily, not taking it too seriously, merely replying, "You'd better say it all next time." Beep. Once all players were positioned, the referee blew the whistle to commence the second half. Today, it was indeed time to assess his enhanced long-range shooting abilities against Doncaster. In the 57th minute, Janjahans received the ball and passed it to Mail on the wing. Closely following behind, boom, they executed a splendid 1-2 combination, with Mail darting towards the byline and delivering a cross that fell perfectly to the back post. Unfortunately, Gilbert, arriving late, misjudged the ball, sending it behind him. On the right flank, Ward hastily caught up, controlling the ball just before it rolled out of play, maintaining possession. Mail exhaled in relief, moving towards the center, hoping to secure a shooting opportunity at the edge of the box. He deliberately slowed his pace, trailing the opposing defender, biding his time. Ward quickly discerned his intention and spotted a hidden passing lane. Boom. The pass was of excellent quality, smooth and precise, landing perfectly in Mail's path. Good ball, Mail thought, lowering his center of gravity to control it while glancing up to assess the goalkeeper's position. Noticing the keeper leaning to the right, he nudged the ball out wide, preparing to unleash a powerful shot to the far corner. Boom! However, at the moment of shooting, his ankle unexpectedly twisted inward, sending the ball hurtling towards the near post instead. A feint to the right and strike to the left. The ball sped across the ground, splashing water as it raced towards the goal. Whoosh! The Doncaster goalkeeper stood frozen, utterly unreactive, as the ball rolled into the net, crashing into the bottom left corner. This was a perfectly executed long-range shot. Though it lacked height and did not ripple the net, it was flawless in technique and outcome. Yeah. The more than 3,000 traveling Sheffield United fans leapt to their feet in a frenzy. Rekindling their hopes, with his 6th career goal, Maher felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He spread his arms wide and, aided by the slick grass, slid to his knees, gliding 6 or 7 meters across the field. 1-2, a fruitful debut. His level 4 long-range shot diminished the randomness of his shooting quality. Once he strikes, it is highly likely to pose a challenge to the goalkeeper. Chapter 56, a heroic moment. A spectacular ground-level strike that soared into the net. Upon his return, Maher immediately demonstrated the potency of his signature skill to Doncaster. Even though Sheffield's Evans is renowned as a highly efficient forward in the championship, I must now concede that Maher has supplanted him, becoming the sharpest blade in Gary Speed's arsenal. He consistently pierces the heart of the defense. He keeps your goal perpetually exposed to the threats of a high-caliber sniper. Accompanied by the commentator's exhilarating British accent, the broadcast captured the elegant scene of Maher sliding on his knees, while also framing Gary Speed on the sidelines, passionately celebrating. He resembled a medieval swordsman, brandishing his sword and thrusting at the air before him. At that moment, Jolson approached from behind, playfully clapping him on the back and joking, "Had I known he was in such fine form, I would have brought him on sooner." Regrettably, such foresight eluded us. Gary Speed turned around, raising an eyebrow and shaking his head, but now that we know, it's certainly not too late. The two men turned their gaze towards Meyer, who was exuberantly celebrating with his teammates, a mix of joy and complexity in their expressions. With such high efficiency and contribution, could they truly hold on to him? You are right. For Meyer, we should embrace a mindset of gratitude and admiration. He should not be greedy any longer. In the Sheffield fan section, a middle-aged man wearing a hat had just finished celebrating with fellow fans and sat back down in his seat. He was still clapping enthusiastically, smiling as he asked the person beside him, "Has he already become the superstar here?" Without a doubt. The person next to him raised an eyebrow and sighed. In the beginning, he only brought us a sense of surprise. But now, he provides us with security and frequently astonishes us. Everyone at Sheffield United adores him, wishing they could claim him as their own. However, considering Meyer's current statistics, it indeed seems plausible. The fan pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I don't know. I've never thought about that." Other fans rarely do either. Perhaps we just don't dare to think it. But if that day ever comes, I believe I will feel very sad. He contemplated a bit longer, then added, "But let us wish him well. After all, he doesn't belong to us, merely a fortunate coincidence that brought him here." The middle-aged man nodded deeply, somewhat admiring the fans' generosity towards their beloved team and players. He refrained from asking further, as he was merely curious and engaged in casual conversation, not attempting to pry. If Sheffield won this match, they would drink together that night. The middle-aged man extended his hand to the person next to him, believing that watching the game should remain pure, allowing one to fully experience the joy among fans. "I'm Philip, working in London, and no problem." The fan chuckled, "But let us wait for a victory first. I want to drink in celebration, not in frustration on the field." The recent goal had evidently boosted Sheffield United's morale while dampening Doncaster's momentum. Gradually, the tide began to turn in favor of Sheffield, with their offensive play gaining traction and possession steadily increasing. This was due in part to Janahan's organizational skills and the pressure Meyer placed on the opposing defense. Bang! In the 65th minute, Meyer, after dribbling the ball and making several strides, cut towards the center and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball grazed the side netting before soaring out of bounds. So close! Oh, the home fans exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Anyone could see the quality of that shot. "Dante, let him shoot." The Doncaster coach was visibly agitated on the sidelines, gesticulating furiously. "When he gets the ball, close him down, don't give him space." It was as if he sensed the victory slipping away. Sometimes, such instincts are strikingly accurate. In the 71st minute, Ward made a breakthrough on the wing and swept the ball across the goal. A Doncaster defender barely managed to clear the ball out of the box. But not far enough, as Janahans regained control. Bang! Janahans aimed to catch the defense off guard with a quick pass to striker Evans. However, Evans, caught off guard, instinctively flicked the ball backward with his heel. Just when everyone assumed this attack was at an end, Evans' unintentional backheel fortuitously pierced through Doncaster's defense. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Doncaster backline was caught in a second of paralysis before someone rushed forward to clear the ball. Yet, Meyer, who had been lurking on the wing, seized the opportunity, sprinting forward to gain possession, using his body to shield the approaching defender. Danger! Block him! The goal loomed tantalizingly close as Doncaster's players panicked, converging from multiple angles towards Meyer. At this critical moment, Meyer remained composed, stepping left with his shoulder and then abruptly darting right, evading the nearest defender, a deft sidestep. The goal suddenly opened up before him, revealing the 7.32-meter expanse. Bang! With a precise push, he deftly slotted the ball into the far corner of the net. Meyer once again raised his arms in triumph and was the first to bolt towards the sidelines, a truly comprehensive goal. This was the method that thrilled him most. 2-2. A brace. Yeah, the fans, now fully aware, erupted into an even more fervent roar than before, their collective voices reverberating and echoing throughout the stadium and spilling into the surrounding streets. Sheffield United had equalized, 2-2. It was him again. It was him again. Come on. Some fans clenched their fists, leaning forward to interact with Meyer. Since his arrival, the team's offensive threat had become immediately apparent. He truly was a prodigy. Some marveled. Could it be that he is on track for a hat trick today? A fan clasped his head, eyes brimming with anticipation. Observing the sea of faces in the stands, Meyer unabashedly spread his arms and tilted his head back, savoring this heroic moment with closed eyes. He heard the calls for a hat trick, which ignited a new goal within him for this match. He still had the energy. Just a bit of patience, brothers. Soon we shall embark on our official journey in the top league. I must ensure everything is reasonable and spectacular as we prepare to bid farewell to the championship. He urged everyone to read daily, as this book had recently topped the Sanjiang recommendation list and would soon conclude its new book phase, promising an update of 15,000 words upon completion. Manchester United fans, please don't mind my use of Cantona's illustration. I just find it dashing. Other team fans, don't overthink it. Haha, it simply fits quite well. Chapter 57. The best player in the championship? 7 goals, 8 assists. Meyer's pose had not endured for long before he felt a heavy embrace. It was Gilbert, exclaiming excitedly, "Goodness, are you a lone player or the best player in the championship?" Right now, he is the best player in the championship. Evans, who had just notched an assist, was the second to approach, extending his arms towards them. I looked at Sean Long's stats yesterday. He has created 14 goals this season, but Meyer now has 15. Sean Long, a Reading player, is currently recognized as the strongest player in the championship at just 23 years old. A true prodigy. In the past, when Sheffield United players thought of him, they often admired his abilities, praised his talent, and envied his future, viewing him as an insurmountable chasm. But now, looking at their young teammate Meyer, it seemed he was leading in every aspect. In that moment, as excitement surged within them, a complex mixture of emotions arose. How should they regard Meyer? Should they take pride in having the opportunity to play alongside such a player, boastfully dismissing Sean Long as merely average? Or should they genuinely place Meyer on a higher pedestal, granting him even more respect than Sean Long? It appeared neither option was quite right. A turn of fate. Janjahans chimed in, then smiled as he reminded everyone. Meyer has already scored twice to equalize. Let us not waste too much time celebrating. We need to push for the lead, or we would be doing him a disservice indeed. Gilbert gave him a thumbs up. Then he and Meyer sprinted back towards their half. Along the way, they passed numerous Doncaster players, their faces heavy and filled with disbelief. Surely, these players were not feeling well. What stung even more for the Doncaster players was that it was a mere 17-year-old who had dethroned them from their leading position, leaving them in a state of acute anxiety. What a splendid age. His future undoubtedly lies in the top league. Oh, wait. Gilbert suddenly recalled something as he jogged a few steps. In my contract, there's a clause for a salary increase to 20K upon creating 15 goals. Yours must have something similar, right? Meyer smiled gently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Sorry, but I'm about to enter the 20,000 weekly club early. You've got to be kidding me. Gilbert's excitement waned significantly, nearly leading to a few drops of reluctant tears. Beep. Sheffield United's morale had evidently reached its zenith. No one was foolish enough to engage in a head-to-head shootout at this juncture. Victory? They no longer desired it. Merely holding on to a draw would suffice. This has undoubtedly left their fans in a state of profound disappointment. The jubilant songs and cheers that filled the air at the start have been replaced by jeers, with some even shaking their fists and cursing as they exit prematurely. The manager of Doncaster has lost the courage to meet the gaze of the fans in the stands. He now stands anxiously on the sidelines, directing the defense in a flustered manner. If merely salvaging a draw has led to this, one can only imagine the wrath he would face should they allow a comeback from 2-0 to 3-2. 2 points. If you can't secure those 2 points, you will be forced into a more exhausting defensive stance. Under his exhortations, the players of Doncaster gradually regained their focus, uniting in their defensive efforts. Such a team is not easily breached. Following the recent goal, he refrained from exuberant celebration. From the moment they equalized, he had been anticipating the goal that would put them ahead. Every Sheffield resident knows that only then would it be time to unleash their emotions. Yet, observing the opponent's current stance, it seems they are destined to defend resolutely. Will they be able to turn the tide? Gary Speed exhaled, glancing at the clock. With each tick of the second hand, his anxiety and tension grew. The sensation of hope slipping away is unbearable, sometimes rivaling the sting of defeat. It is human nature to remain unsatisfied, a sentiment unrelated to one's status or identity, but rather a reflection of one's mindset. Having emerged from a playing background, Gary Speed has always cherished the thrill of a comeback victory. While leveling the score is commendable, it often feels just shy of completion, leaving one with a sense of regret for not achieving more. Bang! Mail delivered a cross from the flank, and upon seeing the ball cleared by a defender's leap, he leaned on his knee for a brief respite before turning to run again. He could sense the tension permeating the pitch. Both adversaries and teammates were enveloped in this collective emotion. Communication among the players had dwindled, each one tightly wound, unable to relax. As the clock inched toward the 85th minute, the stamina of both teams began to wane. Doncaster seized a couple of transitions to launch swift counterattacks, culminating in a shot that unfortunately soared too high. Bang. In the 88th minute, Sheffield's defender Stephen unleashed a long ball aimed at the towering striker Bolodinovic. Bang, bang, bang. An aerial tug-of-war ensued, with few opportunities for the ball to touch the ground as both sides contested vigorously, unwilling to allow the other to establish control. When Gilbert managed to seize a moment to halt the ball, the fourth official had already raised the board indicating 2 minutes of stoppage time. Just 2 minutes remain. At Arsenal's youth team, he was renowned for his attacking prowess, but upon joining the championship side, a lack of confidence had often deterred him from decisively taking the ball forward. However, this time, he was determined to give it a go. Gilbert maneuvered the ball, then executed a swift change of direction, accelerating past the defender who was glued to him. Noticing the congestion in the opponent's midfield, he instinctively veered towards the left flank, weaving and dodging despite a stumble that left the Doncaster defenders momentarily bewildered. Approaching, the Doncaster backline began to marshal their forces, 3 or 4 players closing in on Gilbert. He pressed forward, drawing the attention of the right back, and spotted Mail making a run into the center. Bang! With the outside of his foot, Gilbert gently nudged the ball, sending it gliding past the defenders in front of him towards the middle. His mission was accomplished. Mail hastened to follow, taking the ball towards the center of the penalty arc, glancing at the goal, feeling an unprecedented itch in his feet. Blast it, Gilbert urged, his muscles taut with anticipation, ready to celebrate. The other Sheffield United players shared this sentiment, some fearful of obstructing Mail's shot, others wary of interference, while a few clenched their fists, eyes wide with expectation. On the sidelines, Gary Speed finally stirred, withdrawing his hands from his pockets, clasping them together at his chest, poised to take flight. Everything was converging to propel Mail into unleashing his signature long-range strike, and he did not disappoint. Bang! Drawing a deep breath, Mail gritted his teeth, positioning his body, his left arm swinging back, and with his right ankle taut, he launched forward, propelling the ball with all his might while leaning into the shot. In that moment, the world fell silent, his strike echoing throughout the stadium, resonating in the ears of every spectator. As countless pairs of eager eyes followed the ball's trajectory. Chapter 58. The first hat trick. The king of long shots is here. Mail. A thunderous strike. The live commentator pressed the microphone closely to his lips, no longer needing to adjust his tone. All that mattered was following the action on the field. Would he score? The goalkeeper lunged, but the ball was already on its way. It struck the crossbar. With the commentator's voice rising sharply, the previously hushed crowd erupted into a cacophony as the ball violently ricocheted off the crossbar, shaking the entire goal frame. For a fleeting moment, the Sheffield United supporters were left in stunned disbelief, their hearts racing, while the Doncaster fans experienced a surge of unexpected relief, almost compelled to celebrate in this undesired moment. Rarely seen, the ball struck the netting above, bulging outward. The first to lose control were the Sheffield United fans. Their faces flushed as they sprang to their feet, tossing scarves and hats into the air, with some even showering the stands with beer. The foam and liquid created a vibrant rainbow in the air. Shimmering like smoke, the goal was scored, 3-2. They had turned the game around. It is often said not to fall in love with lone players, but how could one not adore him? A hat trick. This must be the first of his professional career, a day to remember. This is also a day for us to commemorate. It has been far too long since we experienced such a thrilling comeback. A last-minute winner. I can hardly contain myself. I feel like shouting until I'm sick. They began to cheer, a multitude of voices rising, many whistling and beating drums, while those at the front of the stands waved flags with fervor, creating a whirlwind of energy. On the sidelines, Gary Speed leaped into the air. Not only did his body lift off the ground, but his emotions soared as well. In that moment, everything faded away, leaving only the exhilarating joy of triumph. The breath he had been holding was finally released, and all the near misses were rectified. The atmosphere in the stadium ignited, engulfing the space. Even the referee, who was supposed to maintain clarity, seemed momentarily lost. He was uncertain whether to blow the whistle or what to do. Casting an imploring glance at the assistant referee nearby, their eyes met, and after a slight nod, the assistant rushed along the touchline towards the center circle, signaling that the goal was absolutely valid. Beep. Only then did the referee assertively point towards the center circle before turning to leave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. All at Doncaster crumbled. Their fans sat as if petrified, unable to vocalize their anger, as if cursed, stripped of all motivation. Swiftly, players dropped to the ground, burying their heads in their arms, while others fell backward, covering their faces with their hands. Some stood with their hands on their hips, heads bowed, or remained rooted to the spot, as if all vitality had been drained from their bodies. Yet, despite this, they could not overshadow the perspective of others. They were destined to remain as mere backdrops, highlighting the towering figures of the victors. Oh! Mail opened his mouth to roar, yet only a hint of satisfaction escaped. He sprinted towards the sidelines, leaping high and swinging his right arm in a celebratory gesture reminiscent of a triumphant dragon. His first career hat trick, his 8th league goal, both achieved. As a forward, he had often envisioned the circumstances under which he would complete a hat trick, yet none compared to the spectacular and explosive reality of this moment. From trailing 2-0 to reversing the score to 3-2, he single-handedly turned the tide and clinched the match. His body temperature surged, and he felt as though he alone remained on the field. Soon realizing that he was the focal point of countless gazes, after high-fiving and embracing his teammates, his mind still racing, he clenched his fists and shouted in exhilaration. He was not a person to lose composure easily. It was simply that this was undeniably thrilling. Following that goal, as the match approached its conclusion, the Doncaster players lost their fighting spirit, merely accompanying Sheffield United as time dwindled. Fearing further complications, Gary Speed opted to use his substitution, replacing Mail. Applause erupted once more as the Sheffield United supporters raised their hands in reverence, paying the highest tribute to their hero. Surprisingly, scattered applause arose from the other 3 stands as well. It was from the Doncaster fans. Many had accepted defeat and turned their thoughts to Mail, undoubtedly a worthy opponent deserving of their heartfelt applause. The opposing fans applauded. Mail's smile widened as he gestured to the Doncaster supporters, acknowledging a unique feeling, a special experience. Everything was etched vividly in his mind. He would never forget this moment. "How can I praise you?" Gary Speed awaited him on the sidelines, beaming as he extended his right hand. His words failing him, yet his emotions were palpable. Jolson stood nearby, grinning, seemingly at a loss for words after such a match. "What a perfect day," Mail exclaimed with laughter, embracing Gary Speed after their handshake. "This month's Player of the Month award is undoubtedly mine." After the match, Mail was awarded the Man of the Match accolade, once again standing before the advertising boards to partake in an interview. "This is not merely my victory, it is a triumph for the entire team," he spoke sincerely. "My teammates have supported me immensely. They are all indispensable parts of the team, tirelessly contributing to our success. Of course, I am also grateful for my own efforts during training. Haha. In summary, I am quite satisfied with this outcome." What forward could possibly refuse a hat trick? In his left hand, he held the Best Player Crystal Trophy, while in his right, he grasped the match ball from today's game, a special prize for scoring 3 goals in a single match. The reporters fell silent. Following this round of matches, Mayer's statistics stood at 8 goals and 8 assists, bringing him tantalizingly close to his season's initial target of double digits. The more pressing question is, how few matches and how little time did it take Mayer to achieve this? If he continues on this trajectory, wouldn't he inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of both the goal scorer and assist charts? Congratulations to him. Finally, a journalist from the 442 column exclaimed, "After this hat trick, starting tomorrow, whether it is the championship in relation to you, or you in relation to the championship, everything will be different from before." Naturally, Mayer did not feign modesty. He was brimming with confidence, declaring, "After this round, the championship will belong to me." Chapter 59. Mayer's Treasury. Mayer. After the match concluded, the fervor had yet to subside. The Sheffield United fans, having traveled to support their team, emerged from the Kippax Stadium, raising their hands and chanting Mayer's name. They sang a self-composed song, filled with exuberance. "Sean Graham, be careful, Mayer has caught up from behind." This was not their home ground. Surrounding them were far more Doncaster fans, yet they could hardly contain their excitement. Surprisingly, this display did not provoke a strong backlash from the Doncaster supporters. When the home team fans encountered them, they merely frowned slightly and walked away, likely influenced by Meyer's performance that had captured the admiration of even the home fans, who had applauded the visiting players during the match. Now that they were outside the stadium, was it not permissible for the away fans to celebrate exuberantly? Philip, an assistant coach from Arsenal's first team, joined the wave of Sheffield United fans pouring out. Blending in and celebrating with them, he was well aware of the lyrics' implications. Sean Long had recently been surpassed by Meyer on the championship assist leaderboard, while Graham was currently the leading goalscorer for Watford with 9 goals. It seemed that if Meyer maintained this fiery form, ascending to the top of both the championship scoring and assist charts would indeed be within reach. An extraordinary achievement. Let us celebrate, mate, a Sheffield fan, who had conversed with Philip earlier, threw an arm around his shoulder and pulled him toward a nearby pub. There's no day more worthy of celebration than today. It's truly a memorable occasion. He then seemed to suddenly remember something, adding, of course, unless Sheffield United secures promotion again, that would be an even greater reason to celebrate. Philip chuckled and followed him, but after only a few steps. His phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Mr. Wenger calling. His expression changed instantly as he stepped away to a quieter area to answer. Mr. Wenger, I just finished watching the match. I will finalize the contract tonight and have someone deliver it in the morning. You should receive it by the afternoon. Be sure to review it carefully. It's not just a raise to 20K. It will be an entirely new contract with many changes. Understood, Philip nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking, is there anything else? Just ensure the contract is signed to express our sincerity, respect, and recognition of him, not to treat him merely as a youth team player anymore. Understood, Philip replied, pursing his lips before smiling and joking. So how should we regard him now? Philip was taken aback when the call abruptly ended with a beep. He chose not to dwell on it and sought out the fan again. Ready to enjoy a drink, he was acutely aware, however, that Mr. Wenger's heart seemed to have finally found some fulfillment. After 9 rounds of the Premier League, Manchester United stood at the top of the table with 7 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss, followed by Chelsea and Arsenal in third. BBC Premier League column. Fabregas returns from injury. It is rumored he has contacted Barcelona multiple times, and the player may leave Arsenal during the winter transfer window. The Sun Liverpool faced a surprising 1-2 defeat against Blackburn at home, marking the biggest upset of this Premier League round. Pigeon predictions: the championship witnessed a dramatic comeback in the 13th round. Sheffield United's 17-year-old striker Meyer scored a hat-trick to help the team reverse the score, contributing to 16 goals in 13 league matches. 442 editor. Arsenal is about to welcome reinforcements? Their lone player Meyer has excelled at Sheffield United, poised to briefly top both the scoring and assist charts before the halfway mark. The Guardian. Following this round of matches, a plethora of post-match reports flooded the internet, igniting fervent discussions among fans. Meyer's influence is steadily growing. Many fans familiar with the English lower leagues now know his name. Even those who only pay attention to Premier League news often come across reports about him. This is a natural consequence of his enhanced hard skills leading to an increase in his soft skills, a phenomenon that is bound to occur. The era of the internet has arrived, and information spreads rapidly. When phrases like hat trick leads to comeback and 17-year-old prodigy contributes to 16 goals in 13 championship matches appear, they are bound to attract attention. His ability to seize opportunities is remarkable. This kid has an exceptionally powerful long shot. His crosses are impressive too. I believe he possesses the skill level of a starting winger for at least a mid-table Premier League team. Not only that, I'm not entirely convinced. Out of his 8 goals, 5 came from long-range shots outside the box. Are the defensive midfielders and defenders in the championship all inept? Isn't that easy to defend against? I initially shared the same doubts until I watched his matches. His shots are genuinely fierce. Unless you mark him tightly and deny him shooting opportunities, he can deliver precise strikes. High shooting accuracy? He's got a success rate of at least 30 to 40%. Sky Sports commentators referred to him as the king of long shots. More discussions emerged about him. Each trending post related to Meyer garnered dozens, if not hundreds, of comments. Those who debated here would inevitably discuss him with friends later, subtly influencing more people to pay attention to Meyer. The following noon, Meyer and Gilbert visited an American pool hall to play some 9-ball and then settled into a booth to relax. It was a rare day off, and naturally, they intended to unwind and temporarily escape from football. After this day, They would return to the grueling training regimen and additional practice tasks. "Let us get 2 cups of coffee and a dessert platter," Gilbert said, holding the drink menu with a flamboyant air, as if he were a wealthy patron. "The most expensive one, yes, my friend is treating. He is about to get a raise." Once the server departed, Meyer looked at him and chuckled. "Why not order a bit more? These treats wouldn't even cover the tip for my match bonuses." Indeed, since joining Sheffield United, his substantial income had primarily come from goal and win bonuses. He had calculated that, including the 10,500 bonus from his last match, his total bonuses for the season had reached precisely 55,000. This figure was post-tax and exceeded his post-tax salary after his raise to 10,000. That his savings now stood at 120,000, enough to purchase an entry-level sports car or rent a detached villa. The improvement in his material conditions had ignited Meyer's desire to spend, an unavoidable human instinct. After all, his salary would continue to rise. As economic conditions improve further, he might even acquire luxurious properties in major cities worldwide, allowing him to vacation in various countries and experience different cultures during breaks. Gilbert feigned indifference, his expression sour as a lemon. "I'll be getting a raise too. It's just a matter of time." "Congratulations on that." Meyer raised a drink, pretending it was wine. "But first, let us toast to my raise tonight." Gilbert sighed in resignation, laying his cue on the table before forcefully breaking the rack, sending the balls scattering into the pockets. Chapter 60. Arsenal's new contract, a surprise in salary? That evening, thanks to Hans' introduction, Meyer connected with Philip, and they arranged to meet at a tavern in the bar district. Uncertain of other establishments, Meyer chose the Old Cordel, a place he had previously endorsed. Upon arrival, he spotted Cordel waiting at the entrance, his eyes glowing with enthusiasm and joy at Meyer's arrival. "Your friend is already seated in a private booth. We've been waiting for you." "Thank you," Meyer replied, noticing his promotional poster and match photos displayed at the entrance. He inquired, "How has the event been received?" "See for yourself," Cordel said, beaming as he opened the door for Meyer to enter, following closely behind to introduce. "Since that event, the seating rate has never dropped below half. On match days, it's often fully booked. Your signed memorabilia sold out instantly. I intended to keep a few copies, but after the match against Doncaster, the influx of enthusiastic fans was so overwhelming that I could only retain one." As Meyer stepped inside, he indeed noticed around 10 tables occupied by patrons, a remarkable sight on a day off. Ketel appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet he mustered the courage to say, "I have not yet had the opportunity to express my gratitude to you in person. I understand that the sum of 4,000 may be insignificant to you. However, I am acutely aware of the immense value that the 100 signatures you brought hold for my tavern." Mail smiled quietly, choosing not to respond as he made his way towards the private booth inside, with Ketel directing him along the way. He quickly attracted the attention of numerous patrons within the establishment. Many who initially glanced over suddenly found themselves captivated, staring in disbelief. "Mail? Is that really Mail? That old chap wasn't lying. He truly frequents this place? Am I seeing things? It's him. I've never seen him this closely before." A hushed murmur erupted in the tavern, gradually escalating into a commotion as all eyes turned towards Mail, following his movements with keen interest. Concealing his enjoyment, Mail walked calmly into the booth where Philip was seated. The thrill of rising fame was indeed delightful. "You all continue your conversation," Ketel gestured towards Philip, before stepping outside to instruct the patrons. "Please do not disturb. They are discussing important matters inside." "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Inside the booth, Philip, dressed in formal attire, extended his hand and said, "Mr. Wenger has asked me to convey his apologies. Due to the ongoing season, he is currently unable to meet with you." "Hello." Mail shook his hand confidently, responding with a smile, "But what about the phone call? As of today, I have yet to receive a call from Mr. Wenger." Having gradually established his worth on the pitch, he felt more assured in his interactions. Engaging with someone like Philip no longer felt foreign. Instead, it was as if they were old acquaintances, and he immediately began to jest. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he is simply waiting for the right moment," Philip explained, casting a glance at Mail before tentatively adding, "For instance, when you are about to make a significant decision, he will surely reach out to you." Mail raised an eyebrow and nodded, grasping Philip's implication. It seemed that when the time was right and the club genuinely required his services, the esteemed gentleman would engage in a more detailed discussion. After exchanging pleasantries and ordering some beer and snacks, they finally broached the subject at hand. Philip produced a contract and presented it to Mail, stating, initially, "I believe this was merely an addendum to activate a salary increase clause, but upon closer inspection at noon, I found it to be more substantial. The club wishes to raise the buyout clause to 40 million and extend the contract for an additional 2 years, making the total contract duration 5 years. In return, your salary will increase to 30,000 per week, along with various bonus stipulations." Mail's senses were sharply attuned to such significant figures. Even before flipping to the contract page, he contemplated Philip's words. "A weekly salary of 30,000. This far exceeds my expectations and is immensely enticing. However, the cost is an acceptance of a 40 million buyout clause. This meant that should he wish to depart from Arsenal in the future, but the club was unwilling to release him, another club would need to pay 40 million to secure his release. Moreover, opportunities to invoke this clause would be limited. I will consider it for a moment." Mail perused the contract. With no agent representing him at present, many decisions rested solely on his shoulders. He began by reflecting on his own desires. For the time being, he had no intention of leaving Arsenal, indicating that he need not be overly concerned about the buyout clause. Secondly, he contemplated the implications of the 40 million figure. The last update on his market value indicated 8 million. If a recent assessment occurred, it would likely surpass 10 million. Converting the currency, breaking the 10 million threshold was indeed plausible. This was already an impressive figure, especially considering he was still playing in the Championship, not yet in the more scrutinized Premier League. Given his strategy to use the Championship as a stepping stone, earning Arsenal's trust before collaborating with Wenger to make his mark in the Premier League and join the ranks of top-tier stars, it seemed he need not worry excessively. "I can accept the buyout clause." After a considerable period of contemplation, Mail raised his head and smiled. "However, I would like to negotiate further regarding the contract duration and salary." Unlike before, Mail, now having scored over 15 goals in the Championship, possessed the confidence to advocate for himself. "I am all ears," Philip responded, unfazed, waiting for Mail to articulate his thoughts. Since the buyout clause is set at 40 million, Mail closed the contract, adopting a serious demeanor. "I would like to propose a weekly salary of 38,000, which I believe is a reasonable request. Additionally, I wish to extend the contract for only 1 year, resulting in a total contract duration of 4 years. Reducing the contract duration was a means to leave himself some leeway. After all, he had no plans for retirement and saw no need to commit for such an extended period. Signing for 5 years could complicate future salary negotiations. A weekly salary of 38,000 and a 4-year contract. Philip understood Mail's intentions. This counteroffer was indeed within a reasonable range. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I will need to discuss this with Mr. Wenger. I may have a response for you by tomorrow." "That's perfectly fine." Mail nodded, recognizing that such a significant contract could not be finalized on the spot. After bidding farewell to Philip, he stepped outside the booth, feeling a buoyant lightness in his stride. 38,000. Let alone that amount, even if Arsenal were to negotiate down to around 33,000, it would still be within his acceptance range. He had initially anticipated merely signing an addendum for a 20,000 weekly salary, yet here he was, with the prospect of exceeding 30,000 for him at this stage. That represented a staggering figure, approximately 5,000 per day. Upon reaching the entrance to settle the bill, Ketel insisted on treating him, claiming that he had promised to buy him a drink. Unable to argue, Mail could only smile ruefully in agreement. "Ah, Mail." Before parting ways, Ketel called out to him, raising his fist in congratulations. "You played exceptionally well in the last match, thank you." Mail responded with a bright smile, waving goodbye as he said, "The future will only get better." Chapter 61. Curled Shot Level 2 and Coordination Level 3. Additional updates encouraged for continued support. The following day, Mail stepped onto the training field, resuming his specialized training regimen. This was the foundation of his career, something he could not forget or allow to be overshadowed by worldly distractions or the allure of fame. He must always remember how the youth player in his molded boots gradually evolved into a top-tier player in the Championship. After completing his long-range shooting practice, he incorporated crossing and curled shots into his schedule while maintaining his focus on speed and coordination training. Overall, he was now training in 4 areas simultaneously. Speed and coordination were aimed at level 3, crossing at level 4, while curled shots were still in the preliminary stages of development. On October 27, the newly practiced skill of curled shots finally achieved its first upgrade. Skill: Curled Shot Level 2, Proficiency 1300, E Effect. After extensive training, you have gradually mastered the technical essentials of this maneuver, understanding the power techniques for using the inside of your foot to curl the ball, equipping yourself to effectively threaten the goal. The Level 1 name of this skill was simply Curl Shot, which, as the name implies, was merely a rudimentary attempt to curl the shot using the inside of the foot without much threat. Upon upgrading, the term curled emerged, signifying a certain quality of the shot. Boom, boom. Male positioned the marker, utilizing bicycle kicks and step-overs to cut inside, aiming for the far corner as he executed several curled shots. He could distinctly feel the enhancement of this technical maneuver. Most of the curled shots found their way into the net, while those that did not still exhibited sufficient power and curvature. Setting a goal for himself, with his long-range shooting already at Level 4, attaining a Level 3 curled shot would render his shooting prowess entirely sufficient. He would be capable of striking effectively from both frontal and inward positions, creating significant challenges for defenders whenever he had possession. Skill: Precision Curve Level 3, Proficiency 98,800, Skill: Solid Level 2, Proficiency 641,800, Skill: Sprint Level 2, Proficiency 548,800. After concluding today's training, Male glanced at the proficiency levels of the other 3 primary skills he was honing, all steadily improving at a reasonable pace. If all went well, he anticipated that coordination and speed would break through to Level 3 by the following month. At that point, a beginner-level physical powerhouse would make its appearance on the championship sidelines. His crossing and cutting would become increasingly nimble and fluid. On October 30, Sheffield United played their final match of the month at Bramall Lane. Facing Coventry, currently ranked 9th in the championship, closely mirroring their own standing, it was an intense contest, with fierce battles in midfield, resulting in a fragmented match that lacked fluidity. Cut inside. A shot, Male exclaimed, but it lacked power and was easily gathered by the goalkeeper. He was exceptionally active today, making vigorous runs on the field, and the confidence gained from his recent hat trick significantly bolstered his performance. It is difficult to articulate the essence of a person's character. Yet after witnessing Male, I believe I understand. The aura a player exudes stems from their experiences in high-stakes matches, scoring remarkable goals and accumulating numerous accolades, culminating in a poise and confidence that is unmistakable. His youthful innocence is gradually fading, giving way to a newfound maturity that, given his age, can aptly be described as precocious wisdom. A cross from Ward. Charging in from the center is Borodanovic. He heads it in. Goal, 1-0. Sheffield United has managed to secure a slender lead, having breached Coventry's defense with a simple yet effective offensive strategy. With 40 minutes remaining, Coventry need not rush. They have ample opportunities ahead and are sure to find another chance to score. A breakaway. Will Coventry equalize? A swift shot. Roberts has saved Sheffield. After diving, he extended his right leg to intercept the ball, a save that is as crucial as scoring a goal. Stephen has controlled the ball. Now it's Sheffield United's turn to counterattack, and they advance swiftly. At Bramall Lane, the lights shine brightly, and numerous fans rise from their seats, eyes filled with hope, fixed on the player currently in possession of the ball. Clad in a striking red and white number 31 jersey, he exudes confidence, accompanied by an air of intensity. Bang! With a powerful strike from his instep, the ball rockets toward the far corner of the net like a guided missile, prompting Coventry's goalkeeper to leap, stretching his body to its limits in an attempt to reach it. Whoosh! But all efforts are in vain. The ball follows its destined trajectory, crashing into the net before finally coming to a halt. Yes! The home fans, who had long been on their feet, erupt in jubilant celebration, seemingly anticipating that Meyer, poised at the edge of the penalty area, would find the back of the net. Meyer, the scorer, refrains from sprinting in celebration. Instead, he stands still, arms outstretched toward the sky. Like a dancer concluding a magnificent waltz, or a matador taking a bow after a captivating performance, he has sealed the match, 2-0. There is no suspense remaining. With just 10 minutes left, the likelihood of Coventry equalizing is exceedingly slim. What a graceful goal, what a splendid celebration. When he stands in his domain, even before he strikes the ball, one is already prepared to cheer for him. On the sidelines, Gary Speed feels a sense of numbness, Yet he excitedly exchanges high-fives with those around him, albeit with a rueful smile and a shake of his head. Having once been teammates with Alan Shearer at Newcastle United, he had experienced firsthand the immense impact a prolific scorer can have on a team. Little did he expect that his first foray into coaching would coincide with the emergence of such a remarkable talent. This marks his 9th league goal, does it not? 4 goals and 3 assists this month, a performance surpassing that of the previous month. I cannot predict where he will pause. I only know he is on track to claim the monthly MVP once more. Gary Speed's post-match interview on November 4th finds Meyer, who has spent an entire day engaged with resistance bands and anti-slip mats, finally elevating his coordination to level 3. Skill, flexibility LV3, proficiency, 1-2000, utility. As you develop an understanding of your body and enhance your balance, you begin to focus on training your flexibility, which improves your stability and elasticity during high-difficulty maneuvers. Meyer's muscles quiver as he feels a newfound agility, his control over his body further strengthened. This ability will not diminish his other physical attributes, it will only enhance them. Ibrahimovic serves as a prime example. His background in Taekwondo has granted him a level of coordination and flexibility that surpasses that of most football stars, allowing him to execute extraordinary, unconventional goals. Yet, observe his strength and physicality. It becomes evident that these attributes are not mutually exclusive. The human body, indeed, is a treasure. With spirits high, Meyer muses about the future. One must diligently explore and convert all potential into personal prowess. He strides purposefully toward the team's cafeteria, with only speed and curling shots remaining to reach level 3. It is time to focus on these 2 aspects, to create a ripple of astonishment on the championship stage, and ultimately ascend to the Premier League, seeking monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter 62 updates slightly delayed. Organizing the plot, preparing for an explosive update. Everyone, please be patient. The new book period has concluded, and it has successfully gained a spot on the Sanjong recommendations. Now it is time to fulfill my promise. Words must be backed by action. Give Mu Yao a moment to stabilize and efficiently deliver daily updates henceforth. Grateful for the support since the inception of this book. And thanks to my editor, Lu Ming. Chapter 63 Speed LV3, seeking initial subscriptions. On November 6th, prior to the home match against Ipswich, Meyer and Gary Speed are invited to the interview venue to receive their monthly best awards. A predictable outcome for all. Meyer requires no introduction. If a player generates 7 goals in a month and fails to secure the Player of the Month award, he is most likely competing in La Liga amidst the legendary duopoly of Messi and Ronaldo. As for Gary Speed's recognition as Coach of the Month, this too is hardly a surprise. Thanks to the player's outstanding form, Sheffield United achieved an unbeaten record of 4 wins and 1 draw in 5 matches last month. A standard befitting a title-contending team. Despite some challenges, they held their composure and reaped a perfect outcome. Holding the commemorative trophy, Gary Speed smiles and reflects. Last month felt dreamlike. The team suddenly awakened from slumber. Showcasing abilities beyond expectations, I merely endeavored to fulfill my responsibilities, and in return, I received this honor. What a delightful surprise. Standing beside him, Meyer understands Speed's sentiments, as this marks the first achievement in his coaching career. Transitioning from player to coach is no easy feat. Moreover, Speed's psychological state seems to have been under constant strain, with life providing scant positive reinforcement. This accolade, I hope, brings him a sense of happiness and fortifies his resolve to continue on his path. Meyer feels compelled to ask Mr. Speed, a journalist, microphone in hand, playfully inquires. If someone were to say that your achievement is merely a result of Meyer's contributions, would you feel anger or indignation? Gary Speed raises an eyebrow and shakes his head, responding in the spirit of the question. I believe I wouldn't. Having such players is a blessing for any coach. He turns to Meyer, adding with a grin, I will greedily hope that Meyer can produce even more achievements. After all, isn't it the ultimate aspiration for many to be able to lie back and receive awards? His jest evokes laughter, infusing the interview with a sense of camaraderie. Do you have anything to say to Meyer? Another reporter prompts, extending the microphone toward Gary Speed. Of course, Speed nods, then adopts a mock-serious demeanor. Stretching his arms as if warming up, don't get too complacent. If you find yourself without challengers in the championship, I might just make a comeback. Don't forget, I'm still a registered player for the team and can represent us whenever needed. If your performance falters, I'll promptly warm up on the sidelines and step in to compete with you. He flexes his muscles, eager to showcase that he remains vigorous and spry. The interview concludes amidst laughter, with both men posing for a photograph before heading to the locker room. As of now, Meyer has already secured 2 Championship Player of the Month awards and 4 Man of the Match accolades. Thriving since his arrival in this city. 30 minutes later, the 15th round of the championship kicks off at Bramall Lane. The Sheffield United players, united in purpose, eagerly anticipate securing a strong start for November after last month's dreamlike performance. Another offensive surge. They are keen to seize an early lead. Such a desire for victory significantly enhances a team's fighting spirit, though it may also lead to moments of overexcitement. Here's Evans. A shot towards the far corner of the net, and it's in. 1-0. Loughton's through ball sliced through Ipswich's defense, granting Evans a half chance, which he converted effortlessly. Ipswich's fullback, Macaulay, appears to be struggling against Meyer's physical intensity, wearing a pained expression as he complains to his centre-backs. This player from Northern Ireland is not known for his robustness. Meyer has played exceptionally well today, constantly leveraging his strengths to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. A masterful display. His football intelligence and overall qualities are on the rise, and we have witnessed his growth over the past half-season. Sheffield United earns a free kick on the right flank. Meyer and Janahan stand at the penalty spot, contemplating who will take the kick. Montgomery seems unable to continue, and Speed substitutes him with Quinn, who rushes towards the center of the penalty area. The referee blows the whistle. Janahan charges toward the penalty spot, feinting. It's Meyer who takes the kick. Let us see the quality. The ball is lofted into the box, a header. It's in again. 2-0. Who is it? It's Quinn. This fortunate lad, having just entered the field, capitalizes on Meyer's delivery and finds the net. Quinn, having scored, leaps onto the advertising boards, joining the fans in exuberant cheers before turning to seek out Meyer. Great goal, he expresses in the simplest manner, adding, "You're destined for greater heights. Before you soar, help us old-timers leap a bit higher as well." Meyer, at a loss for words, embraces him, letting actions speak for their bond. Snap, snap, on the sidelines, photographers swiftly captured the scene, immortalizing the radiant smile on Meyer's face, a universal expression of joy that accompanies the fulfillment of one's contributions. This photograph found its way into numerous post-match reports, becoming a celebrated image for Sheffield United, a resounding 2-0 victory over Ipswich. Under the stewardship of Gary Speed, Sheffield United achieved their 3rd consecutive win, ascending to 3rd place in the league standings. On November 11, as reported by the Sheffield Evening News, the entire Sheffield United squad traveled to Leicester City for an away match. In the players' tunnel, Meyer meticulously searched for members of the miraculous Leicester squad. Spotting only Andy King, a product of their own youth academy, Meyer gestured towards him, recalling that at this moment, Andy King was just in his early 20s, likely unaware of the remarkable achievements that lay ahead. However, the butterfly effect of his journey might indeed catalyze significant changes in the future. This was evident in Gilbert, whose emergence altered the professional trajectory of the youth team captain. Without further ado, Meyer entered the pitch, hand in hand with the ball. As he approached his half of the field, he heard Andy King's voice beside him. "I envy your talent and ability, keep it up." Meyer waved back to him. A moment of mutual admiration amidst the tension and fervor of the match was entirely natural. Both players, still youthful and brimming with aspirations for the future, were striving to carve their paths. Dreaming of a meteoric rise, Andy King, with a powerful long-range shot, he rattled the Sheffield United goal, igniting a frenzy among the home supporters. In the face of Sheffield United's recent stellar form, it was unexpected that they would concede the first goal. The young Welshman, with a future as bright as Meyer's, had already netted 7 goals this season. Meyer executed a lateral dribble, his lower body stable, feinting to evade his marker. Danger lurked, a curling shot to the far corner. The ball found the net. It was a rare sight to witness Meyer score within the penalty area, suggesting an improvement in his shooting prowess. 1-1. This goal was crucial, occurring just before the end of the first half. Gallagher, a header into the net. He tore off his shirt, earning himself a yellow card in celebration of this splendid goal. This marked his 4th goal of the season, and Sheffield United found themselves in a precarious position with just 10 minutes remaining. The challenge of maintaining their winning streak loomed large. Meyer evaded Davis, reaching the byline, preparing to cut into the penalty area. Gilbert at the back post was signaling for the ball, yet the Leicester defenders failed to notice his run into the box. A pass now would present a threat, a curling cross. Lester failed to intercept, and Gilbert was poised to leap for a header. The ball went in. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Sheffield United equalized. And celebrations erupted. There was no time to pursue a winning streak. Securing a point away from home was commendable. Gilbert scored his third goal of the season, while Meyer achieved the remarkable milestone of 10 assists. In the frame, Gilbert soared high, landing on Meyer's back, exuberantly waving his right arm at the fans in the stands. It resembled the moment when Ronaldinho carried Messi, yet their circumstances were distinctly different. Both were young, with no legacies to uphold. What they shared was the elation of snatching a last-minute goal. Click, click. The cameras on the sidelines flashed incessantly, capturing the duo's celebration from various angles, which would become the cover image for numerous championship match reports. Together they scored. The young duo from Arsenal had secured a point for Sheffield, with Meyer sitting atop the assist leaderboard with 10 assists this season. Just 2 days after this round, Sheffield United faced another away match against Millwall. The grueling schedule of consecutive away games left the players exhausted, with physical fatigue revealing the risk of injuries. After careful consideration, Gary Speed opted to rest 6 players, reintroducing substitutes who had faded from the limelight. Meyer was among those rested, marking the second time this season he had been sidelined. Unsurprisingly, he spent his time at the training ground and gym, meticulously planning his training intensity and duration according to his physical condition. On November 13, he watched the team's away match with Gilbert at home. The substitute lineup performed admirably, holding Millwall at bay and denying them many opportunities, although they too failed to create significant scoring chances. Ultimately, the match concluded in a goalless draw, an acceptable outcome. On the 15th, after completing a set of muscle responsiveness training, Meyer experienced a substantial increase in speed. A peculiar sensation surged through his legs and hips, akin to being engulfed in flames or trapped in ice, indescribable, lasting over 10 seconds. Skill, explosion LV3, proficiency, 1-2000, defect. As muscle contraction speed gradually increases, you begin to pursue the responsiveness of muscles transitioning from static to dynamic, significantly enhancing your explosive sprinting ability over the first 30 meters. Another physical attribute had broken through to LV3. After this transformation, Meyer exhaled deeply, laced up his cleats, and sprinted onto the field with abandon. Thud, thud, thud. Feeling the studs of his shoes dig into the turf, he propelled himself forward with incredible speed, relishing the euphoric sensation of newfound lightness. As the surroundings blurred by, a refreshing breeze greeted him. He adjusted his breathing, running for an extended period before finally collapsing onto the grass to rest. This breakthrough of physical limits indeed provided him with immense satisfaction. More importantly, Meyer was acutely aware of how his LV3 speed would transform him into a formidable player on the flanks. In the subsequent day's training, Meyer began to test his speed against the standards of championship players. Based on prior feedback, LV3 level skills were notably exceptional and effective within the championship, even against Premier League players. He felt undaunted. However, speed, a critical attribute in football, is common among players, and each team typically boasts several sprinters. This holds true regardless of league level. Even in lower-tier clubs, one can likely find a player renowned for speed. Bang, bang. In one-on-one breakthrough drills, Meyer relied less on physical feints and focused on simple touches followed by explosive sprints. Few could keep pace with him. In the initial strides after his explosive push-off, he effortlessly outpaced defenders of average speed. This bolstered his confidence, prompting him to employ more aggressive, explosive bursts to break through defenses. Not to mention, the thrill of such physical dominance was exhilarating, creating an addictive sensation. Gradually, Sheffield United players noticed Meyer's unusual performance that day, many casting astonished glances in his direction. Is he going insane? How is he consistently dribbling past defenders with such a high success rate? Fortunately, Meyer had established a baseline of speed ability long ago, allowing for an adjustment period among his teammates, preventing them from probing too deeply into his newfound prowess. You're quite fast. It wasn't until after training that the team's acknowledged fastest player, Loughton, approached Meyer. Previously, he had not noticed his speed. How about a quick race? Meyer happily accepted the challenge, positioning themselves near the penalty area, agreeing to sprint from one end to the other. Sprinting 100 meters seemed pointless. Loughton nodded in agreement, loosening his ankles in preparation. Their race attracted a crowd of onlookers, with 7 or 8 players gathering around, while others observed from a distance, I'll count down, Gilbert volunteered, eager to officiate. 3, 2, 1, go. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their feet pounding the ground echoed as both launched forward simultaneously, their reaction times nearly identical, initial speeds comparable. Viewed from the side, their legs moved in perfect synchronization, unleashing a surge of power that dazzled onlookers. Almost as if they were creating afterimages, is it possible they're nearly equal? Wow. Does this mean Meyer is faster than all of us? Gasps of astonishment erupted, and it was only then that Sheffield United players began to grasp the true extent of Meyer's speed. The 40-meter distance flashed by, with both crossing the finish line almost simultaneously, leaving spectators unable to discern who had edged ahead. Only Loughton, the participant, was left in bewilderment. You won. Is this the result of your training? Having previously matched up against Meyer, Loughton recalled their earlier encounters. You lost? Well, sort of, Meyer replied with a smile, gaining a clearer understanding of his speed capabilities. It was safe to say that aside from the likes of Gareth Bale and Arjen Robben, he had little to fear from other players. At 17. The possibilities were indeed boundless. Such an age was truly a gift. Loughton's envy was palpable as he shook his head in awe, muttering a resigned remark before departing. I clocked 100 meters in 11.1 seconds. Who knows? Meyer shook his head, indicating that he had never tested it. Using a 100-meter sprint time to assess the speed of football players is indeed not a standard measure. What players require more is explosive acceleration over the first 5 or 10 meters, as long-distance running is seldom seen. However, an 11-second 100-meter time does serve as a commendable reference. At Chelsea's training base in London. After concluding the morning session, then-manager Carlo Ancelotti entered his office with a calm demeanor, poured himself a cup of tea, and began attending to club matters. As a coach who had achieved significant honors at AC Milan. He had been brought to Stamford Bridge by Abramovich the previous year. Ancelotti understood the club's expectations of him, yet he bore his own burdens and was under immense pressure. Scout reports? He soon noticed a brand new document on his desk, seemingly freshly printed, which piqued his curiosity. Typically, head coaches do not engage in scouting as frequently as one might in a football management game. They only address such reports during designated times, focusing on those that have already been compiled. However, with little else to do that day, Ancelotti picked up the document and began to peruse it intently. As he read, his expression shifted, and he became completely absorbed, even failing to notice when someone entered the office. Mr. Ancelotti, a voice resonated. Ancelotti snapped back to reality, setting the document down and looking up to see an unfamiliar face. I came to see you recently, the individual said with a smile, pointing to the document. Since you weren't here, I left my report on your desk, so it was you who wrote this, Ancelotti acknowledged, nodding as he placed the document down and gestured for the person to take a seat. He then searched on his computer. Are you looking for player highlights? The individual guessed Ancelotti's thoughts and produced a USB drive. I've created a compilation, sir. You can simply view it. It includes not only his goals and assists, but also other remarkable performances. That would be most excellent. Ancelotti accepted the USB drive, mentally noting the unfamiliar face, which was likely a newly hired scout with commendable capabilities. He connected the USB to his computer and soon found a video exceeding 20 minutes in length. As he clicked play, Ancelotti sat before the screen, wholly engrossed, the passage of time seeming to vanish as he watched intently. Incredible. This was the first evaluation to escape Ancelotti's lips. He subsequently picked up the report again. 17 years old. And in his debut season, not yet halfway through, with 9 goals and 10 assists, this almost guarantees that his future will be bright. A talent such as this, and I have never noticed him. If it weren't for you, I would have likely seen him as a star at Arsenal by now. The player is still on loan, otherwise the scout interjected earnestly, but without arrogance. Ancelotti rose from his seat, rubbing his hands together as he contemplated. I will observe him more closely. If he proves suitable, I shall certainly reach out to Arsenal to gauge their stance. If an opportunity arises, whether for the present or the future, we must secure him for Chelsea. On November 17th, at Manchester United's Carrington training base, a question arose. He instructed the driver to halt and leaned out the window. Speak up. An assistant coach climbed in, pulling a report from his briefcase and handing it to Ferguson. I shouldn't bring this up in this setting, but tomorrow is a holiday, and I fear we may run out of time. There's an astonishing player emerging in the championship. Several other assistants and I have just discussed him, and we believe his talent might rival Rooney's. Rooney? Ferguson raised his head. In his eyes, Rooney had become a descriptor, particularly when discussing talent. Perhaps his starting point isn't lofty, but he has already proven himself in the championship, accumulating a wealth of experience. The assistant coach, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to express his admiration. He not only possesses talent but also shows remarkable growth. His monthly performance visibly improves, and there seems to be no ceiling to his potential. Ferguson, intrigued, opened the report. Upon reviewing the detailed statistics alongside the player's age, he could not help but feel a stir of excitement within him. After a lengthy examination, he turned to inquire, what is Wenger's stance on him? He has not expressed anything publicly, but one can surmise he views him as a valuable asset. Is he a Wenger find? Ferguson chuckled softly before pondering, we might give it a try, though we mustn't harbor overly lofty expectations. On November 19th, at Sheffield United's training base, Gilbert stood on the goal line, donned in goalkeeper gloves, playfully stepping into the role of a goalkeeper to defend against Meyer's cutting shots. Bang! Another shot found the corner of the net, and Gilbert instinctively recoiled. Removing his gloves, I can't do this. It's impossible to save. This is not my decision. Skill, curved shot level 3, proficiency, 1-800-E effect. After mastering the fundamentals of curved shots, you have begun to incorporate more curvature to produce higher quality, more intricate shooting angles. Initial results are promising, and the power is astonishing. Following that last shot, his curved shot ability had elevated to level 3. Now, aside from his latent observation skill, all his abilities had surpassed level 3, encompassing 3 physical attributes, 2 shooting capabilities, 2 dribbling skills, and 1 passing ability. His overall competence had transformed significantly, reaching a level he had once only dreamed of. Looking back, he realized how much sweat had been shed on the training ground and how many trials he had endured to achieve this newfound clarity. Meyer stood up and gazed longingly in one direction. What are you looking at? Gilbert followed his gaze, only to see a sky obscured by clouds. Towards London. Chapter 65. The Double 10 Achievement, High Efficiency. In London, Gilbert echoed, his eyes filled with yearning. Counting the days, they had been venturing out for 5 months. Even though it wasn't their true hometown, they still felt a sense of homesickness, as if they belonged there. On one hand, they hailed from there and had benefited from the platform that had brought them to their current state. On the other, it was home to a genuine large club, featuring the best players in European football, the finest coaches, the highest levels of attention, and a grand stadium. It is only natural to aspire to be there and to wish to play. I want the food from the Kearney base. Why so sentimental every day? Mar playfully smacked him, dismissively saying, living like a star in the championship, playing professional matches every week. Just be content. Content, indeed. Gilbert suddenly chuckled, startled, reminiscent of his former self. I just feel everything is happening too fast. Too fast for anyone to react or accept. He picked up a football and mimicked the motion for throwing a throw-in. I've scored 3 goals and provided 1 assist. I never dared to imagine this before. Let alone you, with 9 goals and 10 assists. Every time I look at your stats, I feel a sense of disorientation, sometimes confusion, and I want to ask, is this really the Meyer I know? Meyer, reflecting deeply, replied, when we arrived, we had nothing. At most you had a few pairs of shoes. And now we have nothing. Meyer sat up, responding, people will only remember champions and miracles. No one will recall that someone scored 9 goals and 10 assists in the championship during the 10-11 season. The road ahead is still long. We must simply keep moving forward. Both of us have much further to go. The two shared a rare moment of heartfelt conversation before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. On the way, Meyer contemplated future training plans. With all skills at level 3, his additional training plan now solely revolved around passing, which would undoubtedly not suffice. He needed to continue practicing his curved shots. This thought firmly established itself in his mind. He could no longer confine his focus to the championship. He must look ahead. With a level 3 curved shot, penetrating the championship was a given. But penetrating the Premier League would likely prove challenging. Since he had the time, he resolved not to relent and to continue honing his skills until he could elevate them to level 4. Reaching parity with his long-range shooting. As for the others, he could consider training abilities that would be applicable within Arsenal's tactical framework. When one thinks of Arsenal, the first image that comes to mind is the picturesque interplay of passes. Beautiful football, all of which demand a high level of passing ability, short passing. Meyer recognized what he needed to practice. Conveniently, He currently possessed only one passing skill, and training short passing would provide a more balanced skill set. One must not underestimate this capability, for passing is the foundation of a team's operation, and short passing is undoubtedly the most frequently employed passing technique. From a simple 3 to 5 meter pass to a surgical through ball that slices through two defensive lines. This skill is indispensable. After lunch, Mar took a stroll nearby to rest for a moment before arriving at the training ground, where he repeatedly kicked short passes against the wall with the instep of his foot. Bang, bang, bang. This was a fundamental exercise every player undergoes throughout their development, and he had some foundation, feeling quite at ease. However, the skill panel remained conspicuously absent. Meyer found himself increasingly perplexed as he trained, relieved that the passing drills were not physically taxing, merely requiring him to endure the monotony of continuous kicking. Finally, just before dusk, after having passed the ball to the point of numbness, he beheld several lines of deep black text before him. Skill: Instep pass LV2 proficiency. 151-300. Meyer paused momentarily, verifying multiple times that he had not misread. LV2? The immediate elevation to LV2 in short passing after its execution was due to an enhancement in his fundamental qualities? No, that was not right. It dawned on him. His confusion began to dissipate. It was because this body inherently possessed a LV2 passing ability, which also explained why the panel had taken so long to manifest. Indeed, short passing, as a foundational skill, was primarily non-existent. Otherwise, there would be no need to play football at all. With this thought, he recalled the long-absent stamina panel. Stamina, like strength, could be honed to some extent through daily training. Yet despite his additional efforts, it had consistently failed to appear. Occasionally, he pondered this matter, presuming that the proficiency panel evaluated stamina solely in terms of cardiovascular capacity, neglecting the muscle endurance he was steadily developing. In hindsight, it should have been that he already possessed a LV2 level, and thus the panel's emergence would be somewhat delayed. This was not a cause for concern. Meyer adjusted his mindset. If stamina could be cultivated imperceptibly, he would simply await its natural emergence on the panel. For now, it was imperative to elevate his crossing, curling shots, and short passing to LV4, preparing adequately for his entry into the Premier League. On November 21 ST, the 18th round of the championship commenced at Bramall Lane, where Sheffield United hosted Crystal Palace. The rested starting lineup displayed formidable aggression right from the outset, relentlessly pressuring Crystal Palace in their half with threatening attacks. Bang! In the 6th minute of the match, Meyer received a pass in an open position on the left flank, presenting him with an excellent opportunity to showcase his talent. However, this was no longer merely about self-presentation. As an 18-year-old player competing in the championship, he had previously basked in admiration and anticipation, taking pride in his innate abilities and envisioning a bright future. Little did he know that his emergence had singularly elevated the standards by which young talents in the championship were assessed. The praises ceased and expectations dwindled. People merely remarked, "Meyer has manufactured 19 goals in less than half a season, while Zaha has yet to reach 5. Step aside." Chasing back, not only for the team but also to vindicate himself, Zaha quickened his pace, swiftly closing in on Meyer's position. Yet, as if foreseen, Meyer did not dribble into the encirclement towards the baseline. Instead, he suddenly cut inside. Bang with force, he struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, threading it through the narrow gap between the two defenders, immediately following in pursuit. Zaha, evading initial contact with Meyer, believed he could match his pace with his own speed on the second attempt. "Mine!" he shouted to bolster his confidence, propelling himself forward in pursuit of Meyer, only to realize he was falling behind. Meyer's initial strides were exceptionally swift. Not only was it impossible to intercept the ball, even reaching out to grasp him seemed futile. How embarrassing! Zaha's face flushed crimson, though the casual observer would not notice. Just before Meyer took his shot, adhering to the logic of seeing things through, he attempted to salvage his earlier declaration of mind, exclaiming, "Hey!" He aimed to intimidate Meyer into missing his shot while simultaneously clarifying that his mind was not an earnest claim to the ball, but merely a playful jest. Quite charming, indeed. Bang! Meyer executed a smooth curling shot from the center of the penalty area, fortunate that the Crystal Palace goalkeeper remained alert, diving to deflect the ball out of bounds with his fingertips. Regretfully, he clenched his fist, awaiting the next opportunity. As he retreated, he noticed a bewildered Zaha walking alongside, feigning seriousness, which struck him as rather comical. The London king of dribbling, in his youth, he would need some serious training on this pitch. Time passed, second by second, until the first goal materialized in the 39th minute of the first half. Bang! Sheffield United launched the ball from their defense, arcing over the heads of Crystal Palace's centre-backs. Descending behind them, Evans, like a spectre, surged forward, controlling and advancing the ball in one fluid motion, forming a clear shot on goal. Bang! His strike was remarkably steady. As the goalkeeper closed in, he delicately chipped the ball with the tip of his right foot, sending it over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. 1-0. Sheffield United took the lead at home. Yes, over 20,000 home fans rose from their seats, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. A.S. Evans approached the sidelines. He had yet to contemplate how to celebrate, ultimately opting for a few congratulatory high-fives with teammates. Following the restart, everyone was in peak form as the match heated up significantly in the 43rd minute. Meyer again found himself in a one-on-one with the opposing defender, Klein, in a familiar scenario, employing a familiar tactic. As the half wore on, they began to recognize Meyer's speed advantage, simultaneously raising their threat assessment and voicing complaints to their coach. Why hadn't they been informed prior about this kid's speed? At that moment, Meyer dazzled with mesmerizing footwork, occasionally blending in a couple of step-overs, causing Klein to quickly lose his balance and yield. Bang! As Klein launched his foot, Meyer deftly maneuvered the ball back towards the center, creating an angle before unleashing a curving shot. This time, he carried an air of determination. The Crystal Palace goalkeeper found himself helpless, gazing at the ball in despair, resignedly tilting his head back and closing his eyes. Yes. The crowd erupted into a chorus of even louder cheers. Such a splendid curling shot merited their enthusiastic support. Moreover, following this goal, a new milestone moment had arrived. They all remembered that Meyer had now achieved 9 goals and 10 assists in the league. This meant he was on the brink of a double-digit accomplishment. He celebrated this with a gesture, marking the first time in his career he had achieved such a feat. If one word could encapsulate his journey in the championship, it would be efficiency. Chapter 66. Chelsea's astronomical offer. Wenger's sense of crisis heightened. 45. Unbelievable. Genius. A spectacular curling shot finds the back of the net. I am growing numb to Meyer's goals on this pitch. Had someone told me earlier that a 17-year-old player could achieve a double-digit milestone in the championship before the halfway mark, I would have questioned their sanity. But look at him now. He has truly accomplished it. The Sky Sports commentator stood beneath the commentary tent, wearing a headset, yearning to share in the fervor of the moment, but finding no one to connect with. Resorting to shouting, "Arsenal, are you watching? Mr. Wenger, do you see this? He deserves to be on the Premier League stage. Only the top leagues and the UEFA Champions League are worthy of his talent." He glanced at the team's defender, Klein, then at the goalkeeper, his expression seemingly asking, "Is this how it ends? Is this how we concede a goal?" Klein wore a bitter expression, conferring with Zaha. "I can't contain him. You need to stay closer to me." Meanwhile, their furious coach was berating the Sheffield United bench, completely ignoring Klein's plea, still arguing. That assistant just ran over to celebrate. "Are you trying to provoke us? Who ran over?" Gary Speed looked innocently around, raising his hands in surrender. "Don't stir up trouble. Our players are behaving just fine. Mind your own business." Nonsense. The Crystal Palace coach, with several others supporting him, charged forward with fierce intensity, shouting, "Don't let me find out who did this. I want him gone now." Zaha, close by, placed a hand on his forehead, feeling increasingly disheveled. He walked back to his position, dazedly awaiting the restart. Already 2 goals down, the match was likely slipping away, before the second half commenced. Gary Speed substituted midfielders Loughton and defender Calvert with 2 fresh reinforcements, ready to continue the battle. Bang in the 52nd minute. Gilbert's long pass found Meyer on the flank, who skillfully controlled the ball with his chest and launched an assault on the opponent's defense. This was not the first time in this match. Each time he charged forward, the Crystal Palace defense was immediately put on high alert, resulting in varying degrees of chaos, an entirely different caliber of player. The championship monster had returned. This was the Sky Sports commentator's assessment, utterly captivated by Meyer's performance. Klein found it impossible to defend against him, and Zaha, believing he could hold his ground, was unfortunately already outmatched. Meyer surged into the penalty area with a feint. It was merely a fake. He dashed towards the baseline, intent on reaching the byline, racing for speed. On the pitch, Meyer drove the ball towards the baseline, executing a powerful dribble, clearly signaling his intention to overpower both Klein and Zaha. Klein's speed was mediocre. Within 2 steps, he was already left behind. Zaha, thinking he could contend, was actually at the end of his rope, shifting his weight forward and stumbling as he pursued, reminiscent of Anthony's erratic shooting style. Crack! Meyer suddenly stopped and deftly controlled the ball, causing Zaha to lose control, nearly crashing into the advertising boards outside the pitch. 3-0, Janahan scored. Oh! Everyone at Sheffield United erupted in celebration. Victory was firmly within their grasp. Meyer wrapped an arm around Janahan's shoulder, and together they joyously rushed toward the sidelines, roaring and pumping their fists at the fans. Emerging from a state of stupor, Zaha rose to his feet, scratching his head, and cautiously glanced towards the coaching bench, scrutinizing the expression of the head coach. This time, fortune was not on his side. The coach was glaring at him with eyes full of disappointment, as if lamenting his unfulfilled potential. 2 minutes later, Zaha was substituted for a more experienced forward. Upon reaching the bench, he concealed his face with his jersey, as if unable to face the world. Mail was also substituted in the 70th minute, replaced by Gary Speed, who surely wished to conserve his energy for the upcoming match. In this game, Mail had not been afforded many shooting opportunities, yet he still managed to create 1 goal and 1 assist through sheer individual brilliance. He also took the opportunity to experiment with the sensations of his new LV3 speed and curling shot in a competitive setting, successfully scoring a goal with his newfound skill. Overall, he felt a sense of satisfaction, harboring no regrets. A thought crossed my mind. When Gary Speed exchanged high-fives with Mail, he chuckled, shaking his head. When you initially mentioned your goal of 10 goals and 10 assists, I considered making a bet with you to spur you on. Looking back, I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, my wallet would have taken a hit. Ha. Mail smiled broadly, raising an eyebrow. How about we make that bet now? Can I become the top scorer and assist provider in the championship? Sure, Gary Speed replied without hesitation, extending 5 fingers. 500. Are you in? Mail accepted. He glanced at Zaha on the opposite bench, who was huddled with his head down, his body shaking slightly, looking rather pitiful. Hopefully, he wasn't crying. At the Kearney training base, in the office of the first-team manager, Wenger sat alongside his assistant coaches, watching the championship match between Sheffield United and Crystal Palace on a large screen. As Mail exited the field, the atmosphere among the group gradually dulled, their attention waning. Wenger looked around, seemingly seeking input from his colleagues. However, when he made a decision, it was rare for others to oppose him. What about his tactical position? One curious assistant inquired. I haven't decided yet, Wenger replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he added, what I can guarantee is that he will be given opportunities to adapt to the top league. Beyond that, he must earn it himself. Arsenal was a team vying for a top 4 finish, and with the increasing competitiveness of the Premier League, the pressure on their performance was substantial. It was unlikely they could afford to nurture talents carelessly. Arshavin's form this season had been rather unstable, and his attitude towards football had noticeably declined, which was common knowledge. His true rival was perhaps the in his prime Nasri. Wenger chose not to elaborate further, as the decision on who to utilize would ultimately rest with him. Thus, the matter was settled. Wenger shifted topics, bringing up Mail's contract, which the player had proposed at a weekly wage of 38k over a 4-year term. After consulting with the sporting director, Wenger intended to reduce it to around 34k. Everything else would be agreed upon, with the bonus clauses designed to be more lucrative as an incentive. The assistant coaches exchanged glances, shaking their heads in agreement, showing their support for this decision. A weekly wage of 34,000 was not insignificant within Arsenal's first team. They were a club whose strength did not align with their financial power. While other teams casually splashed tens of millions on players, Arsenal was limited to those below the 20 million mark. Therefore, offering a 17-year-old player 34k per week in the current climate indicated Wenger's strong belief in his future potential. After all, with double digits in goals and assists in less than half a season in the championship, who else could he possibly have faith in? At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door as someone quickly entered. Clutching several pages of fax documents, "We're all here," Wenger said, taking the papers and reading through them one by one before passing them to Philip. His expression gradually darkened, as if an undercurrent of concern had surfaced within him. He did not wish to witness a situation like the one unfolding. Ajax, Dortmund. Philip continued to list the clubs, almost like counting. Chelsea, Manchester United, Tottenham Hotspur, West Ham United, reading. Someone interrupted him, frowning and asking, "What does this mean? Are they all looking to acquire Mail? Even Spurs are joining the fray." "Indeed," Philip replied with a wry smile, passing around the facts from Chelsea, which had made a direct offer of 12 million. Everyone in the room understood the market well. Typically, such an opening bid would suggest a genuine transaction price between 14 million and 18 million. "How extravagant," someone remarked. "Are they truly going to lose their minds over a 17-year-old? An Arsenal assistant expressed his disbelief, scoffing, "They used to target Arsenal's established stars. Now they're going straight for the kids." After a moment of calm reflection, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence. It seemed they had locked themselves away, enjoying their own success, thinking they could deliberate on their own child at their leisure. But now, the situation appeared to have shifted. Many European clubs were aware of him, and some had even thrown out exorbitant exploratory offers. Philip broke the silence, suggesting, "Could it be that because the player belongs to Arsenal, we are not being objective in our assessment and positioning of him? We ought to consider how much we would be willing to pay to acquire him." The group began to envision possibilities, suddenly opening up a new avenue of thought. With 10 goals and 11 assists in just 18 rounds in the championship at the age of 17, if he were with another team, they would certainly be willing to spend over 10 million to secure him for the Premier League. The likelihood of him blossoming into a top-tier star seemed quite enticing. Indeed, human judgment is easily confined by various excuses: his youth, his lack of experience in the top league, concerns about adaptation, and a perceived lack of versatility, were all mere fabrications, a result of previous complacency and a lack of urgency. 40K per week, Wenger contemplated for a long while before finally speaking. "However, the buyout clause must rise to 55 million, and I will redesign the bonus clauses to ensure our sincerity. Furthermore, I promise to grant him a certain amount of playing time." He made this decision with utmost seriousness. Individuals like him were not prone to making idle promises, for once made, they could not be easily altered. The room stirred with a palpable shock. Wenger's personal commitment was a rare occurrence. Clearly, the interest from these clubs in Mail had ignited a sense of urgency within Wenger. Chapter 67. A double strike. November concludes. Gary Speed's sensational news. On November 27th, Sheffield United faced their final match of the month. They traveled to the home of Bristol City, Aston Gate Stadium, for a grueling away game. It was the last match of the month. The players were highly motivated, stepping onto the field with a strong desire for victory. However, the progression of the match quickly exceeded their expectations. A header on goal, Robert's save, and a follow-up. Adoma finds himself in front of an open goal. Will he secure the lead for Bristol City? A red card. In the 11th minute, Sheffield United was reduced to 10 men, marking a potential turning point in the match. Bristol City was awarded a penalty, and Pittman stepped up to take the shot. The camera focused on Gary Speed's face, which was taut with tension. He bit his lower lip, clearly at a loss for words. Yet, at this juncture, lamenting the situation would be futile. Evans, shift to the right to cover Ward's position. Leaving Borodanovic alone in the center, with such an early dismissal, the goal of concluding the month with a victory seemed increasingly elusive. Pittman took a decisive shot. He deceived the goalkeeper and confidently converted the penalty. 1-0, Bristol City took the lead at home with a numerical advantage. The dynamics of the match swung entirely in their favor. They were poised to secure a win against Sheffield United. As Sheffield United sought to mount an offensive, Janjahans brought the ball forward, with only Gilbert available for support. Can he produce a pass? Evans received the ball and made a lateral pass. The last person Bristol City wanted to see receiving the ball was now in possession. Mail was not hurried. He was momentarily blocked by a defender. Evans surged forward from the right. Would he pass? No. He opted to take on the defenders himself. He dribbled, changed direction, and dribbled again. Oh. He maneuvered past 2 defenders from a central position, entering the penalty area, and with a deft curling shot. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? As the commentator's ecstatic voice echoed, the ball gracefully grazed the side netting before dramatically curling towards the inside of the goal. The players of Bristol City exchanged bewildered glances, then shamefully lowered their heads, unable to face their supporters. Yes, a faint cheer erupted from the visiting fans, as Sheffield United supporters erupted in jubilation, momentarily overshadowing Bristol City's presence. Mail temporarily cast aside the team's plight, reveling in the celebration of his audacious goal. With enhanced speed and coordination, The effectiveness of his breakthrough skill was markedly amplified, granting him the confidence to slice through the defense and ultimately execute this exquisite finish. Mail recalled the fleeting brilliance of the sharpshooter Piantek, mimicking a dual-gun gesture with his hands as he slid across the grass, roaring along the way, boom, boom, boom. The celebration of human excellence was undoubtedly a staple on the pitch. In a fleeting moment, Meyer felt that a person of his ilk should never exhaust his emotions. Each celebration brought him a moment of release, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, which served as the spiritual sustenance propelling him through the monotonous training sessions day after day. He refused to relent, for this was merely his debut season. He had yet to step onto a grand stadium where he could savor the taste of celebration. One day, he aspired to traverse all the renowned pitches around the globe, leaving his mark in those hallowed grounds. Following the restart, Sheffield United's situation did not improve. Bristol City, as a venerable club, should have capitalized on their one-man advantage. Otherwise, the players and coach might as well retire on the spot. Pittman, an opportunity outside the penalty area, and he struck. A volley. A world-class shot. His performance today was nothing short of spectacular. A brace, Bristol City regained the lead. Their numerical superiority in certain areas was glaringly apparent, and this advantage translated into repeated goal-scoring opportunities that fell into their laps. This time it was Jamie McAllister, a deft finish, making it 3-1. The goal in the 79th minute essentially sealed the match. They practically passed the ball into the net, securing 3 points with the utmost finesse. The defensive strength of Sheffield United was undeniably weak. This was a fact. Among the defenders, only one had played an entire season in the championship, while the others were all newly promoted. Their talented players largely congregated in the midfield and forward positions, such as Meyer, Evans, Janjahans, and Ward. In the past, when these individuals exerted immense pressure on their opponents, impairing their attacking capabilities, they felt little pressure themselves and performed adequately. However, in situations like today's, they found themselves utterly helpless. As time slowly slipped away, the players of Sheffield United gradually realized that escape from defeat was unlikely. Yet they did not succumb to negativity. They continued to run tirelessly, contesting every ball. Even in defeat, they sought to maintain dignity. In the final minute of stoppage time, Evans, feeling restless in an unfamiliar position, embarked on a last-ditch effort down the wing. He dribbled towards the center, then cut in from the flank, racing towards the byline. Bang! Due to his unsteady center of gravity, he failed to assess the situation in the middle and delivered a cross with the instep of his foot. This was indeed a viable crossing option, utilizing rapid ball speed to disrupt the opponent's defense. Whether a teammate connected with it or an opponent inadvertently misplayed it while attempting to clear, a goal could be created. Thud. The Bristol centre-back turned to clear the ball, only to miscue it. He misjudged the ball's trajectory. Instead of landing at his feet, it struck his shin pads. The sole consolation was that, having hit the outer side of his calf, the ball veered away from the goal and towards the edge of the penalty area. Caution. Just as this defender caught his breath, he heard the goalkeeper's anxious shout, "Block him!" He turned to see Meyer, the spectre clad in Sheffield United's jersey, inexplicably positioned in the path of his clearance. Damn it! The defender felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he resolutely charged forward. Sliding into the ball at Meyer's feet, boom! A thunderous crack resonated throughout the stadium as the ball shot from beneath Meyer's foot, soaring straight up, devoid of any curvature or spin, lacking any semblance of an elevator effect. It traveled with a cold, emotionless trajectory towards the net. Whoosh! The Bristol City goalkeeper didn't even attempt to make a save. The ball was firmly embedded in the net, causing it to bulge inward. 2-3. In the dying moments, Sheffield United struck again. Yes. The away fans erupted in cheers, contrasting sharply with the eerie silence emanating from the home supporters. A brace. His signature long-range strike graced the pitch once more. His teammates rushed toward him, arms outstretched. The Bristol City players wore complex expressions, beads of cold sweat surfacing on their backs, mingled with a sense of relief. Was this the resilience and dignity that a star player brings to a team? Thankfully, their earlier performance had been commendable, seizing their opportunities. Otherwise, the outcome of this match could have been quite different. Following the restart, the referee blew the final whistle, bringing the match to an end. Ultimately, Bristol City secured a hard-fought victory at home, while Sheffield United left the Aston Gate Stadium with their heads held high, accepting defeat. An unforgettable match. The commentator concluded with the remark. 10-man Sheffield United applied immense pressure on Bristol City. Concluding the match with a narrow margin, Meyer exhibited a flair for individual heroism in today's game, netting 2 goals that kept the home supporters in a state of anxious trepidation. Many often debate whether individual heroism on the pitch correlates with selfishness, whether it carries a pejorative connotation, but I believe it does not. This transformation is a crucial process that every superstar undergoes early in their career. It hones their formidable spirit, cultivates their courage, and builds their confidence. On the return bus, Meyer donned headphones, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, deep in thought. November had come to a close. In 5 matches throughout the month, he had played in 4, contributing 3 goals and 3 assists. His performance could be deemed exceptional. Although his statistics appeared slightly diminished, his on-field performance was commendable. As more teams became aware of him and prioritized their defenses against him, he recognized the necessity of mastering various tactics to adapt to diverse situations. Only in this way could he avoid fleeting brilliance and ensure a long, illustrious career akin to that of Messi or Ronaldo. 12 goals now. Gary Speed, taking advantage of a red light, shifted seats to sit beside Meyer, first offering his congratulations. Graham from Watford now has 14 goals, just 2 ahead of you. Keep it up. Meyer nodded with a smile, remaining silent, aware that Speed's sudden approach signaled he had more to discuss. With 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss this month, they had amassed 8 points. Gary Speed gazed out the window. Turning to Meyer as he spoke, 19 games, 37 points, that's quite an impressive record. Regardless of the season, that positions us well in the playoff race. Do you have any other thoughts? Or do you enjoy this club? I do. How could he not cherish a place that had borne countless significant moments and profound emotions? The Welsh FA has extended an invitation to me. Gary Speed dropped a bombshell, lowering his voice to reveal. That's my hometown. Since the first day of my coaching career, I've dreamed of wielding the reins there. But now, I find myself in a quandary. He looked earnestly into Meyer's eyes, and I must admit, my indecision is closely tied to you. Chapter 68. Establishing an agent, a substantial signing bonus, related to me? Meyer understood that Gary Speed's decision to approach him regarding this matter placed him on equal footing. Affording him ample respect, he was neither condescending nor hindered by his role as a coach. Rather, it felt akin to a conversation between friends. Most passengers on the train were donned in headphones. Dozing off, the 2 sat in the last row. Only Gilbert and a few others might catch snippets of their dialogue. Gary Speed removed his suit jacket, speaking earnestly. If you leave midway, I may choose to depart as well. I don't wish to utter such serious and sentimental words in this context, but I must say, you bear the hopes of this team. Everyone has great expectations of you. He paused before continuing. As long as you're here, there's a belief that we might achieve something this season. But if you were to leave, the players, who already face no relegation pressure, would likely slacken and indulge, ultimately concluding this unremarkable season as a mid-table team. Gary Speed slightly spread his hands, as if to say that if that were the case, his presence here would be rendered meaningless. Meyer was taken aback. He had not anticipated how crucial his role was to both this team and Gary Speed. Sometimes, one's self-awareness can be quite clouded. Whether to stay or go was not solely up to him. Yes, Gary Speed pressed further, his gaze fixed on Meyer's face. Whether to stay or go is not solely your decision, but you can choose whether to remain. Think about it, Meyer. Before you arrived here, you had nothing. If you leave now, aside from those dazzling statistics, the accolades for Player of the Month, you will have little else to show for it. If you have the opportunity to pursue excellence, to seek significant success, such as leading the team to promotion or earning the title of Player of the Season or Assist King, why wouldn't you? He added, of course, the Golden Boot is also within your reach. All of these achievements will enhance your value, adding a vibrant brushstroke to your career. Meyer fell into silence, and an anxious expression flickered across Gary Speed's face as he continued to persuade him. The club surely harbors ambitions for promotion. They can bolster the squad in the winter transfer window, designing substantial promotion bonuses. I've spoken with the board. As long as you remain, they are willing to establish a separate bonus clause for you. Meyer, please give it serious consideration. Arsenal seeks your future, while Sheffield United needs your present. I will think it over, Meyer replied. His heart swirling with tumultuous thoughts, he refrained from making an immediate decision, recognizing that he needed time to reflect. The following day, after concluding his restorative training, Meyer proceeded to the club's cafeteria for a meal, his gaze fixed upon the notifications on his phone. The number of individuals following him had increased, naturally leading to a surge in private messages. Messages from exotic dancers, divorced women fond of Sheffield United, and the captain of the university's cheerleading squad had all made an impression on him. Although many others faded from his memory, following the successful signing event at the renowned Cordell's establishment, he had received numerous similar invitations, with remuneration ranging between $5,000 and $10,000. He had no intention of attending. On one hand, he was currently occupied, and on the other, his salary and bonuses were substantial enough that he did not require the extra income. Meyer had also received endorsement invitations from smaller brands, yet their authenticity was questionable. Given his current influence and visibility, it seemed unlikely that he would attract any legitimate endorsement contracts. He realized that he indeed needed a manager. Having arrived at this juncture, it was clear that a manager could assist him in resolving issues and enhancing his income in the future. Moreover, with Arsenal on the verge of signing a new contract, having an industry-savvy manager would facilitate securing a more lucrative and reasonable agreement. Presently, the only individuals who had reached out to him, aside from Mendez, were ordinary agents whose names he had never encountered. In light of this, Mendez appeared to be the singular and most advantageous choice. He retrieved Pepino's contact number from Mendez's agency, the very individual he had met previously. Had he missed the call? Opening his missed call log, he discovered numerous notifications, including Pepino's number. He was simply too busy. They would meet before the first round of matches next month. Mendez himself would come. Meyer was not particularly surprised. During their last encounter, he had only managed 10 assists, merely scratching the surface of his potential. Now, with over 20 assists to his name, he had revealed an efficient and stable capability, hence his value had inevitably risen. They settled on December 8th for their meeting. With a date set, Meyer entered the cafeteria, momentarily setting these thoughts aside. November 29th marked a day of relentless effort. There was no time for rest. The proficiency panel offered him far more than what was immediately apparent. One must cherish their feathers and make the most of their time. Every additional level 3 skill would enhance his performance, and each level 4 skill would bring him closer to the pinnacle. December 1st arrived, heralding the final month of the first half of the season. Though regrettably, the English League did not pause for respite. Fortunately, there were only 4 matches scheduled this month, alleviating the intensity of the fixtures. Following the conclusion of the matches, the selection for the best player of the half-season would take place, and he pondered whether he would be chosen. His trophy cabinet already boasted 5 individual match awards, 2 monthly accolades, and a commemorative ball for a hat trick. If he could add the half-season best player trophy, it would indeed be a remarkable first half. Perhaps the Golden Boot and Assist King awards would follow, along with the title of season's best player. He decided not to dwell too far into the future just yet. December 4th was a day filled with fatigue. He contemplated hiring a personal therapist to oversee his diet and post-training massages to alleviate muscle fatigue. Yes, he would prioritize this. Money was no longer a concern. Speaking of finances, had Arsenal reached a decision? With each passing week, he lost out on $10,000 to $20,000. Were they still deliberating? Had Phillips not mentioned the signing bonus? What was a reasonable sum? This was a significant source of income. He resolved to have Mendez manage these negotiations, trusting in his capabilities. On December 17th, his proficiency in crossing surpassed 500. Allocating more time would likely elevate it to level 4 this month. Achieving a second level 4 skill was no small feat. And with that, his overall ability would be well suited for the Premier League, though it might lack diversity. This was merely his first year. Perhaps there was no need to rush in the second half. He could hone a level 5 skill to unleash in the Premier League, making an explosive entrance. On December 18th, after concluding his morning training, Meyer returned home to shower and change before heading to a restaurant. This establishment was exquisitely adorned, frequented by impeccably dressed patrons exuding sophistication, engaging in conversation without a hint of raucousness. Guided by a waiter, Meyer ascended to the 3rd floor, traversing a resplendent corridor to a small VIP lounge, where he encountered a vast golden carpet and a grand chandelier. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever visited such a place. However, the elevation in income and status did not render him anxious or awkward. Rather, he entered with a sense of calm curiosity. Indeed, experiencing it firsthand was far more enlightening than mere hearsay. My friend, at the long table, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite black suit approached. Extending his arms in a warm greeting, I arrived this morning, rushing here without a drop of water or a moment's delay. How are you? Although not tall, he exuded a remarkable presence, radiating shrewdness and competence. This was Jorge Mendes, the powerful agent controlling the Portuguese football scene and gradually extending his reach across Europe, representing the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho. After a brief embrace, Meyer joined him at the table. Chuckling as he pulled out a chair, I was similarly occupied. Mendes laughed lightly, gesturing to Peppino beside him. This is Peppino. I believe you two have met. Meyer nodded in acknowledgement before engaging in customary pleasantries with both men, ordering food and drinks as they prepared to discuss business. Peppino has briefed you extensively, Mendes began, steering the conversation onto a more serious track. He placed a hand on his chest and continued. Please forgive my presumption, but I wish to ask you a question first. What do you believe I can offer you? An increase in income, Meyer replied without hesitation, to resolve certain issues and create momentum at crucial junctures. More specifically, Mendes and Peppino exchanged knowing smiles. Mendes turned back to Meyer, who remained silent, prompting Mendes to elaborate. This season marks your debut. When you arrived, you were on a youth team salary. There may have been a raise since then, but the pace of your salary increase has undoubtedly lagged behind your growth within the team. Should you choose me as your representative for such matters, I assure you that you can focus solely on the pitch. I will handle everything else. Simply await my call for contracts, salaries, endorsements, and more, and then sign with a smile, collecting boundless riches. Remember, always sign with a smile. I have indeed been contemplating this, Meyer acknowledged, considering Mendes's words before inquiring. What salary do you believe my level warrants? Several factors must be considered. Mendes explained candidly, the length of the contract, the signing bonus, the amount of the release clause, and the club's tactical positioning of you, as well as total bonus clauses. What about a release clause of 40 million, extending the contract for 1 year to a total of 4 years? Meyer proposed. Mendes replied, 40-48K weekly salary, causing Meyer's mind to momentarily stall. With a signing bonus of 700,000 to 800,000, this was indeed beyond his expectations. It was clear that professional matters were best left to the experts. Mendes's implication was evident. Peppino interjected firmly, if he negotiates. Conservatively speaking, he can achieve this figure. I believe it, Meyer affirmed, expressing his interest. Previously, Mendes mentioned a 2.75 cut from player salaries and 15 to 20 from endorsement fees. If I could decide today, would Mendes consider capping the endorsement cut at a minimum of 15? Although he did not currently have endorsements, this was the opportune moment to negotiate for better terms. Mendes exchanged another glance with Peppino, his delight and desire to represent Meyer unmistakable. He considered himself a sincere and straightforward individual. Thus he declared, of course, let us set it that way. Chapter 69. Observing Level 3. I shall print the contract. Are you feeling hesitant? Yes. Let us discuss the first point. Mendes leaned forward, speaking earnestly. Arsenal currently ranks 4th in the league, having fallen 6 points behind Manchester United. Under Sir Alex Ferguson's steady management, he is unlikely to offer further opportunities. As for the League Cup and the upcoming FA Cup, while neither has seen elimination yet, the chances of winning are slim. He took a sip from his coffee cup and added, now for the second point, you have firmly established your presence, even to the extent of conquering Sheffield United. Remaining here is the safest choice. Your position is remarkably stable, and your performance data is consistent. The drawback is that its influence pales in comparison to the Premier League, resulting in lower visibility. Meyer nodded, waiting for Mendes to address the crux of the matter. He was already aware of these preliminary analyses and regarded them as mere context. Mendes took another sip of coffee, adjusting his tie, his expression turning serious. However, there is one factor that can bridge the gap between the Championship and the Premier League: extraordinary personal accolades. The Golden Boot and the Assist King? Meyer queried, recalling similar sentiments expressed by Gary Speed, which he had privately contemplated. Mendes smiled and nodded, his tone becoming fervent. If you can maintain this form, clinch the Championship Golden Boot or Assist title, and lead the team to promotion, everything will change. The moment you ascend to the Premier League, everything you've missed will be repaid to you manifold. You will be hailed as a hero, lauded by the media. People will seek out your spectacular performances, your passionate moments, and delve into your journey, frantically exploring the legendary season you've experienced. At this point, he suddenly shifted his tone, but that is quite difficult. If you fail to ascend, the losses will be significant. I want to give it a try. Meyer finally showed a preference, shifting the conversation from football to lighthearted small talk with Mendez. In the afternoon, he took a leave from the club and signed the agency contract with Mendez at his hotel. "Let us take a picture." Mendez handed his phone to Peppino, beaming with joy. "In 3 years, we shall see what moment this will truly be." Peppino took the phone, positioned himself before the two, and continuously clicked the shutter. Pleasant collaboration. Meyer finally grasped Mendez's hand, expressing his hope. "I wish for it to be a moment that becomes a cherished tale." On December 11th, Sheffield United faced Barnsley in the 20th round of the championship. They were guests at Barnsley's home ground, clashing with their opponents at 7:30 in the evening. Barnsley was one of the few teams in the championship this season known for their possession style, a tactic that left them with certain vulnerabilities. For instance, in selecting their fullbacks, they could not find players with strong one-on-one defensive capabilities to counter Meyer's incursions. After much deliberation, Barnsley's manager, in a somewhat self-destructive manner, opted to deploy 2 attacking fullbacks, choosing to prioritize offense over defense. In other words, they decided to withstand Meyer's onslaught, placing their hopes of victory on their attacking players, hoping to outscore Sheffield United. Bang! This was a match brimming with spectacle. Both sides engaged in an all-out offensive battle, with the pace of play exceptionally swift. Trippier, a young English fullback, only 20 years old, was certainly poised for a bright future. He possessed an excellent free kick and crossing ability, yet today he found himself up against an even more talented young player, Meyer, as they faced off. Kibu O'Brien's long pass. Coles entered the penalty area, controlling the ball beautifully, shooting towards the far corner. The ball is in. Barnsley takes the lead, with Sheffield United's defense caught off guard. Stephen lost track of Coles, granting the opponent an easy opportunity to score. 1-0. The Barnsley lads can celebrate to their heart's content. Meyer received the ball at the wing, facing Trippier's defense, a fullback not particularly adept at defending, making it difficult for him to withstand Meyer's prowess. He effortlessly maneuvered past. With a simple bicycle kick, Meyer left Trippier in his wake, who, not willing to give up, resorted to a blatant tug. The referee's whistle blew. Foul. Trippier received a yellow card for a player directly opposing Meyer. Receiving a yellow card so early in the match raises concerns about his defensive capabilities in the latter half. Free kick. Meyer curled the ball towards the back post. Gilbert, with the first half nearing its end, Meyer surged forward once more, having already outmaneuvered Trippier twice. Would it be a third time? On the pitch, Meyer's right foot made swift contact with the ball, showcasing not just good control but also fluid movement. Trippier lowered his center of gravity, nearly leaning down to Meyer's waist, desperately trying not to be outpaced. Bang! Meyer suddenly accelerated, pushing the ball towards the sideline, feigning an inward cut. Trippier, however, was not fooled. He instinctively followed with a step, aware that Meyer's next move would likely be a step over before heading towards the baseline, as he anticipated. Meyer flicked the ball with the inside of his foot, speeding towards the baseline while continuously surveying the situation in the middle. Trippier quickly turned, sprinting after him, yet he watched helplessly as Meyer distanced himself further. Again, he was outmaneuvered. How frustrating it must be to predict an opponent's move yet fail to keep pace. Bang! Meyer then swept the ball across to the center, where Evans, positioned in the open space at the back post, rushed in and slotted the ball into the net. 2-1. A turnaround and score. Yes. The fans erupted in joy, and Evans, cradling the ball, approached the sidelines, burying it in his shirt as a tribute to his wife, who had just become pregnant. Meyer rushed over, embracing him from behind, playfully teasing, "Take good care of your child. Who knows, by the time he reaches my age, I might still be playing in the football scene." Evans was momentarily taken aback, and when he realized Meyer was referring to his old age, he retorted indignantly, "I'll make sure he tackles your old bones." But that was a matter for the future. Meyer waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Right now, you are the old bones." He and Evans began to frolic, light-hearted and full of vitality, much to the envy of the Barnsley players. Meyer, pedaling away, still bursting through. Trippier again lost his position, tripping Meyer. This was already his second infringement against Meyer since the start of the second half, with a yellow card already to his name. Another foul could see him receiving a second yellow and thus a red card. Barnsley's manager would do well to consider a substitution. It was unwise to gamble on Trippier's offensive capabilities at the risk of playing with one less player. Low shot from Loughton. The ball deflected, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. A fortunate goal. Sheffield United leads 3-1. They were scoring from multiple avenues today. It seemed to be an assist from Gilbert, who was on fire today with 1 goal and 1 assist. On the pitch, while others rushed to celebrate with Loughton, Meyer stood with his friend Gilbert, exchanging high fives. 1 goal, 1 assist. I'll catch up to you. Gilbert patted his chest, boasting, just wait. I'll surely claim the Player of the Month award soon. Meyer raised an eyebrow and made a face, signaling his disbelief. He had 2 assists today, and such a performance put him in a playful mood to tease his teammates. As he returned, a sudden sense of disorientation washed over him, causing him to pause and steady himself against the dizziness. Skill. Situational awareness LV3. Proficiency. 1-2000. Observation enhanced. He could even gauge the emotions of opposing players, discerning who remained spirited and who wished for an early exit. Not to mention, during gameplay, his ability to spot open spaces and track his teammates' movements. Better late than never. Meyer suppressed his excitement. He placed great importance on this ability, considering it a soft skill that provided him with a comprehensive enhancement. Without observation, he could not have achieved such a high number of assists in the first half of the season, consistently appearing in the right places at the right times. Beep. As the game resumed, Meyer experienced a renewed sense of control. He did not abandon his pursuit of goals and assists. With the first half of the season drawing to a close, he still aspired to make a bid for the best Player of the Month. Knowing that outstanding performances near the selection date would more likely earn him high scores from the judges. Chapter 70. Trippier under siege. BBC column legend stars attention. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, Barnsley's manager refrained from substituting the carded Trippier. However, he did implement some preventative measures. He shifted the other fullback, Shackle, to this side, sending Trippier to the opposite flank. This strategically alleviated some of the pressure Meyer was inflicting upon them. Even if they could not fully defend, they could resort to fouls to disrupt the play. After all, Shackle had no cards and provided another chance for trial and error. The cost of a yellow card was certainly acceptable. Bang! Catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, he feigned ignorance and executed a pullback move. But at the final moment, he sharply flicked the ball to his left side, choosing to cut into the inner line. Shackle, rushing in, was instantly evaded, and Sheffield United's midfielders surged forward, racing toward Barnsley's backline, plunging the situation into crisis. Oh! A cheer erupted from the away fan section, celebrating Meyer's splendid evasion. Shackle, feeling the pressure from the away fans, lost his cool and, in a moment of impulsiveness, extended his right hand and yanked at Meyer with all his might, bringing him to a halt. Another foul. So blatant and so forceful. Foolish donkey. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and he dashed towards Shackle, pulling a yellow card from his pocket and raising it high in mine. Shackle gritted his teeth, gesturing to his teammates. He finally understood the pressure Trippier had just faced. Meyer subsequently took the set piece. Though the delivery was subpar, cleared by the opposing defender with a header, neutralizing the threat. Unfazed, he trotted back, adjusting his breath in anticipation of the next opportunity. Bang! 6 minutes later, he took a corner from the flank. The ball was initially cleared by a Barnsley defender, but the second ball fell to Gilbert. Press, press, press. The Barnsley centre-back shouted, gesturing for his teammates to push out of the penalty area and advance the offside line. Otherwise, they would remain perpetually on the defensive end. Meyer discerned this situation and speculated that a certain degree of confusion would ensue as the defensive line advanced. Stealthily, he positioned himself in the center. Bam! Johannes, an experienced player well acquainted with his teammates, seized upon his movement and sent a piercing pass that tore through the defense. In a beautiful moment, as Meyer received the ball, he executed a swift turn, taking advantage of the opponent's reaction time to initiate a rapid assault. Pressure him. The first to approach was a player from the opposing midfield, who drew near to Meyer, yet no one truly applied pressure in front of him. Lacking time to assign specific duties, they all assumed the role of support defenders. Although voices called out, no one stepped forward to confront him. Meyer would not grant them the luxury of correcting their mistakes. In mere strides, he carried the ball past the midfield line, directly facing the adversarial defense. However, someone could not restrain themselves. This time, propelled by an overwhelming sense of urgency, he launched into a sliding tackle, intent on redeeming himself and saving his team from peril. What he did not anticipate was Meyer's lightning-fast reaction. It was as if the opponent had sensed his move, for at the very moment the tackle was initiated, Meyer deftly flicked the ball inward. The sliding tackle failed to make contact with the ball, resulting only in Meyer being tripped. The force of the infringement was not severe, presenting little risk of injury, yet it undoubtedly met the threshold for a yellow card. Ouch! Protests erupted from the visiting team's southern stands, where thousands of away supporters rose, raising their hands in discontent. They were acutely aware of Trippier's yellow card status and understood that this foul could lead to his dismissal, thus exerting all their efforts to pressure the referee. Trippier stood motionless, a faint ringing in his ears as the world around him seemed to dissolve into shadows. He observed his teammates looking at him in confusion, saw Sheffield United players clamoring towards the referee, and noted Meyer, who, after a roll, rose from the ground, palms raised in inquiry towards the referee. At long last, he beheld the referee approaching him, right hand reaching into his pocket. He moved his legs, which felt as though they were losing sensation, as a torrent of emotions surged within him. Regret, frustration, confusion, and indignation. Born in 1990, 3 years older than Meyer, he found himself thoroughly outclassed on the pitch. Undoubtedly, this was a significant blow to his self-confidence, one that would require considerable time to recover from. After being substituted, he noticed that the head coach showed no inclination to speak with him, prompting him to slowly walk towards the players' tunnel alone. Yes, at that moment, a resounding cheer erupted from the southern stands, infused with boundless passion, shaking the entire stadium. Glancing towards the penalty area, he noticed the nascent formation of a wall composed of 5 Barnsley players. While the goalkeeper rose from the ground, extending his arms towards those arranging the wall, it was evident that Meyer would take this free kick, and he struck it directly into the net. Oh, Trippier grimaced. He had not anticipated that this would not be the lowest point of his emotions, as he would soon be dealt another crushing blow before leaving the pitch. This match would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the 17th round of the Premier League, Newcastle triumphed over Liverpool with a score of 3-1, marking the biggest upset of the round. The Guardian in a focal battle, Manchester United secured a 1-0 victory over Arsenal, with Park Ji-sung netting the decisive goal. The gap in points between the two teams now stands at 9. BBC Premier League column. Fabregas has not started in the last 2 matches since his return. Has he fallen out of favor with Wenger? France football, Sheffield United triumphed 4-1 against Barnsley, with Meyer generating 3 yellow cards, 1 red card, scoring 1 goal, and providing 2 assists, dominating the match. BBC Championship column. 13 goals and 13 assists. After 20 rounds, Meyer's total contributions have surpassed Schonlong's by 4 goals. Sheffield Evening Post. Following the matchday, British football media widely published the latest news from this round of the Premier League and Championship, with even numerous foreign outlets joining the fray. Most discussions centered on Newcastle's 3-1 victory over Liverpool and Manchester United's 1-0 win against Arsenal, filled with banter, mockery of the losing teams, and rational analyses. A veritable cornucopia of opinions. Under the posts discussing Meyer, many new faces also emerged. 20 rounds, 26 goals. What a monster. Wait a minute. 17 years old. Doubts about his potential arose. Dribbling was merely flicking and carrying. Shooting was just striking, lacking creativity. Indeed, he exuded a sense of disconnection. Although he amassed numerous goals, they were rather monotonous, and he could not even head the ball. Reading and Watford fans get lost. Is it because Sean Long was utterly overwhelmed and Graham is about to be brushed aside that you're so anxious to defend your own? Astute. I hope Meyer can bring some intensity to the second half of the season. If he can clinch the Golden Boot or the Assist King, it would surely be a record-breaking achievement. If a 17-year-old were to accomplish either of these feats, the term genius would no longer suffice. This time, those discussing him were far more than just online fans. He is the holder of the Premier League scoring record, the greatest star in Newcastle United's history. The two engaged in conversation about amusing anecdotes from the Premier League, and Alan Shearer was the first to mention Sheffield United. Recalling Gary Speed. My dear friend, he is now a coach and doing exceptionally well. He pulled out his phone and found several photos of Gary Speed celebrating passionately on the sidelines, presenting them to Lineker. Are you tempted? Lineker gestured to the broadcast team to bring up a poster of Gary Speed on the big screen and then inquired, "Do you have any intentions of coaching?" Not in that regard. Meyer? As a media figure, Lineker was quite aware of many rumors, though he seldom had the opportunity to discuss them. Now that Alan Shearer had mentioned it, he could naturally delve into the topic. It seems so. Alan Shearer, his expression curious, asked, Is he quite renowned in the championship? I've heard he has already surpassed 15 goal contributions and is still under 20 this year. You are mistaken. Lineker signaled the broadcast team to switch to a poster of Meyer. Introducing the latest news. He is 17 years old, hailing from a youth academy of an amateur club in France, and joined Arsenal's youth training just a year ago. 17. Before he could finish, Alan Shearer interrupted, his lips trembling. Oh my god, that's so young. Lineker gestured for him to wait a moment and continued. Moreover, your information is outdated. Just yesterday, his goal contributions surpassed 26, achieved within 20 rounds of the league. Alan Shearer fell silent, shaking his head and squinting, hoping Lineker was merely joking. Truly. Unfortunately, Lineker dashed his hopes, stating, he has already attracted the attention of several elite clubs. Whispers suggest Ancelotti has requested to acquire him from Abramovich. And teams like Tottenham and West Ham are also interested. Are there any offers? Alan Shearer turned to inquire, deeply shaken. Over £10 million. Lineker delivered the final blow, leaving Alan Shearer speechless for an extended period. Once he regained his composure, he opted to divert his attention by teasing his friend Gary Speed, saying, I finally understand why Gary Speed was able to win the monthly award. It turns out there's a prodigy on the team. Alan Shearer jested. I was wondering, with his coaching abilities, how could he guide a tumultuous team to the top four? Even after 20 rounds, they remain in the top four. Lineker shook his head in disbelief, cautioning Alan Shearer not to be overly boastful when making such statements. This signifies that he has the potential to lead the team to the Premier League. Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the broadcast room as the former Newcastle star laughed heartily. If he can lead Sheffield to promotion, I shall run naked along the Thames. You need not hold expectations for him. Lineker chuckled at his jest but reminded him, yet you cannot afford to underestimate that young genius. He possesses a certain magic about him. Speaking of which, he genuinely anticipated the young lad's statistics at the conclusion of this season, as well as his performance in the Premier League. Even if the championship level is not high and there exists a significant disparity with the Premier League, such efficiency is simply absurd. Alan Shearer continued to chuckle, casting a glance at the barrage of comments in the broadcast room, eager to gauge the fans' reactions. However, apart from a few who were enlightening others about Meyer, the comment section was noticeably quieter. Did they go to check on the players? Chapter 71. The surprise plan of the Clement family, Meyer's transformation. 45. Have you booked the tickets? Clement felt the keen eyes of those around him, initially intending to keep them in suspense, but the joy on his face betrayed him. Yes, it's booked. We'll depart on the 23rd and arrive in Sheffield that evening. He could not resist sharing this delightful news with his family. We will finally get to see Meyer play live. The holiday had finally arrived, and they could finally resurrect their postponed plans to make a trip to England. For this ordinary family, it was no small matter. Moreover, as Meyer's relatives, they had spent a year watching their nephew enjoy the life of a star on television, still grappling with the surreal sense of disconnection. Without witnessing it firsthand, experiencing it live, they could not find peace. It was a strange feeling. Perhaps even to this day, they had not fully accepted the immense transformation in their nephew's identity. Yes, Ava raised her hands, joyfully bouncing, her age rendering her devoid of any sense of restraint. Simply expressing her excitement openly, Betty, the wife of C.L. Mint, also exhibited a glow of joy upon her visage. Having spent nearly her entire life in the south of France, her farthest venture had only taken her to Lille, and she had yet to set foot outside her homeland. The same could be said for her eldest sister and younger brother, who had not even traveled to Paris. We chose not to inform Maëlle. Betty, a woman of delicate sensibilities, had her character shaped by the experience of raising 4 children, and even in moments of happiness, a tinge of worry lingered. Would she be causing him trouble? Should she perhaps mention it to him? No. C.L. Mint swiftly dismissed this notion, his face alight with anticipation as he declared, we shall surprise him, appearing before him unexpectedly after the match. She smiled knowingly, acquiescing to the idea. It seemed fitting. That moment, the eldest sibling voiced her concerns, mirroring Ava's sentiments, albeit less overtly. What if we can't even secure tickets? Back then, online ticket purchasing was not yet available, and tickets were primarily acquired through queuing at designated locations. Leave it to me, C.L. Mint said, though uncertainty gnawed him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. I'll arrive early, and I'm certain I'll secure them. But what date was it? All right then. Today, I shall withdraw 2,000 and purchase new outfits for everyone. so we can present ourselves in our finest when we see him." The family fell silent, then displayed a range of reactions. "Long live my brother!" Ava exclaimed, raising an arm, and upon catching her father's eager gaze, added, "And long live father too." "Ha ha," CL Mint chuckled, ruffling her hair before glancing at Betty, who wore a smile yet seemed hesitant. "I know you might wish to object, but this time there's no room for debate." "Let us go, I'll put on my shoes," the eldest daughter exclaimed, dashing toward her room, clearly enticed by the prospect of new attire. The younger brother remained still, though the hope etched on his face was unmistakable. On December 15th, Mael boarded a bus outside his hotel in Norwich, en route to the home ground of Norwich City. Carrow Road. The championship's 21st round was set to commence, with their formidable opponent being Norwich, currently ranked second in the league. Mael maintained a calm demeanor, browsing through fan comments on Facebook while seated on the bus. His follower count was burgeoning at an impressive rate of 10,000 to 20,000 daily, rapidly approaching 150,000. The sensation was gratifying. His back-end activity invitations were already yielding rewards of 20,000 to 30,000. He mused about the day he could post and earn 500,000. Recalling a news article from his previous life, he felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed akin to picking up money in an attempt to engage with his fan base. He snapped a few photos in his training gear, making sure to showcase the team logo and the water bottle provided by the club. Of course, the focal point remained his handsome visage, which occupied a significant portion of the frame. Onward to Norwich, he captioned the post and clicked publish, eagerly refreshing the page for compliments. Given the pre-match timing, many fans quickly noticed his post, and the comments soon surpassed dozens. "Less selfies, more match photos and videos. Why is it all just your face? Any chance of seeing training footage? I'd love to know how Sheffield United trains and what the team atmosphere is like. Can we see some goal highlights? Mael, look at how other players post. None of them just share selfies. Might want to reconsider that bad habit." Mai was met with a barrage of criticism in the comments, leaving him feeling dejected as he exited the section and set his phone aside. The comment section of a football player with a predominantly male fanbase often resembled this, he sighed, gradually redirecting his focus to the imminent match. Dismissing further distractions, Ward, he had just returned from suspension, standing on the pitch once more, and faced with Russell's defense, he opted to go wide. A sweeping cross in front of the goal. Evans' shot. It struck the goalkeeper, Rudy, but there's a follow-up. Brilliant. Mael netted the rebound. He displayed an astonishing sense of positioning, rushing to the goal just as Evans took his shot, poised for the follow-up. Sheffield United led 1-0. Loughton, inside the penalty area, pulled down Jackson, awarding Norwich a penalty kick, a golden opportunity to score. Sheffield United's defense had been overly aggressive. This was not the first instance of such a blunder, and they needed to work towards preventing it. Houlihan stood at the penalty spot. A right-footed strike. A remarkably executed penalty. He aimed for the upper right corner of the goal, a risky angle, but he succeeded. No goalkeeper could save such a penalty unless they anticipated the trajectory. A corner opportunity. Jackson delivered the ball, and from the center position. An acrobatic volley. Duval. The ball is in. Norwich's control was overwhelming. They had besieged Sheffield United for 5 or 6 minutes. After 3 consecutive corners, they netted yet another goal. Houlihan fell in the penalty area. Quinn was reckless, having already given away 1 penalty in the first half. He foolishly tripped Houlihan. Would the referee blow the whistle? He did, offering no leniency to Sheffield United. Norwich was awarded their second penalty of the match. Houlihan stood once again at the penalty spot, and unlike the previous occasion, this penalty was a result of his own shot. Without a doubt, Houlihan completed his brace, putting Norwich ahead 3-1. The fourth. Once more, Houlihan, breaking through Carville with a sharp angle blast, the ball slipped through Robert's legs and rolled into the net. A hat trick. Houlihan achieved the first hat trick of the season, 4-1. Sheffield United's hopes of a comeback seemed bleak. Borodinovic, a powerful header. The ball has entered. Sheffield United narrowed the score to 2-4. At Carrow Road, after the allotted stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. The more formidable Norwich secured a crucial victory on their home ground. Oh, ha ha. Their players clustered together, exchanging embraces and high fives, celebrating the precious 3 points against a top 6 team. Vital for maintaining their promotion aspirations, Sheffield United faced their first defeat of December, a rather thorough loss, devoid of regrets or controversies, simply a matter of being outplayed. Gary Speed stood with his hands on his hips after exchanging pleasantries with the opposing manager. Gazing at the overcast sky with a dismal expression, it was not that he could not accept defeat. He had experienced such feelings countless times during his playing career. However, at this critical juncture, he feared that such a loss would undermine the confidence of the core players in the squad. Particularly, he was concerned about Mael, fearing that he might lose hope for promotion and leave the team. After encouraging the players in the locker room, he summoned Mael to the post-match press conference venue, intending to speak with him privately along the way. Norwich is a strong team, Gary Speed began. Forcing a smile, they should possess the caliber of a Premier League relegation team. Even if there is a gap, it is minimal, I understand, Mael replied, his expression calm, acknowledging that winning and losing were part of the game. Aside from his disappointment, he harbored no other thought. He had scored 1 goal today, which he considered a satisfactory performance. On the other hand, having felt the pressure exerted by Norwich's collective strength, the earlier sense of invincibility had dissipated. Previously, he could not help but feel somewhat superior over his championship rivals, but that was inevitable, given the impressive statistics he possessed. He always believed that glory was within reach, easily attainable with just a slight effort. That notion vanished today. There were indeed formidable teams within the championship, and if Norwich was so dominant, one could only imagine how challenging it would be to contend with the league leaders, Queen's Park Rangers, and other strong teams with tactical styles that countered theirs. Achieving significant team accolades and maintaining personal performance would be a long and arduous journey. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Humans require challenges and motivation. Personal growth cannot occur rapidly in a state of complacency. Mai was adept at perceiving the positives in situations. He was, after all, an optimistic individual. We still have ample opportunity. Especially after reinforcing our defense in the winter transfer window, Gary Speed noted, cautiously observing Miles' expression. They were the second-best defensive team in the league, conceding very few goals, yet they had still allowed 2 goals against. This indicated that their attacking line was competent, at least at a top-4 level. Mal nodded in agreement, sensing the underlying message Gary Speed sought to convey, and proactively stated, Mr. Speed, you may be feeling a bit sensitive. I do not dwell on the outcome of a single match. Of course, that does not mean I want to give my all during the game. As long as I'm on the pitch, I will strive for victory. He smiled, saying, I've also come to realize that my career is lengthy. I cannot view each match as a standalone event, but should focus on the entire season. Players exist within the framework of the team. Victories extend far beyond individual matches, and the same applies to defeats. This is merely a minor setback in the season. We may encounter many such instances. But my hope is that we ultimately achieve success. Gary Speed strode forward, his body suddenly trembled. He cast a sidelong glance at Mael, and an indescribable thrill surged within him. Chapter 72. Short Pass Level 3. Preliminary formation of the physiotherapist team. On December 18th, the biting cold swept through Sheffield, prompting pedestrians to don warm coats for protection against the chill. The players, too, clad themselves in long-sleeve compression garments during training to ward off the cold. With many opting to wear gloves, Mael's additional training regimen was increasingly influenced by the inclement weather. He was not particularly fond of venturing out in winter, let alone enduring grueling workouts. The agony intensified, as his innate lethargy sought to undermine his resolve, leading him to desire to linger at home a little longer each day. Mael, the king of long shots, is coming. Oh. At such moments, he would retrieve highlights from his matches. Relishing his goals and celebration videos, he often found himself idly caressing his Player of the Month trophy and Best in Match award, frequently juggling the ball from the game in which he scored a hat-trick. Undoubtedly, these were somewhat eccentric yet effective methods to motivate him to brave the cold and reach the training ground. After the afternoon training session concluded, Mael's short passing ability saw an enhancement. This month, he had dedicated more time to practicing crossing, striving to attain his second level 4 skill as swiftly as possible. Yet, when the short pass panel emerged, he found himself tantalizingly close to level 3. With rapid progress made through occasional practice. Skill. Arching pass level 3. Proficiency. 1-800. Effect. After prolonged practice, your short passing ability undergoes a qualitative leap. The once challenging arching pass has become second nature, exhibiting a commendable level of power and speed. The increase in ball speed brought him joy. he sensed an unusual sensation in his ankle and arch, as if he had grasped the technique of generating power during short passes. While short passing may seem elementary, executing it effectively is far from simple. Many players with inadequate fundamentals tend to falter under pressure during matches, resulting in distorted technical execution and erratic passes that bounce awkwardly. This undoubtedly complicates receiving for teammates while presenting opportunities for opponents to intercept, often referred to as a knife-edge pass. Moreover, since short passes are executed with the leg positioned sideways, generating power and speed is inherently challenging. The limited swing of the leg means that explosive force must come from the hips and ankles, and without extensive practice and mastery of technique, most attempts will lack vigor. One should not underestimate the importance of ball speed. In higher-level leagues, the expectations for passing speed are significantly elevated. A pass reaching a teammate's feet in 1 second is a vastly different proposition than one taking 2 seconds. Furthermore, when attempting to penetrate an opponent's defense with a short threaded pass, a lack of power renders it as good as handing the ball to the adversary. Once he reaches level 4 in crossing, he will need to practice with his weaker foot. Recalling this, he understood that as a left winger, he often needed to switch to his right foot for passing after evading defenders, which certainly was not the optimal choice. Before making the leap to the Premier League, it would be prudent to enhance his weaker foot's capabilities, allowing him to utilize both feet for passing and shooting, thus facilitating a more fluid and effective game. Upon returning home, Mail pulled up all his skill panels, scrutinizing his abilities as though conducting an inspection. Heavy shot level 4, strength level 3, explosiveness level 3, flexibility level 3, observation level 3, precise curves level 3, arching pass level 3, curved shot level 3, bicycle dribble level 3, step over shoulder drop level 3, a total of 10 skills, all above level 3. A balanced skill set was nearly at hand, and now, it was time to strive towards the distinguished level 4. On December 19th, the penultimate round of the league for the month arrived, this time at Sheffield United's home ground. Their opponents were Swansea, who had faced greater turmoil this year as a regular in the top flight. Boom! Bogdanovic, who had long awaited such an opportunity, unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball soaring into the net, granting his team a lead of 1-0. However, aside from this solitary goal, neither side managed to score in the first half. Mail played only 45 minutes in this match, successfully dribbling past defenders twice, but unfortunately, a few crosses yielded no tangible results. After the halftime break, he was substituted by Gary Speed and took a seat on the bench to rest. This was Speed's explanation to him as he left the pitch, which felt somewhat flimsy. There was still a full week ahead. He yearned to play longer but refrained from expressing his frustration to Speed, instead smiling and conveying his confusion. I still have some energy left. Swansea's desire for victory was lackluster. Speed approached him and patted his back, saying, with little suspense in the match, it's best to rest when possible. If you were to get injured, it would be a loss for us in matches that truly matter. Acknowledging this, he settled comfortably on the bench, watching the remainder of the game to reserve his strength for the next round. As Speed had surmised, Swansea's hunger for victory was indeed feeble, rendering the second half even more tedious than the first. Ultimately, Bogdanovic's solitary goal became the winning strike. Sheffield United secured a comfortable victory at home, marking their 6th point for the month. 2 days later, at Evans' recommendation, Mail arranged to meet a physiotherapist who had previously worked with several Premier League players. They convened at a CAF. Effectively alleviating fatigue had always been his pursuit. This could significantly accelerate his recovery speed, mitigate injury risks, and provide him with more energy and time to enhance his proficiency. In this light, he understood the necessity of investing in this area, striving to find an excellent team of physiotherapists. Harry, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beard, bore an unexpectedly amiable countenance. I have watched many of your matches and learned about your daily habits from Evans. First, let me express my respect. You are an astonishing player, gifted and disciplined, and I look forward to seeing you become the next Cristiano Ronaldo. He extended his hand to shake Mail's, continuing, as we discussed over the phone, your primary concern is alleviating fatigue through dietary changes and massage. Mail nodded, elaborating on his regimen. I have around 3 days of rest each month. On other days, I engage in additional training. The distinction is that after a match day, I reduce my extra training due to fatigue. Conversely, on regular days, I tend to increase additional training when feeling fatigued. A slight smile crossed his face as he candidly articulated this, even surprising himself with his own dedication. Typically, how long do you spend on extra training? Harry inquired, his expression shifting 0.4 to 6 hours. That's excessive. Harry was taken aback that someone would subject themselves to such strain, shaking his head. Such a training regimen poses a significant risk of injury. Merely because you are young now, the issues may not yet be apparent. Are you familiar with any knowledge of physiotherapy? Allow me to explain. Harry produced a document he had prepared for seeking new employment. I previously mentioned Cristiano, and one reason for that is his physiotherapist team, which is remarkably efficient. It encompasses personal nutritionists, private doctors, massage therapists, and various physiotherapists. These individuals provide comprehensive support, creating meticulous and systematic plans to ensure his body remains in peak condition. This was Mail's first exposure to such concepts, capturing his interest. However, hearing the extensive list of roles, he could already envision the substantial costs associated with maintaining such a team. This was only the beginning. As his influence grew, he would inevitably require a public relations team, a personal fan community management team, and more. Yet, upon reaching that level, he might well have transformed into a lucrative machine, devoid of financial woes. Contemplating this, he mused that if he could assemble a talented team, with top professionals from various fields dedicated solely to his well-being, enhancing his personal value and safeguarding his health to ensure optimal performance on the field, it seemed quite appealing. He found himself longing for that day. However, for now, he conceded, I may not yet be able to assemble such a comprehensive team. I understand. Harry maintained a neutral expression as he introduced himself. My expertise lies in exercise science, specifically focusing on fatigue recovery and injury prevention. If you are willing to hire me, I will provide 2 muscle massages for you after each training session, each lasting 1.5 hours. I will also devise a detailed recovery training plan, which may require you to dedicate an additional half hour each day to practice my regimen. After a moment's contemplation, he added, in fact, I have a remarkable partner, my sister. While this may raise suspicions regarding my motives, she is indeed an excellent nutritionist. We previously worked together at Chelsea, later moving to Fulham, and have since served as personal physiotherapist for 4 Premier League players. She has received unanimous acclaim, with players praising her profusely. She has an innate understanding of their needs and prepares meticulously in advance, all while ensuring balanced nutrition that caters to their tastes. Upon hearing this, Mail posed the critical question, what are your salary expectations? For both of you together. Since we are personal physiotherapists, Harry straightened in his seat. Laying the groundwork, we will need to reside near the player's neighborhood, ensuring that everything aligns with the player's schedule, avoiding any distractions, and being ready for overtime as needed. Once the preliminary discussions were concluded, he finally broached the crux of the matter. My previous weekly salary as a physiotherapist was $1,800, and having made progress since then, I aspire to earn $2,000 now. As for my sister, her salary may be slightly lower at $1,500, which will also encompass expenses for procuring various ingredients. Thus, the total would amount to $3,500 per week. Meyer felt a pang in his heart, a slight discomfort. After all, his post-tax weekly salary was merely $6,000, and only after a raise could it increase. This was indeed not a sum that an average championship player could afford, and even some Premier League players might find it exorbitant. He was not particularly worried about being deceived, as he had inquired about the going rates prior to this meeting and confirmed that the price for a competent physiotherapist was indeed in this range. The probation period would last for 2 months. After a moment of hesitation, Meyer acquiesced. He was in urgent need of a physiotherapist and understood the importance of investing in himself. I will provide full salary to express my anticipation for a fruitful collaboration in the future. And should the results be satisfactory, I will proactively consider increasing your remuneration later on. He hired 2 individuals, thereby beginning to establish his own team, and, emulating his boss, started to weave grand visions. However, if they genuinely proved to be of great assistance, he would indeed follow through with salary increments. I hope to meet your expectations. Harry rose with a smile, his fondness for Meyer growing exponentially. I have confidence in this. A boss who is straightforward in negotiations and willing to trust his employees undeniably fosters goodwill. Today we updated to 18K, and tomorrow we shall continue. I implore everyone to lend their support and encouragement, helping me break into the top 10 for new book monthly tickets. Brothers, Chapter 73. The Sheffield Journey of the C.L. Mint Family. Does the nephew have such an influence? Many individuals dressed in Santa Claus attire have already taken to the streets, carrying fruits and beating drums, heating up the festive atmosphere in advance. Quickly, set it up. Be careful, lend a hand. Christmas trees are being erected along the streets, moved onto rooftops, and even set up between two buildings, with colorful light strips adorning every corner. Numerous individuals have also constructed Christmas cottages. December 26, Sheffield United F.U. versus Hull City, Boxing Day. Beneath the font, a prominent group photo of key players from Sheffield United is displayed, selected from their pre-season promotional shoot, seamlessly merged into the poster. Myers' photograph, where he is seen clenching his fists and roaring with his mouth agape, alongside a picture of goalkeeper Robert, is placed centrally, making it exceedingly conspicuous for passers-by to notice first. His current standing within the team is undoubtedly incomparable to the past. Most fans who come across this poster harbor no confusion, simply feeling that it is as it should be. Furthermore, various audiovisual stores, clothing shops, and supermarkets around the stadium have been momentarily authorized to sell club merchandise. Red and white jerseys hang outside shop doors, painting the entire block with Sheffield elements, while a steady stream of vendors peddle scarves, hats, and player posters. Everything is orchestrated to generate buzz for this match. The 23rd round of the championship, which has attained unprecedented levels of excitement. I want a poster. Is there a collection of Myers' celebration moments? There is, but it's not in poster format. It's a photo collection, just pictures. I'll take it. Are there scarves printed with Evan's number or name? Their purchasing power is astonishing. Merely 1 or 2 hours have passed, and exquisite merchandise featuring Sheffield's red and white elements has become the latest trend in the vicinity. Those with empty hands have become the outliers on the street, and the herd mentality has drawn them into the consuming crowd. A taxi cab rolls into the city center, the driver operating at a leisurely pace, visibly displaying impatience, clearly not his intention. The CL Mint family, 5 in total, is seated in the cab, clad in brand new attire, their expressions a mix of excitement and curiosity. They are already exceeding capacity, yet they offered a 20 tip to permit the petite Ava to sit on her elder sister's lap, hiding her head down throughout the ride. It was precisely because of this 20 extra income that the driver, feeling a bit short-handed, agreed to slow down when CL Mint requested it. Look, there are posters. Betty gazed outside, her curiosity piqued, causing her to deviate from her usual demeanor, even becoming more talkative, especially upon spotting my right in the middle. This was primarily why they had asked the driver to slow down, to catch a glimpse of their nephew. They had landed at Manchester International Airport at noon, then transferred to a bus heading to Sheffield, ultimately taking a taxi into the city. Upon their arrival, they immediately noticed numerous football-related elements, and wherever football was concerned, they could inevitably see Myers' presence. This caught them off guard, even though they watched videos of their nephew playing every week on television. Aware that he had become a budding star that was confined to the pitch, they had been blissfully ignorant of their nephew's influence in the secular world until this moment. El Mint grinned foolishly at the classical buildings adorned with his nephew's image, utterly speechless from the shock. For people like them, common citizens, they had never imagined that a family member's portrait could one day grace a landmark in the city center. This was an immense honor. There are so many people here, the eldest daughter sighed, expressing her admiration for the big city, contrasting it with their home, which felt like a touristy little town. Long ago, we were actually the political, economic, and cultural center. CL Mint was about to introduce her to something when his attention was again drawn outside as they passed through a clothing street. What should have been adorned with tall mannequins was today festooned with Sheffield United jerseys and life-sized cardboard cutouts of their players. Fans, beaming with joy, held their phones, capturing moments alongside these cardboard figures of their beloved stars. The area around Myers' cardboard cutout was the most crowded, with at least 20 individuals waiting in line for a photo. Many young people mimicking Myers' celebration poses nearby, some imitating the double gun gesture, others extending 10 fingers, and some with arms wide open, eyes closed and heads tilted back, all exuding unparalleled joyits incredible. That's merely a cardboard figure. If the real person were standing on the street, they would surely be quickly surrounded. CL Mint mused aloud, momentarily forgetting that he intended to introduce things to his daughter. He chuckled at his wife Betty, remarking on their nephew's influence. He is the Henry of this city. He must be very happy now, right? The usually taciturn younger brother spoke up, his feelings somewhat complex as he reflected on Myers' transformation from their childhood. Now playing in such a vast city, earning such a high salary, and receiving such widespread support. He should be. El Mint nodded, envisioning, if only I could lead such a life. I would wake up every day from dreams filled with joy and vigor. Nonsense. Betty shot him a glance, countering, don't talk about genius. If you possessed Myra's diligence, you could succeed in anything else. Elmint chuckled, not refuting her, knowing in his heart that this was indeed the truth. Ava had been keeping her head down to avoid the traffic police, but upon witnessing the lively conversation, her curiosity became unbearable, and she suddenly sprang up to peer out the window. Brother. She spotted a poster across the street. Catching sight of Meyer's face, Daddy, look, I see him too. Just then, a team of traffic police was stationed at the crosswalk, and her elder sister quickly pressed her down, covering her mouth, saying, don't speak. Ava, bent over and feeling somewhat wronged, pouted, can we meet brother tonight? Although they had been conversing in French, he had long since discerned that they were discussing Meyer with an extraordinary enthusiasm. Initially, he had paid little attention, assuming they were merely a group of fervent foreign fans. However, it seemed peculiar that a child so young could be so enthusiastic. This sparked the driver's curiosity, and coupled with their French conversation, he ventured a bold guess. You don't happen to know Meyer? Do you? C.L. Mint, who could speak some English, found it easy to communicate, responding, he is my nephew. He grew up in my family. Oh. The impatience on the driver's face vanished swiftly, replaced by a warm eagerness. Is this your first time in Sheffield? Yes, C.L. Mint engaged with him, explaining, we have yet to see him play live, I see. The driver turned to glance at C.L. Mint, opening up a floodgate of conversation. Eagerly saying, Meyer is a renowned figure in this city. All Sheffield United fans adore him. Even fans of the rival team, Sheffield Wednesday, know that we have produced an extraordinary player. By the way, I am a Sheffield United fan myself. Had I known you were Meyer's family, I would driven slower. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, asking, how about I give you a complimentary tour around Bramall Lane Stadium and some fan communities? They would warmly welcome you. Your identity would elicit the enthusiasm of all Sheffielders. No need. C.L. Mint, beaming from ear to ear, still waved his hand, saying, we'll drop off our luggage and explore on our own. You came here to see the match, right? By the way, why didn't Timar come to pick you up? He was also quite curious about Meyer's family, which is a normal reaction when one is faced with the relatives of a renowned individual. They wish to learn more about things not covered by the media. We are here to watch the match. Oh, the driver chuckled heartily, scratching his head as he jested. This is your Christmas gift to him. After pondering for a moment, his expression gradually shifted. He didn't mention what would become of your match tickets. Are they scarce? C.L. Mint had indeed harbored concerns about this, and the driver's change in demeanor caused a slight pang of anxiety in his heart. I plan to queue up and buy some soon, he replied. They must have sold out by yesterday. The driver cast a sidelong glance at him, a look of misfortune on his face. I still advise you to inform Mile. As a club player, he should have means to procure some tickets for you. If you attempt to buy them yourselves, you can only hope that a scalper has acquired a substantial number of adjacent seats at exorbitant prices. Let me think it over, C.L. Mint mused, not particularly concerned at the moment. He had yet to emerge from the shock and joy brought on by his nephew's surprise, unwilling to let other matters disturb his mood. The taxi swiftly reached their destination, a street lined with 7 or 8 hotels, approximately 2 miles from the city center. They planned to book 3 rooms here and settle in. Upon seeing the fare, C.L. Mint retrieved the pre-exchanged pounds. He intended to express his gratitude, but the driver, misinterpreting his gesture as a solicitation for advice, quickly interrupted. But it's not a wasted trip. I'd like to take a photo with your family of 5. At times, a photograph with a star player pales in comparison to one with their family. This way, you can boast to others during conversations that you are friends with the star's relatives. A claim far more credible than simply being good friends with the player themselves. Knowing his family allows others to imagine that you must be acquainted with the star as well. The driver envisioned the future, picturing the expressions of others when he showed them the photo of himself with Miles' family. The next time a fan boasted about their signed flask for Miles, he would casually declare, I'm off to have a drink with Miles' uncle. Sounds good. C.L. Mint, nearing 40 years of age, had never before encountered someone requesting a photo with him. He readily agreed. The 5 of them disembarked, standing at the roadside with shy smiles, completing a new life experience. The glow of Miles' fame enveloped them. Betty, at a loss for words to express her feelings, could only quietly sigh to herself. After the photograph, The driver handed the 20-pound tip he had received earlier to the youngest, Ava, saying, "Merry Christmas in advance. Go buy some fruit." CL Mint and Betty stood momentarily dumbfounded, the poster instilling in them a profound sense of Mael's renown in this city. Meanwhile, the driver made them acutely aware of the affection every Sheffield resident held for him. He was now a respected figure. CL Mint, laden with luggage, chuckled at Betty. "I now find myself unsure how we should present ourselves before him." The scene of the taxi driver requesting a photo was witnessed by many passers-by on the street, prompting speculation about the identity of this large family. CL Mint felt a mix of pride and unease, hastily picking up his luggage and signaling for everyone to enter a hotel. Now, they awaited the opportunity to watch his nephew's match. Chapter 74, a Level 4 Cross. No tickets? Sit with the boss. On December 24th, Christmas Eve arrived. While other players packed their bags to venture out for festivities, Mael remained at the club's training facility. Honing his crossing skills, it wasn't that he shunned camaraderie. He simply aimed to perfect the final touches of his technique today before indulging in leisure. "We'll head to the barbecue restaurant first, and we'll come back to pick you up later," said Evans, the team's center forward, as he tossed the keys to his Mercedes AMG, draping an arm around Gilbert's shoulder in farewell, with several teammates beside him. They were all there to encourage Mael, hoping he could set football aside on such a day. "Are you supporting him?" Ward inquired. "Or are you willing to pay such a steep price and make sacrifices for the spotlight on the pitch?" Janyahan's fell silent. He had often gazed at Mael with envy, countless times wishing to be in his shoes. But now, reflecting on the matter, he questioned how much Mael had truly sacrificed. If achieving over 20 goals in the championship came at such a cost, he hesitated to claim he would be willing. Others remained silent, their emotions tangled as they refrained from engaging further. Only Gilbert, typically strict with himself, appeared unoccupied. Under Mael's influence, he too had forfeited much of his social life and rest, immersing himself in the field. Observing everyone descend into silence, Gilbert contemplated for a moment before speaking. "I have always believed that the disparity in talent among individuals is not as vast as many perceive. Sometimes, we are simply unwilling to relinquish comfort and sacrifice too much." Having just completed over a dozen kicks, he dashed to retrieve the ball from the other side, his tall figure radiating an indomitable strength. Seemingly impervious to defeat, "I'll come over by myself later." The group nodded and departed, leaving him to continue practicing, occasionally tapping his head to remain alert. He gradually recognized that succumbing to a state of numbness during practice was counterproductive. It was far better to execute movements with clarity, to heed the feedback from his body, allowing for better retention of these sensations, thus enhancing his proficiency more swiftly. Thud, thud. One after another, he struck cross after cross, and Mael began to sense a stirring within him. With each pass, his accuracy sharpened, as if he had developed an intuitive grasp of the ball's trajectory. Finally, as he swung his ankle, his instep caressed the ball, sending it gliding towards the center with a rush of clarity flooding his mind. Skill, curved guidance level 4, proficiency, 1-2000. It has arrived. The second level 4 skill. His heart surged with intense joy and a sense of accomplishment. Dopamine flooding his brain, even the chill of the air dissipating. In that moment, he felt invincible, free from any hardship. "Yes," he exclaimed, releasing his emotions. This was a celebration uniquely his own, a personal revelry. Nothing felt better than this, an emotion emerging from the depths of his heart. Sincere and fervent. Cheers. 20 minutes later, Mael arrived at a barbecue restaurant in the city, where Evans had reserved the entire venue just for them. Each player grabbed 2 or 3 bottles of beer, pouring them into festive red Christmas cups, clinking them together. "Tomorrow we rest. Let us keep the drinks light today. If your alcohol metabolism isn't great, you can run tomorrow morning to boost it. Here's to our 43 points." The team captain, Robert, the eldest among them, initiated the toast. "In the second half, we aim to secure another 43 points. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere turned jubilant. Feeling a bit hungry, Miles sliced into 2 steaks after finishing his drink, his gaze fixed on his teammates. "Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry. This toast is for Mr. Gary Speed. It's a pity he isn't here." They clinked glasses several times. And aside from a few players accustomed to drinking, the rest began to blush and chatter unabashedly. The scene was lively. Over 20 individuals seated at 2 large tables, engaged in boisterous conversation, sometimes coming together in unison. This toast, Evans raised his beer, being one of the veterans, is for our team's top scorer and assist leader. Oh, a cheer erupted, and all eyes turned to Mael, filled with a unique emotion. Typically, they had little personal interaction with Mael. It seemed as if all his time was devoted to football. This opportunity was a chance to strengthen their bonds, considering he was likely to become a future star player. Upon hearing the toast directed at him, Mael chewed his meat before raising his glass, expressing gratitude to those around him, and downing the drink in one go. Mael, how many goals do you plan to score in the second half? Dante just assist Borodanovic and Evans. If we tally it up, I've assisted you more than the two of them combined. Ward complained, a look of defiance on his face. You owe me 5. Otherwise, I'll fall out with both of them. Why would you turn against us? Evans asked, perplexed, his eyes wide. Wasn't it supposed to be Mael he was at odds with, in any case? The group continued to bicker, voicing sentiments they rarely had the chance to express. At the season's outset, who could have anticipated their current situation? Back then, hope was elusive. Every time he stood on the pitch, it was a torment, a desire to escape it all indeed. Who would have thought that our best player, when he first joined the team, had yet to play a single professional match? As this statement echoed, many turned to Mael, their expressions a kaleidoscope of confusion, skepticism, anxiety, and anticipation. Even Gilbert, a product of the same youth academy, felt a twinge of nervousness, fearing Mael might agree. Who said that? With a smile. Mael raised his glass and remarked, how could I bear to leave you all, to abandon this season that holds the potential for a miraculous promotion? Rest assured, my brothers, I won't be going anywhere. I will fulfill my contract. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then, as if ignited by two exuberant souls, a cheer erupted, rallying everyone into a chorus of yeah. They seemed to stand on a podium, arms raised in triumph. Meyer gazed at their countenances, a unique sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He felt no desire to conceal it. The feelings of being needed and significant are, indeed, essential for every individual navigating through life. Only with these sentiments did he escape the illusion of weightlessness, avoiding the sensation of existing in an unreal world. After their meal, a few playful players expressed their wish to visit a nightclub, opting to take a taxi for their second round of revelry. Standing by the roadside, Gilbert, hands tucked into his pockets, swayed slightly, embodying a blend of weariness and youthful exuberance. I'm so tired. But that night, as Meyer reclined on his bed, an unexpected call from his uncle interrupted his thoughts. He accepted the call, placing the phone to his ear. Uncle, what's the matter? Are you planning to come over soon? There was a slight hesitation on the other end, an air of awkwardness. Meyer, actually, we arrived yesterday. We intended to surprise you. But now we've encountered a bit of trouble. What? You came yesterday? Meyer's mouth fell agape as he sat up in bed. Yes, we all came. It may sound a bit absurd, but it's true. We hope to watch your match in secret before contacting the club staff to suddenly appear before you. At this juncture, CL Mint's voice shifted, tinged with a subtle sense of despair. But I couldn't secure tickets, I didn't plan thoroughly, and I didn't anticipate that this match would be so popular. I am really sorry. It's all right, Meyer responded, attempting to absorb the shock of the news while offering a wry smile. I'll figure out the ticket situation. Not providing a surprise might be for the best. We can celebrate Christmas together tomorrow. Have you found accommodation? Yes, we have. Great. I'll consult with the club personnel now. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the tickets might become even more scarce, and we may not even secure a box. After ending the call, Meyer promptly dialed Jorson, who had subtly ascended to the role of first assistant coach, wielding considerable influence. Upon learning that Meyer's family was visiting for the first time and sensing the gravity in his tone, Jorson responded with a single, striking declaration. The tickets might be gone, and the box may not be available either, but leave it to me. I will ensure your family is present at the stadium on the 26th. Even if they have to sit on the coaching bench or in the rafters, I will make sure they experience the match live. You can count on me. His second statement was undoubtedly a jest, yet it showcased his determination. Half an hour later, Meyer's phone vibrated a few times. Perhaps Jorson feared he might have dozed off, sending several messages. The unfortunate news was that there were only 3 internal tickets available, insufficient for everyone, and the box would require sharing with others. The good news was that the club owner, McCabe, had been informed of the situation. he extended an invitation for Myra's family to watch the game from his private box, promising to clear out any unwanted guests, transforming it into a home ground for Myra's family. That's the situation. I hope your family can accept the idea of sitting next to a billionaire who will explain the game to them. He added with a chuckle. A smile spread across Myra's face as he exhaled deeply and messaged his uncle. Chapter 75. Christmas. The thrilling Boxing Day clash. On December 25th, Sheffield United was abuzz from the early morning, with organized grand celebrations erupting throughout the city. After completing an early training session with the players selected for the next day's match, Myra made his way to the street where his uncle and aunt were staying. Along the way, he was greeted by countless men, women, and children donned in Santa Claus costumes. The entire city had been enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Shaking his head, he chose to embrace the life before him, welcoming his family and everything that came with it, opting for acceptance over mental turmoil. As Myra exited the vehicle, the driver called out to him, offering encouragement. "I noticed you were deep in thought during the ride. I didn't want to disturb you. Good luck tomorrow." "Thank you," Myra replied, giving a fist pump, accepting the driver's request for a photograph and even providing an autograph. His uncle and aunt had been waiting for him at the hotel entrance, their appearance reminiscent of his memories, though their faces showed a hint of excitement and emotional distance. "Brother." The audacious Eva, unbothered by any formality, dashed forward to embrace Myra around the waist, exclaiming, "I've missed you so much. Mom and Dad want to let me see you." A broad smile illuminated Myra's face as he lifted Eva, saying, "Well, here I am." Once he set her down, his uncle and aunt approached, standing beside him with silly grins. Seemingly at a loss for words, the significant shift in their nephew's status rendered them uncertain about how to interact. "You've grown." CL Mint cautiously pinched Myra's arm, inquiring, "You have a match tomorrow? You must still have training or meetings today, right?" "Yes, I'll be quite busy this afternoon and evening, brother." The eldest sister, Margie, approached, embodying the essence of her name, which means pearled at 16. She had blossomed into a tall and slender young lady, her face refined, though her demeanor lacked the same polish. This was likely a result of her upbringing, and Myra was acutely aware of how his family had struggled during his childhood. His younger brother Bruno joined them, though he merely nodded at Myra without addressing him directly, appearing somewhat awkward. "Aunt." Myra greeted Betty, acknowledging that she had never supported his pursuit of football, yet he recognized the sacrifices she had made during his upbringing. Having inherited this body, he felt compelled to embrace all that came with it. "You've grown up." Betty pressed her lips together, uncertain if this was the reunion she had envisioned, but she couldn't resist stepping forward to stroke Myra's hair, commenting, "You've gotten taller, haven't you? Life in England must be tough." "It's not tough," Myra instinctively retorted, feeling a genuine surge of emotion. It seemed the first time someone had spoken to him like this. Betty blinked a few times, a practical woman who believed in hard work, likely aware of the efforts Myra had exerted behind the scenes to reach this point. Myra acknowledged her with a nod, then waved his hand. "Let us go eat something delicious. Follow me." He chose the restaurant where he was to meet Mendez, wanting to treat his family to the best since they had traveled so far. If they enjoyed the food, he would gladly bring them here every day, even if it cost him a fortune. After all, who else could he spend this money on, other than himself? The act of giving provided him with a profound sense of fulfillment, alleviating his feelings of emptiness. At such moments, he became acutely aware of the importance of earning money, fueling his motivation. As they entered the restaurant, Myra led the way, sensing his family's steps behind him slowing. Hesitating, he guided them into a private room, ordered a bottle of 700 red wine, and presented it to his uncle and aunt, encouraging them to indulge. "Let us order a bit less. I'm unsure what to order." "Why are there no prices listed?" His uncle and aunt appeared somewhat hesitant while perusing the menu, with the younger siblings remaining silent. Only Eva fixated on the drink section, though she couldn't read the words. The colorful images dazzled her. After noticing that his uncle and aunt had only ordered 3 dishes that sounded quite cheap, Myra promptly placed his order, requesting 7 dishes in one go before returning the menu to the server. "Is that too much?" CL Mint, concerned about Myra overspending, poured himself a glass of red wine and savored a sip, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. "This expensive wine is indeed exceptional. I'll give it a try." Betty poured herself a half glass, taking a small sip that instantly brightened her expression, clearly impressed. Margie and Bruno shared eager expressions, curious to experience the taste of a 700 bottle of wine. Today is a special day. Ailment didn't he discourage them, voluntarily pouring wine for the two. You may have a little. All right. Bruno finally cracked a smile, having been quiet all along. Eva thought she could partake as well, standing by with eager eyes, but her glass never appeared. She reached out to grab one, eliciting laughter from the family. Meyer observed them, and even he was unaware that a smile had been etched on his face the entire time. Although his uncle and aunt initially remarked that they had ordered too many dishes, they wasted no time digging into the food, hardly exchanging words as they focused on their meals, occasionally raising their glasses for a toast. Meyer ate very little, spending most of the time playing with Eva. This was the kind of experience he had missed since arriving in this world. Tomorrow, someone will come to pick you up. After the meal, as the moment of farewell approached, Meyer sensed their reluctance. You want need to go to the stadium yourself. You'll take the elevator directly from the underground parking to the box. All right, Ailment chuckled awkwardly. Whenever this topic arose, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how foolish he had been. What kind of box is this? It's a secret. When Meyer informed them yesterday, he had kept the detail about watching the match from the club owner's private box a surprise, mirroring Ailment's approach to create a delightful revelation. Prepare well for the match. Strive to perform at your best and secure this victory. On December 26th, the day everyone had eagerly awaited finally arrived. Football in England is a sport of the working class, originating during the Second Industrial Revolution as the sole means of entertainment for workers during their leisure time. Just imagine, after a family reunion on Christmas Day, amidst the delightful holiday spirit, gathering with fellow workers for an intense match on the grass, concluding with sweet wine and fragrant cigarettes. What a captivating scene that is. The tradition of the Boxing Day match has been passed down through the ages, becoming the most anticipated fixture for football fans across England during the first half of the season. This season, Sheffield United is fortunate to host this match at their home ground, Bramall Lane, which has further elevated the enthusiasm of the supporters. Observe the Hull City fans arriving from Yorkshire. Despite their equally fervent spirits and shouts echoing through several blocks, there remains a palpable tension in the air. At 3 o'clock, with just half an hour to go before the match begins, the area surrounding Bramall Lane is already teeming with people, the sound of horns and songs enveloping the atmosphere. You are a light in the dark, that there's only the road down the dark, due to the chilly weather. Rather amusing scene unfolds. Many Sheffield United fans don oversized jerseys over their jackets and coats, appearing quite bulky. Yet, this gesture signifies their unwavering support. Even if they resemble balls, they will rally behind their team. Onward. Let Hull City experience our prowess. Sheffield. Sheffield. Let us conclude the first half with a victory. Along the street, Sheffield United fans raise their arms, vocalizing their pre-match declarations, expressing their eagerness. Soon, an organized throng of over 4,000 dedicated away fans arrives, a sea of black-clad supporters filling an entire street, chanting in unison, Hull City, Hull City. Even before the match has commenced, confrontations begin outside. Traffic police swiftly impose restrictions, erecting barriers and signs to prevent greater chaos. A few minutes later, light snow begins to fall, enhancing the ambience of the day, and the cheers of the fans grow even more fervent. This is sure to be a memorable occasion. At this moment, a 7-seater van approaches from a distance. After a brief exchange between the driver and a traffic officer, the vehicle receives clearance and makes its way into the stadium. Inside, Claremont, still reeling from the special treatment by the police, is captivated by the scene before him. So many people. Margie gazes out at the throngs, her mouth agape in astonishment. It is a completely different experience from what she has seen on television. Unable to contain himself, Claremont rubs his hands together, scanning the surroundings with curiosity. I truly hope my nephew scores today. I have yet to witness the exhilaration of these fans in person. As the vehicle enters the stadium parking lot, the driver quickly disembarks to open the doors for the 5 passengers, guiding them towards the elevator. Upon reaching the top tier of the stadium, a strikingly different sight unfolds before them. The area is spacious and not nearly as crowded as the fan zones. Is this where we will be? Claremont feels a surge of excitement. The environment here is splendid and comfortable. No, the driver shakes his head, gesturing for them to continue forward until they reach the end of the corridor, where he pushes open a door and descends a flight of stairs. Situated towards the left side of the stadium, this area features a rustic wooden decor, exuding a businesslike, understated elegance, reminiscent of old money. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship of the sofas and built-in wine cabinets is exceptionally fine, clearly made from high-quality materials. This is a completely private and discreet box, separated from the stadium by a glass sliding door, offering an almost panoramic view of the pitch. Here, Clermont's worldview is once again shaken. He realizes just how much the club values their family following his nephew's rise in stature. This is far superior to their home decor. Margie comments unnecessarily, captivated by the surroundings. It would be wonderful to stay here. Ha ha ha. A low chuckle resonates, and they notice an elderly gentleman standing by the refrigerator in the corner. Hello there, I am McCabe. Involved in real estate business. He approaches with steady footsteps. Sheffield United is my team. And besides that, I also invest in a club in China. On behalf of the club, I welcome you all. Please take a seat. If you need anything, just inform my driver. Food and drinks are all provided here, ensuring you the best matchday experience. McCabe raises his glass of red wine, toasting to the group in a manner reminiscent of Leonardo DiCaprio in The Great Gatsby. In the eyes of Clermont's family, he, dressed in an elegant suit and exuding sophistication, indeed possesses a movie star aura, the kind that suggests a powerful antagonist. Chapter 76. A $1.5 million bonus contract? 45 degrees explosion. Seated on the sofa, the family appears somewhat ill at ease, having seldom interacted with the likes of McCabe in their lives. Clermont pours himself a glass of red wine, clinking his glass with McCabe's, striving to appear composed, not wishing to embarrass Mail. Cheers. McCabe perceives their apprehension, silently contemplating ways to bridge the gap, not for any other reason than for Mail. He switches to French, saying, I spent 4 years in France during my youth. I hope you won't mock my accent. In reality, his presence here today is part of a larger scheme. After hearing from Jolson that Mail's family had arrived in Sheffield, he recognized a potential opportunity. He could influence Mail's future through his family's involvement. What if Mail were to walk away? What would become of Sheffield United then? He must bolster the team's risk management capabilities and strive for more within his means. Mail should be the last one to emerge from the tunnel. He shares amusing anecdotes, attempting to foster a lively conversation. He recalls Gareth Speed mentioning that Gilbert once told him that Mail's antics were aimed at garnering more broadcast attention. He is quite aware of this aspect, which is commendable at his age. Below, in the players' tunnel, the teams emerge, with Mail being the last Sheffield United player to step out, just as McCabe had mentioned. Smiles spread across Clermont's family's faces as they can empathize with Mail's feelings, a sense of pride swelling within them. How wonderful. The usually reticent second brother, Bruno, is the first to speak up, expressing the strongest envy towards Mail as a peer. To step onto the field each week amidst the cheers of tens of thousands, to live for what one loves. If he had heard the story of a peasant uprising leader from the distant east, he might have recounted in French his famous words. A true man should be like this. I envy them greatly. McCabe produces a box of cigars, handing one to Clermont, who lights it before McCabe does. Exuding youth and vitality, earning respect both on and off the field. Unlike us merchants, who are seldom liked beyond our business partners. His self-deprecation serves as a segue into the subsequent conversation. After the financial crisis of 2008, I faced some setbacks, which led to a reduction in investments in the club. However, following the conclusion of this first half of the season, I have regained hope for the team's return to the top league. I am prepared to tighten my belt and increase my investment, repaying the club for what I owe in transfer funds and bonuses. He leans in slightly. I can reveal that I will establish a $6 million promotion bonus for the team. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Clermont's family feels as though they have been struck dumb. A few cough while others suddenly hold their breath. They have toiled their entire lives to earn far less than this amount. And this is merely a single-season bonus. Furthermore, McCabe glances around before whispering, I have heard that Mendez has signed a contract with Mail as his agent. I will reach out to him to establish various bonus clauses for Mail, totaling around $1.5 million. Is that true? Betty inquires, her lips trembling, fearing that McCabe is jesting. Absolutely. After saying this, he raises his wine glass, gazing down at the pitch. It's about to begin. Let us watch the match. Clermont and Betty exchange a profound glance, lifting their glasses. Perhaps the children are unaware of the significance this holds for their brother, but they likely comprehend that it signifies that their nephew could earn in a single season what would take them a lifetime to amass. Beep! Inside the stadium, The referee blows the whistle to signal the start of the first half, as Evans prepares to take the center kick for Sheffield United. The two wide midfielders, also known as wingbacks, push extremely forward, combining with their attacking midfielder to form a formation that visually resembles a 3-2-3-2. Clearly, they aim to seize the initiative. No one wishes to approach the game against Sheffield United with a laid-back attitude. They are acutely aware that if both teams engage in a typical back-and-forth exchange, it is Sheffield United, with their star players, who are more likely to create absolute opportunities. Hello. It's an honor to commentate on this crucial match with you all on such a day. The ball reaches the goalkeeper's feet. Careful, it was nearly intercepted. Robert kicks the ball out of bounds. A throw-in is awarded, and Hull City commits numerous players forward, with all but 3 defenders crossing over the halfway line. They must be cautious of Sheffield United's counterattacks. Kilbane's through ball, Loughton's sliding tackle intercepts, and the ball falls to Janyahans. A long pass seeks the flanks. An immediate threat arises as the match begins. Hull City's defense is exposed, and Male's speed is remarkable. An opportunity for a counterattack is at hand. On the field, a high ball soars towards Hull City's left flank, where a conspicuous gap awaits. Bang! Meyer surged into action, reaching the path of the advancing football in just a few swift strides. As he received the ball, he noticed an opposing center-back already closing in to defend. While contemplating his next move, he spotted a figure in a red and white jersey darting into the penalty area. It was Gilbert, who had initiated his sprint the moment Lawton made the tackle, ready to counterattack, and now he was the first to arrive. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Meyer sent the ball soaring into the space in front of Gilbert, still some distance from the baseline. A 45-degree blast. He chose not to dribble past his opponent. Even if he succeeded, it would waste precious time and slow the attack. It was far wiser to trust his teammate and execute a high, powerful pass. Meyer's delivery was impeccable, as Hull City's goalkeeper, Manoni, prepared to come out. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. The Sky Sports commentator stood up from his seat, peering into the penalty area. Gilbert, show everyone your heading prowess. With a leap, Gilbert soared to meet the ball. Bang! Like an arrow aimed at the net, Gilbert extended his body, propelling himself forward with tremendous force, driving the ball toward the goal. This header was as powerful as a strike. Leaving the goalkeeper with no chance, the football struck the side netting. Oh, yes, Gilbert. His acrobatic header has given the team the lead, as Sheffield United effortlessly sent the ball into the net via a simple 45-degree pass. Hull City might soon regret their decision to take risks with a vulnerable defense in pursuit of high pressing, as they immediately paid the price for their recklessness, courtesy of Meyer's precise pass. On the field, after rising from the ground, Gilbert charged towards the corner flag near Meyer, his face alight with joy as he shouted towards him. Meyer soon joined him, and the two leapt to the highest point, waving their right arms to the jubilant Sheffield United fans in the stands. An ecstatic frenzy erupted in the stands, with fans pressing eagerly against the barriers, drawing closer to the two players. FK! Gilbert shouted skyward, and after releasing his excitement, he high-fived Meyer. What a delivery! I just flew in, and it was spot on. Meyer simply smiled without responding, knowing he couldn't disclose that his cross had undergone significant improvement. He then glanced towards the box area of the stadium, waving at a row of private boxes. He knew his family was up there, celebrating his brilliant assist with fervor. Oh, in one of the private boxes, CL Mint was the first to stand in wide-eyed astonishment, seeing his wife rise to embrace him tightly. Itsn. Absolutely magnificent. Experiencing the moment of his nephew delivering an assist and running to celebrate with the fans was entirely different from watching it on television. The resounding cheer from the crowd, the peak of emotions from thousands, made them acutely aware of the spectacular strike Meyer had just executed. A goal. A goal. Ava, still grappling with the complexities of football, simply saw her brother celebrating and beamed. My brother scored. It was an assist, her second brother Bruno clarified, having a better understanding of the game. However, he believed that the brilliance of that pass should account for at least 50 of the goal. I think it's 70, McCabe chimed in, shaking his head in delight. With his team having scored, he was naturally beaming with pride. Cheers. CL Mint and Betty sat down, clinking glasses with McCabe before turning their attention back to the field, eager to capture every moment of their nephew's performance. Just then, Meyer cast his gaze in their direction and waved. He is greeting us. CL Mint beamed, unable to contain his excitement at such special treatment. It's wonderful. I wish I had come to see his match sooner. Indeed, Betty replied, her cheeks flushed. She felt a sense of disbelief that someone who was the focus of attention on the field would gesture specifically to their family. Even though he was her nephew, whom she had nurtured since childhood, the feeling was surreal. What a remarkable journey. Maki, munching on snacks, smiled and declared, when I grow up, even if you all don't come, I'll watch his matches on my own. Undoubtedly, within just a few minutes of the match starting, they had already fallen deeply in love with the experience, utterly captivated by watching Mar play live. Chapter 77. A provocative dart celebration, diving. I hope you keep your word. If Hull City's earlier aggression was due to seizing the early momentum, then after this goal, they were compelled to throw caution to the wind. To concede a goal so early in such a crucial match would not shatter their spirits, but it undeniably instilled a sense of urgency. Center forward Simpson placed the ball at the center circle. Awaiting the restart, clap. The Hull City players glanced at the fans in the south stand. The thousands forming a supportive brigade bore no signs of blame, still embracing each other, jumping and singing the team's anthem. This fueled their determination, each player silently clenching their fists, vowing to deliver their utmost performance. Beep. The Sheffield United players pressed into the opponent's half, applying pressure. With their fans cheering them on, Hull City also had their supporters and the momentum from the recent goal. Psychologically, they were the favored side and would not be intimidated by the opponent's resilience. Thus, the two fiercely motivated teams collided once more, engaging in intense battles across various segments of the pitch. Subsequently, in the midfield, the players from both sides became entangled in a fierce struggle, each refusing to yield an inch. Sizzle. The young and spirited Gilbert executed a sliding tackle, sending the ball flying while toppling the opponent. As the football veered aside, it created a half-chance for Janjahans and the opposing midfielder, both seemingly in sync, sliding in simultaneously, eager to make contact with the ball. Continuous sliding tackles, they sent the ball skimming away, but their legs collided, and they both fell to the ground with a groan. Yet, unexpectedly, they were not the main focus of the action on the field at that moment. I'm coming. After the football transitioned to the other side, Lawton positioned himself to shield the ball with his body. Sizzle. Another sliding tackle came, as the opposing center-forward Simpson brought him down, player and ball tumbling together, escalating the tension in the atmosphere to its peak. 4 players made sliding tackles, and now 4 lay sprawled on the ground. Beep. The referee finally blew the whistle for a foul, penalizing Hull City to cool down the match. Ouch. This unexpected decision only incited stronger discontent among Hull City players and fans. As countless hands were raised in protest, the referee, not granting them a chance for discussion, turned and ran away. A wise move indeed. Officiating such a match is never easy, and he must always safeguard himself. Jay Simpson received the ball in the flank position, driving it toward the baseline. In the 39th minute of the match, the situation took a turn as Hull City's center forward Simpson fell within the penalty area. With numerous Hull City players converging near the referee. FK. Bloody referee. Blow the whistle already. I'll find out where you live. Do you have a mother? Many Hull City fans, seated close to the away section, quickly rose to pressure the referee, hurling profanities and spitting in his direction. The referee paused for a brief moment, contemplating. He slowly lifted the whistle to his lips, still uncertain if he had seen any clear foul from Lawton. However, once the whistle was in hand, he couldn't retract it. Gritting his teeth, he pointed to the penalty spot. Beep. What the hell? On the sidelines, Gary Speed burst from the coaching area, pointing at the referee's back and shouting furiously. Diving. Are you blind? Realizing the chaos might hinder the referee's hearing, he dashed towards the 4th official, thinking to himself that he had done this more than once this season. Look at him. Look at what he is calling. He was indignant. It was not the first time, and just because their team often faced penalties, they shouldn't assume they were the ones playing dirty. The 4th official stepped back, avoiding him. He had noticed that Simpson's fall seemed exaggerated. But having already made the call, he couldn't express this in front of Gary Speed, so he pretended not to see a penalty. The referee has awarded a penalty. As he spoke, his voice trailed off, and when he resumed, it was in a different tone. Lawton didn't even touch Simpson. Let us review. He went in for the tackle and fell. This was undoubtedly a dive, and Hull City had fortuitously been awarded a penalty. He refrained from making harsh remarks, as there were likely Hull City fans watching the broadcast. However, His stance was already cleared on the pitch. Simpson gritted his teeth, striving to conceal any expression, avoiding confrontation with the Sheffield United players as he resolutely stood at the penalty spot. Hearing the referee's whistle, he quickly ran forward, flicking his ankle to send the ball toward the lower left corner. Whoosh! Robert guessed the right direction, but the ball was struck with such speed that he couldn't reach it. The ball found the net, and Hull City equalized from the penalty spot, finally avoiding a worse predicament. Regardless of how Simpson obtained the penalty, he had undeniably become the hero of the team. Sprinting to the sidelines to roar in celebration, sliding on his knees, the Sheffield United players watched their jubilant celebration, seething with frustration. Beep! As the second half commenced, Hull City swiftly executed a set piece they had meticulously devised during the halftime break. The towering striker, Stewart, positioned himself perfectly, leaping high to flick the ball into Sheffield United's penalty area. The ever-alert captain, Harper, sprinted into the danger zone to receive the ball. The situation unfolded. They had successfully completed the first and the most challenging step of their planned strategy, prompting the fans to rise from their seats in anticipation. Bang! As Harper delivered a sweeping cross across the goal, the center forward, Simpson, darted in from the back post and deftly poked the ball into the net. Another goal, 2-1. Hull City, through meticulous planning and exceptional execution, launched a lethal start to the second half. Yes. Hearing the fervent cheers erupting from the south stand, Mail closed his eyes momentarily, exhaling deeply as he turned to retreat to his own half. Look at Hull City. Having obtained a penalty through a calculated dive, they had almost instantaneously reversed the situation on the road. Should he become such a person? Mail hesitated, pondering whether he would resort to a feigned fall to secure a prestigious championship trophy in a crucial match. At such a moment, should one still cling to a professional ethics that may not hold much value? Should he choose his own noble integrity, sacrificing the entire season's efforts of the team and shattering countless fans' hopes? Or should he obliterate the opposition, allowing himself and his closer teammates to bask in success, yielding a result that would delight both the team and the fans? He could not provide an answer to this dilemma. Perhaps he required more time for contemplation, or perhaps he need not make such a choice at all. With his proficiency panel, he represented limitless potential, and it was highly likely that he would reach unprecedented heights. Forging a new path ahead, his career was destined to be unlike that of others. Indeed, there was no need to torment himself over such issues. Mail's heart expanded with newfound clarity. He was gradually solidifying his resolve and determination. Focusing on enhancing his abilities to help the team tackle any challenges, he began to jog, lifting his gaze just in time to see Simpson sprinting towards the fans, making a flamboyant throwing dart gesture. This was undoubtedly a provocative act, likening Sheffield United to a dartboard, implying he had struck a bullseye, inflicting pain on them. Communication among Sheffield United's players diminished, yet it was evident that their intensity remained undeterred. Rather, they seemed to be fighting with bated breath, as each player contested every ball with fervor. With Loughton making a forward run, Mail distributed the ball to him while sprinting towards the flank. A defensive clearance, but it was not far enough. Evans was poised for a follow-up shot. He took aim on the field. As Evans sent the ball crashing into the side netting, the Sheffield United fans, still in a repressed state, erupted into wild celebrations. Yes, snow swirled in the air, falling upon their heads, unable to cool their fervor. Dozens of team flags waved in unison, creating a magnificent spectacle against the backdrop of the falling snow. Evoking a sense of solemnity, beautiful, a goal. The commentary from Sky Sports, at this moment, was far more animated than before. As a neutral fan, he had witnessed the injustices faced by Sheffield United, naturally leaning emotionally towards this side. 2-2. Sheffield United equalized in the 73rd minute. Both teams showcased their tenacity today. A draw was insufficient. They needed to strive for victory in the remaining time, to crush their opponents. Only in doing so could they dispel the pent-up frustration within. However, his actions were swiftly labeled as provocation and disrespect by the opposing players and fans. Holding on to a draw? Do they think us pushovers? Hull City's goalkeeper, Manoni, blocked his path, preventing him from retrieving the ball. And a shoving match ensued in front of the goal. Still hoping to score? Manoni sneered at him, taunting, "I guarantee this will be the last one. Don't get your hopes up. I will catch every shot you make." Ah, a voice chimed in from the side. It was Mail, rushing to support Evans. With his robust physique, He shoved the goalkeeper aside, grabbed the ball, and sprinted towards the center circle, hoping he would keep his word. Beep! After the restart, a shift occurred in Male's expression. His anger had reached a breaking point, primarily to provide closure for this season. Otherwise, it would feel too empty. With my explosive growth and swift progression, the narrative of the championship could fade in just a few days. I end this process of beginnings and endings. I am laying the groundwork for future plots, ensuring the latter part of this tale is more compelling and thrilling. Give me some time, and trust that I will deliver on these narratives. Perhaps today will yield 500 monthly votes, and an additional chapter tomorrow. This little PS note doesn't count towards the 1-point charge. I am not trying to rip off my brothers. Chapter 78. Catch it. Gary Speed unleashes a 5-punch barrage. 500 monthly votes for an extra chapter. They did not rush, patiently awaiting their opportunity to attack. At this moment, any reckless loss of possession could allow the opponents to strike amidst their fervent momentum. A scenario no one wished to witness. Advance, apply pressure. Charge, charge, charge. The whole city players, donned in deep yellow jerseys, surged forward under their captain's command, utilizing their last reserves of energy for a high press. Here they come. Watch your backs. Here, here. The Sheffield United players remained highly focused, each assessing the situation and urging their teammates to handle the ball more judiciously. Each player's desire to possess the ball was notably high, a rarity in critical matches where players often fear making mistakes. Unless, of course, everyone was eager to make an impact. Sheffield United made substitutions. Number 10 and number 17 off. In the 78th minute, the voice of the stadium DJ announced the substitutions. Goal scorer Gilbert and the nearly cramping Janjahans exited, replaced by Montgomery and Mark Yates, with 2 midfielders withdrawn and a midfielder along with a makeshift winger introduced. Gary Speed's intent to bolster the attack was unmistakable. However, to be candid, this carried certain risks. As Gilbert and Janjahans departed, both wore expressions of disappointment, wishing they could remain on the pitch longer. Handed over to the teammates, Gary Speed sensed their despondency, smiling as he high-fived them. Trust them. They will deliver a positive result for us. While saying this, he suppressed his own tension, as the pressure remained substantial. His brow perpetually furrowed. At Bramall Lane, on such a day, a draw felt like a defeat. Let us hope. Gilbert nodded, joining Janjahans on the substitutes bench, donning a long-sleeved jacket. He took a step to the right, then attempted to push the ball towards the byline, trying to utilize his speed to break through the opposition. Unexpectedly, the wingback matched his pace, trailing him by half a body length. Thud. Male executed a deft touch to halt the ball and suddenly veered towards the center. The area was more congested with defenders, making it more challenging to breach their back line, but he wanted to give it a shot. Otherwise, being pinned to the flanks would hinder his performance. After making an inward cut, the wingback, taller in stature, was slow to pivot, failing to keep pace initially. This granted Male the time to assess his teammates' positions. Upon realizing there were no favorable opportunities, he directed his full attention to the ball at his feet. Thud, thud, thud. His feet made rapid contact with the ball, alternating between touches and nudges, often combining them with step-overs or bicycle kicks. His dribbling ability could be deemed adequate, certainly not extraordinary or unpredictable, as he still fell short of being a truly formidable dribbler. The only factor that bolstered his confidence in taking on defenders was his exceptional explosiveness and physicality. If he were to seek a role model, he would liken himself to Traoré, who later played for Wolves. Embodying that explosive presence on the wing. Of course, peak Traoré's speed and power were likely at an elite level. He still had a way to go to reach that intensity, but he possessed a powerful shot. After creating a slight angle, Male decisively leaned into the ball, smoothly swinging his leg towards it. Thud. A soft sound erupted as Male, at the moment of shooting, could no longer see the net, as a blocking defender obscured his view. Yet he still took the shot, confident he could curve it slightly to gain a better angle. Moreover, with neither the net nor the goalkeeper in his line of sight, the keeper remained oblivious to his precise shooting action. Unaware of where he intended to place the ball, the football traced a beautiful arc, not particularly swift, yet it swiftly approached the goal. Oh, a faint cheer began to rise, with some Sheffield United fans already standing in anticipation as the moment of the shot unfolded. Their patience was wearing thin in front of the goal line. Manoni indeed had not seen Male's action, yet as an experienced goalkeeper, he instinctively shifted his weight to the left. Shots from this angle typically veered towards the far post. A common tendency among strikers. Sure enough, he spotted the ball emerging from the legs of a defender, heading towards the far corner. Thud. Mannone did not underestimate the situation. With a shout, he dove towards the left side of the goal. He refused to gamble on whether the shot would be accurate, opting to react first. He was filled with confidence, as he had nearly executed the perfect response, prepared and quick to react. Until the moment his fingertips grazed the football. His expression suddenly turned ashen, and his heart sank. He had missed. Merely a fleeting touch. The pride within Mannone swiftly evaporated, replaced by regret and endless sorrow. Had he been a mere half-finger's length closer, he could have diverted the ball. Now, at the moment of descent, he must close his eyes and await the divine judgment. For all that unfolds in the arena will reveal the answer. A deafening roar erupted, proclaiming Mannone's proverbial death sentence, and with it, that of whole city, plunging the entire stadium into a frenzy, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. For a brief instant, Mannone wished he could remain suspended in the air, thus avoiding the harshness of reality. The boomerang struck him swiftly. It left his face stinging. Upon landing, he anxiously awaited his teammates' rescue, desperate to avoid being nailed to the pillar of shame, subjected to the victor's humiliation as the vanquished. Yet, no one approached. His teammates stood with heads bowed, rooted in place by frustration. Intercept. He vented the majority of his emotions towards the opposing goalkeeper, seeking solace. 3-2. They had turned the tables. Come on. Evans arrived, his right fist clenched, celebrating with a shout directed at Mannone. With a scowl, Mannone lowered his gaze, retrieving the ball from the net and tossing it forward. His cheeks burned, and words eluded him as he silently prayed for this wretched ordeal to pass swiftly. Mail came up to embrace Evans's shoulders, and together they sprinted towards the sidelines, caught up in excitement and remembering only the exuberant act of sliding in celebration. Evans had made little contribution to the goal, merely drawing a defender's attention. But at that moment, who cared? The emotions had reached a crescendo, and they slid together in jubilant unity. The ball found the net. A star was born. Mail received the ball on the flank, cutting inside to shoot, sending the ball into Hull City's goal. What transpired in front of the goal was merely a fleeting moment. Simultaneously, the multitude of Sheffield supporters bore witness, as numerous high-definition cameras captured these scenes. Broadcasting them live in the coach's area, Gary Speed turned, embracing the rushing Jolson and others before making his way towards the fans. He raised his fist, stepping forward with small, determined strides, punctuating each pair of steps with a punch, elevating the emotional intensity. Oh-ho-ho-hia. Initially, the fans struggled to synchronize with him, but gradually, voices began to rise in unison, fists pumping until nearly the entire stand joined in the joy of his player's goal. Gary Speed reveled in the exhilarating sensation of rallying support. It was in moments like these that he understood why people are drawn to coaching. Nice. In the substitutes area, just off the pitch, Janihans and Gilbert leapt up, instinctively wanting to rush towards Mail. Realizing they were no longer on the field, they erupted in laughter, clapping their hands, then linking arms in jubilant celebration. Mail, oh! In the private box, the cheers from the stadium echoed. As 6 individuals stood, their hearts swelling as they high-fived and embraced. Mail. This time, it's his goal. They had not anticipated such fortune. Upon visiting, he had promptly scored. His efficiency was remarkable. The 3 adults, nearing intoxication, felt none of the usual formality. At that moment, they forgot their identities and nationalities, celebrating solely for the goal. They even treated the 3 children equally, not neglecting them in their joyous high-fives. McCabe crouched down, high-fiving Ava before lifting her up. Approaching the glass sliding door, "Do you want to hear the sounds outside?" "Yes." Ava nodded with a smile, reaching for the door. McCabe helped her pull it open, and instantly, the cold air rushed in, causing discomfort to those who had been in the air-conditioned space. Yet, almost immediately, they felt the authentic atmosphere of the stadium without barriers, hearing the thunderous cheers. The building seemed to tremble, and the wine in their glasses swayed as Maki and Ava covered their ears. It was overwhelming. Clement and Betty exchanged glances, their emotions stirred. Thinking of the celebration being for Mail, tears welled in their eyes. It was as if everyone had harmoniously unleashed their loudest voices, shouting in adoration for Mail, who had scored the goal. You see him. He is a lone player, but from the very beginning, he captivated the fans here. Now, he is the king of this city and this team. If we ascend to the Premier League, his image will be etched in the hearts of all Sheffielders, never to fade. Clement shivered, not from the cold but from an overwhelming sensation within. He swallowed hard, feeling immense pride in their family for his achievements. McCabe set Ava down and returned to the table, opening another bottle of red wine, pouring for everyone, then raising his glass with a gentle smile and a tilt of the head, as if to say, "It is only right." What kind of person would he become in the future? Betty, tipsy, her cheeks flushed, looked at the figure below and asked, "Who knows?" The three children listened to the adults' conversation, seeds of hope planted in their hearts for their brother to become even more famous. Chapter 79. The Pendulum's early form, halfway player of the match. Hull City's fans, perhaps exhausted from cheering or disheartened, gradually diminished their voices. Their head coach swiftly made substitutions, deploying two forwards to assault Sheffield United's defense. Bang, bang. They relentlessly launched high balls into Sheffield's penalty area from the back, seeking the simplest route to a goal. There was no time left for organization. They had to seize every moment. Watch the high balls. Second balls. Their aerial prowess was commendable, and under tight defense, ordinary high balls posed no threat above their heads. Wave after wave of high balls surged forward, repeatedly cleared from the penalty area. Gradually, Hull City, realizing they could not secure opportunities through aerial advantage, began to rely on individual player skills. Players adept at dribbling frequently attacked Sheffield United with the ball, while skilled long-range shooters bombarded the goal from outside the box. However, when the referee raised the stoppage time board for 1 minute in the second half, the score remained 3-2. Bang. Jay Simpson, who had scored twice in the match, took a powerful shot from outside the box as a final attempt for his team. Unfortunately, the ball soared high and wide, and Robert in front of the goal did not even jump. This miss deflated the hopes of all Hull City supporters, who hung their heads in despair. Their spirits crushed. Bang. No one noticed as Robert quickly sought the ball from the ball boy, launching a long pass towards their backline. Mail, who had been a constant menace on their defense, surged past the last defender. Racing towards the ball, their backline was utterly vacant. Yeah, the Sheffield United fans began to celebrate prematurely, as if witnessing Mail's golden opportunity, where scoring seemed a foregone conclusion. Hull City players were engulfed in despair. 4 or 5 of them pursuing Mail, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Mail's right foot propelled the ball forward. This was an intensely physical match, and after such exertion, he could scarcely feel his legs. All he knew was to keep moving, to charge towards the opponent's goal and seal the match. Mannone charged forward, roaring to bolster his courage. It was the adversary once more. Mail approached Mannone. He summoned the last of his mental and physical might, stepping to the right with his right leg, followed by a larger step to the left, executing a feint. Mannone shifted his weight to the right, making a final desperate dive, only to crash to the ground in vain, realizing he had been deceived. Mail darted right again, using his strides to evade Mannone at high speed. The goal was open. Bang! A gentle push sent the ball rolling securely into the net, without any unforeseen incidents. 4-2. Victory was assured. An overwhelming excitement surged through Mail, as if a sudden surge of energy had been drawn from somewhere, propelling him towards the sidelines to celebrate. He placed his hand beside his ear, quickly hearing a resonance even more fervent than before, a roar that shook the entire stadium. Yeah, he recalled Simpson's loss of possession, remembering the dart-throwing gesture he had made at the beginning of the second half. Almost instinctively, feeling it insufficient, he extended his forearm behind his head, mimicking a javelin throw. Simpson's dart hadn't pinned them down but had merely inflicted a momentary sting. Now, he intended to spear Hull City, delivering a long-lasting ache. Shortly after his goal, Simpson, still in Sheffield United's half, rolled his eyes and sighed, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Mail, a divine gift bestowed upon Sheffield United. In that moment, I saw the shadow of Ronaldo in him. The primary broadcaster of the championship, Sky Sports, glanced at the time and was essentially bidding farewell to the match. He executed a pendulum dribble, bypassing the goalkeeper. We all know whose signature move this is. Though perhaps his movements did not possess the same grandeur as Ronaldo's, he ultimately achieved a remarkably similar effect. Beep, beep, beep. The referee swiftly signaled the end of the match. And as the dust settled, Sheffield United emerged victorious at home with a score of 4-2 against Hull City. The resounding applause echoed throughout the stadium, with all Sheffield United supporters rising to their feet, clapping passionately in appreciation of the players' stellar performance. Conversely, the Hull City fans could only depart Bramall Lane with expressions of discontent. They hurried away, eager to leave without lingering for another moment. Safe travels. Do come again. You played splendidly. Many Sheffield United fans, who had endured frustration during the match, raised their hands in a mocking salute, leading one to wonder if the applause was indeed meant for the departing Hull City supporters. On the field, Gary Speed finally relaxed, releasing a long breath of satisfaction. He exchanged high fives with his coaching staff and staff members, ultimately remaining on the sidelines to await the players finishing the match. He offered hugs and encouragement to everyone, but when it came to Mail, a wave of unique emotions surged within him. Wonderful, wonderful. Gary Speed took on the role of commentator, exclaiming wonderful 3 times with a melodic rise and fall in his tone, expressing his astonishment and recognition of Mail's performance, even infused with a hint of gratitude. Mail laughed heartily, celebrating the victory with a high-fived. McCabe, appearing somewhat inebriated, seized Mail's hand and refused to let go. We've met a few times, but never truly conversed. Today was flawless. Witnessing such a match was a delight. In fact, I've longed for a more in-depth discussion with you, but never found the time. Only then did he recall the 5 individuals standing behind him, quickly releasing Mail's hand and adding, I really enjoy chatting with your family. They are wonderful people. Before Mail could respond, McCabe resumed conversing with Gary Speed and the others, prompting Mail to move towards his family. You were fantastic, Clement managed to utter after much contemplation, gazing at the star player who had just dominated the match, still finding it hard to believe this was his nephew. Especially in his jersey, glistening with sweat, he appeared every inch the young star, creating a sense of distance. Mail high-fived and embraced him before moving on to his aunt, sharing a warm hug. You played excellently. Betty remarked gently, marveling. I watched a few matches with my father when I was young, but nothing compared to this. Playing for such a grand team and having so many admirers is truly wonderful. He chuckled softly, knowing that after this season, he would join an even larger club and play in a more magnificent stadium. Approaching his younger sister, Maki, he sensed her shyness and a peculiar emotion. Likely admiration. Brother, that was explosive. His little sister, Ava, exclaimed, watching eagerly as her turn came to greet him. She mimicked the adults, extending her hand for a high five, then opened her arms, anticipating a hug. Instead, Mail lifted her up, cradling her in his arms and sprinting a few steps across the field, causing her to squeal in surprise, only to beam with delight and desire for another round. The joy of victory, combined with the reunion with family during this triumphant moment in his life, filled him with happiness. At that moment, a staff member called out to Mail, waving him over. He gently set Ava down, bid farewell to his uncles and aunts, and approached the individual. Go ahead, Clement said, casting one last glance at him before wandering off with his aunt, exploring the beautifully crafted interior of the stadium. A place they had never visited before. Standing here, thanks to his nephew's prominence, felt particularly novel. Furthermore, many Sheffield United supporters lingered, singing team songs and applauding. Walking on the soft grass, they could easily close their eyes and dream of being stars themselves. Mail followed the staff member through the players' tunnel, arriving at the media room. As he pushed open the door, he found it filled with 30 or more cameras and at least 50 to 60 people waiting for him. With 7 or 8 prominent media outlets present, he understood why he was there and took a deep breath, smiling. How could one articulate such emotions? He involuntarily recalled his early days with the team when he and Gilbert stood like mere bystanders at the signing ceremony, with only Gary Speed and a couple of internal photographers present. But now, countless individuals had gathered in anticipation of his arrival. Mail greeted everyone warmly, stepping towards the center of the room. While this moment did not signify monumental success, it was evident he had witnessed his own progress and growth, continuously advancing and accumulating accolades. The flash of cameras erupted, photographers capturing every moment while some opted to film. First and foremost, congratulations on being named the best player of the match on such a memorable day. This will surely be unforgettable, a club staff member approached, holding a small trophy for the match's best player and the match ball. This ball is typically awarded for a hat trick, but who would hesitate to give an extra ball to the best player? Mail accepted it with delight, displaying no signs of disdain, joking. I'll place this alongside the ball for my hat trick match, and it will take precedence. The staff member feigned surprise, then smiled for a photo with Mail before stepping down. Next, a few elderly individuals who had been standing in the corner approached, smiling as they held a cylindrical trophy engraved with the EFL Championship logo. "Congratulations, young man," one elder said, handing the cylinder to Mail. "You are undoubtedly the best player of the first half. We had already decided on you before this match." Mail accepted the cylinder, unable to suppress his smile. It was not that it held any bias. The design of this commemorative trophy could only be described as unattractive, resembling a thermos or a container for shuttlecocks. Yet, the true value of such an award was paramount in this first half of the season. Out of 24 teams and over 500 professional players in the championship, he had eclipsed them all. This accolade as the championship's best player of the first half was the most prestigious recognition he had received. Following the monthly award, it encapsulated the essence of his 6 months of hard work, summarizing all his remarkable performances and achievements during this period. Chapter 80, Best 11, Rising Influence, Wenger's Complexity and Struggles. Congratulations. Following this, the media expressed their congratulations to Mail before conducting interviews, genuinely delighted for the young talent. One straightforward question arose. How does it feel to be named the best player of the first half? Inquired a reporter from the renowned publication 442. Each season, they compile the best 11 for both the first half and the entire season. Their selections typically align with those of Sky Sports, which fans widely accept. Today, having won the best player title, Mail was essentially the centerpiece of their best 11, prompting their eagerness to collect information. Setting that aside, Mail had now garnered a certain level of popularity, making an article about him at this crucial moment quite attention-grabbing. He shrugged, unsure how to articulate his feelings. Overlapping wishes and reality? The satisfaction and sense of achievement of a young man finding success? It felt insufficient. He aspired for loftier goals, grander ideals, and desires. What does this award mean to you? The reporter from Sky Sports swiftly continued, emboldened by their prominent platform, an important milestone. Mail could readily answer this question, smiling as he spoke, continuously leaving my footprints along the path, marking significant moments, allows me to move forward with greater determination and confidence. I may find myself more optimistic about the future, believing that I can reach the finish line. The finish line? A young female journalist from a smaller publication inquired, her professional smile radiating curiosity. If we may be so fortunate to know, where do you see your finish line? It varies at different stages. Is that not clear enough? Well, considering the team's current standing at the halfway point, personally, I hope to earn the season's best player trophy, secure a place in the best 11 at the season's end, and conclude my championship journey perfectly, moving on to a higher stage. I certainly do not think I am being overly ambitious. In fact, there is no basis for your assertion, as at the halfway mark. We have already arrived here, and I hold the best player trophy in my hands. I have every reason to believe in myself. Let time reveal everything. Sean Long and Graham? I am indeed well acquainted with them. They are two formidable competitors. Yes, you may interpret my words as confirmation that I will remain with the team. I am merely certain of that. After the interviews concluded, Mail held the football in his left arm while clutching the best player trophy in his right hand, thanking the reporters as he departed. Many congratulated him once more, and he continuously nodded in acknowledgement. Today has been exceedingly exhausting. He requires a good rest, as tomorrow he plans to take his family out for a leisurely outing. The 17-year-old prodigy Mail has astoundingly secured the title of the best player at the halfway mark of the championship, with a remarkable tally of 15 goals and 14 assists, an unprecedented record. He is the youngest player to receive this honor across all levels of English football. In the championship column, the best 11 has been announced, featuring 4 players from Queen's Park Rangers, 3 from Norwich, and 2 each from Sheffield United and Nottingham Forest, with the young Mail and Sean Long leading the charge. Mail and Janihans have been named the best players of the first half. Having combined to create 44 goals, is he set to lead Sheffield United in their promotion quest? Arsenal's young star Mail has boldly proclaimed, and it is rumored that he has caught the attention of several prestigious clubs. As the first of his kind in championship history, Mail has shattered multiple youngest records this season, including being named player of the season and potentially becoming the highest valued player in championship history. The following day marked the conclusion of the first half of the season. Those who regularly follow mainstream football media would have noticed that many outlets reported on the championship, and whenever the championship is mentioned, Male's name is likely to appear in the headlines, or at the very least, within the text. Gradually, people have come to realize that this name has become inescapable within the realm of English professional football. Who's Male? Much like the inquiries that arose when Wenger first arrived on the British Isles, many posed this question on social media. While some had long been aware of Male, the majority remained uninformed and required enlightenment from those in the know. A magical genius. The new Ronaldo, the new Henry. A French phenomenon emerging from Cannes. A devilish talent who averages over 1 goal contribution per match. Despite his youthful visage, he exhibits ferocity on the pitch. I have yet to witness a championship defender boldly declare that he feels no fear in facing him. Unlike before, after achieving such a remarkable feat as being named the best player at the halfway point, those who previously hesitated to lavish praise have become emboldened. A variety of new terms have been coined, attributing to Male monikers such as Monster and Lizard Man, bestowing an air of mystery upon those who have yet to watch him play. Particularly upon discovering Male's statistics, one cannot help but feel a sense of awe. As if he were born with a football at his feet. With 23 appearances, 15 goals, and 14 assists, who could remain unimpressed? A multitude of fans have scoured for his social media accounts, clicked follow, and left comments expressing their anticipation for the day he graces the Premier League. As the player has yet to reach the top tier, the fans' unfamiliarity with him leads to relatively few voices of dissent, resulting in a peaceful comment section where everyone seems to become gardeners eager for the young talent to flourish. The constraining base. Winter has arrived, and the outdoor pathways are sparsely populated. Hans, clad in a deep black overcoat, traverses the pine-lined roads, shivering in the cold, rubbing his hands together, yet his strides remain purposeful, as if anticipating good news and truth. There is no need for any particular celebration. He has maintained a positive disposition throughout the past 6 months, his temperament notably milder. This year stands out as a rare highlight in his life, reminiscent of his early days at Arsenal. The reason, of course, is tied to Male and Gilbert, as a youth coach. There is nothing more fulfilling than witnessing one's former pupils achieve significant success, especially in the case of Male, who has transitioned from obscurity to being recognized as a monstrous talent. The best player in the championship at the halfway mark, he feels a certain bond with Male, connected by a pair of football boots. It is not a matter of leveraging relationships. He does not consider himself particularly significant in Male's journey. Merely hoping that Male would not forget him on that day, he intends to invite all his friends and family to boast about his accomplishments. Hurry up, Mendes is almost here. The voice from the other end conveyed urgency and concern. Pausing momentarily before issuing instructions. Do you remember what we discussed? If I ask you a question, answer, but if I don't, refrain from interjecting and no mistakes allowed. Just focus on his time at the academy. Tell the truth, but feel free to embellish slightly if it serves our interests. You understand? Understood, sir. Hans nodded, having received word yesterday that Mr. Wenger invited him to attend the final round of negotiations with Mendes at the club. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to purchase a new overcoat for the occasion, as it is indeed a significant event. If I don't ask you anything, just remain silent and sit beside me. All right. Hans quickened his pace, anxious not to be late and disrupt the negotiations. He wasn't particularly eager to assert his presence. Merely observing the negotiations between a top agent and the first-team manager was intriguing, especially as they pertained to Male's contract. 15 minutes later, in the first-team manager's office, 4 or 5 impeccably dressed individuals were present. Despite Hans's careful preparation, he felt somewhat out of place among these elite figures. Mr. Wenger. Mendes casually settled onto the couch, crossing his legs and distributing cigars to the assembled guests. Had we been able to finalize the agreement a few days ago, I might have accepted the offer of 50K weekly wages and a 650K signing bonus. But alas, that was not the case. Now, my player has likely increased in value. This is common knowledge, especially after he was named Player of the Month just 2 days prior. He lit his cigar, inhaling deeply with a smile. What an astounding accomplishment, and at just 17 years old. You possess an eye for talent, a fact I have reiterated multiple times, so I trust you will not be stingy in this situation. From the club's perspective, it is crucial to maintain a good relationship with the player and, of course, with his agent. He seized the initiative, articulating his perspective, as Male could certainly be developed into a future core player. Even if you suggest replacing Fabregas with him, I wouldn't be surprised. Wenger and Philip sat side by side, both crossing their legs, quietly listening to Mendes' discourse. Given their professional relationship, Wenger harbored no affection for individuals like Mendes and may even harbor disdain. He preferred not to engage in discussions on this topic after Mendes had spoken at length. That would place him in a passive position, so he redirected the conversation. We can discuss that later. First, let us address whether the player will return to the team in the winter window. Recently, his circumstances had been less than favorable, especially after the team suffered a last-minute equalizer against relegation-threatened Wigan Athletic, resulting in a painful loss of 2 points. In this context, witnessing a lone player garner accolades in the lower leagues while flourishing can easily evoke complex emotions. We've already covered that. Mendes observed Wenger's attempt to pivot the topic but remained unperturbed. If Arsenal can guarantee 50 playing time, I will endeavor to persuade the player. I do not believe this is an unreasonable request. Do you recall years ago when Cristiano was determined to join Manchester United? Beyond the financial aspects, it was primarily because Sir Alex Ferguson had promised him. He struck a nerve with Wenger, causing a visible shift in his emotions, interrupting, "Do not bring up the past." Mendes raised his hands in a placating gesture, signaling that he meant no offense, then leaned forward to extinguish the ash from his cigar. Cristiano sacrificed nothing and still received a promise of 50 playing time, whereas Mail will have to sacrifice much. Wenger's hand, hidden in his left pocket, gradually clenched tighter. Had he been representing another club, he would have readily agreed to 70 playing time. However, he is at the helm of Arsenal, where securing a top-4 finish is paramount. A single season without Champions League qualification could plunge the club into a debt crisis, as the accumulation of Champions League points and substantial revenue from participation is crucial. His emotions were a tangled web. The more he believed in Mail, the more he felt compelled to maintain the club's stability, as only this would ensure future appeal to the player and foster a nurturing environment for development. A vicious cycle. Wenger furrowed his brows, a familiar expression of concern etched upon his face. Yet no one could fathom the internal struggle he faced, as he consistently bore immense pressure in making choices. He sought stability, but this time, he hoped to avoid the regret of past oversights. We are in agreement on that point. Mendes smiled as he extended his hand, shaking it, and then his expression turned serious, signaling that it was time to discuss the crucial matters. Chapter 81. Finalizing the contract. Lucrative bonus clauses. First, let us confirm one point. Mendes aimed to retain the upper hand in negotiations, proposing a stipulation that all discussions occur under the premise of a 1-year extension, totaling 4 years for the contract. As the player places significant importance on this aspect, it is not that he is considering leaving. Rather, he wishes to allow himself some room for growth, confident in his ability to deliver exceptional performances and secure similar lucrative contracts in the future. Wenger nodded in understanding. He had no objections regarding the duration. For a player like Mail, bursting with talent and potential, providing him with some leeway is advantageous. Otherwise, when it comes time to renew, the player may be dissatisfied with his salary without the necessary leverage. Presenting demands to the club could easily sour relations, leaving no room for negotiation. We need to finalize this today. Wenger expressed his opinion, stating that he no longer wished to procrastinate. Let us address matters one by one. Starting with the release clause. My thoughts remain consistent with my previous stance. Mendes articulated his logic with clarity, slowing his tone as he remarked, following Cristiano's 80 million transfer to Real Madrid, I anticipate that such figures will frequently emerge in future transfers. Of course, this does not imply that I consider the players represented by other agents to be on par with Cristiano. Thus, if you are optimistic about the player's future and wish to establish a substantial buyout clause, I have no objections. However, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price, allowing us to accept this proposal with a clear conscience. Yet, you have repeatedly declined the offers of 70 million and 65 million. Wenger raised his hands in exasperation, recalling the unpleasantness of their previous negotiations. It was evident. Mendes flashed a wide grin, saying, I believe that, given Arsenal's salary structure, it is impossible to offer young players commensurate wages. Wenger's lips twitched, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, My bottom line is 60 million, and I wish to set this price definitively. Mendes remained silent, simply gazing at him, waiting for him to continue. The player's value has risen, and the buyout clause has been reduced. I believe these two factors have offset each other. Wenger spoke in a low voice, articulating his thoughts. Moreover, considering my goodwill towards both the player and you, I am willing to accept your earlier proposal of a $50,000 weekly salary and a $650,000 signing bonus. Mendez nodded, puffing on his cigar leisurely as he remarked, I do not believe that simply lowering the release clause by $5 million can offset the player's increased value. These are distinct concepts. However, to be frank, your offer is not far from my expected figure, $52,000 per week. Wenger raised the price, unwilling to engage in further protracted negotiations with Mendez. Everything else remained unchanged. If Mr. Wenger could increase the signing bonus to $750,000, then I would agree. Wenger pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, somewhat resigned, and directly acquiesced. Hans, standing nearby, discreetly gasped. Both the salary and the signing bonus for a one-year extension surpassed the Premier League average significantly. To afford such privileges to a championship player speaks volumes about the professor's affection for him. However, considering Mail's impressive performance data, it seemed reasonable, albeit surprising, as he had never encountered such a player before. Now, let us discuss bonuses, Mendez said, his face beaming as he introduced a new topic. The crucial negotiations had concluded and had progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. He had essentially dominated this negotiation. While Wenger had brought several individuals with him today, none of whom had interjected. I have designed this, Wenger said, extending his hand towards Philip, who promptly retrieved a contract and handed it to Mendez. Mendez accepted it and began to peruse the document, which was evidently a meticulously crafted bonus agreement filled with specifics. Firstly, there was an attendance bonus of $600,000 per season, contingent on the player's attendance percentage. Essentially, for every match played, the player would receive a $10,000 bonus, including appearances as a substitute. Secondly, there were special attendance bonuses. For instance, an additional $200,000 for the UEFA Champions League, $100,000 for friendly matches, and $100,000 for the League Cup and FA Cup, still based on attendance rates, with a total attendance bonus amounting to $1 million, which was quite generous. The second category pertained to bonuses for the club winning championships, comprising 7 titles: Champions League, Premier League, Club World Cup, UEFA Super Cup, FA Cup, League Cup, and Community Shield, with respective bonuses of $2 million, $1 million, $800,000, $800,000, $700,000, $250,000, and $250,000, totaling $5.8 million. Suddenly, Mendez noticed 2 additional bonus categories beneath these, namely, bonuses for finishing in the top 4 of the Premier League and for advancing from the Champions League group stage, each worth $500,000, amounting to a total of $1 million. This seemed more pragmatic. While the championship bonuses were substantial, they were difficult to attain. More often than not, one could only watch. Following that, there were bonuses for goals and assists, with different weights assigned to different competitions, indicating varying values. In this category, the Champions League and Premier League were designated as Tier 1 weights, while the Club World Cup, UEFA Super Cup, FA Cup, and Community Shield were Tier 2 weights, with all other competitions classified as Tier 3. For Tier 1 weights, goals would earn a $20,000 bonus, while assist would garner $15,000. Tier 2 would see reductions of $5,000 for each, and Tier 3 would see further reductions of $5,000. Additionally, there were various individual target bonuses, such as scoring 30 goals, 100 goals, and making 50 or 100 appearances, making for quite an array. I have no objections, Mendez acknowledged, recognizing the sincerity embedded within this contract, knowing that these terms were crafted by the professor with the club's financial situation in mind, resulting in the most lucrative bonus agreement possible. After all, bonuses differ from salaries. When players receive bonuses, it is highly likely that the club will share in the joy. This is merely individual. Wenger mitigated some of his aversion towards Mendez and added, the overall bonuses for the rest of the team will also be distributed collectively. If we wish to amend this bonus agreement in the future, would Arsenal be open to negotiations? Mendez inquired, seeking clarification. Merely open to negotiations, not necessarily modifications. Before the season starts, yes, Wenger replied with a faint smile. During the season, however, especially before a final, that would be out of the question. Amidst the previously tense atmosphere, laughter finally erupted, with many present displaying smiles. Mail expresses his gratitude to you, Mendez said, his demeanor radiating warmth as he stood and extended his right hand. Pleasure to collaborate, and may Arsenal continue to thrive. Pleasure to collaborate. Wenger stood to shake his hand, and the others rose in unison to join them. Hans felt it inappropriate to intrude earlier, but after sitting for a while, he could hardly contain himself. Mendes was formidable. This was the first time he had seen such strength. Mr. Wenger is quite formidable as well, Philip remarked, glancing at him. It is merely that he wishes Mendes and the player side to feel as though they have triumphed. Mendes may have ultimately realized this, or perhaps he had not. On January 1 the winter transfer window officially commenced, and Europe's major clubs swiftly took action. Among them, the Premier League was particularly frenzied. On the very morning the transfer window opened, Manchester United announced the signing of 21-year-old prodigy defender Smalling, accompanied by a photo of the legendary manager with him on their official website. The championship teams, however, were not as quick, as they were primarily focused on preparing for the league matches scheduled for that day. At 1:30 p.m., the 24th round of the championship kicked off, featuring Sheffield United visiting Burnley. Regular starters Gilbert and Steven were rotated out, with Britton and Williamson taking to the field. It's him again. Evans scores twice. Sheffield United leads 2-0. This time it's an assist from Ward. The Sheffield United defenders display lapses in concentration, with average reaction times. Britton's pass found Evans, who surged into the channel. Was he about to complete a hat trick? Only to be thwarted by the goalkeeper. Outside the penalty area, Mail's long-range follow-up. A powerful strike, a world-class goal. It's in. 3-1. Damn it. Evans, torn between frustration and amusement, approached Mail and shook his head, lamenting, "It seems I am destined not to score a hat trick today." He was right. Sheffield United emerged victorious with a 3-1 away win against Burnley. Evans netted twice, while Mail scored his 16th league goal, surpassing 30 in total. On January 2, Mail took one last stroll through Sheffield City with his family. As they were set to depart that night, the bittersweet feelings of parting surged within him on this day, as he guided his family through numerous clothing stores, sampling a variety of international delicacies in the city center. Emboldened by his financial means, Mail indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring clothing, shoes, bags, toys, and various other items, racking up over 7,000, all meticulously packed for them. Seizing the opportunity, he also treated himself to a few items. As he seldom found time to tend to his own appearance and found it cumbersome, he felt it a shame to neglect his handsome visage and physique. All right. The Claremont family, comprising 5 members, had never spent so extravagantly before, feeling both anxious and exhilarated as they carried an array of bags. Knowing that he would likely finalize his new contract this month, Mail presented each of the 3 children with a 5,000 red envelope before their departure. It was a gesture to spare his uncle and aunt the embarrassment of receiving it directly, opting for a more discreet approach. At 3 p.m., he summoned the club's business vehicle to transport them to Manchester International Airport. Just as the family settled in, throughout the ride, whether due to the melancholy of impending separation or exhaustion from shopping, their conversations were scarce. Even the typically vivacious Ava kept her head down. Visibly dejected, occasionally sniffling and wiping her eyes, they entered the airport in silence, moving into the terminal, and finally stood apart, awaiting the moment of their formal farewell. Delmint stood at the forefront, his bag in hand. As the dreamlike journey came to an end, he gazed at his nephew's silhouette, unable to utter a word, only feeling a slight sting at the corners of his eyes. He relinquished the moment, picked up a few suitcases, and headed towards the check-in area, saying, "I'm going to check in the luggage." The 3 children stood behind Betty, whose eyes were already red, each displaying different postures and expressions. The youngest, Maki, dared not look this way. The second brother wore a stern face, while Ava suddenly burst into tears, drawing no comfort from anyone. "Mael, you must give it your all." Ultimately, the very person who had once been the least supportive of his football aspirations. Betty, with tear-filled eyes, forced a smile and waved at him. "We are all waiting for you to become the finest player." She might not comprehend what it means to be the finest player, yet she harbored such hopes nonetheless. "See you next time in London," Elle waved back at them, his smile tinged with a hint of insincerity. "Bring them along." Chapter 82. Training with the non-dominant foot. Perfecting the training regimen, the team members officially take their posts. On January 3, just 2 days before the upcoming match, another home league game loomed. This was what people often referred to as the Christmas fixture congestion. While other leagues took a winter break, the English professional system thrived with fervor. Each team was required to play approximately 7 to 8 matches from mid-December to mid-January, averaging one match every 3 to 4 days. With such a high frequency of games in frigid weather, the injury rate among players soared exponentially, yet they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Here at Sky Sports, we bring you the broadcast of round 25 of the championship, where players from both sides are poised and ready for today's confrontation. Sheffield United has been in blazing form recently, with an uptick in their attacking prowess. It is said that their winter signings primarily targeted the midfield and defense. Mile has made a break down the flank. In terms of dribbling and successful dribbling rates in the current championship, he ranks just behind QPR's Terabed, Norwich's Holt, and Reading's Sean Long. A precise cross. The ball lands perfectly. In the front position, Bolo Danovic heads the ball towards the goal. It's a penalty. Sheffield United has indeed gifted their opponents too many penalty opportunities this season, almost one every 2 or 3 matches. Sharp steps up to take it. He strikes the ball towards the center, and Roberts misjudged the direction. The ball finds the net. Mile holds the ball in midfield, with the opposing defenders refusing to let him turn. Closing in step by step, as long as he remains in the center, he is practically safe. Still dribbling, he seems to have noticed Evans' run. A pass. Oh. He managed to deliver such a high-caliber through ball. The football sliced through Doncaster's defense and landed at Evans' feet. It's a goal. Evans is in scintillating form, having scored 3 goals in the last 2 league matches. Mile also recorded an assist in this match. Marking a double achievement, on the pitch, Evans, after scoring, immediately ran to the sidelines and performed a sliding knee celebration, then turned to search for Mile's figure. If only it had been in the last match. He still felt regret over not securing a hat trick, shaking his head in lamentation. What a pity. Am I destined to never achieve a hat trick in my life? Mile high-fived him. Chuckling softly, this time, I hope you don't guess so accurately. In round 25 of the championship, Sheffield United narrowly triumphed over Doncaster with a score of 2-1. On January 8th, the FA Cup matches arrived, with Sheffield United entering directly at the third round as a lower-tier league team. Their opponents were none other than the formidable Aston Villa, currently ranked 6th in the Premier League. Gary Speed waved his hand decisively, calling up a few young lads from the youth team to complement the substitute lineup for this match. Unsurprisingly, the result was a disheartening 0-4 defeat, yet everyone wore relaxed expressions. Naturally, Mai was among those rested for this game. Seizing this rare interval, he intensified his training regimen. Mendes had contacted him a few days prior, and he was now acutely aware of the generous terms of his new contract. It undoubtedly represented the most lucrative contract of his career thus far. With a weekly salary increase of 42k, rising to just over 5 Gilbert, of course, he had heard that Gilbert's salary was also set to rise to 23k, which was also a cause for celebration. Even though Mendes would take 2.75 of his weekly wage, and he faced a 40 tax rate, Mile calculated that his annual salary would still hover around £1.6 million. An astronomical figure. This surpassed the average salary in the Premier League and exceeded the median wage, not to mention it came from Arsenal, a club historically known for its lack of funds. Simultaneously, the bonus contract he had never imagined also left him profoundly astonished. Mile deeply appreciated Mendes' capabilities and understood the esteem that the yet unmet old gentleman at the Emirates held for him. Now, he merely awaited the league match on the 15th, and after the grueling schedule concluded, he would head to London to sign the contract. It was time to learn to drive. That thought sparked within Mile, as he eagerly anticipated buying a sports car for himself upon the completion of his new contract. Excluding the limited editions, the signing bonus he received could practically afford him any sports car available on the market. He could choose whatever he wished. This was not only about fulfilling an unaccomplished dream from a past life, but also about securing a means of transportation for himself. Currently, both he and Gilbert lack driving licenses, often relying on Evans and Janjahans for rides, which proved to be quite inconvenient. When stepping out, if he hadn't contacted the club in advance, they often had to resort to taxis for commuting. Mile didn't see this as a waste of time. Having driven in his previous life, obtaining a driving license was trivial for him. He just needed to familiarize himself with the local traffic rules and adapt to driving on the right side of the road. He practiced whenever he found the time, treating it as a form of training to relax after exhausting sessions. Bang, bang, bang. At the Sheffield United training facility, Mai was drenched in sweat as he engaged in his training for his non-dominant foot. After reaching level 4 for crossing, He was left with only curled shots and short passes still in practice, which was far from sufficient. It was time to incorporate training for his non-dominant foot. He continuously practiced short passes against the wall with his left foot, shooting at the goal, and executing long passes, all the while honing his cerebellum and reinforcing muscle memory. The development of his non-dominant foot skill was progressing more slowly than he had anticipated. He could roughly guess the reason. This ability likely needed to be categorized under mental skills. Similar to the observation and physical proficiency panels, it began at 300. Indeed, it was a cerebral athletic endeavor. The athletic capabilities of the non-dominant leg were primarily governed by the cerebellum, and to excel, one must train the cerebellum for balance and agility in this area. It was not merely a skill of technique. On January 11, amidst the frigid weather, Mael finally beheld the panel for his non-dominant foot skill. Non-dominant foot level 1, proficiency. 131-300, effect. You gradually discover the benefits of practicing with your non-dominant foot and begin to train diligently. But it seems you are still far from catching up to your dominant foot. You yearn for the day of upgrade. As he had surmised, the non-dominant foot was indeed categorized as a mental skill. He felt no sense of frustration. Possessing proficiency with the non-dominant foot was crucial for a player, providing an almost exponential enhancement to their capabilities. Rarely did superstars excel with only one foot. Most were ambidextrous. Not to mention the starting proficiency of 300. Even if it were 800, Mael would unhesitatingly pursue the training. The reason was simple. He had already amassed considerable prowess in various skills. Now, he could carve out time to train this ability akin to an overall enhancement. Skill, curled shot level 3, proficiency, 541-800, skill. Arching pass level 3, proficiency, 241-800. Glancing at the proficiency levels of the other two skills, Mael intensified his training regimen. If he could elevate his curled shot to level 4, his combat capabilities, particularly his scoring rate, would ascend to a new tier. Moreover, he needed to select a skill with a proficiency of 2,000 to commence training. Having yet to experience what that entailed, he formed a new idea, contemplating choosing a level 3 physical skill or a level 4 technical skill. In the past, he would have undoubtedly opted for the long-range shooting ability that had accompanied him throughout his journey. Adding a level 5 skill to his arsenal, however, after realizing the importance of speed for a winger, he found himself wavering. The thought of a level 4 speed ability, which would initially endow him with the capacity to glide effortlessly down the wing like a dominatrayer, was incredibly enticing. He had long understood that within the same tier of skills, physical skills were invariably stronger and more effective than technical skills, a realization he had come to appreciate. This might also explain why they had a higher initial proficiency compared to mental skills. Perhaps he should focus on speed first? Gradually, Mael reached a decision. Long-range shooting was already sufficient for the championship, and he assumed it would still stand out in the Premier League. He could wait until his speed ability reached level 4 or until he ceased training other skills to incorporate it alongside speed. Days passed in a regular and fulfilling manner, occasionally punctuated by delightful surprises. On January 14th, physiotherapist Harry finally completed all prior preparations, renting 2 rooms on Cherry Street where Mael resided, bringing his sister along for the probation period. Mael first encountered the two at the training facility gym, and to be honest, he instinctively anticipated Harry's sister's appearance. It was only natural. Safina. Before me stands a woman appearing to be in her 30s. Clad in a black top and a fitted black skirt, draped in a long black coat, exuding an air of a skilled operative, radiating professionalism and freshness. She sports a pair of black-framed glasses, which may not be particularly fashionable, yet they complement her delicate, fair complexion, adorned with a few subtle freckles, lending her the demeanor of a university professor. A somewhat cliché name, yet she embodies a certain charm. Mitsai nods towards her, extending a hand for a brief shake, moving in for a light embrace. "I've heard about you from Harry." Safina initiates the conversation, her voice bright and devoid of overt mirth, yet imbued with warmth. "Perhaps just a fleeting impression, but I am aware of how to cater to your training fanaticism regarding nutrition. If possible, I may need to visit your residence later to assess your kitchen supplies and determine if any equipment needs to be procured." "No problem," Mitsai replies, recalling later what Gilbert would mention about him living with an Arsenal teammate. "No." Mitsai shakes her head, elaborating, "I will provide you both with an additional 500 per week for procurement. Please do not decline." Now that he has the means, he prefers not to engage in any favoritism or indebtedness right at the onset of their collaboration, as it could lead to dissatisfaction over time. Safina's eyes light up, exchanging a glance with Harry, and she joyfully embraces Mitsai, expressing gratitude for his generosity. Mitsai catches a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and feels a softening sensation in his abdomen. After a brief hug, he turns his gaze towards Harry. "Long time no see. Happy New Year." "Same to you," Harry responds, having waited for his sister to finish greeting Mitsai before approaching him for a hug. "I've prepared the training plan. Today, we may commence our first fatigue relief session, and I'm ready." Mitsai agrees, setting aside other thoughts as he follows Harry's lead to begin. The session primarily consists of restorative jogging, employing resistance bands and static stretching, occasionally utilizing stability balls and other training apparatuses. Unlike his coordination practice with professionals, under expert guidance, he indeed accumulates a wealth of effective relaxation techniques and gains insights into muscle protection and injury prevention. This session proves to be immensely fruitful, far exceeding his expectations. Clearly, there is merit to the high fees of professional therapists, as they provide substantial assistance to players. The results are impressive, he reflects post-session. Savoring the newfound ease in his body, generously complimenting, "I feel significantly more relaxed." Indeed, this is your area of expertise. He finds himself eagerly anticipating what Harry's massages and Safina's nutritional meals will entail. Should the overall feedback from this regimen prove favorable, his training efficiency would see considerable enhancement, accelerating his skill acquisition. The trio travels towards Cherry Street, engaging in light banter along the way. Harry mentions he cannot drive, while Safina can, though neither of them enjoys it, hence they do not own a car. Mitsai feels a tinge of regret, relinquishing the fleeting thought of hitching a ride, placing all his hopes on obtaining his driver's license. Today, he has already surpassed the 19K mark. Chapter 83. Remarkable physiotherapy results. An overwhelming state. Upon returning to their rented abode, Safina heads directly to the kitchen, inspecting various equipment and compiling a list. Meanwhile, Harry joins Mitsai in the living room. The house lacks an abundance of tea, so Mitsai fetches a bottle of beverage for him, and they engage in casual conversation. The home lacks extra rooms. Observing the layout, Harry remarks with a smile, "Post-training recovery massages may have to take place in the living room or your bedroom. That's perfectly fine," Mitsai assures, content with comfort. Harry perceives no issue. Although he is unaware of Mitsai's exact salary, he assumes it must be substantial. Moreover, for a player with such extraordinary talent, barring any significant setbacks in his career, he is bound to accumulate immense wealth in this increasingly monetized football landscape. Their future earnings are beyond comprehension, a source of envy that cannot be replicated. At this moment, Gilbert emerges from a room, unexpectedly accompanied by a tall, youthful figure. "Who are you two?" he inquires, curiosity evident in his gaze directed at Mitsai. "Is this the physiotherapist and nutritionist you mentioned?" "Indeed," Mitsai nods, his gaze lingering on the familiar silhouette behind Gilbert, Harry Maguire. Noticing Mitsai's attention, Gilbert gestures towards Maguire, introducing him as the U18 defender from our team. "Of the same age as us. He just reported to the first team today, and we chatted for a bit." Maguire appears shy and slightly apprehensive, nervously rubbing the back of his neck while nodding at Mitsai. He is aware of Mitsai's residence here and had mentally prepared for their encounter. Yet in such an intimate setting, coming face to face with the formidable Mitsai, who dominates the championship, elicits an indescribable feeling, an amalgamation of admiration and caution. Moreover, as a defender, he often envisions himself as one of the championship defenders bested by Mitsai during matches observed at the youth training camp. Coupled with the media's portrayal of Mitsai, he has gradually developed a perception of him as a monster, genuinely intimidated. Age becomes irrelevant. As peers, witnessing another of their age achieving such success stirs within Maguire only respect, admiration, and a deep-seated reverence. "You too," Mitsai remarks, somewhat taken aback, realizing for the first time that this renowned Manchester United defender hailed from Sheffield United's youth academy. However, he is more intrigued by another matter, his expression tinged with disdain. "What were you doing in the bedroom?" Maguire reacts, slightly ahead of Gilbert, his natural shyness causing him to stammer, "No, we weren't doing anything." "You're mistaken. We're both straight." "For heaven's sake," Mitsai quips, lightheartedly teasing them before moving on. Concluding the topic, he then engages in his inaugural physiotherapy massage session, reminiscent of his past experiences in a foot spa. However, as a professional therapist, Harry's techniques far surpassed those of the unfortunate foot massage attendants he once encountered. Ouch! Mitsai grimaces frequently, realizing just how sore certain muscle groups are during the massage. These are indeed potential hazards. Harry diligently applies pressure, explaining, "You young folks feel invincible after a warm-up and a run, but some areas are already suffering from accumulated strain. This isn't merely recovery. It borders on treatment. Thankfully, you've been proactive about physiotherapy. Otherwise, you could easily become fragile over time." He doesn't solely focus on criticism. He often praises Mitsai's strengths. "Your flexibility is excellent, surpassing any football player I've encountered, and your musculature is remarkably developed. If you commit to regular physiotherapy, I believe you could attain a physique akin to Cristiano's." This marks the third time he has referenced Cristiano, emphasizing that the Portuguese star possesses far more than what he showcases on the pitch. He also boasts an exceptional, often overlooked ability, an extraordinary attendance record. Whether during his later years at Manchester United or currently at Real Madrid, he consistently maintains full attendance each season, rarely requiring rotation and seldom suffering injuries. As if fatigue were a foreign concept to him. Best of luck. Harry might have thought this a jest, but he refrains from retorting, considering it only their first day on the job. On January 17th, the 26th round of the championship arrives, with Sheffield United's entire squad heading to Coventry's home ground. From the outset of the match, Mitsai exhibits the vigor reminiscent of the season's beginning, filled with energy, feeling as though he possesses boundless strength. Undoubtedly, this is a direct result of the physiotherapy sessions over the past couple of days, significantly alleviating his muscle fatigue in merely the first week. He reaps the benefits of investing 4,000 weekly into his training enhancements, solidifying his resolve to expand his team. Quinn's stunning volley, a breathtaking, flawless strike. Sheffield United takes the lead away from home. Fortunate Gilbert, after advancing to the flanks, initially aimed a cross for Borodanovic, but the ball veered off target. Unexpectedly, this fortuitous mishap sets up Quinn for a straightforward assist. Coventry's defense falters, and Montgomery delivers a pass to Mitsai. In the penalty area, this position is perilous. Having Mitsai receive the ball here already signifies Coventry's defensive failure, creating an angle. Richard Wood cannot keep pace with him, and Mitsai executes a curling shot into the far corner. Smooth and fluid, Mitsai extends the score to 2-0 for his team. Words fail to encapsulate his performance in the championship. Upon seeing him receive the ball in such a dangerous position, I am nearly certain he will execute a shot. Once he does, one can only pray that the ball drifts out of bounds, or that the goalkeeper can perform a miracle, a divine goal. Ched Evans, a bicycle kick, sends the ball into the net. Wow. This must be the best goal of the championship this week, with potential candidacy for the season's best goal. He has been scoring consecutively, and his form is undeniably improving. The defenders of Coventry must concentrate, for it was their inadequate clearance that afforded Evans the opportunity. Ward aims to break through Styburn on the flank. He stumbles slightly, only to have the ball intercepted and then reclaimed. He manages to bypass Styburn with a staggering leap. Coventry's central defense is rather sparse, having committed too many resources to their recent offensive efforts. Gilbert and Janjahans have both ventured into the penalty area, and Mail has joined from the left. A cross comes in, targeting the far post. Mail is unmarked at the point of delivery, leaping. His form may be ungraceful, yet the outcome remains the same. A brace for him. Mail has completed his double. He has scored the first headed goal of his professional career. The manner of his execution is inconsequential, as long as it finds the back of the net. He has been remarkably active today, constantly appearing in various attacking positions and, at times, even assisting his teammates in central defense. On the pitch, the exuberant Mail, having netted his second goal, sprinted towards the sidelines. He enthusiastically beckoned his teammates over, being the first to leap onto the advertising boards, waving his arms in celebration towards the traveling Sheffield United fans, exclaiming, "Yeah." His voice melded with that of the Sheffield United supporters, reverberating throughout the stadium. Following this match, he will head to London to sign that lucrative new contract with Arsenal, concluding this final game at a weekly wage of 10K, and delivering such a splendid performance serves as a gratifying farewell to his former self. Sheffield United triumphed over Coventry with a resounding score of 4-0. This marked the largest winning margin of the season, with Mail scoring twice, while Quinn and Evans each contributed a goal. The following day, Mail and Gilbert boarded the team's business vehicle, making their way to the Coney training ground. Much of what transpired has faded from memory, save for the recollection of the team's first assistant coach, Jorson, who at that time was merely a junior scout, driving his dilapidated pickup truck, embodying the essence of a rugged cowboy, I say. Jorson remarked, now seated in the vehicle, prepared to accompany them. Could you refrain from gazing at me with that grin? It's a bit unsettling, in retrospect. Everything this season for Sheffield United seems intertwined with Jorson's daring initiative prior to the season. And with this very road, he sped home in his barely operational vehicle, having secured 2 promising young talents. Yet, who could have foreseen the significant contributions they would make to the team? That once somewhat naive statement of "if you take the field, I hope you give your all for Sheffield," now resonates as if he possessed some prophetic insight. Not considering purchasing a new vehicle? Mail inquired, looking at Jorson, with whom he had grown up alongside. Their bond naturally quite close. Your salary must have multiplied, hasn't it? Indeed, several times over, Jorson admitted, turning his gaze out the window. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I'm not planning on buying. I've been in talks with a sports journalist from a television station. I'm preparing for marriage. Beware of beautiful women, Mail jested, yet offered his well wishes. But I hope you find happiness. Jorson did not linger on the topic, instead countering, what about you? With that hefty salary on the horizon, are you not looking to buy? Oh, I certainly am, Mail replied with a light chuckle, expressing his aspirations. I'm currently learning to drive, and once I obtain my license, I shall purchase a car without delay. What kind are you considering? Jorson's question prompted Mail to ponder. In truth, there were many things he yearned for in his previous life, things he once could only dream of, yet now that he has the means, he finds himself grappling with choices. Nothing specific, he finally admitted. Observing his indecision, Jorson shrugged and suggested, in the future, when wealthier, you could choose from several dealerships and acquire one of each. What a splendid idea. Mail laughed heartily, relieved of his hesitation, finding merit in the suggestion, as he has always had an affinity for cars and could envision creating a garage in the future. Have the signings been finalized? Gilbert piped up from the back seat, leaning forward with curiosity. Jorson nodded, glancing at them. Are you not aware? Many within the team are already privy to the news. New players are reporting today. We only know of Maguire. Gilbert responded, shaking his head, as their information seemed somewhat limited. The new arrivals were players promoted from the youth team rather than transfers. Let us see. Jorson retrieved his phone, displaying a list for the two to peruse. Mail quickly scanned the names. Excluding Maguire from the academy, there were 5 new players joining, most of whom he did not recognize. Only one, Kyle Walker, on loan, was someone he knew well. He is destined to become a world-class fullback. What a pity about Walker, Jorson lamented. He was a product of the club's youth system, quite young, and was sold to Tottenham for over £3 million 2 years ago. No point in crying over spilled milk. Mail consoled, reflecting on the relatively high success rate of Sheffield United's youth system, for achieving promotion within half a season is already commendable. At last, they arrived at the Coney training ground. Chapter 84. The official signing of the new contract. A triumphant return. The initial encounter with Wenger. In front of the Coney training facility, players who have been promoted to Arsenal's U18 squad awaited. Not only them, but a few players from lower-tier youth teams mingled among them, their eyes brimming with anticipation, a stark contrast to the farewell they had given the two earlier. Here they come, Hans exclaimed as he spotted a business vehicle approaching, adjusting his tie with care. Today, he presented himself in impeccable form, even bringing along his wife. Surely this isn't the one? His wife voiced her skepticism, having been dragged out by her husband and taking half a day off from work. They shouldn't even have a license. Despite being the head coach of Arsenal U18 and often training alongside the first team at the same facility, the reality is that youth coaches at prestigious clubs generally do not match up to the first-team players. Not merely in terms of salary and recognition, but also in status and position. It is unlikely for him to be acquainted with the stars of the first team, and bringing his wife along merely to flaunt his connection often results in the stars offering him only a nod of acknowledgement. Captain! They've arrived. They've arrived. The shout came from the business vehicle as Gilbert was the first to disembark, instantly igniting excitement among the Arsenal U18 players. However, while some could still call out to him as captain, others, burdened with mixed emotions, found themselves unable to utter a word. With 6 goals and 3 assists in the championship that season, Gilbert's gap from them was no longer just that of a player and captain. "Hello, everyone," Gilbert greeted, standing tall and proud, his smile radiant. "Miss me after half a year?" To the Arsenal players, Gilbert now exuded a different aura, a composure honed through countless fiercely contested professional matches, infused with the confidence of a multi-million-pound valuation. "Long time no see," Hans approached, filled with mixed feelings. He had only spent 6 months with Mail, but had shared 5 years with Gilbert. He patted Gilbert on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've changed so much. You look even stronger than on TV. Surely you've been training hard with Mail." "Indeed," Gilbert responded, feeling nostalgic as he embraced his former coach, both men patting each other's backs heartily. At tea that moment, Mail and Jorson emerged from the vehicle together, closing the door behind them. "The king of long-range shots in the championship, I've come just to see him, the new superstar. Some say he is the next Henry, far surpassing Gilbert. That's him. Let us get a photo with him later." The Arsenal U18 members familiar with Mail found themselves engulfed in an even more complex swirl of emotions than before. They watched every week as Mail and Gilbert played, and long ago had reached a consensus that being teammates with such players was a source of pride, a mark of their honor. Logically, they should have treated Mail with at least the same enthusiasm as they had Gilbert. Yet, this was not the case. Most of them, though breathing rapidly and glancing around, said nothing. The shift in status was too great. If Gilbert had widened the gap over the past months, rendering them feel distant, then Mail had skyrocketed like a rocket, leaving them feeling like moths flickering in the presence of a bright moon. "Hello, brothers, long time no see." Mail greeted them, specifically searching for Ian, only to find he was no longer on the team. Only a few members of the U18 squad waved at him, awkwardly lowering their hands to their heads as if to scratch, creating a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere. "Mail, can we take a picture together?" "IVE got paper and pen. Could you sign for me?" "Me too." Thankfully, the younger players came to the rescue, surrounding Mail with excitement, bringing life back to the scene. Mail relished the attention from the children, having experienced similar moments at Sheffield United, yet none compared to the exhilaration of returning home in such a manner. He graciously fulfilled each request, leaving none unattended. Once the commotion subsided, Hans approached him, his heart swelling with emotion. He had long awaited this day, eager to meet Mail. "This is my wife," he introduced, beaming with pride. "What an honor," Mail replied courteously, shaking hands with the slightly bashful woman beside him. Before embracing Hans once more, observing Hans's silence, he took the initiative to inquire, "What about Ian? I haven't seen him. Has he left?" "Yes," came the reply. He could only follow Meyer's lead, attempting to engage in conversation as much as possible. "After you departed, he underwent a transformation, especially after your goal in the championship. His demeanor shifted significantly, becoming taciturn and self-disciplined. His form in matches gradually improved as well, although he was not selected for the first team by Mr. Wenger. He was swiftly signed by a League One club. I have been keeping an eye on him. He has already made 9 appearances this season. How things have changed." Meyer expressed his sentiments, reflecting that this could be considered a butterfly effect since his arrival. "Are those old sneakers still around?" he asked, smiling as he looked at Hans. "Indeed," Hans replied, a smile spreading across his face as he took a bag from his wife. "I brought them specifically for you to sign, as a keepsake for home." Meyer retrieved the sneakers from the bag, reminiscing about his first extra training session on long-range shots. Noticing a pin in the bag, presumably prepared in advance, he picked it up and signed his name, adding, "This represents a new beginning," indicating that the shoes symbolized the commencement of his professional career. He would never forget the kindness shown by Hans during his low moments. One always remembers those who lend a helping hand in times of need. He planned to repay Hans's kindness in the future, for friendship must not be forsaken. Upon seeing the inscription, Hans trembled with excitement and quickly tucked the sneakers away, exclaiming, "Mr. Wenger is waiting for you in the media room. You should hurry." Meyer nodded and proceeded toward the media room, while Gilbert lingered a moment longer, having matured beyond his youthful exuberance, understanding that some matters could no longer be approached in the same manner as before. In the media room, several cameras were already set up and filming had commenced. Wenger, seated at the head of the table, noticed that the shooting might disrupt his private conversation with the players. So he stood up and said, "I'll step outside and wait. Please hold on, they should arrive shortly." He made his way to the entrance of the executive building, standing there in anticipation. "Mr. Wenger, he was greeted by a young woman at the reception desk who promptly brought a chair. Concerned he might stand too long and no need, Wenger waved her off, thanking her as he crossed his arms and began to pace. Soon, he spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Due to his severe myopia, he couldn't make out the person clearly, but his heart raced with intuition telling him it was Meyer. Judging by his stature, he appeared tall and exuded an air of elegance without appearing weak, suggesting someone who had weathered numerous storms, and indeed, that was the case. "You should dress warmly," Wenger remarked as Meyer ascended the steps to the executive building and embraced him. "A significant day," Wenger smiled. Unable to conceal his admiration for Meyer, "A brief wait is fine. My office has clothing available." "Mendez couldn't make it," Meyer explained, having learned just days ago that his uncle had passed away, and unfortunately, today was the funeral. Wenger expressed his regret with a half-serious, half-joking demeanor, saying, "I should be pleased he isn't here, but I will still pay my respects to his uncle." As they walked toward the media room, Wenger moved slowly, seeming to want to converse more privately. "From your very first appearance, I took notice of you and have followed your progress ever since. Initially, I would merely glance at the match reports written by scouts. Later, I began watching highlight reels, and now I almost always find time to watch your entire matches. My wife is aware of this, though I certainly wouldn't bring her to the club to clarify it to you." He chuckled. Meyer smiled, appreciating the initial rapport, likely influenced by his pre-existing admiration for the season manager. "Are you settling in well in Sheffield?" Wenger inquired, not wishing to confine their conversation solely to football on this significant day. "I'm referring to life. Have you found a girlfriend?" "It's going well," Meyer nodded, then smiled while shaking his head. "I haven't found a girlfriend yet. I'm quite busy with limited social activities." "In a rush," Wenger raised an eyebrow. Offering his perspective, "London girls are better. I've been here for over a decade and can assure you, they are the most spirited in all of England." "You certainly have experience," Meyer noted, playfully implying a deeper understanding of the subject. "I am a loyal person," Wenger replied calmly, not in haste to prove himself, whether to the team or family. Meyer immediately found this credible. It was hard not to believe, especially given the context of the team. Apart from his initial comment, Wenger had not explicitly stated how much he valued Meyer, nor had the latter expressed his thoughts on the club or his personal aspirations. Yet, both sensed an unspoken understanding. A tacit rapport where a mere glance could convey a multitude of sentiments without needing to articulate them. "Please, come in." Upon entering the media room, Wenger gestured for Meyer to proceed, and from that moment, the flashbulbs began to pop. They took their seats and opened two contracts laid out on the table, feigning to review them before picking up nearby pens to sign their names in several places. This marked the formalization of the agreement. Meyer exhaled deeply. It was a pivotal moment for him, having secured his first substantial contract. From the moment he inscribed his name, he had already received a signing bonus of $750,000, and moving forward, he would earn approximately 5 per minute, $3.10 per hour, and $7,440 per day. "We eagerly anticipate your arrival." Wenger stood up, extending his hand toward Meyer with a hopeful smile. "I trust our collaboration will be not only enjoyable but also remarkable." This represented his highest aspirations, and he had no qualms about expressing this in front of the media, for he believed in Meyer's future. "I hope for the same," Meyer replied as they shook hands, both lifting an Arsenal jersey without a number, gazing forward to capture a precious memento. After exiting the media room, they made their way to the entrance of the executive building. "There's a league match tomorrow," Wenger noted, quite busy, having carved out time today solely for the signing. "So I won't keep you for dinner and idle chatter. You're still in the midst of the season." He believed this hurried encounter was merely temporary. Once the season concluded, they would have ample opportunity to get to know each other better. "Stay strong. Your goals are clear. If you achieve them, I will personally come to your territory to congratulate you." Meyer longed to assert that, in some respects, he understood himself better than Wenger did, but he refrained, confidently stating, "I will, so I'll be waiting for you in Sheffield, Mr. Wenger." Thus, their first meeting concluded. However, he was certain that the bond between them was only just beginning. Far from its end. Chapter 85. See you on the professional arena. Revenge against Norwich, a hearty nutritional meal. Upon exiting the executive building, Meyer arrived at the training base's entrance. Gilbert entered and immediately joined his agent. Having recently signed with the renowned English agent Barnett after the conclusion of the first half of the season, he was beginning to establish a professional demeanor. "We will discuss this another time." Hans smiled wryly, also looking forward to it. I wish time would pass more quickly, it will, Gilbert responded, stepping forward to converse with a few familiar faces. How has this year been? Not bad, came the reply. The training intensity has increased. Coach Hans has high hopes for us, and his confidence has soared. The atmosphere of diligent practice within the club was palpable, and everyone was making progress. What is it like on the professional stage? Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. I always imagine the air there is different from ours, possessing a unique magnetism, of course, that's merely my personal, somewhat romantic notion. Let us take a picture, said another, producing a phone, exclaiming, I almost forgot and nearly missed the opportunity. They finally grew comfortable with one another again. Someone snapped a few photos beside Meyer, while others, amidst laughter, pulled out paper and asked for his autograph. After these interactions, Gilbert emerged with his agent, exchanging a few words before departing. Let us go, Gilbert called to Meyer, and together they headed toward the vicinity of the business cirque. That moment, Jolson decided to be playful, resting a foot on the car's wheel and pretending to wear sunglasses on the back of his head. Adjusting them to his eyes as he exclaimed, Come on, lads, don't disdain my old pickup. You'll be comfortable once we reach the train station. The two were taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Reminiscing about the scenery as they exited, Good luck, Captain. Meyer, let those seasoned veterans in the championship experience the power of your shot. As dusk gradually descended, the two laughed as they got into the car. Gazing outside, their faces obscured, revealing only their animated arms. Meyer took a deep breath, joining in their excitement, and compared to before, he expressed, The professional arena awaits you. On January 22, the 27th round of the championship arrived. With a match against Norwich on the horizon, following their previous dismal defeat of 2-4 against Norwich, the players were eager to secure a victory at home. With the addition of several new recruits who have become well acquainted with the team, the arrival of Bertrand and Kyle Walker has replaced two defenders with notable vulnerabilities, significantly bolstering the backline in this match. Their determination is palpable as they vow to topple the second-place Norwich. Greetings, everyone. This is the focal clash of the 27th round of the championship. The Sheffield United squad, having ascended to third place in the standings after the last round, faces off against the consistently performing Norwich, who occupy the second spot. The two teams have already crossed paths once this season, where Norwich gained the upper hand, their possession play leaving Sheffield's defense in disarray. The match begins. Here is the commentary brought to you by Sky Sports. Norwich continues to firmly hold onto possession, while Sheffield United can only scramble to keep up with their passing, striving to maintain a solid defensive shape and prevent any significant gaps. Here comes a strike from Holohan. It strikes the crossbar, a powerful shot, but alas, it ricocheted off the defensive structure, so close. He is a familiar face to Sheffield United. In the previous match against them, Holohan netted his second career hat-trick. Ruddy. A spectacular save. The quality of this shot was nearly of certain goal caliber, yet Ruddy stretched out and deflected it with a single fist. The first half concludes, scoreless at 0. Although no goals have been scored, this does not detract from the brilliance of the performance. Both teams have exhibited exceptional skill, showcasing their finest levels. Notably, Norwich features a player who joined during the winter transfer window, while Sheffield boasts two. All three newcomers have performed admirably, demonstrating why they are starting right away. Mail cuts in. He sidesteps Russell, and he goes for another. Drury goes down. A curled shot. Oh my God. Ruddy's reflexes are astonishing. What is happening to him today? He once again denies a certain goal. Mail faces his opponent, clutching his head in disbelief. It is rare to see such an expression from him during matches. Sheffield United appears somewhat passive, having few opportunities. Even the deliveries to their most potent attacker, Mail, are scarce, leaving them slightly frustrated. As the final minutes approach, the match ends in a draw, a result both sides can accept, at least not losing points nor altering the gap. Kyle Walker is known for his incredible speed, which he showcased during his loan at Queen's Park Rangers, where he recorded 4 assists. Unfortunately, due to escalating tensions with star player Terabed, his loan ended prematurely. Now, he has joined Sheffield United. He breaks through. A cross. Norwich's centre-back Drury heads it away. Gilbert claims the ball, laying it off. Mail, now bearing the team's hopes. He cuts in, past 1-2. Is he going for a curled shot? No. He opts for a thunderous strike. Ruddy dives but misses. The ball is in. Unbelievable. I can hardly believe my eyes. At this crucial moment, he has stepped up, utilizing his extraordinary long-range shooting ability to send the ball into Norwich's net. 1-0. Ruddy can save the team once, save it twice, but he cannot thwart Mail's third shot on target. As the commentator roars, Mail pounds his chest, roaring towards the fans in celebration, releasing all the pent-up frustration from this match. In doing so, he achieves his revenge. Come on, Mail basks in the euphoric cheers of the crowd, clenching his fists and taking a few steps before delivering a powerful punch to the sky. His celebratory fervor seems boundless as he turns to face his approaching teammates, arms outstretched, eyes closed, awaiting their embrace. Gilbert, resembling a flying shoulder tackle from WWE, shouts as he leaps towards Mail, acknowledging his assist. Click, click. The cameras at the sidelines capture this moment. With the defeated Norwich players serving as the backdrop, this photograph undoubtedly deserves to be the post-match cover. 1-0. Sheffield United avenges Norwich at home. Mail's thunderous strike secures crucial 3 points for Sheffield United. This marks his third winning goal this season. As January comes to a close, Sheffield United finds itself with no further matches for over 10 days, providing a lengthy respite. Mail's routine has become more structured, gradually increasing the intensity of his training, aided by Harry's massages, significantly enhancing his physical resilience. On this day, Safina prepares diligently, visiting his home multiple times to prepare meals, a frequency far exceeding that of Harry's. The first meal occurs at 7:30 in the morning, comprising cheese, ham, yogurt, and a nutritionally balanced fruit salad. The second meal follows after morning training, featuring a hearty portion of eggs, chicken, and steak, the largest intake of the day. Subsequently, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the meal mainly consists of fruits, accompanied by some meticulously crafted toast. Finally, at 6:30 in the evening, the last meal focuses on whole grain carbohydrates and protein-rich meats, complemented by some vegetables. Of course, this is not absolute, and adjustments are made based on his daily physical condition, altering the nutritional balance accordingly. No more sugary drinks for you. On this day, Safina glances at a fridge full of beverages, advising, if you're determined to make a change, you cannot afford to be complacent. Nutritious meals cannot offset junk food. You cannot believe that if you eat healthily today, you can indulge a little. You will not receive the remaining 9 points. You will only achieve 6 or 7, perhaps even lower. Mail stands nearby, contemplating the idea of bidding farewell to these tantalizing drinks, his mouth watering with desire. It stimulates his brain, compelling him to defy Safina, saying, I cannot give these up. The rigorous training routine has equipped him with coping mechanisms for such situations. He tenses the muscles in his brow, pushing the flesh of his forehead towards his brain. Using external pressure to force his mind into a blank state, he gestures to Safina, quite directly. Please dispose of them as you leave. All right, Safina, resembling an emotionless machine, picks up a bag from the side and removes all the drinks. Gilbert stands by, grinning mischievously, relishing the moment. And you? Safina notices him, reiterating, no more buying drinks. You two live together. If you drink, he will drink too. Oh, fine. Gilbert suddenly feels the sting of her words. After spending a few days together, he has been captivated by Safina's culinary skills, feeling a bit subservient. It is not merely that her food is exceptionally tasty, but more so her nutritional balance and expertise. He did not require Mail to repay the €500. Now that he has received a pay raise, he does not lack for funds, feeling somewhat odd having someone constantly treating him. He too begins to feel a bit disheartened, standing beside Mail with a grimace, lamenting, what monumental achievement must one attain to feel a sense of balance after such sacrifices? The Champions League, perhaps. Mail is also in a dismal mood, feeling that his life is rather bleak, bluntly stating 2 goals, and the Ballon d'Or. Huh? Gilbert, inherently carefree and easily distracted, momentarily forgets his gloom, incredulously asking, are you joking or do you genuinely believe that? Those 2 things have little relevance to us. Mail gazes at him with a sigh, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection, yet not forgetting his humor. You'll understand when you reach my age, Mail. Gilbert purses his lips, hesitating before saying, you are not humorous in the slightest. All right. Mail finds himself at a loss for words, forcing a dry laugh. Ha ha. Safina, standing nearby, covers her mouth, laughing for the first time, teasing, I watched you play 2 matches and found you indeed performed well. possessing the potential to secure a position in a prestigious club. But one cannot excel at everything. Chapter 86. Curled Shot Level 4. A new bonus contract. The grueling training continues day after day. With the addition of the physiotherapist, Male's body has developed greater endurance, accelerating his training frequency. Previously, he relied on rudimentary methods to protect his body, practicing for a while and resting when fatigue set in, stretching while seated. Now, with Harry and Safina aiding him in body care, it seems training time has diminished, yet the intensity has increased, and he is improving his speed. Male feels that increased intensity is also a form of training for his body. He has noticed a significant rise in his endurance. The skill panel should be coming soon. Having dealt with the proficiency panel for so long, he has developed a sense of familiarity and predictive ability. He wonders if the affinity or prediction panel might emerge. However, he doubts it, as he has recently been practicing driving, hoping for a similar panel to appear, yet it did not. It seems only football or athletic abilities can yield such panels. A flurry of random thoughts crosses Male's mind, and he again uses his brow to force his brain into a blank state, focusing on training diligently. Skill. Curved Shot Level 3. Proficiency. 724/800. On January 28th, he realized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his proficiency with the curved shot. He promptly adjusted his training regimen, increasing the focus on practicing this skill. While one can be rigid in many aspects, a person must remain flexible. He aspired to elevate this skill before the upcoming match. As he maintained a consistent diet, he gradually noticed certain changes in his physique. Previously, he primarily relied on Harry's recovery training and physiotherapy for a stronger feedback experience, with nutrition serving more as a psychological comfort. However, now, various aspects were indeed improving. He felt invigorated every day, and even his motivation for training had increased. This made him value Safina more, often engaging in casual conversations with her at home, leading to a gradual familiarity between them. Male had once questioned his own motivations, as Safina possessed a certain allure and an intriguing charm of a young woman. He believed he harbored no ulterior motives, yet occasionally, in moments of leisure, he found himself indulging in errant thoughts, fearing he might be in denial. Since middle school, his inclinations had leaned towards the same sex. Of course, he had no intention of pursuing a girlfriend, merely appreciating beauty. Until one day, during a casual chat, when Safina uttered those words, he felt no trace of regret within himself. Instead, as their interactions became more relaxed, he fully embraced his identity, as long as he wasn't overly excited. It meant he was fine. On January 31st, at the end of the month, while immersed in training, Male sensed a pronounced response from the soleus muscle around his ankle and the quadriceps at his knee, signaling an enhancement. Having trained alongside Harry for so long, he had also learned the names of some muscles, gaining a clearer understanding of the human body. Skill. Arc Blade Level 4. Proficiency. 1/2000. Effect. After significantly enhancing the curve, you begin to focus on increasing the power of your curved shot. You have perfectly mastered the technique of generating power during a curved shot, understanding how to contract and extend your muscles instantaneously. Here it comes. The third skill at Level 4, Long Shot Level 4, Cross Level 4, Curved Shot Level 4. Arc Blade. As the name suggests, he has now greatly augmented the power of his curved shots, which will not diminish their arc. Rather, the initial force will enhance the curvature. Boom, boom. Male attempted a couple of shots on the field. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend how players adept at cutting in could also generate the power of a long shot with the instep during a curved shot. But now, he understood. The improvement in his abilities invigorated his desire to train. Humans are inherently this way. Clutching the football, he embarked on training in other categories. He seemed to lose track of time, running across the pitch with the sensation of a fish swimming freely in the ocean. Skill. Stamina Level 2. Proficiency. 379/800. Effect. You have begun to recognize the importance of enhancing cardiovascular capacity for athletes. You appear to possess a certain foundation in muscular endurance, which will facilitate your training and promote rapid improvement. You eagerly anticipate the day of upgrading. Stamina? Male suddenly halted, feeling a sense of clarity. This capability had finally emerged, as he had anticipated. The stamina of this body, akin to short passing, had a solid foundation, reflected in the Level 2 status upon the panel. Naturally, he decided to train naturally. Male had no intention of intensifying his stamina training. It wasn't that he was unaware of its significance. but rather that his current stamina sufficed for the championship if he gave his all. He could sustain a sprint for 70 minutes, and managing to run the entire match posed no significant issue. Additionally, the lack of strength training was closely related to this, as the season was ongoing. He faced considerable pressure to enhance his skill-based capabilities, and embarking on rigorous strength and stamina training would merely burden him. With matches every week, he felt like an old man, aching here and there, cramping after just a few steps. That would hardly qualify as playing. After this crucial second half of the season, or during a period of significant leisure, he would consider training then. Speed training differed from these two attributes. It primarily focused on rapid muscle contraction, requiring less intensity. Skill, explosiveness level 3, proficiency, 192-2000, skill. Arch pass level 3, proficiency, 381-800, skill. Weak foot level 1, proficiency, 259-300. Male glanced at the proficiency panel of his other skills, noting slight increases. The slow progress was attributed to his recent intensification of curved shot training. Now, he aimed to balance his training once more, confident that his speed would surely surpass previous levels. Grind, truly grind until a formidable talent emerges. After enduring countless repetitive training sessions, Male's mind briefly spiraled into a frenzied state, the exhilaration causing him to lose some rationality. As an adult, he dared not act foolishly in front of others. But when alone, he cared little. Training must not overshadow the need for nourishment. I underestimated you. Harry never fully conveyed this to me. You are not merely a training fanatic. Devil would be a more fitting description. They are mostly formalists. Male spoke grandiloquently, justifying himself, not necessarily seeking to enhance his strength, but rather desiring a sense of justified presence on the training ground, a comfort to his own conscience. Of course, it did not rule out the possibility that many were indeed disciplined, yet most operated within their capabilities, refraining from pursuing extreme breakthroughs. One must learn to find joy amidst hardship and savor the thrill of pushing one's limits, making it the ultimate pursuit. He chuckled bitterly. Who truly finds joy amidst hardship and pursues it? It was all nonsense, mere self-soothing. He answered the phone. Hello? Is there something of importance? Male. The winter transfer window is nearing its end. Has Gary Speed mentioned that the club intends to offer you a performance incentive contract? The voice on the other end resonated with generosity, or rather, every word he spoke bore a sense of magnanimity. It is a special bonus set for exceptional players. And in addition, there is an overall bonus of $6 million for the entire team. Oh, by the way, this is my first time making this call. I'm McCabe. Male's expression brightened. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Who would ever complain about receiving more money? When will the contract be signed? If there is time, today. Very well. Male suppressed his curiosity, yet ultimately couldn't resist asking. Can you tell me the amount of the contract in advance? Apologies, it is indeed enticing. I wish to know as soon as possible. Initially, I considered 1.5 million. McCabe's voice grew even more generous, like a benefactor, but my daughter suggested, why not directly 2 million? I thought about it. And it does sound like a joke, as if treating money as a trivial matter. But believe me, as a reasonably successful businessman, I value money above all else. I even deliberate when someone asks to borrow 10,000. However, I have always adhered to the principle that no matter how outstanding a player is, it is still a collective victory. It wasn't until the last match against Norwich, when my daughter shouted from my box, "He is the Sheffield god," that I calmed down and reconsidered. I will be over shortly. Male restrained his laughter, attempting to appear unexcited, lowering his voice. Are you at the training base? Yes. After ending the call, he exhaled deeply, rising from the sofa to head towards the door to change his shoes. He hadn't finished eating yet. Safina stood up, following him to the door. Is there something urgent? Male nodded, joyfully stating, the team is going to sign a bonus contract with me. It has been a series of joyful events lately, as if pounds were falling from the sky. It a substantial amount. Safina could not help but inquire, curiosity shimmering in her eyes. 2 million. Male did not conceal this detail from her. Huh? Safina gasped in astonishment, her expression momentarily frozen. Was it merely a bonus? No matter how professional she was, she lived in the real world and had a clear understanding of money. Indeed. Male relished her reaction, and after putting on his shoes, he stepped towards the door. Let us eat before leaving. Actually, the training base. In the owner's office on the top floor of the administrative building, after McCabe finished speaking, he suddenly coughed a few times and added, "Some core players also have bonuses. I must mention this, you are not the only one," he candidly stated, "such as Evans, Janihans, and Roberts, but their combined amounts can only rival yours." I shouldn't have said that. McCabe chuckled, aware that this was a taboo. Yet he had his own plans. "I hope you won't disclose this." What he desired was for Mail to feel his uniqueness and importance, as well as the regard everyone held for him. I want T. Mail shook his head, indicating that McCabe need not worry. As he perused the specific clauses of the contract on the way here, he had asked Mendez about it. Mendez mentioned he was aware but had instructed the club to contact the player directly. This also indicated that the club was proactively showing sincerity by offering you an incentive contract. You certainly cannot go back and haggle. The $2 million contract is certainly not a foolish contract solely based on lead the team to promotion and take all. It includes numerous clauses. While casually aiming for a $2 million bonus is trivial, misjudging the situation and ultimately failing to achieve promotion is far more significant. However, compared to Arsenal's bonus contract, this one is relatively straightforward. It primarily consists of two main categories, each with 3 tiers. The first category pertains to bonuses for goals scored. The first tier is 30, the second is 40, and the third is 50. With respective bonuses of 30 each, totaling 900,000. Mike Boo possesses an uncanny ability to understand people's hearts. Since a bonus contract has been offered, why not directly place some funds into Meyer's pocket? After 27 rounds of the league, Meyer has already amassed 19 goals and 16 assists, totaling 30 goal contributions, while effortlessly pocketing 300,000. The next milestone is not far off. The second matter pertains to the ranking with which one enters the Premier League. One layer is the playoffs, another the promotion zone, and yet another the championship. The rewards for each are 200,000, 400,000, and 500,000 respectively. One is not limited to just one reward. Progressing through the layers allows one to claim all preceding bonuses. Mr. Mike Boo, I assure you, this decision of yours will certainly not be misguided or reckless, nor will it be unjust. Having set aside the contract, Meyer, now that he has received the funds, naturally wishes to express a few kind words. At the end of the season, I hope your team achieves great success, and I aspire to contribute in a manner that everyone wishes to witness. Mike Boo beamed with joy, gesturing for Meyer to sign. The efficiency is truly remarkable. He withdrew his card, marveling at Mike Boo's swift transfer, his anticipation for the license growing ever more intense. Chapter 87. Still in the championship? The panic among championship teams. On February 2 ND, the new month's fixtures commenced, with Sheffield United facing Leicester City. The match kicked off at noon, with over 30,000 fans fervently cheering at Bramall Lane as the game began. In such an electric atmosphere, maintaining composure is a challenge. Just last month, they achieved 4 victories out of 5, amassing 12 championship points. But is that truly just points? No. That represents the leverage for his promotion and salary increase, a source of pride as he seeks success in his coaching career post-retirement. A vital foundation that invigorates him with 12 doses of invigorating medicine. Bang! In the 31st minute of the match, the young midfielder from Leicester, Andy King, broke through their defenses and scored from a corner kick. Sheffield's assassin, Gary Speed, gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing at the clock, but he was not overly concerned. There was still plenty of time, as he had anticipated. Merely 9 minutes later, Meyer seized an opportunity on the flank, executed a breakthrough, and delivered a precise cross to Evans, who leapt and struck the ball with his knee into the net. 1-1. The scores are level. Yeah, roars erupted, not only from the fans in attendance, but also from Gary Speed, who clenched his fists and bellowed with exhilaration. How could one miss this moment of celebration? At this juncture, he felt that Bill Shankly's famous quote, "Without fans, football is nothing," was not absolute. Gary Speed had his own sentiments to express. Without the celebrations and roars following a goal, football would fail to stir emotions and serve as the cornerstone for many. Here it comes again. He witnessed Meyer's shooting stance, observed the height and quality of the ball after he struck it. Instinctively raising his hands, believing a second wave of excitement was about to strike, clang! Gary Speed, with his hands raised, cradled his head in despair, his body sinking slightly, nearly collapsing to his knees, but catching himself just in time. That sentiment surely requires an additional tinge of regret. The first half concluded with both sides entering halftime with a scoreline of 1-1. This pressure stemmed from their winning streak, compounded by his own compulsions and external expectations placed upon the team. In the 73rd minute of the match, noticing that his team had yet to score, Gary Speed grew anxious. He summoned Mark Yates, preparing to make a bold move. At that moment, he noticed the fans suddenly paying attention, rising from their seats with eager anticipation. The ball unceremoniously found its way into the net, with Ward sprinting towards Kyle Walker, who had just assisted him. The arrival of this wingback provided him with more opportunities to exploit the flanks and penetrate the center. Yeah, Gary Speed leaped from his spot, joining the fans in their cheers, gesturing to Mark Yates, who was just removing his substitute vest, indicating for him to take a seat. 2-1. They had turned the tide. But that was not the end. Merely 3 minutes later, Meyer once again charged towards the center, having repeated this action multiple times today, seemingly fixated on something, a curling shot. Gary Speed surmised, having noted the quality of Meyer's 2 previous attempts, in such circumstances. There is no harm in trying again. Bang! In the midst of cutting inside, Meyer suddenly struck the ball, which sped towards the goal like an arrow, crashing into the net and spinning along the side. Whoosh! Wow! The crowd erupted once more, their cheers thunderous, infused with astonishment. Regardless of the outcome, such a long-range curling shot from outside the box is undeniably mesmerizing. Look at him! Look at him! Gary Speed laughed heartily, turning to point at Meyer on the pitch, a proud expression mixed with a hint of bitter laughter emerging, grateful he was retired, lest he might have been compared alongside him. Little did he expect that Meyer had not yet finished with Leicester's goalkeeper. Charles, bang! Just 3 minutes before the match concluded, he unleashed a thunderous curling shot that breached Charles's defenses. Wow, wow! The astonishment was even more intense than before. No one could withstand witnessing their players score 2 goals in a single match. Charles lay on the ground, staring up at the portion of the sky obscured by the stadium's roof, shielding his face with his hands, utterly dejected, pondering what sins he had committed in the first minute of stoppage time. Defender Stephen capitalized on a chaotic corner kick situation to net Sheffield United's 5th goal of the match. Haha! At that moment, Gary Speed laughed heartily, repeatedly clapping his hands in a state of bliss. This latter part of the match was undeniably a series of delightful surprises, forever etched in memory. His jubilant expression was captured by the cameras, destined to grace the cover of that match report. Gary Speed smile. Sheffield United triumphed over Leicester City with a resounding score of 5-1. Meyer netted a brace, surpassing 20 goals in the season. How far could he be from his next hat-trick? The following day, as the transfer window officially closed, Sheffield United had invested $16 million during this winter window, marking one of their most significant expenditures in the past 2 years. Should there be any Arsenal fans who also keep an eye on Meyer's performance at Sheffield United, they might realize that Arsenal's winter investments did not surpass those of championship teams, and Sheffield United was not the only one that afternoon. At Reading's training base, after the regular training session concluded, players sat on the grass to stretch and rest. Help me check something. Reading's star player, Sean Long, stood beside an assistant coach who, noticing the latter engrossed in his phone, inquired with a hint of urgency. Can you see if Sheffield United's Meyer has left the championship? All right. He crouched down, shook his head, and offered some comforting words. It's really no big deal. There are still many matches left. Stay competitive. Don't give up until the last moment. You still have a chance to be the best. Sean Long nodded absent-mindedly, remaining silent, his demeanor betraying a hint of melancholy. As a young player, he felt this sentiment was more suited for someone of Zaha's or Andy King's age, let alone in front of the 17-year-old Meyer. Sighing, he sought someone to confide in. I don't understand. I truly don't understand why some players emerge so suddenly. Have you ever seen a player like that? No. The assistant coach shook his head. There simply isn't a growth rate like this, and no matter whose journey you examine, you won't find a parallel. He recalled something, adding, of course, there is one. Ronaldo, the extraterrestrial, who debuted with high statistics. But he is an alien, after all. Sean Long grew increasingly despondent, sighing repeatedly, a demeanor that did not align with his tough guy image. Are you suggesting he might reach the heights of Messi or Ronaldo in the future? I didn't say that. The assistant coach shook his head, cautious not to make such bold claims. He merely stated, he's peculiar, and I feel sorry for you. You're in such great form this season but have encountered a player like him. Sean Long sat with his head bowed, his knees pressed against his shoulders, burying his face in his legs. That guy hasn't he left? Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded at Queen's Park Rangers training ground, coinciding with the conclusion of afternoon training for nearly all clubs. Someone called out to Tarupt, lamenting, what he said earlier was true. He hasn't left the team, and Wenger hasn't summoned him. Tarupt was somewhat akin to Meyer, a player who had risen unexpectedly in the championship. At the beginning of the season, he could only claim a stable starting position, but his data was not particularly remarkable. Yet, as he gradually adapted, he unleashed astonishing talent, surpassing 10 goals and assists, showcasing performances worthy of best player accolades. A gifted player. If he hasn't left, he hasn't left. Tarupt said nothing, but his expression darkened, stubbornly asserting, sooner or later, I'll surpass him. He won't be able to bask in glory for long, no worries. Tarupt scoffed lightly. Seemingly indifferent to the matter, he was a proud yet rugged Moroccan. However, his style of play was quite different, often dazzling opponents with his exquisite technique and incisive breakthroughs, leading to goals or assists. Everyone admires his innate talent. This player seems to be a close friend of Talbot, who, in a sycophantic manner, continues to offer comfort. But within the Queen's Park team, no one envies him. We all know who the true genius is, the artist of the pitch. You were born in '89, and he in '93. Ah, there's hardly a difference. The moment he uttered the ages, regret washed over him. He merely sought to portray that this is truly how I feel. And thus feigned nonchalance as he pressed on. Unsurprisingly, this flattery struck the wrong chord. Talbot suddenly erupted, striding forward to kick a water bottle lying on the ground, sending it crashing through a window of the administrative building. A loud bang followed, and an elderly gentleman leaned out from above, furiously shouting, "Who did that?" To his astonishment, Talbot's temper flared even more. Not only did he acknowledge the act with a defiant glare, but he also raised his middle finger in a provocative gesture, further stoking the flames. At the Watford training facility, the star forward Graham clutched his phone, anxiously tapping into Mail's search bar and delving into the secondary page. He disregarded everything else, fixating solely on the phrase, Mail scores twice, surpassing 20 goals in a single season. "Oh," Graham exclaimed in exasperation, drenched in sweat, wishing to slap himself for even visiting such a page. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, feeling the weight of immense pressure, his nerves beginning to fray. Suddenly, he went into a frenzy, charging at a teammate and delivering a hefty punch to his arm. The unsuspecting Watford player, eyes wide with disbelief, felt as if he were witnessing madness, astonished that he would experience such a bizarre encounter in his lifetime. This shock reached an extreme, compelling him to tremble and laugh at what should have been a moment of fury. Even uttering words he never expected. All right, good. Chapter 88. The intense schedule of February, topping the championship scorer list. On February 5th, in the 29th round of the championship, Sheffield United visited Ipswich Town, with the match commencing at 4 in the afternoon. Due to a slight groin strain, Janjahans would miss 3 matches, and Boladanovic was sidelined due to muscle fatigue. Gary Speed had no choice but to field Mark Yates alongside a new signing, hoping they could adequately fill those positions. Jimmy Blades advanced with the ball. As a new addition to the team, he had yet to showcase his potential during his time at Hull City. But he gradually began to shine at Ipswich. Can he notice David's movement? No. He has a better option. Delaney, a swift shot. The ball is in. Ipswich leads. Delaney struck the ball into the far corner just before Stephen could intervene. In the absence of the towering striker Boladanovic, Sheffield United found themselves lacking a crucial pivot in the attack. Gary Speed appeared somewhat at a loss, wishing that Janjahans and Boladanovic were merely rotated and not injured. A rapid series of passes ensued, as Ipswich attempted to execute a beautiful touch. Ipswich maneuvered through Sheffield's midfield, with a cross from Delaney. David, 2-0. Ipswich secured a 2-goal lead before halftime. Mail, once again in possession on the flank, found his success rate in breakthroughs lacking today, as Ipswich's fullbacks were particularly formidable. He aimed for the byline, but instead of passing, he surged inward. Can he make it? He slipped through beautifully, taking a couple of steps outward. The angle was tight, yet he prepared to shoot, his 22nd goal of the season. Oh! The goalkeeper got a touch on the ball, but it was insufficient to prevent it from finding the net. This was a powerful curling shot. Scoring in consecutive matches, this is Mail. Despite his team struggles, He often finds a way to inflict damage upon the opponent's goal. The match concluded, and Ipswich achieved a rare victory. They had struggled against mid-table teams, yet consistently performed exceptionally against the top four in the standings. The players were elated today. They deserved this victory, these 3 points. On the pitch, Gary Speed, somewhat disheartened, shook hands with the opposing coach, then stood at the sidelines, awaiting his players' exit. After greeting each one, he offered words of encouragement, leading them to acknowledge the away supporters, standing in a line to thank them. Applause erupted, accompanied by their cheers. Sheffield United's traveling fans had not chastised them but welcomed them as if they were returning triumphant. Children, hold your heads high. With 61 points from 29 matches, you have done splendidly, just a minor setback. We will always be here to support you. Charge towards the ultimate goal of the season. Mail stood in the midst of the team, lost in thought as he gazed at the supporters, clapping along with them. The feeling of losing away was not vastly different from a home defeat. Especially upon witnessing the away fans greet them in such a manner post-match, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. He etched these feelings into his memory, hoping they would ignite within him a greater fighting spirit, propelling him to cultivate more prominent and well-rounded abilities. One day, he would emerge on the pitch in an unstoppable state. On February 11th, Mail accompanied Harry to the gym to complete the final recovery training of the week. With the 30th round of the championship looming tomorrow, maintaining peak condition was imperative. There could be no slacking in this regard. February's schedule for Sheffield United was notably packed. Apart from the 2 matches already concluded, they had 5 more championship fixtures to play. Thankfully, they were solely focused on this front. Had they been fortunate enough to be competing in the FA Cup as well, the toll of fatigue would surely have resulted in more injuries than just Janyahan's. Private doctor? After their session, Mail sat on the sofa, rehydrating while discussing this topic with Harry. Is it necessary to find someone like you? Full-time? Not at all, Harry replied, adjusting the training equipment beside him. There's no need for a full-time private doctor. It suffices to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Generally, they will conduct regular checkups on your body, keeping a close eye on your health to prevent injuries. If you do sustain an injury, they will devise a more sensible rehabilitation plan than the club's medical staff. The reports they provide on your condition will also serve as a reference for Safina and me, aiding us in our work. Mail nodded slightly, though he still did not fully grasp the concept. But wouldn't that be similar to going directly to a private hospital? There are numerous private hospitals in Europe. Harry clarified. Simply inquire about those specializing in sports rehabilitation, and you can easily find some highly competent doctors. No, Harry, evidently more knowledgeable about this market, educated Mail. If your goal is to be the best, you must find the finest private doctor. Not just any top-tier one, but the absolute best. They possess not only exceptional expertise but also decades of experience and unique insights. These are what you truly need. Such doctors are undoubtedly in high demand. Without a lucrative long-term contract, who knows when you might secure an appointment with them or if they would be willing to allocate time for you. Mail nodded once more, indicating his understanding. It appeared this matter needed to be prioritized. He planned to speak with Mendez, as his connections would likely facilitate the search for an outstanding private doctor. He only needed to prepare his wallet to afford the high fees associated with hiring such a specialist. There was no other choice. He had to cherish his own well-being, as his body was of utmost importance. Investing in this aspect was essential for maintaining a long-term professional career and earning greater financial rewards. Moreover, it was time for Mendez to find him some social media operators. With his rising profile, his Facebook fanbase had now surpassed 400,000. He had also recently registered a new account on the social media platform Instagram, intending to develop his new presence alongside the growth of this emerging company. He recalled the lucrative advertisements worth hundreds of thousands of dollars per post. By preparing early in this regard, he stood a better chance of being among the first players to capitalize on the burgeoning endorsement market. What about rehabilitation equipment? Mail broached this point with Harry, as the personnel team was beginning to take shape, and he needed to consider the hardware comprehensively. In the future, the number of individuals assisting him would only increase, necessitating his own space and equipment. It would be impractical to bring his physiotherapist to the club's gym, treatment room, and rehabilitation area every day. What would the club's medical staff think? How would other players perceive it? Following the club's plan would surely not align with his expectations for accelerated improvement. Many high-achieving stars possess complete sets of such equipment in their luxurious homes, tailored exclusively for them. often surpassing what the club provides in terms of comprehensiveness and advancement. The sooner these devices were acquired, the sooner their benefits and effects could be enjoyed. Most importantly, the cryotherapy chamber must be considered first. Having spent many years at the club, Harry undoubtedly had valuable insights into this area. He patiently advised, if you are determined to set up a suite of such equipment in your future home, this should be your foremost consideration. Following that, consider the oxygen chamber, sauna, swimming pool, and gym, not to mention the basic equipment. You may also need to purchase some specialized devices based on personal requirements. Meyer found the inquiry regarding expenses quite extravagant, asking, what would the total cost be? The more affordable options would amount to several £100,000. While the pricier selections could reach millions, Harry shrugged and remarked, there are still too few companies in the market possessing these technologies. Monopoly pricing works this way. Meyer gazed up at the sky outside the gym and decided it was best to refrain from obtaining the complete set at once. Opting instead to take things slowly, for now, he would focus on performing well in the league, striving to secure more prize money. On February 12th, in the 30th round of the championship, Sheffield United faced the challenge of Millwall at Bramall Lane. This 30th round undoubtedly represented a critical juncture. Whether in the 38-round Premier League or the 46-round championship, the results at this point held immense significance. After this round, all teams would gain a clearer understanding of their standings for the season and what specific goals they should pursue. Sheffield United's overarching objective was unequivocal, to contend for promotion this season. However, the strategy varied greatly depending on whether they aimed for a top-2 promotion spot or the playoff positions ranging from 3rd to 6th. The former would necessitate expending all their energy at this moment, even risking player fatigue. They would forego rotating core players, gambling everything on the chance of accomplishing their promotion mission within the 46 rounds of the league. Should they fail, the repercussions could be dire, potentially leading to a collapse reminiscent of last season's debacle under Kevin, wherein they struggled to maintain competitiveness in the playoffs. Conversely, the latter approach would involve a more cautious advance, ensuring the core players remained in peak physical condition while steadily progressing through the league. Of course, this did not imply that they would deliberately take steps back, preparing for the playoffs directly from promotion contention. No sensible coach would adopt such a strategy. Rather, it signified that they would avoid overexerting the team's stamina, preparing gradually for the playoffs. Once an opportunity arose, they would unleash their most vigorous push for a top-2 finish. The match commenced, Millwall kicked off from the center circle, and as a mid-table team ranked 7th, they surely harbored aspirations for a playoff spot. The motivations of both teams were evident. Sheffield United, after experiencing a setback against Ipswich in the previous match, desperately needed a stable victory at home during this pivotal moment. Regarding the forward position, the yellow card was a small price to pay. With numerous Sheffield United players in the box, allowing Meyer to successfully cross would have disastrous consequences. Meyer received the ball, using his body to shield Dunn, preparing to pivot forcefully. A feint. He surged in the opposite direction. The movement may not have been fluid, but his speed left Dunn trailing behind. A precise through ball was sent toward the center. The ball sped past Robinson, who failed to intercept it. Evans made a diagonal run to meet it. This was a quintessential example of a direct pass and diagonal run. Wow, goodness, how did he perceive that line? I can confirm that Meyer has now acquired the ability to deliver threatening ground passes. The demon has descended. A world-class strike. It remains to be seen. This was no mere shot. It was a cannonball. A solid cannonball. No goalkeeper would dare attempt to catch such a shot. Would he attempt it again? He was audacious today, attempting a shot from this position, at least 40 yards from the goal. Ruho, what a wonderful goal, 2-0. Is he truly not Gerrard? Is he truly not Adriano? Quickly remove your mask and reveal your true self. The goalkeeper, Ford, raised his hands in resignation. This goal could neither be attributed to him nor his teammates. When someone unleashes a shot of this caliber, all one can do is side at halftime. In another match, Graham was substituted by Watford, no longer capable of scoring. Meyer, this monster from Carney, the pride of Ajax. At just 17 years and 197 days old, with 24 goals in the championship, he ascended to the top of the scoring charts, setting a new record. Who could have imagined that a player just 2.5 years shy of 20 could, in their debut season, simultaneously hold the title of top scorer and top assist provider in the second tier? He is now the undeniable uncrowned king of the championship, dual leaders. Unprecedented. Before the second half commenced, Meyer was elated to receive this news, feeling as though he had finally resolved a lingering concern. As he entered the field, he walked behind Gary Speed, playfully patting him on the back, reminding him, "Don't forget the 500 you owe me. When will you pay?" "Tomorrow," Gary Speed replied with a smile, showing no signs of remorse, joking, if other club coaches found out that 500 could procure a top scorer for their clubs, they would surely go mad. Of course, Meyer graciously accepted the compliment, raising an eyebrow and giving him another pat on the back. "This must be the best deal you've ever made in your life. Can I make another?" Gary Speed, revealing a hint of greed, raised an eyebrow and proposed, "Let's wager 500 on whether you can score a hat trick in this match." "That's a bit stingy," Meyer complained, extending his hand for a high five. "But I'm in." Chapter 89. Hat Trick, Graham's Mentality Shattered. The 30th round concluded. In the north stand, in a private box, McCabe sat with his family, enjoying their evening meal while watching the match, sipping red wine as usual. "This guy." McCabe wiped his mouth with a napkin, shaking his head disdainfully. "Another 300,000 bonus snagged. He's earning money far too easily." Laughter erupted from his wife and children. No one truly believed McCabe felt this way. Witnessing Meyer's improving form, he must have felt a sense of satisfaction within. "So what now?" His youngest daughter, Isabella, raised her glass of red wine and teased, "Why don't you start special training now and experience the life of a player?" Laughter filled the room until the team executed a threatening attack, drawing their attention back to the pitch. "Mark Yates," Isabella exclaimed as she saw the ball carrier enter the penalty area, clearing the shooting angle. Standing up with arms outstretched, ready to celebrate, Mark Yates took a sweeping shot, hitting the far corner of the net. Cheers erupted. "Oh, beautiful! We've secured 64 points." The family clinked glasses, their expressions ecstatic. 3-0, and the match was essentially decided. "He's not bad at all," Isabella remarked, seemingly tipsy, her face animated as she clinked glasses with everyone, exclaiming, "Who would have thought? Had it not been for Borodanovik's muscle discomfort, he would have almost sat on the bench all season." A die-hard fan of the club, her love for the team surpassed that of her brothers, and she was well-versed in every detail. Competing for a position against Meyer could only be attributed to bad luck. McCabe sighed, observing his daughter's subtle expressions during their drink, gradually feeling reassured as he noticed nothing troubling. "I want to meet him." Isabella tilted her head back, exuding the passionate boldness typical of Western girls. Unabashedly stating, "McCabe, I need your help." McCabe's heart raced again, but facing his beloved daughter, he responded gently, "The players are quite busy during the season. It's best to let it go." "My dear, you're 3 years older than him. I'll figure it out myself." "All right, Isabella." Her mother glanced at McCabe before turning to offer advice. "Watch fewer Hollywood movies. Those plots don't exist in reality." Isabella rolled her eyes and waved her hand. "You underestimate your daughter too much. And besides, we're not talking about the same thing. I don't know why you would think that." McCabe sat on the sofa, pondering before saying, "I'll help you think of a way, but I can't guarantee success." Isabella smiled playfully, raising an eyebrow at him, satisfied by his response, though deep down, she no longer believed McCabe would truly assist her. With 7 or 8 minutes left, any goals scored at this point would hardly make a difference. Evans, in the 89th minute of the match, the entire family stood again as Evans broke through the opposing defender and entered the penalty area, creating a one-on-one situation. "Pass." Isabella gasped in anticipation, seeing Meyer sprinting into the box from the other side. If he passed the ball, not only would it present an open goal opportunity, but it would also likely help Meyer score his third goal, completing a hat trick for the second time. True to form, Evans chose to selflessly pass the ball across, and Millwall's goalkeeper dove to the side as he released the pass, making a last-ditch attempt but unfortunately failing to reach an open goal. "Ah!" Isabella raised her hands and leaped up, clearly exhilarated. Meyer encountered no issues, deftly directing the ball into the center of the net with the arch of his foot, scoring the third goal of the match. 4-1, 42 goals. Isabella shook her head and body, opening her phone camera to approach McCabe. 50 goals is within reach. "Let's interview our old McCabe. What's your current mood?" McCabe recoiled slightly, attempting to block her camera, but she evaded him repeatedly. "Yeah." Over 20,000 Sheffield United fans raised their hands in joyous unison, celebrating together. No one would ever disdain a team's abundance of goals, nor would anyone remain unmoved by the achievements of their star player. Indeed, fans eagerly anticipate such moments. "Ha ha, Meyer. Evans is incredibly generous. When will I also receive such a goal? The players of Sheffield United rush towards Meyer, with some embracing Evans' shoulders, celebrating together with the two of them. Oh! Meyer clenches his fists and shouts, rushing towards the camera, his right hand counting out the thumb, index, and middle fingers, while his left hand displays the thumb and index finger. His hands, turned away from the camera, resemble two handguns of differing calibers, laden with meaning, a hat trick, for the second time. This is the coveted achievement that every striker dreams of, and he accomplished it twice in his first season. Turning around, he spots Evans and rushes over, embracing him tightly. How can I express my gratitude? He had thought he would miss his chance, yet Evans' selfless assist allowed him to net a simple goal before the match. Pass to me more often. Evans shares in the joy of his teammates' success, patting Meyer's shoulder and saying, "Don't just focus on Bordanovic. If the cross comes in, I can score too." Of course, I don't mean to complain about him taking my opportunities. We must still pray for our injured teammates. Very well. Meyer high-fives him, energetically waving towards Gary Speed on the sidelines, extending his fingers wide. Gary Speed understands the cue, pretends to rummage through his wallet, shakes his head in a feigned display of regret. The two share a knowing glance, leaning back and smiling, exhibiting a delightful camaraderie with this. He will have 3 monthly best awards, 3 commemorative balls, and 9 single-match bests, a commendable achievement indeed. Before returning to London, if he cannot take home the championship medal, he will bring all these items as the first batch of memorabilia for his honor display. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly thereafter, the referee blows the final whistle, and the fans erupt in cheers once more. 64 points. Regardless of whether they can ascend directly, the playoff spot seems secure. Typically, this position garners around 80 points. With 16 matches remaining, it is nearly impossible for Sheffield United to finish with fewer than 16 points. Boys, in the locker room post-match, Gary Speed shares his thoughts on the final sprint. Having walked this long road together, we need not worry any further. Let us approach the remaining matches with a calm mind. Everything must be accomplished step by step. Currently, we aim to secure 80 points as soon as possible. Stabilizing our playoff position, break the goal into parts and accomplish them one by one, without placing excessive pressure on the players. Let us go. He clenches his fists and shouts loudly, "Go, go, Sheffield." The players, having just secured a resounding victory, are in high spirits, pumping their fists and dancing in a circle. A sense of exuberance is beginning to take shape. Norwich with 66 points, Queen's Park Rangers with 72 points. Gilbert, sitting next to him with his phone, reads out the scores from other teams. Reading with 64 points, trailing us on goal difference, and Swansea, Cardiff City are not far behind. Meyer, do you think we still have a chance for direct promotion? Direct promotion? Meyer turns to him, confused, causing Gilbert to feel a bit apprehensive. Just as he is about to speak, he is interrupted. Isn't that already a foregone conclusion? What you should be asking me is whether we will be champions. Gilbert. He furrows his brow and replies, "Meyer, I've told you, your jokes are not funny, I know." Meyer steps back a few paces, refocusing on his honor display with a satisfied expression, but this time I am serious. Arsenal triumphs over Wolves 2-0, Van Persie scores twice. The Guardian Sheffield United defeats Millwall 4-1, narrowing the gap with Norwich. Sky Sports Championship column, top of both charts, record-breaking. The 17-year-old prodigy shines in the championship. Boasting astonishing statistics, it is rumored that Barcelona and Real Madrid are keeping an eye on the player and will approach the team during the summer transfer window. Spain AS if he can maintain his position at the top of both charts until the end of the season. Meyer will become the first player to achieve this feat within the English professional football system. 442 Rising Star column, 2-1. Manchester United defeats Manchester City, winning the Manchester Derby. Post-match, fan clashes erupt, resulting in 4 injuries. The Sun after this round of matches, news about Meyer has proliferated. Being at the top of both charts is indeed a rare achievement. Just think about it. A player tasked with the role of a frontline assassin, remarkably efficient, frequently assisting teammates in scoring, outshining all competitors. What kind of phenomenon must this be? I generally tread carefully when evaluating individuals, but I truly find it necessary to label him as the new Ronaldo. The resemblance is uncanny. Ronaldo debuted at Cruzeiro, entering the first team at 17, competing in Brazil's second division, and scoring 44 goals in 44 appearances during his first season. Do you see that? Second division, 17 years old, high efficiency. Are they not the same person? Well, Meyer is somewhat more handsome than Ronaldo in appearance, yet there are still differences. Ronaldo had no assists. He appeared solely as a scorer in his first season. With 44 goals and 0 assists, Meyer, however, boasts 25 goals alongside 17 assists. He may have a slight edge in scoring, but Meyer's goal-scoring efficiency cannot quite match Ronaldo's. Nonsense. Let us not even mention the disparity in footballing techniques and tactics between the 1990s and today. Consider, too, the gap between the Brazilian second division and the championship. In terms of goals and assists, Meyer is undoubtedly the more complete player. Not to mention, Meyer has created 42 goals far more swiftly than Ronaldo, achieving this in just 30 matches, averaging nearly 1.5 per game. Fans eagerly comment beneath these posts, and this time, not everyone supports Meyer. He is now being compared to the Brazilian legend Ronaldo, a player still reminisced about while active. Ronaldo's capabilities during his prime left a profound impression on European football. Most who witnessed his performances were captivated by his prowess, and many still reminisce fondly. The heights he reached during his peak were extraordinary. Yet injuries truncated those heights, leaving ample room for speculation among fans about how far he could have soared had he remained unscathed. Now, someone emerges, suddenly claiming that another player outshines him. Naturally, those staunchly supporting Ronaldo are displeased. They will defend their beloved player, even at the cost of reason. They are essentially unwilling to accept that the player representing their youth has become a thing of the past, reluctant to acknowledge the passing of their own youth. Yet, regardless of the external clamor, in this moment at Vicarage Road Stadium, Graham, seated in the locker room, harbors but one thought. The sky is falling. Most critically, the reason he was substituted at halftime today was due to a cramp in his leg. A result of fatigue, he can confirm that the first 30 matches have undoubtedly marked the peak of his season's form. Henceforth, he will possess neither the capacity nor the confidence to compete with Meyer. He stands up, overwhelmed by frustration, and violently kicks over a trash can, slamming his phone against the wall. This time, he laughs maniacally, a grotesque grin, genuinely fearing yet another unwarranted blow. Chapter 90. The first endorsement contract? Exhausted Wenger. On February 15, Mendes made a special trip from Lisbon, Portugal to Sheffield, bringing with him 2 endorsement offers. The two meet at the place of their first encounter, and Mendes immediately praises Meyer's recent performances. His face aglow. It's astonishing that you have managed to maintain such magic until now. I have never seen a player from the lower leagues receive several commercial endorsement offers. He pulls out 2 contracts from his bag, waving them in the air. One from a London sports drink brand, and another from a local startup sportswear company in Sheffield. Endorsements already? Meyer is quite surprised. He had assumed such contracts would not come until he reached the Premier League. Don't celebrate too soon. The platform you are currently on and your level of influence make it nearly impossible to secure substantial contracts. He seizes the opportunity to motivate Meyer. However, as I mentioned before, if you can help Sheffield United achieve promotion, everything will be doubled for you, including your commercial value. Should you ride that wave of momentum and shine at Arsenal, your influence could penetrate the top 20 in the Premier League. So, should I sign or not? Meyer absorbs his words, yet remains uncertain about this point. Sign it. Mendes appears unperturbed, finding no hesitation in the matter. A 1-year short contract? And they are mostly startup companies, posing no public relations risk. What is wrong with earning easy money? While I may not particularly need this, he notices Meyer's slightly poor mental arithmetic and anticipates his next question. A pre-tax commission of £60,000? Mendes looks at Meyer with mild surprise and continues. Yes, although I don't need it, I thought about it. You will certainly need this money early in your career. Moreover, by traversing the endorsement process earlier, one can gain a semblance of familiarity with the industry, ensuring that future discussions with major brands will not leave one bewildered. Meyer expressed his understanding and then, with an innocent demeanor, inquired if it's not necessary. Can we skip the draw this time? This left Mendes in a quandary, caught off guard. Rules must be adhered to, yet, truthfully, I don't place much importance on such things. I was merely jesting. Meyer erupted into hearty laughter, while Mendes chuckled awkwardly before gradually regaining his composure. There was no rush to sign. He patted his bag, indicating that he would keep things secure for now. I had a discussion with the London club prior to this meeting, and their offer has increased by 50,000. I intend to negotiate with this Sheffield club as well. Since you play for Sheffield United and your popularity surpasses that of the mayor of Sheffield, They should be amenable. My psychological expectation is that the two clubs combined should yield around 500,000 post-tax, which you ought to receive. Mendez cast a pleading glance towards Meyer, who supplemented, 255,000 is indeed a considerable income. At this moment, Meyer realized that what mattered most was not the monetary gain, but Mendez's sincerity and dedication towards him. It is truly remarkable that such a prominent agent would make a trip for such a modest sum. Furthermore, the matters you mentioned are already in progress. Mendez introduced a new topic with a smile. I possess contacts for the finest private physicians in cities such as Madrid, London, Lisbon, and Milan. However, Sheffield United lacks the best. This is not urgent. We can finalize it once we are in London. As for managing private media accounts, it is a complex endeavor, and my advice is as follows. For Facebook, it is best to manage it yourself. He rubbed his hands together and smiled. For platforms in other countries, you can entrust Mendez's agency to handle them. I have no objections. Meyer retrieved his phone, opened the Instagram app, and presented it to Mendez. Mr. Mendez, what do you think of this page? This app has only been launched for a few months and already has over 100,000 registrations. Mendez took it, swiped, and clicked a few times, his eyes lighting up. Very impressive. Is it perhaps a matter of novelty? It feels more comfortable than Facebook. He sensed a business opportunity. With over 100,000 users in just a few months, it holds great promise. I must advise you. You are among the few minor celebrities within this app's user base. It would be wise to reach out to them and explore potential collaborations. Some startup platforms leverage the fame of minor celebrities to boost their user registrations. Securing a stake would be quite advantageous. Meyer nodded, taking note of this suggestion. He was well aware that Instagram is poised for explosive growth and will attain a staggering market value. However, if he wishes to invest in such companies, it is no simple task. They typically seek specialized private equity funds, large consortiums, and investors for rounds of financing such as A, B, C, and so forth. This not only involves securing funds but also leveraging the networks and resources of these large investors for development. Mendez's proposal offered him a means to utilize his existing influence to connect with this company. Following the trajectory of developing a new account with a burgeoning company, should this new company also possess equity? It would be utterly splendid. After their meal, it was already evening when the two parted ways on the street. Mendez elegantly boarded a business vehicle, waving goodbye to Meyer, who reciprocated the gesture in their daily interactions. Mendez was gradually winning Meyer's favor. One of his commendable traits is his humility, entrusting professional matters to those who are experts in their fields. It is precisely due to this quality that he has slowly gathered individuals around him who can assist him. This is indeed quite favorable, as it instills in him a sense of progress across various fronts, fostering optimism for the future. On February 16, Sheffield United hosted a formidable opponent, Reading, who was currently ranked 4th in the league. Sharing the same points of 64. Prior to the match, amidst his teammates, Meyer felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to investigate, he found Reading's captain, Sean Long, staring intently at him, curiosity etched on his serious countenance. As if he wished to dissect him, he paid it no mind, adjusting his breathing rhythm, preparing to step onto the pitch, filled with fervor and uncertainty, a fierce confrontation. This is Sean Long, who outmaneuvered Quinn. A powerful strike. The ball was driven into the corner of the net. He hesitated for a moment, allowing the defender to close in before creating a slight angle for his shot, then struck. A Premier League caliber forward, I eagerly anticipate his performance in the Premier League. This is Mark Yates, advancing relentlessly at the edge of the penalty area. Mills could no longer retreat. It was becoming perilous. Unless he could block the shot. Oh no. With a deft touch, the ball slipped through Mills's legs and rolled towards the goal, leaving the goalkeeper unable to mount a successful defense against such a strike. 1-1. Assisted by Meyer, Mark Yates leaped onto Meyer's back. Although they were rivals, their rapport appeared to be quite amicable. Griffin. A thunderous shot found its mark, leaving Robert no choice but to concede defeat. He no longer possessed the youthful agility and reflexes of his earlier days. The match was intensely contested, with neither side able to ascertain who would score first. In such moments, one must remain composed to avoid errors. A long pass. In the central position, Gilbert advanced, arriving at the ball's landing spot. Meyer dashed behind the opposing defense. He seemed to have a keen understanding of Gilbert's intentions. Would he make a backheel flick? Yes. Gilbert connected with the ball, sending it in Meyer's direction, while Mills struggled to keep pace. seemingly prepared to take a desperate gamble against Meyer. Meyer stumbled a few steps. Mills fell. It was a one-on-one. Would he, like before, bypass the goalkeeper? A stride, a shoulder drop. Federici lost his balance, and now Meyer faced an open goal. A deft push, a splendid goal, 2-2. In the 69th minute, Meyer scored a crucial goal. The cheers erupted from the crowd, and the home fans went wild, clapping and shouting. Numerous media photographers sprang into action. One journalist, positioned beside Sean Long, used his shoulder and head as a backdrop, capturing Meyer's jubilant slide on the field, yielding a classic photograph from this round of the championship. This image conveys the envy and complex emotions reflected in Long's slightly lifted gaze towards the sky. 2-2. In the 31st round of the championship, both sides settled for a draw, a result that both could accept. Sheffield Evening News on February 17, at the Emirates Stadium. Yes, amidst the deafening roar of over 50,000 Arsenal fans rising from their seats. Some raised their arms in exultation, while others clapped vigorously. Wenger, clad in a jacket not yet zipped up, leapt from the substitutes bench to celebrate, and the entire Arsenal squad was swept into a frenzy. They had triumphed at home against Barcelona, the pinnacle of the dream team featuring Messi. Arshavin, who netted the winning goal, dashed around the pitch, still exuding a hint of the Tsar's former glory. Guardiola, who had just achieved a sextuple in 2009, grinned wryly, expressing a hint of regret as he embraced his players, casting his gaze toward Arsenal's lineup. Fabregas, donning the number 4 jersey, stood out distinctly, a figure of envy, as they had indeed had the opportunity to secure him at the season's outset. Wenger noticed this and felt his expression shift from excitement to calm, and then gradually to melancholy. Fabregas nodded and quickened his pace, yet his peripheral vision caught Pique and Xavi's signals. His shoelace had come undone. He paused, crouched down to untie it, and slowly retied his shoelaces, all the while keeping an eye on Wenger's movements. Noticing Wenger hesitating at the dressing room door for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, Wenger ultimately stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Fabregas glanced around for any prying cameras before adopting a beaming smile and hastening towards the two. He was met with an eerie silence and unfriendly gazes from all the players. With Wenger standing in the center of the dressing room, arms crossed, turning to face them, it was evident that Wenger wanted everyone to wait for him, and thus they remained silent for over 10 minutes. Just went to the restroom. Fabregas was reluctant to confront the situation, and Wenger's repeated indulgences had led him to grow accustomed to such awkward moments. I am proud of you all, Wenger addressed the others, turning to grab a pen, preparing to jot down some notes on the tactical board to summarize the match. However, as his hand lifted, his thoughts were in disarray, and he failed to write anything, ultimately letting his arm drop and bowing his head in contemplation. It is quite peculiar. After all, they had emerged victorious. Chapter 91. Meyer's Ascendance. Wenger, deeply affected. On February 17, at the training facility, Meyer had just concluded a match, and a skill had seen enhancement. Skill: weak foot LV2 proficiency. 1-800. Coming up with names is truly not my strong suit. He glanced at the panel for weak foot LV2, making a sarcastic remark, but fortunately, this nomenclature provides a clear understanding of his current capabilities. This signifies that his weak foot has progressed from being akin to an untamed, undeveloped appendage to a somewhat feeble one. Meyer's excitement is not without reason. Having long struggled with his left-footed abilities, he has faced numerous setbacks on the field, fostering a deep-seated frustration towards what he perceives as a useless limb. Fortunately, he has now resolved to intensify his training for his weaker foot. Meyer has adjusted the focus of his training, aiming to elevate this skill to level 3 as soon as possible. At that point, while he may not be able to strike the ball with the same finesse as with his dominant foot, he at least hopes to ensure that his crosses find their intended targets. However, it seems prudent to maintain a more balanced approach for now, aiming for simultaneous improvement. Skill: instep pass LV3, proficiency. 599-800. Skill: explosiveness LV3, proficiency. 348-2000. Skill: stamina LV2, proficiency. 415-800. Upon reviewing the proficiency of his other skills, it is evident that the instep pass is the one most likely to see an upgrade first. Following that, it may very well be his weaker foot that reaches level 3. On his way back, he noticed numerous messages from Mendez on his phone and began scrolling through them. Mendez informed him that the contract negotiations had concluded successfully, with the total amount reaching $650,000, which is $150,000 more than anticipated. Excellent news. Meyer smiled, realizing that after taxes, he would still net around $331,000. This sum is equivalent to the bonus he would receive for scoring 10 goals at the club, making it a lucrative windfall for him at this stage. Such a substantial endorsement deal, however, will undoubtedly involve more than merely signing a contract. It will likely require him to participate in promotional activities, including photo shoots and video recordings, alongside regular personal promotion. Given the intensity of the current schedule, Meyer certainly won't have the luxury of time this month. Focus on the game, he encouraged himself, channeling all his attention into the league fixtures. Following the schedule day by day, on February 17th, in the 32nd round of the championship, Sheffield United faced off against Crystal Palace at their opponent's home ground. Zaha found himself benched for this match, perhaps due to his lackluster performance against Meyer in the previous game, resulting in a loss of trust from the coach. Bogdanovic made his long-awaited return to the pitch, while it was reported that Janjahans would require another week to recover from his injury. The match began with Evans kicking off from the center circle, a shot on goal, blocked by a defender, but the second ball is still there, a follow-up shot, off the post. What terrible luck! The ball was cleared to the flanks, where Meyer found himself in an open position. The Crystal Palace defenders were likely too late to intercept. A cross. Beautiful. Bogdanovic scores upon his return. A powerful header into the net. The fans of Sheffield United must be relishing this moment. As the first half concluded, Sheffield United maintained approximately 50 possession, which wasn't particularly high, but their attacking threats exceeded those of Crystal Palace. I believe Crystal Palace's strength lies in their wing play, while penetrating the middle to breach the opponent's defense proves exceedingly difficult. However, with the acquisitions of Bertrand and Kyle Walker, Sheffield United's defensive capabilities on the flanks have significantly improved, making it challenging for Crystal Palace to find a way through. This may also explain the coach's preference for central play, a swift exchange on the left wing. Meyer initiated the play, but defender Dean headed the ball away, allowing Quinn to receive it without pausing. He unleashed a volley. Wow, a world-class strike. Another stunning goal, 2-0. Quinn's magnificent volley has extended the team's lead. Previously, due to Meyer's influence, I always felt that Sheffield United embodied the spirit of a long-range shooting team. And after witnessing Janjahan's explosive shooting ability, my conviction solidified. Today, as Quinn scored with a long-range effort, I can finally proclaim it aloud. Sheffield United, the artillery brigade on the field, devoid of any statistics. Meyer ran towards the jubilant Quinn, genuinely thrilled for him. He understands that not every match will showcase his peak performance, so he hopes his teammates can step up and secure victories during his occasional dips. Yet, with an average of over 1 goal created per match, maintaining such efficiency, how could he be considered in decline? Even if his contributions were split between two players, both would undoubtedly be labeled as efficient. Sheffield United triumphed over Crystal Palace with a score of 2-0. Bogdanovic scored upon his return, and Quinn's world-class strike sealed the victory. Sky Sports Championship column on February 21 SD. At Brisbane Road Stadium, Arsenal faced League Two team Leyton Orient in the 5th round of the FA Cup. Arsenal fielded a nearly full-strength lineup for this match. Wenger places significant importance on the FA Cup. Rumors suggest that he has faced multiple crises regarding his position at Arsenal, yet he has always managed to secure a FA Cup title to preserve his role. The FA Cup is humorously referred to by fans as a thermos cup. However, the reality may differ somewhat, as the Arsenal hierarchy likely fears letting Wenger depart, understanding the significance he holds for the club. Bang! In the 89th minute of the match, Leyton Orient launched a counterattack, executing the second shot of the game. This shot astonishingly slipped through goalkeeper Almunia's grasp and into the net. 1-1. Yes, the home fans erupted in jubilation. No one expected them to score against Arsenal, and they now had a good chance to secure a draw. Wenger furrowed his brow on the sidelines, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. Utterly exasperated, he glanced at the bench, where Fabregas, Nasri, and a more informed Szczesny Saturday beep beep beep. Shortly thereafter, the referee blew the final whistle, and the Arsenal players trudged off the pitch with grim faces. The atmosphere heavily subdued in FA Cup matches. A draw does not lead to penalties or extra time. Instead, a replay is mandated. Given the performance thus far, there seems little reason to persist in this competition. Wenger felt a sense of resignation, Exhaling deeply as he noticed several members of the opposing coaching staff approaching him for photographs, he forced a few smiles, feeling as though his fatigue had reached its pinnacle. On February 23 RD, in the 33rd round of the championship, Sheffield United played away once again. Their schedule this season has been relatively balanced, alternating between home and away matches. Harry Maguire made his first appearance in the starting lineup today. Marking his professional debut, Gary Speed placed great trust in him, much like he did with Meyer in the past. Interestingly, the names Maguire and Meyer bear some resemblance. I wonder how their relationship is off the pitch. Meyer made a cutting run, a skill that has become a hallmark of his play in the championship, frequently driving towards the center with the ball. Generally, he has three options. First, if he creates an angle, he will attempt a curling shot towards the far post. Second, if he fails to create space, he will lay the ball off to a midfielder. The third option is to deliver a quick through ball to a teammate if he notices a run being made. This time, it seems he is aiming for a shot, a curling effort towards the far post. He feinted, adjusted his stance, and struck with the instep towards the near post. It's in. Meyer scored the first goal of the match. A brilliant strike that caught the goalkeeper off guard. In a chaotic scramble in front of the Sheffield goal, Maguire attempted to clear the ball, but failed to make contact, tripping Miller instead. Would Miller fall? No, he regained his balance, a push shot. The ball found the far corner, 1-1. Maguire missed the header. Behind him, it was Joe Garner. He easily headed the ball into the net. Sheffield United made an error, and Maguire paid the price for his youthful mistake. 2-1. Scunthorpe leads. Maguire wore a face of regret, nearly in tears. He truly should not have missed that header, but he is still young and has plenty of time to rectify his mistakes. Chad Evans. Receiving a precise ground cross from Meyer, he controlled the ball in the center of the penalty area. What would he choose? Oh no. A toe poke. A lethal strike. 2-2. They equalized. A free kick opportunity on the left side, created by Meyer himself, and he stepped up to take it. Several defenders moved into the central area of the penalty box, becoming crucial aerial threats. Meyer delivered the cross. It landed perfectly. Maguire. His height and jumping ability came into play. He connected with the ball, and it went in. 3-2. It was indeed Maguire who scored this goal. Redemption achieved. He must sincerely thank Meyer for providing him with his first professional goal, especially at such a critical moment. In the frame, Maguire charged towards Meyer like a colossal ship, ready to collide. Meyer intended to catch him with his hands, but, realizing he might weigh close to 200 pounds, quickly sidestepped to avoid the impending impact. Ha ha! He laughed exuberantly, emotions easily amplified during such exhilarating moments. Media outlets have captured the astonishment and slight embarrassment of Maguire, as well as the expression of awe on Meyer's face. This celebratory moment of taking the lead has become the post-match cover of the event. Smile a little brighter. You deserve it. Sheffield United triumphed over Scunthorpe with a thrilling 3-2 victory. The young talent Maguire scored the decisive goal, and Gary Speed is increasingly fond of utilizing the youth players. According to The Sun, last season, Sheffield United's starting lineup had an average age of 29.7 years, making them the fourth oldest team in the championship. However, this season, their starting lineup boasts an average age of merely 24. 2 years, rendering them the second youngest team. On February 28, at Wembley Stadium, the jubilant cheers resonated without pause, disturbing the tranquility of the surrounding squares. This historic venue has hosted the finals of the Olympic football tournaments in 1948 and 2012 and witnessed England's glorious triumph in the 1966 World Cup. It also serves as the final venue for both the FA Cup and the League Cup, being the home ground of the England national team. It is widely regarded as the greatest football stadium in the world. With a seating capacity of 90,000, during the historic White Horse Final, it once welcomed a staggering 240,000 spectators. It can be said that in Britain, and indeed across Europe and the world, every child who plays football dreams of one day standing here to participate in a match. Today, the League Cup final of this season kicks off at this esteemed location, featuring Arsenal, who are missing their star player Fabregas due to injury, against the dark horse Birmingham. In the 83rd minute, with the score tied at 1-1, the match was fiercely contested. Birmingham opted for a substitution, bringing on Martins for 5.6 minutes later, in the 89th minute, a time that recently harbored Arsenal's anguish. Boom. The newly substituted Martins seized upon a fumbled save from goalkeeper Almunia, swiftly advancing to deliver a precise shot that found the back of Arsenal's net in the simplest manner. Yes. The cheers from the crowd transcended mere celebration, resembling a collective deafness that regained hearing only to be met with a piercing sound. On the Wembley pitch, Martins joyously slid on his knees, performing a series of 4 celebratory gestures to release his emotions. On the Arsenal bench, Wenger leaned back, arms outstretched, continuously shaking his head, ultimately sinking slowly to the ground. He rested his elbow on his knee, half covering his face with his palm, unable to believe that this season's closest chance at a championship, and perhaps the only one within reach, had slipped away. He truly felt exhausted, so much so that he could scarcely utter a word. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and Arsenal's players sat on the ground, pounding their chests in frustration. And upset, Arsenal fell 1-2 to Birmingham, painfully relinquishing the League Cup title. Some fans lamented, without Fabregas, this team is nothing. In Chapter 92, Double 20, he has achieved it. He has been making continuous progress. Simultaneously, at Bramall Lane, the Championship Round 34 match between Sheffield United and Derby County also reached its conclusion. The large screens on either side of the stadium clearly displayed the score. Sheffield 3, Derby County 3. Oh, even though it ended in a draw, the match concluded amidst the exuberant cheers of the fans, who were wildly celebrating throughout the stands. As February came to a close, the fans rarely exhibited expressions of regret or disappointment, mostly reveling in ecstatic jubilation. This moment of reflection, even without a perfect ending, it was of little consequence. Consider the team's performance. In 7 matches throughout February, they secured 4 victories, 2 draws, and 1 defeat, amassing 14 points. The team continues to closely pursue Queen's Park Rangers and Norwich, holding on to a glimmer of hope for promotion to the Premier League. Meyer, Meyer, Meyer. The fans in attendance chanted the name of the team's greatest contributor, and the flag bearers, who had been fervently waving their flags throughout the match, remained tireless, spinning their banners with every cheer. From a distance, they appeared as a frenzied dance, thousands of arms moving in unison. They resembled pilgrims engaged in a fervent ritual. Standing at the center of the pitch, Meyer raised his hands in applause, savoring the treatment befitting a hero. He brought joy and passion to the fans, who reciprocated with boundless, unforgettable moments and emotional peaks. The sense of achievement and fulfillment he experienced was beyond expression. Perhaps that is why there are so many who adore football, as children dream of becoming stars. In the commentary booth, the Sky Sports commentator noticed this scene and smiled slightly, excitement evident in his voice. 8 goals and 5 assists. This is Meyer's impressive tally for the 7 rounds of championship matches this month. A total of 13 goal contributions in a single month. This is an unparalleled record, regardless of the league. He will undoubtedly secure yet another Player of the Month award. He recalled when Meyer first achieved 5 goal contributions in a single month. A media outlet had asked him whether he considered that his astonishing performance was merely due to opposing defenders being unfamiliar with him, and that once they learned to respect him, scoring and assisting in the championship would not come as easily. As he spoke, his voice grew more fervent. Looking back, he has done it. At least other championship teams are beginning to recognize his speed. Unable to keep pace with his progress, with 28 goals and 21 assists, he has surpassed the 20 mark for both categories. How astounding, and the season is yet to conclude. We are all aware that last season, at the age of 22, Fabregas achieved a remarkable record of 19 goals and 19 assists while at Arsenal. Now, a younger and even more exceptional talent has emerged. I wonder if my words will provoke the ire of Fabregas's fans or be met with accusations of misunderstanding the differences between the Premier League and the Championship. But Meyer is set to step into the Premier League next season, at the Emirates Stadium where Fabregas made his mark. I believe time will provide us with the answer, and next season, Meyer will reveal all. As the commentary continued, the camera followed Meyer through the players' tunnel into a media room within the stadium. Holding the trophy for Player of the Match, Meyer received the monthly Player of the Month commemorative award amidst a flurry of flashbulbs and applause. Typically, the Player of the Month award is deliberated and decided after the month ends, with the presentation occurring around the 10th of the following month. However, this month, it seems the FA has expedited the process, swiftly presenting Meyer with the award immediately following the match. Indeed, with 8 goals and 5 assists in a single month, one might need to combine the statistics of Sean Long and Talibert to compete with him. Thank you all. In the frame, Meyer blew kisses to the award presenters and to the fans watching at home. Back at the cottage on Cherry Street, Gilbert learned of Arsenal's loss in the title race and lamented, To reach the final and lose, especially to a last-minute defeat, is truly disheartening. Meyer, sitting nearby, felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing the media's portrayal of Wenger's despondency on the sidelines. Arsenal still had the Premier League, the Champions League, and the FA Cup to contend with this season, didn't they? Harry and Safina sat beside them, there to congratulate Meyer on his Player of the Month award. Harry, perplexed, asked, "Is there no hope left?" "The league seems unlikely," Meyer replied, subtly indicating his understanding of the situation. "But perhaps there is a chance in the FA Cup. Now that we have missed out on the League Cup, the challenges in the Champions League and Premier League are rather daunting. Mr. Wenger will likely regroup and shift his focus towards claiming the FA Cup." Harry nodded slightly. He was not an Arsenal fan and did not possess extensive knowledge of the club, yet he understood football well. Processing Meyer's words, he reflected, shaking his head in dismay. "I have heard about Arsenal's financial issues. It's hard to imagine how a team in such a predicament maintains a solid competitive edge." Upon further consideration, he noted that Arsenal had been competing on 4 fronts this season, and as February concluded, only one avenue had ended in disappointment, and that path had reached the final. Such a team, with such a coach, indeed possesses an air of legend. As an observer, he spoke from an objective standpoint. "I believe the current Arsenal fans have yet to fully grasp this reality. Their expectations have become rather high. And I have heard that they occasionally direct harsh words towards the esteemed manager. Fans demand results." Safina, though not an Arsenal supporter, had some understanding of Wenger and the club, and added, "They may love the club, but their perspectives differ, making it challenging to assess the situation from both the club's and Wenger's viewpoints. The anger following a defeat often clouds everyone's judgment, so it's not surprising that they lash out at Wenger in such moments. After all, the head coach bears a significant responsibility. He must shoulder the blame." "That is indeed the case, to some extent." Meyer rose from his seat and approached the refrigerator, retrieving a box of low-fat yogurt, which he promptly opened. "However, I find myself less concerned about the competition within the team and more apprehensive about the rivalries across various fronts." Such a carefree disposition. Safina removed her jacket and remarked with a smile, "No matter how you look at it, this is a prestigious club. You should first consider your position within the team and secure your standing." Her role was solely to assist Meyer, and thus her perspective was inevitably centered on him. In her view, what Meyer ought to prioritize now is how to navigate the competitive landscape and foster amicable relations with the stars in the team, striving to avoid conflicts with the senior players. Arsenal is not Sheffield United. The squad comprises several players valued in the millions. Upon encountering Meyer, they may struggle to maintain the same admiration and camaraderie that the Sheffield United players exhibited. Regardless of the circumstances, at this moment, Harry interjected with a smile, expressing his anticipation. "I am truly looking forward to seeing the players that Safina and I serve become starters for a top Premier League club at such a young age." "So am I," Safina replied, clinking her drink against Meyer's yogurt, raising an eyebrow. "I wish you the best of luck. Your success will be a matter of pride for both Harry and me. It will be." Meyer affirmed. In just 19 days, 4 rounds of the championship await, a schedule considerably more relaxed than the previous month, yet by no means lenient. The match against Portsmouth on March 5th marks the 35th round of the season, drawing the conclusion of the season ever closer. Cheers erupted from the crowd as, amidst the jubilant shouts of the fans, Gary Speed sat with a vibrant demeanor on the sidelines, engaging in conversation with Jolson. "Is 8 points achievable this month?" Jolson inquired playfully, his tone lighthearted. "With 72 points now, the target of 80 points for the playoff zone seems within reach." "Let me think." Gary Speed pondered the fixtures. "Calculating, in 4 matches, we need to win 3 or secure 2 victories and 2 draws to remain unbeaten. It's challenging, but I am confident." The despondency that had enveloped him at the season's onset had dissipated, and the weariness that once shadowed his face was replaced by a spirited resolve. "We're just 2 points shy of Norwich," he added. Jolson, adjusting his hair, eagerly mused, "I truly hope they encounter some issues this month. Perhaps dropping 5 or 6 points, propelling us into the promotion zone. God bless us. Let them falter." "Ha ha," Gary Speed chuckled, tapping his fingers in the air, shaking his head. "Such mischief. We should focus on our performance. We need not concern ourselves with others. The end-of-season results will reflect our efforts this season, and I firmly believe in that." At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the pitch, where he observed a figure clad in the number 17 jersey charging into the penalty area, aiming for the near corner with a powerful shot. "Gilbert!" Gary Speed raised his right hand, his voice merging with the jubilant cheers of the fans. Yeah, as the match progressed to the 62nd minute, Meyer executed a dazzling one-on-one breakthrough during a rapid counterattack, elegantly curling the ball towards the far corner of the net. Wow! Gary Speed and Jolson rose from their seats once more, the victory all but secured. With no significant issues anticipated, Meyer, he has scored his 29th goal of the league season, Jolson exclaimed excitedly, clapping Gary Speed on the shoulder. Did you give him the 1,000? He asked. I did, came the reply. What about me? Jolson patted his chest, a look of eager expectation on his face. I brought the most crucial player to the team. I shouldn't merely be denied a 1,000 raise, at least grant me a bonus? Gary Speed glanced at him, slightly exasperated, before turning to the substitutes and saying, someone's trying to extort me. Yet he did not forget his earlier promise to Jolson, and upon turning back, he donned a cheeky grin. Jolson, do you recall what I told you when I made that call? Jolson's expression shifted to one of resignation, already aware of Gary Speed's impending words. That I could provide for you, Gary Speed said. Placing a hand on his shoulder, my dear, you may have as much as you desire. The intensity of your wishes can be met, for I can give you all that I possess. Hilarity erupted among the players on the substitutes. Creating a jovial atmosphere. Chapter 93, Transfer Market Updates. Numerous teams covet Meyer. On March 17th, the official platform for Transfer Market Updates finally released new valuations, capturing the attention of various media outlets and fans alike. In an instant, numerous reports emerged, with the highest market value rankings and the latest price increase charts disseminating rapidly across the globe. Number 1. Lionel Messi, 100 million. Number 2. Cristiano Ronaldo, 90 million. Number 3. Andres Iniesta, 70 million. Number 4. Wayne Rooney, 65 million. Unquestionably, the most attention-grabbing figures are the top-ranked players in the world, whose official valuations have experienced notable increases. In euros, Messi's valuation has, for the first time, surpassed the 100 million mark, a historic milestone for the transfer market platform, as no player has previously reached such a valuation. Of course, the transfer market valuations are predominantly based on predictions regarding market and commercial value. In actual player transactions, it is not uncommon for figures to deviate by tens of millions compared to those on the transfer market, influenced by contracts, buyout clauses, and other factors. For instance, in 2008, Ronaldo's transfer market value was merely 60 million. Yet when he transferred to Real Madrid, Manchester United received a fee of 80 million, which, based on exchange rates at the time, amounted to approximately 94 million. Similarly, if someone were to offer 100 million, or even 200 million, to Barcelona, would they genuinely be willing to part with Messi? If Real Madrid were offered 100 million or 200 million, would they be inclined to sell Ronaldo, who has dominated the Champions League and La Liga? It seems unlikely. Adjacent to the valuation rankings, a column detailing the latest price increases has also drawn considerable attention from fans, prompting many to delve into the specifics. The top of this list are, unsurprisingly, the same players who dominate the highest valuation rankings, albeit in a different order. This is easily understandable, as their valuations are already high, coupled with a level of attention and influence that other players lack. A single increase could easily amount to several million euros. Number 9. Meyer has seen an increase of 12 million. In the price increase rankings, many soon encountered a name they were not familiar with, who had remarkably risen by 12 million, at just 17 years old, with a total valuation of 20 million. Upon further investigation, they discovered he plays for Sheffield United in the Championship. Countless question marks flooded the comments of various reports, as inquiries about who is Meyer spread through European football and gradually expanded to the global football community. The 17-year-old prodigy has taken the championship by storm. To date, he has scored 29 goals and provided 21 assists this season, surpassing the 50-goal milestone. Spanish media outlet as a more outstanding talent than Rooney. Sheffield United's Meyer has made multiple appearances in mainstream media over the past 6 months, even bringing a level of attention to the club that is uncharacteristic of a championship team. Sports platform Donquidi, the highest valuation in the championship. In the latest transfer market valuation update, Meyer's value has risen by 12 million, reaching 20 million. Remarkably, he is still playing for a championship team, setting a historical high for the division. British newspaper The Guardian. Comparable to Ronaldo, born in Aix, young footballer Meyer has already contributed to 50 goals in the championship this season. However, he has yet to be selected for any level of the French national team. Editor of France Football. More media coverage has drawn attention to him, making people realize that in a league they typically overlook, there exists such a remarkable talent. Unlike before, this time, many seasoned fans from various countries are already aware of him, with numerous forums buzzing with introductions about him and highlight reels of his goals and assists circulating on social media. These posts and videos have quickly garnered significant attention and are being shared by an ever-widening audience. An extraterrestrial being. A new extraterrestrial has emerged. As long as he does not encounter significant injuries or setbacks in the future, he is destined to reach the heights of stardom. Meyer has truly risen to prominence this time. It seems that market value is indeed a more tangible measure. Previous reports have mentioned his statistics, but perhaps you missed them. He's 17 years old, with a valuation of 20 million. One would have to walk sideways. I truly did not expect that a player in the championship, a second-tier league, could command such a valuation. When observing his performances in the championship, it is best to consider his age and his monthly progress. This will help you better comprehend why he has achieved this valuation. The question remains, if Arsenal were offered 20 million, would Wenger sell him? I think it is highly unlikely. What about 30 million? Let us not exaggerate too much. After all, the player has yet to step onto the Premier League stage, which remains uncertain. 29 goals and 21 assists, shall we not boast? How can we not? You let the 17-year-old Rooney give it a try and see if he can achieve even half of those statistics in the championship. That is, before Mail moves to the Premier League, allowing you naysayers a chance to nitpick. London, Chelsea training ground. AS Ancelotti settled into his office with a cup of tea. A staff member approached him with measured steps. Presenting a report, "Boss," the individual placed the document down, stating, "This details the changes in player valuations following the latest transfer market update, including those players we have been monitoring." Ancelotti refrained from hastily grabbing it. Instead, a name floated to his mind. "Have you seen this report? What is Mail's increase?" "Yes," the staff member nodded, pursing his lips as he elaborated. "He has risen by 12 million euros, bringing his total valuation to 20 million euros. 20 million? Ancelotti nearly spat out his tea, placing the cup down in disbelief. As he contemplated, he recognized that 20 million indeed seemed a rather reasonable valuation. Had it been lower, he might have erupted in anger at the transfer market analysts for their blatant bias against lower division players and their failure to accurately assess potential. Has it set a record? Ancelotti regained his composure, lifting his tea cup to inquire, as many players in the Premier League had yet to reach a valuation of 20 million. This was truly astonishing for a championship player, far surpassing previous records. The staff member smiled, adding, "The summer transfer window is certainly worth considering. Arsenal has yet to settle their debts and may not be fixated on retaining players." Ancelotti nodded, gesturing for the individual to leave, as he sat alone on the sofa, contemplating with his chin in hand. Initially, his expression was one of deep thought, which gradually morphed into a look of yearning, ultimately overtaken by an intense greed that narrowed his eyes. Dialing a number, Ancelotti cleared his throat twice and, once the call connected, said, "Boss, do you remember the Mail I mentioned earlier? I was just about to discuss this matter with you. I recently came across a report concerning him." The voice on the other end exuded calmness and confidence. "Ancelotti, we must secure this player. He is the future of Chelsea, and I am indifferent to the cost. Just provide me with a rough budget." After a moment's contemplation, Ancelotti replied, "It will take at least £25 million. Otherwise, Arsenal will undoubtedly refuse to let him go. My expectation is around £30 million. The voice chuckled softly, sounding pleased. "It appears my estimate of the player's value aligns closely with yours. Perhaps I should consider coaching Chelsea." "Ha ha!" Ancelotti chuckled in response, grasping that the boss intended to convey that if an opportunity arises during the summer window, he should not hesitate to make an offer of around £30 million immediately. Meanwhile, in Manchester, at the Carrington training ground, the afternoon training session was about to commence. The esteemed Sir Alex Ferguson, clutching a document, made his way to the training pitch to oversee the session. Though aging, he no longer participated in training but stood on the sidelines daily. "Sir," an assistant coach approached with a report detailing the updated player valuations. Ferguson, chewing gum, waved him off, disinterested. "The transfer window has only just closed. I do not wish to see this. It will not assist my team. The player you mentioned several times has seen a €12 million increase, bringing his total valuation to 20 million. The assistant noted, withdrawing the document without insistence, merely conveying this piece of information. "Who?" Ferguson initially paid little attention but abruptly turned, his eyes widening. Male? Indeed, the assistant coach affirmed, rueful smile gracing his lips. He is now the highest valued player in the championship at only 17 years old. Perhaps we should consider pursuing him. Ferguson's gaze fixated on the training pitch, hastening his gum chewing as his mind raced. Did he hold any fondness for Arsenal? After a long pause, he turned back, inquiring earnestly. Do we have any insights into his career aspirations or personality? Does he yearn for championships, or is he focused on gradual development? I do not know, the assistant coach replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, he has only just begun to make a name for himself this season, and mainstream reports about him are scarce, with no personal interviews conducted. It remains largely a blank slate. What about his agent? Ferguson's expression brightened with a faint smile. He was well acquainted with Mendes, having engaged in numerous dealings, albeit their relationship was hardly amicable. He recalled Cristiano Ronaldo, thinking of his former protege now competing at the Bernabeu. Reach out to Mendes and inquire about the player's interest in Manchester United. Ferguson made arrangements, his complexion slightly flushed, emotions visibly stirred. Understood. The assistant coach departed, having brought the document primarily to rekindle Ferguson's attention towards mail. In San Francisco, at an office, Instagram founder Kevin Systrom stared at a private message on his computer, biting his lower lip in hesitation. What is it? Someone approached, placing a hand on his shoulder and glancing at his screen. A football player wishes to collaborate with us, claiming he can bring us 200,000 registered users. Systrom noted the ID from the message, searching social media for mail, discovering a wealth of recent, high-traffic content surrounding him. What do we need to offer? The individual's eyes lit up, grinning. Systrom, we both know how exceptional this social media platform is. Once we overcome this initial hurdle and gain substantial registered users, it will surely become a global phenomenon. If he can genuinely aid us, we must do our utmost to meet his conditions. This is an opportunity I understand, Systrom replied, appearing somewhat conflicted, his brow furrowing. However, our valuation stands at only $30 million. To achieve the financial projections of $7.5 million, we would need to relinquish 25% of our equity for financing. If we give away more, I fear it may diminish our motivation. After a moment of silence, the individual suddenly brightened, exclaiming, football players are wealthy. Could he invest some of his own money with us? What are you thinking? Systrom chuckled lightly, countering. I just saw he is only 17 years old. How much can a 17-year-old possibly have? Let us give it a shot, the individual advised, having noticed the reports about mail on Systrom's computer. He plays football in Europe, which is precisely the large market we need to penetrate. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The individual nodded, contemplating. How about we head directly to the UK? Assess his influence there and seek a chance for a private discussion. Sounds good, Systrom remarked, checking the date to finalize. Let us depart on the 18th. I hope he does not disappoint us. I have a nagging feeling that a 17-year-old might be somewhat unreliable, even if he is skilled at football. Chapter 94. Signing endorsement contracts, a breezy 650,000. Mendes surprised, on March 8th. Mail carved out a day to again meet with Mendes in Sheffield, heading to a sponsoring company. This was a clothing factory located north of Sheffield, a startup founded by a remarkably young woman. A fashion design student with aspirations to establish a sportswear brand. I hope we can wrap this up quickly. In the car, Mendes appeared full of energy, as he always did, even after flying back and forth. If they could complete the endorsement process that afternoon, they could sit down in London to sign with a second company by evening. Mail gazed out the window, saying, I share that sentiment. Why the sudden urgency yesterday? Mendes looked at him, intrigued. Short on cash? That seems unlikely. Or perhaps you are simply curious about the endorsement process. I am a bit short on cash. Investment? Mendes' eyes widened in astonishment. Have you really considered this? This is no trivial matter, and judging by your demeanor, are you preparing to invest your entire fortune? His previous advice to Mail had merely encouraged him to leverage his personal influence, not to put in capital. After all, these were two entirely different concepts. Investing meant putting up real money. I have thought it through. Mail smiled, responding, I have already contacted them, and they should be visiting next week. I just don't know how much equity I can secure. I believe they have considerable potential. In any case, I have no significant expenses at the moment. My primary goal is to buy a car once I get my license. My current earning rate? I should have enough for a car once I have the license. Mendes was undoubtedly taken aback, taking a moment to regain his composure before saying, Listen, Mail, I genuinely admire your awareness and willingness to take risks at such a young age. However, putting your entire fortune into an investment, isn't that a bit reckless? Indeed, Mendez went on at length, discussing commercial law, economic principles, and the current market environment along with the major players in the social media sector. While Mail occasionally nodded, appearing attentive. Yet, once Mendez finished, Mail posed a question. Mr. Mendez, I earnestly urge you to consider. Are you certain you don't wish to invest a little yourself? Mendez discovered that he could no longer endure the conversation, slightly raising his hands in surrender. I have more lucrative business ventures. Very well, since you are insistent on trying, I shall refrain from further commentary. When the contract is ready, please forward it to me, and I will have our legal team review it to ensure you are not deceived. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a garment factory, where a pink Porsche 911 was parked, likely belonging to the owner of this establishment. Upon seeing their vehicle, the Porsche's door swung open, revealing a pair of high-heeled leather boots, leading up to long, well-proportioned legs clad in black and gray thick stockings. A remarkably young girl emerged from the car, dressed in a beige coat over a black sweater. Her golden hair contrasted beautifully with her porcelain complexion, and her sharp features exuded both aggression and allure. With a firm push, she closed the car door, lifted her chin, and extended her hand toward Mail. Isabella, are you the owner of this garment factory? Mail shook her hand, taken aback by her youthful appearance. She seemed almost his age, yet he was astonished by her youthfulness. Ha! Isabella's lips were thin, and her smile rendered them even thinner up close. Her skin appeared as smooth as cream, and her beauty was striking. Every movement exuded confidence, suggesting a privileged upbringing. Mendez, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the owner of this company would be a girl. Previously, he had negotiated with the company's president, a man in his 40s. An employee. Noticing their astonishment, Isabella graciously gestured for them to enter, introducing herself as they walked through the factory. I have had a passion for fashion design since childhood, and later developed a love for sports. In my freshman year, my father gave me a sum of money, allowing me to choose between starting a business or investing, and I decided to establish this garment factory. A.S. Mail followed her into the factory. He was greeted by a plethora of machinery and numerous blueprints. The decor, whimsically eccentric, belied the factory's purpose, making it feel more like a young girl's room. So, you are around 20? Mendez observed the interior of the factory, feeling slightly reassured. Your father must be quite wealthy? If you don't mind my asking, what is his name? Isabella maintained her serene smile but promptly declined. My father is in the real estate business, and our family is well off, but I prefer not to disclose his name. Mendez nodded, not pressing further. After a brief tour and conversation, he noted that this girl possessed a maturity beyond her years. She must have had an excellent education and ample opportunities for trial and error. Yes, she could afford the endorsement fees. I have been clear about my intentions for quite some time. Isabella led them towards the office, articulating her motives with clarity. If I am to create a sports brand and pilot sales from Sheffield, gradually expanding across England, I must find a football star based in Sheffield. Thus, my target is quite evident. She turned to Mail with a smile, her gaze filled with appreciation. The trio soon reached an office where a contract lay ready on the table, presumably for signing before heading to the city center for promotional activities, a 1-year short-term agreement. Isabella picked up the contract and placed it before them, stating the endorsement fee of $400,000 to be paid in full upfront. The player was required to complete a photo shoot for promotional images, 2 advertising shoots, and 4 promotional appearances. Rest assured, it is quite straightforward. If all goes well, we can complete it by this afternoon. The promotion is not cumbersome. Simply post the prepared photos and advertisements on your social media. I have already discussed this with Mr. Mendez. If there are no issues, please sign. Mendez picked up the contract, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, he looked up, declaring that this signing ceremony was the simplest he had ever experienced. But still, it was a pleasant collaboration indeed. The 3 of them signed the contract, and afterward, they made their way to the factory entrance, preparing to head to the city center for the shoot. Before departing, Isabella called out to Mail, holding up her iPhone 4. Let's take a picture in front of my car. Confused by her sudden request, Mail nonetheless stepped forward to stand beside her. Isabella raised her phone, leaning slightly toward Mail, flashing him a radiant smile before turning her gaze toward the camera. She clicked away, capturing 7 or 8 shots before stopping, waving goodbye to Male. I might drive a bit fast, so I'll meet you at the agreed location. All right. Male waved back, feeling slightly dazed by the entire signing process, which seemed a bit hasty, yet he was relieved it had been finalized. Now, he hoped that the lovely Miss Isabella would promptly transfer the funds to his bank account. Throughout the afternoon, Male spent time at the photoshoot location, taking numerous pictures with the samples as required, even wearing a few outfits himself. The quality of the garments was quite satisfactory, and their unique designs held potential appeal, which eased his concerns about Isabella. Despite her youth, her business acumen seemed genuinely impressive. It was only logical. Otherwise, she would not possess such a discerning eye, seeking endorsements even in the early stages of her venture. At 1 o'clock, he accompanied Isabella to the recording studio for the advertisement shoot, which was quite a novel experience. However, due to her inexperience, they had to film numerous takes before achieving satisfactory results, which consumed considerable time. By the time they wrapped up, it was already past 4 o'clock. After discussing with Mendez, they decided to head to London that very day to finalize another deal, as postponing it would only complicate matters. I hope my clothing line sells exceptionally well. Before parting, Isabella gently embraced Male, expressing her aspirations. If my brand thrives in Sheffield, gradually expanding its influence throughout England, I shall reward you handsomely. Rest assured. Generosity has always been a family tradition. I have aspired to be as magnanimous as my father. Ha ha. Male chuckled. After a day of collaboration, he held a favorable impression of Isabella. I too harbor great expectations for your sports brand success. Best of luck, best of luck. Isabella mischievously winked, clenched her fist in encouragement, and waved goodbye to Male. By evening, Male and Mendez arrived in London, reaching the headquarters of a sports beverage brand. This endorsement also entailed a 1-year short-term contract, but the fee was only around $250,000, perhaps more reflective of Male's current market value. While the Sheffield deal seemed somewhat inflated, as for the reasoning, Male presumed it was due to his influence in the city, which would assist her in selling a considerable number of garments. Yet, despite the lower fee, the process was no less rigorous. In terms of professionalism and organization, it was markedly superior to Isabella's garment factory, which made them seem more deserving of the $400,000 fee. After concluding the procedures there, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Overall, the experience had been quite rewarding, undoubtedly enriching his skills for future engagements with larger companies. The next day, Male and Mendez parted ways at the airport, their destinations diverging. They faced separation. A tinge of melancholy filled the air. Their multiple interactions had fostered a sense of camaraderie akin to old friends. There would be many more moments like this ahead, as is the nature of the relationship between a player and an agent. Mendez grinned, carrying his briefcase with ease, feeling lighthearted with $650,000 in hand. I hope this inspires you to forge ahead more swiftly, and soon you'll be earning millions, even tens of millions. Endorsements are far more effortless than a fixed salary. You only need to film a few advertisements and make an appearance to receive substantial rewards. Absolutely. Male felt refreshed and invigorated. I must take my leave now. My flight is about to board. Very well, Mendez waved to him, calculating the time before adding, see you next time in London. I've prepared a surprise for you. You'll discover it when you arrive in Sheffield. Upon seeing the figure, 1,723,122.49, Male exhaled in relief, only to quickly sense something amiss. His savings should be approximately $1.33 million. He had previously calculated the 2 endorsement fees to be $331,000, which when combined should total $1.66 million, yet there was an excess of $60,000. Suddenly, he recalled Mendez's words before he entered the car and realized the truth. Mendez had not taken his cut. Had he genuinely given it to him? He opened his phone, intending to call Mendez for clarification. He truly did not require the extra $60,000, as that was merely a jest. Upon unlocking his phone, a flurry of messages from Mendez appeared. It's tough at first, and you need money. Don't call or message. Just take it. Wishing you good fortune. Next time, it won't be like this. Don't expect to dodge the 15 cut. Haha. Male set his phone down. His heart stirred. Eventually, he withdrew his card and made his way home. Chapter 95. Footarc past level 4. Sheffield United's dominance. On March 9, during the 36th round of the championship, Sheffield United hosted Nottingham Forest. Male truly needed a break. Since the winter transfer window had closed, he had scarcely rotated, and his body was nearing its limit. After countless matches, he gradually recognized how the skills of coordination and strength contributed to his resilience against risks. The majority of teams in the English Championship exhibit a rather rough style of play, and he has endured his fair share of reckless tackles and malicious fouls. He has also attempted difficult maneuvers while fatigued. The former is attributable to his considerable strength and sturdy physique, which enabled him to emerge unscathed after an entire season. Meyer recalled the moment when Kimmich tackled Haaland. Due to the vast disparity in their physical power, Kimmich's fierce challenge resulted in Haaland receiving a hefty blow. Remarkably, the one who executed the tackle sustained serious injury, while the tackled player staggered a few steps before resuming his sprint with the ball. This illustrates the role of strength in resisting brutal infringements. A forward like Haaland is generally not susceptible to injury from typical malicious fouls, unless the foul is exceptionally vicious with the intent to cause harm. The latter aspect pertains to the flexibility afforded by his coordination, which is equally vital. Whenever his body reaches its limit, yet he must forcefully twist to execute a movement, his flexibility invariably comes to his rescue at critical moments, preventing him from sustaining injuries. These two skills require further honing. Meyer has resolved that safeguarding his body is his paramount priority, and he never takes this lightly. He is steadily improving, and as long as he continues on this path, he is destined to reach heights currently unimaginable. In such circumstances, it would be foolish to lack an awareness of self-protection, constantly placing oneself at risk of injury. Naturally, he does not feel overly anxious. He is currently engaged in the practice of 3 skills, with one physical capability undergoing a level 4 upgrade. Once the additional training schedule eases, he will consider focusing on enhancing his strength and coordination. For now, he reminds himself not to forget these 2 steadfast skills that have quietly safeguarded him, vowing to continue practicing them in the future. It is all about relentless effort, with diligent training. Complemented by sound rehabilitation and nutrition, one could argue that his likelihood of injury in the future approaches near impossibility. Skill: Instep pass LV3, proficiency 754-800, skill: burst LV3, proficiency 659-2000, skill: weak foot LV2, proficiency 121-800, skill: stamina LV2, proficiency 460-800. After concluding the day's additional training, Meyer glanced at his proficiency panel and discovered that his instep pass was nearing level 4. Upon reaching level 4, it would become a formidable weapon. He felt that ground passes are indeed more prevalent than aerial ones. His numerous assists from crosses stem from 2 reasons. 1, his crossing ability has achieved level 4, ensuring precision, and 2, the league he currently competes in is the Championship. During the 2010 to 2011 Premier League season, teams were still employing the 4-4-2 formation, whereas the Championship naturally favors a much simpler tactical approach. In summary, it boils down to the well-known phrase among fans: long passes, crossing from the flanks. Once he transitions to the Premier League and joins Arsenal, at least prior to Giroud's arrival, the impact of his crosses is likely to diminish. At this juncture, possessing the ability to deliver ground-threatening passes will be crucial. This skill, alongside long-range shots and curling capabilities, will be key to establishing himself as a Premier League giant. Nottingham Forest took the lead, which did not surprise him. There have been few matches this season where the team scored first, as the defense is prone to lapses. The newly arrived fullbacks possess strong one-on-one capabilities, but lack experience due to their youth, and often, when the team falters, they follow suit. In the 74th minute, Loughton surged down the flank, executing a horizontal pass into the middle, which Evans skillfully converted with a shot into the net. 1-1. A splendid goal. Meyer sipped on fat-free yogurt while extending his hand to high-five his teammate Halil Safina in celebration. 6 minutes later, Loughton once again advanced along the wing, cutting into the middle and unleashing a spectacular long-range shot that found the back of the net. 2-1. Loughton with 1 goal and 1 assist. No. Meyer shook his head in jest, saying, "Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent, and my presence on the field has compressed his position, denying him the opportunity to showcase his abilities. I am the team's greatest villain, overshadowing my teammates. I must retire from football." Laughter ensued as the trio reveled in the satisfying conclusion of the match, with Sheffield United triumphing over Nottingham Forest by 2-1. This victory embodies a momentum cultivated through countless triumphs, with players brimming with confidence in their abilities and willing to persevere even in challenging circumstances. They have grown accustomed to winning but remain humble. which enables them to unleash a fighting spirit that surpasses their actual prowess. In a certain sense, this momentum has been bolstered by Meyer's arrival on March 12 in the 37th round of the championship. The match against Leeds United arrived. Meyer found himself once more on the pitch, relishing the familiar sensations that were immensely delightful and captivating. Having rested for one round, his form was outstanding, and he was at peak fitness. Meyer! Here he comes again. A feigned shot followed by a genuine dribble. He charged into the penalty area. Lehigh brought him down. A penalty. This is indeed a penalty. Janahan stepped up to take the spot kick. He is the team's primary penalty taker, and since his return from injury, has not recorded a goal or assist for quite some time. Meyer roamed the middle and received the ball, always remaining active. If Janahan is the initiator of Sheffield United's attacks, then Meyer is the finisher. O'Brien took his shot. He dispossessed Gilbert of the ball. Not far enough. Meyer seized the opportunity. He attempted a long-range shot. A deflection, changing direction. The goalkeeper is helpless. Meyer scores his 30th goal. He has equaled the championship's scoring record. If he can net another, he will become the highest-scoring player in a single championship season at the tender age of 17. With 9 matches remaining, this hardly seems a challenge for him. Perhaps this very match could witness this achievement. Incredible. After shattering countless youngest records, he finally set his sights on the league record. I can only describe his performance as terrifying. Janahan's a second, Sheffield United's third. He was in splendid form today, assisted by Meyer's low pass. In the moment of receiving the ball, he created shooting space for himself, and his subsequent strike was exceptionally deceptive, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance to save. It was already the 69th minute, and this goal effectively extinguished Leeds United's hopes of mounting a comeback. Meyer was substituted for Gary Speed. He had accomplished 1 goal, 1 assist, and earned a penalty. A phenomenal performance. Gary Speed opted not to keep him on the pitch to pursue record-breaking feats, having already secured victory, prioritizing the preservation of the player's energy for the next match. In the 89th minute, Gilbert received a pass from Janahan during a corner kick and netted his 8th goal of the season. 4-0. Applause erupted from the bench as Meyer stood, cheering for him. Gilbert noticed him too, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead and gesturing towards Meyer in a rather playful manner. Meyer chuckled, recognizing that the former Arsenal U17 captain, once the strongest player in the squad, does not appear particularly stand out in this team. Yet, this friend who joined him has achieved commendable success today, with 7 goals and 4 assists, totaling 11 contributions. At the very least, Gilbert will no longer be at home on Cherry Street, frequently lamenting or exhibiting extreme behavior. They are both gradually acclimatizing to the league and are poised to traverse this season together. On March 14, at the training facility, bang bang. After a series of wall-passing drills, a peculiar sensation coursed through Meyer's ankle and instep, causing them to tremble slightly. Skill. Instep arc pass LV4, proficiency. 1-2000, effect. Having acquired all the necessary qualities for standard short passes, you continue to seek breakthroughs. Gradually, you discover that by manipulating your ankle while passing, you can impart a certain curvature to ground balls. It seems effortless to penetrate defenses. It has arrived, level 4 instep passing. A trembling arc? Meyer smiled with excitement, recalling a remarkable show he had watched in a previous life, where a concept akin to gunshaking technique was mentioned, sharing a certain similarity. However, the arc of ground balls on the football field undeniably exists, as later players like De Bruyne and Alexander-Arnold are masters in this regard, often showcasing extraordinary passing quality. Summarizing his current abilities: power shot LV4, arc guidance LV4, curve shot LV4, instep arc pass LV4, strength LV3, burst LV3, flexibility LV3, situational awareness LV3, bicycle kick LV3, step over LV3, weak foot LV2, stamina LV2. Everything he does carries a hint of arc. He chuckled, feeling optimistic. As his skills evolve rapidly, it is only a matter of time before he emerges as a footballing genius. Chapter 96. The arrival of Kevin Strom, the Prince. He is the king. On March 19, the 38th round of the championship arrived, marking the final match of the month. Kevin Strom and fellow co-founder Mike walked through the streets of Sheffield. They had arrived in the city the previous day without informing Meyer, intending to connect with the player after watching today's match. In truth, they had already gleaned a fair amount of information about Meyer from recent online sources, and were well acquainted with him. However, for two tech enthusiasts, It is indeed a delightful experience to finally visit England and immerse themselves in the vibrant atmosphere of football here. According to media predictions, his salary is expected to exceed £30,000. Mike recalled an article he had seen that morning and remarked with anticipation, "If he has saved £300,000, we could certainly entice him to invest by offering him equity in our resources. It all depends on whether he possesses the £30,000 and, if so, whether he is willing to invest. Let us not get our hopes too high." Kevin Strom, being more pragmatic, shook his head and said, "I believe he has only experienced 2 salary increases, the most recent of which was not long ago, so he likely does not command a substantial amount. On the other hand, he is reluctant to admit or believe that an athlete much younger than himself possesses a wealth far exceeding his own." As a graduate of Stanford's management program, Kevin Strom self-taught programming while working in the marketing department at Next Stop, ultimately developing a software that secured him a $500,000 angel investment, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. He considered himself a genius. Aside from the likes of Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg, he believed few could rival his excellence. What was he doing at 17? Now, when someone mentions a 17-year-old footballer possessing immense wealth, potentially stepping in as their investor, he naturally feels somewhat uncomfortable. "We are in need of funds." Kevin Strom looked at Mike and added, "But it's not that we are desperately short of money. Let us not entertain thoughts of taking advantage of anyone we encounter. Offering him a small stake is acceptable. We certainly need to leverage his influence." Mike nodded in understanding, refraining from further comment. Reflecting that Strom's words held considerable merit, as the two walked on, they gradually approached Bramall Lane Stadium, where a noticeable change began to manifest. Fans clad in red and white striped jerseys started to appear along the streets, and the fervent sounds of their chants grew ever closer. "Why do I feel a bit excited?" "Me too." Kevin Strom chuckled, feeling himself drawn into the spirit of the match, eager to see how the star player they had first encountered would perform today. The two took their pre-purchased tickets, queued to enter, and settled into the A stand, situated quite close to the pitch. Beep. The match commenced at Bramall Lane Stadium, with Sheffield United facing Middlesbrough, as the referee blew the whistle. Boom. Just 2 passes into the game, Sheffield United's defender Steven launched a long ball towards the center, targeting Bogdanovic, but unfortunately, the latter failed to secure the header. The match unfolded with both teams displaying a strong desire to attack. Neither wished to suffer embarrassment in this final game before the holiday. Pass. Pass to me. Shift. The weak side is open. Oh no, too late. The players' shouts resonated on the field, and the contest was intensely fierce. In the 9th minute, Sheffield United seized an early opportunity. On the left flank, Mail executed a deceptive cut-in that startled the fullback into a swift retreat, allowing him to drive to the byline. He delivered a curling ball with his left foot towards the center. Although the placement was not precise, it offered Bogdanovic a chance to contest for the header. Boom. Utilizing his height and jumping ability, Bogdanovic managed to connect with the ball, forcing the goalkeeper into a desperate dive to deflect it out of play. Corner kick? Bogdanovic sat on the ground in disappointment, striking the grass a few times. Meanwhile, Mail quietly approached to take the corner, finding comfort in using his left foot, which afforded him more options. This corner, delivered with his left foot, created another shooting opportunity, and he felt quite satisfied. Boom. In the 16th minute, Sheffield's chance arose once more. Bertrand combined with Mail on the flank, engaging in a series of intricate exchanges before joining the central attack. Clack. At this moment, Gilbert held the ball and suddenly released a perfectly weighted through ball that pierced Middlesbrough's defense. Bertrand surged in from the flank, meeting the pass with his left foot and striking towards the far corner with a low shot. Whoosh! The ball sailed past the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the net. Igniting a frenzy among the crowd, goal. 1-0. Ha ha! Bertrand gleefully sprinted towards the sideline, executing a dramatic sliding celebration. Opportunities to score in a season are few, so he aimed to celebrate in the most stylish manner possible. Following this goal, Middlesbrough intensified their offensive efforts, launching a furious counterattack in the ensuing minutes, generating a flurry of attacking chances. Unfortunately, they remained just inches away from the goal, unable to convert. Boom. As the game reached the 38th minute, their forward McDonald casually unleashed a long-range shot, resulting in a fumble from Sheffield United's goalkeeper Roberts, creating a genuine opportunity. The goalkeeper spilled it. Mark Bates. He was competing with Maguire for the loose ball, and he was the first to reach it. 1-on-1, shot. 1-1. Mark Bates celebrated by running around the pitch, and after completing his celebration along the sidelines, he dashed to the coach's bench to high-five the manager in gratitude for the trust shown in him. Striving for all 3 points, boom, boom. Shots rang out one after another as both teams exchanged threatening attacks, generating numerous opportunities, yet the net remained unbroken. Until the 71st minute, when Mail, carrying the ball along the edge of midfield, made his way towards the center, disrupting the opponent's defense. Mail, he continued his dribble, nearing the right flank, with no Middlesbrough player able to keep pace with him laterally. The defenders were scrambling to adjust their positions, causing disarray in their line. As he approached the right side, the opportunity appeared limited, forcing him to pass. He faced the center, contemplating whether to attempt a further breakthrough or to penetrate with a forward pass. The ball sped towards the backline of Middlesbrough at the right pace, seemingly with a curve. Oh! Evans surged forward, and the ball perfectly aligned with his run. What a pass! Everything was executed flawlessly, without a hint of error. Evans entered the penalty area, seizing the opportunity for this assist. He shot towards the far corner. Beautiful, 2-1. I must commend Mail for his pass. If it were delivered too slowly, it would have been intercepted. And if too quickly, the goalkeeper would have easily caught it. Even if both of those elements were executed perfectly, a straightforward pass would likely not penetrate the defense. His exquisite passing technique is unmatched by any other championship player. Perhaps this is why he leads the assists chart. On the field, the goalscorer Evans quickly joined forces with Mail, and they raced towards the sideline, playfully jumping and supporting each other, celebrating with great joy. Oh! The home crowd erupted in cheers. Countless fans rose to their feet, waving their arms in exuberance. What a splendid play, Evans, and a beautiful pass, Mail. My goodness, I have sat here for 37 years and have never witnessed someone pass like that. They called out passionately to the players, hoping that the lads battling for the club would hear their praises. After this goal, Middlesbrough began to respond, with anxious emotions spreading as their movements grew more pronounced. In the 84th minute, Evans made an error, allowing the ball to roll over the byline. The ball had gone out of play, yet a Middlesbrough player charged in and collided violently with him, who was caught completely off guard. Bang! The sound of contact echoed as Evans clutched his shoulder and abdomen, collapsing to the ground in pain, exclaiming, "Ah!" Upon hearing Evans' cries, he glanced towards the linesman on the sidelines, hoping for some indication. Yet, the whistle remained silent. A foul not called is a minor issue, but calling an imaginary foul could create a far larger problem. It's best not to whistle unless certain. But it did not end there. In a subsequent challenge against Janjahans, Middlesbrough's midfielder Matthew Bates unleashed a series of vicious tackles aimed directly at Janjahans' ankles. Bang! He first delivered a harsh kick from behind, and upon realizing his opponent had not fallen, he advanced, tripping and kicking Janjahans repeatedly. Perhaps fueled by anger, Janjahans stood firm, resisting twice without toppling, determined to humiliate his adversary. Matthew Bates was relentless, extending his foot for a brutal stomp, driving his cleats harshly into Janjahans' foot. Janjahans' cries were even louder than Evans, as he clutched his ankle and fell to the ground, unable to endure any longer. Matthew Bates' series of malicious fouls ignited the pent-up fury among Sheffield United's players, and the atmosphere of the match spiraled out of control. "What are you doing? Son of a dog. Watch your legs. Go to hell." Players from Sheffield United converged on the incident, with goalkeeper Roberts rushing in as well, and a shoving match erupted, the tension thickening. Beep, beep, beep. The referee continuously blew the whistle in an attempt to restore order, but it was to no avail. At this moment, no one was heeding him. Look at your players. Those who know would think they are players, while those who do not would believe they just emerged from prison. The conflict was not confined to the pitch. Off the field, Gary Speed found himself in a confrontation with Middlesbrough's coach as a group of ignoble individuals clashed, truly a scene of wild barbarism. "What did you say?" The Middlesbrough coach stormed towards Gary Speed, who stood his ground, stepping forward and rapidly closing the distance between them. The assistant coaches and substitute players from both sides had already risen to their feet, having witnessed the eruption of conflict on the field, rallying to hurl insults at their opponents. Upon turning, they were taken aback to see their head coach engaged in a fierce altercation with the opposing coach. "Get in there. Don't let them bully our leader." Thus commenced a new round of chaos, effectively establishing a second battleground, and this was far from the end of it in the stands. Fans seated in the southern stand and nearby east and west stands seized their water bottles and hot dogs, indiscriminately throwing them at the opposing supporters. Despite the valiant efforts of security personnel, they were utterly overwhelmed, their tempers flaring as they contemplated joining the fray themselves. The tumult persisted for over 2 minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving Kevin Strom and Mike seated in the S section in stunned silence. "Oh my God," Kevin Strom exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering such a scene so soon after his arrival. The sporting atmosphere in England was indeed intense. "I'm actually quite excited," Mike replied, a look of eager anticipation on his face, lamenting only that he was not situated at the intersection of the rival fans. "Will there be more goals?" Kevin Strom adjusted his posture, finding the experience intriguingly novel, eager to witness a goal unfold. "Definitely," Mike assured him with confidence. "This is Chapter 97, breaking the championship goal record." "Wait, do you really have that much money?" Kevin Strom inquired, curiosity prompting him to engage further. "Absolutely," Mike affirmed. "They are the leading side, so there is no need for haste. As long as they maintain their advantage, they can celebrate with the most ostentatious displays of triumph to humiliate the Middlesbrough supporters. Press forward, press forward." The Middlesbrough manager, having just endured a couple of blows amidst the chaos, was seething with rage, rallying his players to push beyond the halfway line. The scope of the conflict was confined to the pitch. The outcome of the match remained paramount. Even if they could not overturn the scoreline, securing an equalizing goal would allow them to revel in the glory at Bramall Lane, celebrating wildly. The Middlesbrough players, now recommitted to the match, recognized this imperative. They focused their efforts on executing long passes in a concerted offensive. The ball was lofted into the penalty area. Maguire cleared with a header. It was sent far away, but Middlesbrough managed to reclaim possession, launching another cross. This time it was Jan Hans controlling the ball. He turned to evade Matthew Bates, who, having just received a yellow card during the earlier fracas, needed to exercise caution in his actions. Jan Hans shifted to the left flank, where Bertrand received the ball, and Mail was demanding possession. The forward area was wide open. Bertrand passed the ball. This presented a splendid opportunity for a counterattack, as Sheffield United found themselves with a chance to seal the match. Observing a slight lapse in the defensive positioning of the central defenders, he hesitated not a moment, striking the ball diagonally across the field. The opposing wingback, realizing he could not keep pace, attempted to tug him back but was met with Jan Hans' perceptive awareness of the intent. With a resounding thud, Jan Hans thrust his shoulder forward, effectively toppling the opponent. A jubilant roar erupted from Bramall Lane, as this successful confrontation bolstered the morale of the Sheffield United side. Amidst the encouraging cheers from the fans, Mail's adrenaline surged, propelling him toward the edge of the opponent's penalty area. He raised his left arm, mimicking a shooting motion. "Hey!" shouted the rival centre-back, leaping into the air to extend his defensive reach, attempting to block the shot. Yet, to the spectators, he appeared more like an actor performing in concert with Mail, who subtly indicated his next move, evading the defender's grasp as he had no intention of shooting. Boom! After evading the defender, Mail finally found his stride, positioning himself sideways, wrapping his right foot around the ball, and releasing a stunning arc from the camera's perspective. It seemed as though the ball was perpetually on the verge of missing the target. Yet somehow, it navigated past the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers and nestled into the net. The goal was scored. 3-1. Yes, the exhilarating moment had arrived, as Mail netted the decisive goal, rendering Middlesbrough devoid of any further opportunities. A flawlessly executed curling shot, Mail single-handedly dismantled the opponent's defense, ultimately scoring this magnificent goal. A record was born. In such a tense match atmosphere, Mail had netted his 31st goal of the season. He now stood as the all-time leading scorer in the championship. An extraordinary achievement, this young talent from Ajax had conquered English football in just 1 year. All fans who witnessed this match would remember this day. They had beheld the emergence of a great talent on the field. Mail tore off his jersey, roaring as he sprinted toward the sidelines, first forming his hands into a gun gesture, then throwing himself to the ground. Sliding on his knees toward the fans, he recalled this celebration, reminiscent of executing judgment upon his adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. He fired 3 imaginary shots, each one a fervent release of emotion. Rising, he unleashed a powerful punch into the air, only to be tackled to the ground by his jubilant teammates, forming a celebratory pile. 31 goals. My gold. I could never score that many in my lifetime. We won. Meanwhile, Jan Hans, who had contributed to the goal, turned to face the opposing goal with an arrogant expression, performing a highly provocative dart-throwing gesture. They celebrated wildly, shamelessly humiliating the Middlesbrough supporters, leaving their fans and players utterly mortified. Come on the sidelines. A more formidable presence emerged. Gary Speed, fist clenched, directed his ire toward the opposing bench, throwing punches with every few steps. Come on. The Middlesbrough manager, teeth clenched and face flushed, was visibly enraged. Being from the Scottish Highlands, he turned crimson with agitation. Finally, a Middlesbrough player could no longer restrain himself and charged toward the celebrating Sheffield United fans, demanding an explanation. What is this? Damn it. It's our home ground. Do you really think you can bully our players? Fans closest to the southern stand witnessed the scene and, in a fit of rage, surged past the security line, scaling the advertising boards as if to storm the field. Beep, beep, beep. The referee hastily blew his whistle, urging the Middlesbrough players to retreat to the tunnel. The player demanding an explanation changed his expression, turning to flee without hesitation, only to slip on the slick surface and fall hard. They leaned against the wall, hearing the tumult outside, too apprehensive to venture out again. What did I say? In the ace section of the stands, the elderly man beside Kevin Strom waved his hands in celebration, exclaiming, "What did I say?" He always delivers. That was truly magnificent. As an American, Kevin Strom had always found it challenging to experience the joy that football could bring, given that sports like baseball, rugby, and basketball dominated their culture. This was his first encounter with the exhilarating fervor of a football match, an unforgettable experience. The allure of football was undeniable. The artistry of overhead kicks, bicycle kicks, and curling shots evoked a visceral aesthetic pleasure. Even those who typically shunned the sport could grasp this surge of passion. Things are about to kick off. Mike suddenly pointed to the field, where fans had already surged forward, igniting his excitement. Oh, should we join them? Kevin Strom shot him an exasperated glance, questioning whether they were there to watch the match or to witness chaos. Don't look at me like that. Mike, unfazed, replied, I understand what's at stake. We've come this far. Having watched this match, I'm well aware of his influence in the area. He'll be fine. Wait for the referee's decision, the elderly man said, gesturing toward the referee and fourth official making their way to the tunnel. There are many ways to handle this. I hope they rule in our favor, especially since we're leading 3-1, and they instigated the trouble. Kevin Strom nodded, clasping his hands beside his face in anxious anticipation. After a prolonged wait, the referee emerged from the players' tunnel, whistle in hand, and blew 3 long blasts, pointing skyward. Beep, beep, beep. The match was called to an early conclusion, meaning the score would stand as is. Sheffield United, after navigating some turbulence at home, triumphed over their opponents with a final score of 3-1. Oh, another wave of cheers engulfed Bramall Lane, as local police swiftly arrived to detain some fans who had breached the security line and attempted to scale the advertising boards. They would face consequences for their actions. We've won. Kevin Strom initially remained oblivious until he glanced at the elderly man raising his hands in applause, prompting him to smile. That was no easy feat. The match was fragmented, but it was still quite a spectacle. Moreover, today marked a significant occasion for him, as he had achieved an important milestone. This honor belonged not only to him but also to Sheffield United. For the record would note that he had attained this accolade in Sheffield. This would instill immense pride in the Sheffield United supporters, for henceforth, should anyone boast about their team's players, they could simply bring up Mail. Well, you mentioned that player is indeed impressive, but he should aim to break the single-season goal record in the championship. I almost forgot to mention, it was during the 2010 to 2011 season when our team's player, Meyer, accomplished this feat. Some may indulge in such fantasies, as they were often mocked by fans of other teams for lacking a notable player to boast about. Kevin Strom exchanged a glance with Mike, perceiving shock and awe in each other's eyes. Shortly thereafter, the two departed the stadium and reached out to Meyer, hoping to meet the Sheffield Little King that very day in a familiar old haunt. The same restaurant where Mendes first brought Meyer, the trio convened. 1.5 of the shares. Kevin Strom proposed, elaborating, "This is our maximum offering, and it may not be entirely allocated to you. We need to establish a stock incentive plan based on your promotional effectiveness to determine how much equity you'll receive." He hoped he wouldn't offend Meyer by stating, "In our latest valuation round, we have an estimated market value of $30 million. Indeed." Mike nodded in agreement, adding, "Converted, you can view it as a contract worth $450,000, which I believe is quite appealing for young players such as yourselves." To alleviate any doubt Meyer might harbor, Kevin Strom opened his phone to display a news page. "See? Our valuation truly stands at $30 million. We are currently planning to raise funds, offering 25 equity for $7.5 million. This is a staggering amount. Perhaps you might not fully grasp it yet." Meyer listened attentively before nodding, acknowledging the disconnect in communication. As news had not reached him as swiftly, leading to mutual misunderstandings, he chuckled lightly. "How is your fundraising going? Do you still require new capital?" "It's going well," Kevin Strom replied, somewhat puzzled, believing Meyer had misunderstood. "This could be considered a form of investment, albeit purely in terms of resources. We also need partners like you. So, you believe I am worth 1.5? Meyer was taken aback by their high appraisal of him. Yet he felt that accepting merely this fraction would not meet his expectations. He continued, "What if you grant me 10, considering 1 for personal resources, and I'll acquire the remainder at your valuation?" In negotiations, sometimes one must retreat a step to advance, and paying an additional 0.5 was not a concern for him. "Ha ha." Kevin Strom laughed outwardly, yet inwardly he perceived Meyer as somewhat greedy. "You may have misunderstood. The 25 is solely for fundraising, not for negotiation. We need the funds to operate our servers, recruit staff, and sustain the company." Suddenly, Mike slapped him, inciting a flicker of anger, but before he could respond, Mike interjected, "He wants to invest money. Didn't you grasp that? Invest?" Kevin Strom was even more astonished, suppressing his irritation as he attempted to explain. "If Meyer does the math, he LLC that 25 equates to 7.5 million, meaning 1 is worth 300,000. Thus, for the 10 you seek, excluding your personal influence of 1, a total of 9 would require 2.7 million. Considering the current strength of the dollar, which wasn't particularly robust, with an exchange rate around 1.64 against the pound, he would need to produce around 1.65 million to acquire 2.7 million. Prior to this meeting, he had calculated that this was within his limits. Depending solely on whether the other party would agree, 2.7 million is what is needed, he stated. "Let me check today's exchange rate." After uttering this, Kevin Strom retrieved his phone to search for the rate. Only then processing what Meyer had just said, he abruptly looked up. "What did you say?" Mike had heard clearly. He slightly parted his lips, uncertain whether Meyer was deceiving them or if they had indeed underestimated this young man. After their meal, the three approached a self-service ATM. Meyer inserted his card, revealing a strikingly clear figure before them. 1,784,651.49. 2 weeks had passed, and with approximately 60,000 after tax deposited, Meyer's savings had approached 1.8 million, equivalent to nearly 3 million. "Oh." Mike, being straightforward, grasped his head and turned away, somewhat fearful of attracting robbers, forcing his voice to a whisper. "This is terrifying, truly terrifying." Kevin Strom stood frozen, though he said nothing, his expression betraying a sense of bewilderment, as if his soul had been extracted, rendering him speechless. Chapter 98. The championship contention begins. The pressure from Norwich and Queen's Park. Wenger's empty-handedness. The trio wandered aimlessly on the street for a while, with Kevin Strom and Mike grappling with the explosive reality of a 17-year-old possessing nearly 2 million in savings. Despite their company's valuation reaching 30 million, that money was not in their pockets. Their bank accounts had seldom surpassed 1 million. They were still enduring, awaiting the day when the company would thrive, potentially achieving financial freedom. As Meyer strolled with them, he could no longer linger with these Silicon Valley elites. For pressing matches and additional training awaited him. With only 8 rounds of the season remaining, he needed to push through to the end. Kevin Strom, his mood complex and grave, said, "We need a few days to deliberate. We will remain in Sheffield, and once we have made a decision, we will contact you." "All right." Observing their demeanor, Meyer felt compelled to set this matter aside for the moment. "I must take my leave, as the season presents numerous pressing tasks." Kevin Strom, still somewhat dazed, nodded absent-mindedly. "You handle your affairs. Mike and I will deliberate thoroughly to provide you with a prompt response." Once Meyer departed, Mike swallowed hard. Feeling parched, where did he acquire all that money? "I have no idea." Kevin Strom shook his head, resignedly stating, "It makes me want to play football." I sit in front of a computer all day. My health is poor, and I earn less than a 17-year-old. Don't think that way, Mike, who envied Myra's life, offered consolation. This is merely temporary. If we persist for a few more years, we will surely succeed. We must enter the core circle of Silicon Valley. Let us do our best. Kevin Strum weakly clapped his hands with him, and after a few steps, he said, I actually thought of a plan. We should agree to his proposal. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Mike asked, puzzled, staring at him. Kevin Strum sighed, glancing at Mike's clear eyes. Don't we care about our pride? Following the conclusion of the 38th round of the championship on March 9th, the league standings began to solidify. The teams vying for promotion, those contesting playoff spots, and those in the relegation zone had established their positions. The top was Queen's Park Rangers, having amassed 88 points over the past 38 rounds, maintaining their position at the summit since mid-season. Second place went to Norwich, who secured 85 points, gaining momentum as the season progressed. The third position was naturally occupied by Sheffield United, who, following a 4-match winning streak, had obtained 84 points. Further down, the points were all below 80, effectively confirming their exit from the promotion race. A closer examination of recent championship data reveals that this season's league, both in terms of average spending during the winter transfer window and the points accrued by top teams, surpassed previous years. The two title-contending teams in the promotion zone clung tightly to their ranks, showing no signs of slackening. It was not that they lacked desire. Rather, Sheffield United's relentless pursuit left them no breathing room. That evening, at Norwich's training base, their manager Neil perused the data website, his eyes fixated on the recent impressive statistics of Sheffield United, which were plastered with red, leaving him utterly sleepless. They had felt the pressure from Sheffield United quite clearly during the winter transfer window, desperately imploring the team's owner for one last push, urging not to squander the opportunity for promotion. Such investment was already considered top tier within the championship, even surpassing that of some Premier League teams. They significantly bolstered their front line, enhancing their scoring efficiency and reducing the rate of draws. It could be said that his recruitment strategy had proven remarkably successful. The team frequently achieved winning streaks, and their points consistently climbed past 60, 70, and 80. Had this occurred in previous years, it would have been indicative of a championship-caliber performance. Little did he know, not only had the gap to Queen's Park Rangers not diminished significantly, but he was also on the verge of being overtaken by Sheffield United, who were hot on their heels. Neil felt utterly bewildered. Upon awakening, he let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps he could comprehend that Queen's Park Rangers, much like his own team, were spurred into action by the relentless pressure exerted by Sheffield United. However, he could not fathom why Sheffield United proved to be such a formidable adversary, why a mere championship league could evoke the sense of a fierce three-way or even four-way battle akin to the Premier League. It was the name Mael that echoed in his mind. Neil muttered the name of a Sheffield United player, as if uttering the very cause of his despair. With a pained expression, he shut his eyes, as though this name brought him boundless anguish. He was not born to be a mere participant. He harbored lofty aspirations and ideals, having toiled for a lifetime to attain this position. Ultimately emerging victorious among countless contenders, he could command the dressing room of a championship title-contending team, make immediate recruitment adjustments when circumstances were unfavorable, and swiftly elevate the team's capabilities to maintain competitiveness. Neil was at a loss as to what he had done inadequately, why the sudden emergence of a single player could shatter his hopes to smithereens. After this season, he took out his phone and messaged his wife, expressing his desire to take a few years off, stating that he no longer wished to lead the team, for he was utterly exhausted. In the dead of night, a bus slowly rolled into the Queen's Park Rangers training ground. The players disembarked and trudged silently towards the parking lot, departing straight away after getting into their vehicles. They had just suffered a disheartening draw against Hull City, ending their streak of 6 consecutive victories, and stalling their momentum. Were it not for the persistent sound of pursuing footsteps behind them, they likely would not have felt such despondency, nor would their nerves be perpetually on edge. The then head coach, Warlock, along with his assistant coaches, exited the bus and made their way to the office, preparing for a post-match meeting. Speaking of which, Warlock's coaching career had an air of legend about it. He had taken the helm of a team in dire straits, one that had faced severe relegation pressures the previous season. After joining the squad, he defied the odds by incorporating the madman Terabed into the core tactical setup, crafting an offensive system around him. From battling relegation last season to firmly sitting atop the table for over 130 days this season, he achieved this transformation in merely 6 months. His story with Queen's Park Rangers was on the brink of a fairy tale conclusion. Yet now, it seemed that they were on the precipice of a calamitous downfall. With a thud, as Warlock ascended the staircase, his mind wandered, causing him to lose track of the number of steps he had taken, resulting in a misstep that sent him tumbling sideways. Be careful. Help him! His assistant coaches quickly caught him, preventing him from losing the dignity and status he had amassed over the year. Once back on his feet, Warlock hung his head, his condition not significantly improved, and continued his march towards the meeting room. After a few steps, he turned and inquired, "What's Sheffield United score?" And Norwich. He first asked about Sheffield United, both because their recent surge had inflicted considerable pressure upon him, and because Sheffield was his hometown, where he had grown up as a devoted fan of Sheffield United. However, following a failed relegation battle in the Premier League and a severe fallout with core player Sean, he had been unceremoniously dismissed from the club. It could be said that he bore the most profound ties to this team, an experience marked by love and subsequent bitterness that he could never forget. This was also the source of his motivation. The matter buried deep within his heart, combined with the legendary traits he exhibited while coaching Queen's Park Rangers, fueled his insatiable desire for championship glory, far surpassing that of any other coach in the championship. 84 points for Sheffield United, 85 for Norwich. An assistant coach relayed this information to him. He swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition as the league still had 8 rounds remaining. Looking at his somber-faced assistant coaches, Warlock exhaled heavily, forcing himself to muster some semblance of cheerfulness. He could not allow himself to truly falter, for his position did not permit such a luxury. My life has traversed an incredibly long, tumultuous, and exasperating prelude. Warlock managed a weary smile, standing there, jesting at his own expense. Yet it seems, no matter how extensive the build-up, it may not necessarily provide a better experience for my fans or myself. In that moment, he hoped to alleviate some of the pressure on his companions through such levity. A few chuckles emerged, albeit strained. On March 20, at Old Trafford, the FA Cup's 6th round commenced with a clash between Manchester United and Arsenal. Following a disheartening draw against Leyton Orient, Arsenal rallied and decisively defeated them 5-0 at home, advancing to the 6th round. Rooney, in the 76th minute, as the commentator's passionate English accent filled the air. The historic stadium erupted into a thunderous cheer. Wow! Rooney received a header clearance from Arsenal just outside the penalty area, and with a stunning volley, he sent the ball crashing into the net. Almunia, caught in awe, stood motionless, having become one of Arsenal's weaknesses. The miraculous Rooney and the extraordinary Fabio became the heroes of Manchester United, and after eliminating their old rivals Arsenal, they faced no further challenges in their FA Cup journey this season. In the South Stand, the die-hard Arsenal fans were expressions of despair, the atmosphere shrouded in silence as they could only watch Manchester United supporters revel in their celebration. Their final hope extinguished, the team had no aspirations left for the title this season. They were forced to accept a season of emptiness. "We need a championship," a fan, visibly agitated, shouted towards the coaching staff. "Wenger, if you can't secure a title, it's time for you to leave the club." His outburst rang harshly in the silent Arsenal section, successfully inciting the emotions of other fans who found a scapegoat for their grief. "Ours any? Step down. Leave our club. Look at the mess you've made these past few years. Go. We no longer need you." Frenchman. On the coaching bench, Wenger, already in a state of deep despondency, glanced over at the South Stand upon hearing the chants. Arms crossed and brow furrowed, confronting a multitude of accusatory gestures directed at him. His spirits sank further, melancholy washing over him, and he had to widen his eyes to stave off revealing a more dismal expression. Nearby, Sir Ferguson also noticed the commotion, casting a glance at Wenger, the man he had competed against for over a decade, and a twinge of sympathy arose within him. Perhaps, once he retired, he would advocate for this old friend, surely coming to his defense. But for now, he regarded Wenger as a rival, a competitor. He would present himself to the media as the victor, proudly raising his head to proclaim Manchester United's triumph. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Arsenal had succumbed to Manchester United with a score of 0-2. It mustn't feel good, Wenger thought, letting out a low huff of frustration. His lips moving without a smile. Take care of your team. You need not worry about me. Can Mael discuss this? Ferguson suddenly shifted the topic, with no prior warning, making a rather abrupt transition. Chapter 99. Intense battle in April, a frenzied fight, breaking into the promotion zone. On March 25, during the team's rest period, Kevin Strom sent a signing invitation. After reviewing it, Mael forwarded it to Mendez for confirmation. He was well aware of the potential trajectory and valuation of this company. Thus, at the moment the contract was signed, he felt as though he was already being beckoned by hundreds of millions of dollars ahead. What followed was a waiting game, waiting for this company to evolve into a globally renowned social media platform, eagerly anticipating a windfall of green bills flooding into his bank account. I will drive traffic from other social media platforms. I will find ways to attract them to Instagram, trust me. Kevin Strom nodded, emphasizing to Mael, fearing he might misunderstand some clauses in the contract. Aside from that, you will have no decision-making power in the company, nor will you participate in any meetings. Do you agree to this? Of course, Mael chuckled, pleased at the prospect of avoiding any hassle. Even if they invited him, he wouldn't attend. Such professional matters should be left to professionals. For he had his own affairs to manage. All right, let us strive together. Best of luck. The three bid farewell in Sheffield, and Mael redirected his focus and energy towards his extra training, immersing himself in the training ground daily. Seizing the opportunity presented by the 10-day break, he finally experienced the bliss of single-mindedness in training, momentarily liberated from competitive pressure, adhering to a structured regimen to enhance his skills with remarkable speed. By April 4, the day before the intense schedule resumed, his various attributes had shown varying degrees of improvement. Skill: Explosion LV3, Proficiency, 1368-2000, Skill. Weak Foot LV2, Proficiency, 683-800, Skill. Stamina LV2, Proficiency, 561-800. Focusing on two skills led to rapid progress. Mael smiled, reflecting on the timing and training plan as the season's end approached. This month, his left foot is poised to achieve a breakthrough from level 2 to level 3, enhancing his speed capabilities. Even without a full breakthrough, he is on the cusp of one, and by May, he is certain to ascend. At that time, he will possess his first level 4 physical attribute, which could be regarded as a standard of level 5 capability. Subsequently, he will embark on training to elevate his long-range shooting from level 4 to level 5, while also augmenting his strength and coordination. For now, all eyes are focused on the final 8 rounds of the league as they commence their sprint. On April 5, Sheffield United heads away to confront the mid-table team, Watford. This is a team with a formidable offense yet a frail defense. The presence of Graham and Holohan endows them with extraordinary attacking prowess. However, the instability in their backline has hindered their pursuit of higher standings this season. After approximately 2 weeks of rest, the players appear to be in good physical condition, and we hope they can deliver an exhilarating match for the fans. Oh, what a long-range strike from Janjahans that finds the back of the net. 1-0. Sheffield United takes the lead. Gilbert's breakthrough drew the attention of Watford's defenders, allowing the open Janjahans to seize the moment. During the celebration, Quinn seemingly had a disagreement with a Watford player, earning a yellow card in the 10th minute of the match. The ball is in the net. Graham scores with a header, helping Watford equalize. Quinn, the referee has issued a card, that's a second yellow for Quinn, and he must leave the field. Moreover, a penalty is awarded to the opposition. Sheffield's situation appears dire. Holohan steps up to take the penalty. No problem, 2-1. They have turned the score around. Jenkins has entered the penalty area. A shot. It hits a defender, yet it's a goal. 3-1. A counterattack opportunity arises. Mael races toward Watford's defense. With a severe shortage of defenders, it's just him and Gilbert against 4 opponents. Watford attempts to create an offside trap. Mael notices this strategy, hesitates momentarily, and delivers a precise through ball. No offside. Gilbert is 1-on-1. He evades the goalkeeper. 2-3. The match concludes in this manner, and Sheffield United fails to secure a promising start in the 7 matches of April. The pressure mounts, creating a tense atmosphere within the team. Their 2 direct competitors have both avoided defeat this round. Norwich triumphs 2-0 against Leeds United away, and Queen's Park Rangers draws at home against Hull City. Current standings: first, Queen's Park Rangers, 89 points. Second, Norwich, 88 points. Third, Sheffield United, 84 points. Championship standings. On April 9th. In the 40th round of the championship, Sheffield United faces its second away match of the month, traveling to Reading's home ground. This match carries considerable pressure, as Reading ranks fourth in the standings and poses a serious threat to the top three. Whether viewed through the lens of the standings or their capabilities, the situation is clear. Hunter, easily converting a goal from a close-range opportunity. Sean Long bulldozes through two Sheffield United defenders, presenting him with a tap-in chance. Are they looking to close the gap with Sheffield? Gary Speed is visibly furious. Considering the outcome of the last match, conceding a goal just 6 minutes into this one feels like a continuation of their struggles. And someone needs to step up. Mail attempts to penetrate centrally, with Evans calling for the ball on the other side. He delivers a penetrating through ball. Evans dashes in from the right flank into the penalty area. Breaking the deadlock, Evans crosses low. Can Bolodinovic finish? He lets the ball slip past him, and at the back post, Mail has an open goal. A push shot. Mail effortlessly nets a goal. 1-1. A self-organized threatening attack culminates in his own decisive finish, a dream for any forward. McAnuff tackles the ball away from Mail. Mail falls. This should not constitute a foul, as he first got to the ball. Reading seizes a quick counterattack opportunity. The ball is passed to Sean Long. He presses forward. McAnuff surges ahead, disrupting the balance of attackers and defenders. Sean Long feeds him the ball, and a gap appears. A cross. Robson heads the ball into the net, and it's 2-1. What a thrilling first half. Mail's step over and change of direction easily elude McAnuff. As a winger, he has not been without chances to intercept Mail's ball, but success cannot be guaranteed each time. A cross. This time, it's Sheffield United who scores with a header. Bolodinovic levels the score, 2-2. 4 goals in the first half alone. Absolutely exhilarating. Now, it remains to be seen whether they can endure until the final moments of intense competition. No mistakes, no conceding during crucial confrontations. Mail holds the ball. His running distance must have reached 8 or 9 kilometers today. His presence felt throughout the left flank. Bertrand supports him from behind, while Gilbert and Janjahans await in the center. The ball must be released quickly. Approaching the middle, he prepares to shoot. A curling shot. Mills blocks it, yet the ball rebounds to Mail's feet, and he takes another shot. This time, a powerful strike with his instep. Wowaha! 3-2. Mail unravels Reading's defense with a sudden change of pace. Sheffield United has relished the joy of having a star player this season, always able to rise to the occasion at critical moments. Mail suffers from cramp. Replacing him is Mark Yates, who enters as a fresh force in this match. Sheffield United cannot afford to relax just yet. They are only 1 goal away, and Reading will do everything in their power to mount a last-ditch effort. The corner is taken. Sean Long's strong header clears the danger, and the ball falls outside the penalty area. The newly introduced Mark Yates meets the ball with a volley. It's in, remarkably, within less than 20 seconds of his entry. Yates scores. He extends the lead beautifully. Sheffield United fans are elated, knowing they are on the brink of victory. After the match, Gary Speed emerges at the post-match press conference with a radiant smile that lingers, almost to the point of appearing dazed. Not only has the team conquered a formidable challenge, but he has also just learned that their primary rivals, Norwich, lost to Nottingham Forest in this round, gifting away 3 points. Current standings: first, Queen's Park Rangers, 92 points; second, Norwich, 88 points; third, Sheffield United, 87 points. Championship standings. On April 13th, Sheffield United hosts Cardiff City, another challenging opponent. Cardiff currently ranks 6th in the standings, placing them in the playoff zone for promotion. From a competitive perspective, Cardiff's motivation is certainly on par with that of Sheffield United. Any slip could render their season's efforts futile. In the 23rd minute of the match, Gilbert earns a free kick for Sheffield United, approximately 25 meters from goal, a position most strikers would relish. They must practice free kicks from this spot regularly during training. Mail stands over the ball, his gaze resolute as he takes a deep breath and begins his run-up. He curls a magnificent shot. Oh, a perfectly executed 10-angle strike. Mail nets his 3rd free kick goal of the season. Sheffield United leads 1-0. A proficient scorer is crucial for any team. Bolodinovic. He capitalizes on a corner kick scramble, nudging the ball into the net, 2-0. Upon review, after Mail's corner, chaos ensued in Cardiff's penalty area. Naylor's clearance was insufficient, granting Janjahans an opportunity for a volley. Quinn deflected it with his body, but the ball fell to Bolodinovic, who seized the moment to extend the lead. Janjahans. He is brought down by Quinn while in possession. Another free kick, albeit from a considerable distance. Male steps up again, opting for a long run-up, seemingly preparing for a long-range shot. Bramall Lane falls into silence, everyone holding their breath, anticipating Male's strike, hoping this remarkable young talent can deliver yet another surprise. The run-up, the shot. The ball travels swiftly. Steven dives, but he jumps too late. The ball reaches the net. 3-0. Male scores his second free kick of the match, his fourth of the season. It's incredible, despite both teams having similar possession and opportunities. Such a disparity in the scoreline is astonishing. 3-1. Cardiff retains a glimmer of hope. A cross. At the near post, Bertrand stretches out. The ball goes in. An own goal. 3-2. Cardiff sees a strong hope beckoning them. Bertrand's clearance inadvertently strikes the outside of his foot. What a stroke of bad luck. Everyone in Sheffield United's ranks tenses once more. The final wave of attack has commenced, with Meyer, recently substituted, now standing on the sidelines. They must have learned that in the other pivotal match atop the standings, Queen's Park Rangers drew 1-1 with Norwich. This is a scoreline favorable to them. If they can secure victory against Cardiff City, they will ascend into the promotion zone. The referee's whistle echoes through the air. The match has concluded. Sheffield United has narrowly triumphed over Cardiff City at home, securing a precious 3 points in their quest for promotion. Phew, what a challenge. With this result, they have surpassed Norwich, temporarily claiming the second position in the standings. At Bramall Lane, as the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, the entire stadium erupted into a frenzy of jubilation. Oh, yes, the home fans, adorned in red and white, rose collectively, raising their arms in ecstatic celebration, their cheers reaching a crescendo. Meyer spread his arms wide and sprinted, wind in his face, towards his friend Gilbert, feeling the gentle breeze caress his cheeks and fingers. Enveloped in the euphoric shouts of the fans, everything within the stadium felt utterly sublime. Spotting him, Gilbert, seated on the ground, staggered to his feet, adopting a pose of embrace. We've won. We've won. Meyer leapt high, almost toppling Gilbert as he landed into his arms. The two embraced tightly, then raced towards the fan zone, joining in the fervent celebration of their liberated spirits. First, Queen's Park Rangers, 93 points. Second, Sheffield United, 90 points. Third, Norwich, 89 points. Championship standings. Regarding the monthly pass, I remember today is my wife's birthday, and I promise to help her with a blessing. Brothers, lend me a hand and leave a comment. Chapter 100, continuing the push. The hope of a championship at 100, Wenger's eager anticipation. In London, at Fulham's Kew Gardens, the match of the top teams has just concluded. The home fans erupted into applause, a warm wave of appreciation for a result they found somewhat acceptable. At least they did not lose to Norwich, preventing them from closing the gap. Yet, amidst the clapping fans, nearly every section was filled with supporters anxiously checking their phones for updates on the other match. 9:02, 9:03, they incessantly refreshed, not finding a score of 3-3, but instead a new page indicating the match had concluded. 3-2. Sheffield United has triumphed over Cardiff City at home, raising their points to 90. A ripple of commotion arose, gradually swelling, enveloping the entire stadium as applause began to dwindle. They suddenly felt that their home draw with Norwich was not as sweet as it once seemed, becoming somewhat intolerable. Clearly, in this pivotal battle for supremacy, it was Sheffield United who emerged as the ultimate beneficiaries. Damn. At that moment, a greater uproar erupted from the southern stands, where numerous fans, seething with anger, hurled their water bottles onto the pitch, tearing their team jerseys to shreds. Enough, Neil, get out, look at what you've done to this team. Norwich had led Sheffield United for an entire season, despite significant investments during the winter transfer window. Where had all that money gone? After once leading by as much as 7 points, they had been overtaken. Can you even manage this team? The away fans of Norwich must have also learned of the victory, realizing their position had slipped to third, falling out of the promotion zone. This was unacceptable. They had once harbored hopes of direct promotion after 46 rounds, growing increasingly confident. Yet, in this final sprint, they suddenly plummeted, potentially facing the uncertainty of playoffs. A crushing psychological blow that few could endure. They were uninterested in the fact that their season's points could have secured a title in previous years. All they cared about was whether the team could achieve promotion to the top tier. The fans of Queen's Park Rangers, witnessing the turmoil, felt a slight sense of balance restored. After all, They now led the table with a 3-point advantage, and it was not yet a dire situation. Reflecting on this, they departed in silence, leaving the pitch to the enraged Norwich supporters a hymn. Neil gathered his crestfallen players, hesitating momentarily to organize his thoughts. In truth, he bore the heavier burden. Collectively, he had spent over £20 million from the club's owner during last summer and this winter, and the owner's wrath would be formidable. Not to mention the promises he had made to the fans before the media, and the expectations from friends and family. Halfway through the season, I once embraced my granddaughter as we circled our home ground. Reveling in the fans' cheers, he ultimately chose to begin his address with this memory, encouraging his players. At that time, I told her that by the end of the season, there would be an even grander celebration here. A festival of honor, and I would bring her along. Surely, there are those around you who are waiting for you, just like my granddaughter, anticipating the celebration with you. Do not forget the hopes they have placed upon you. And even more so, do not forget the fans. There is only a 1-point difference. Lift your heads and continue to fight. The players bit their lips, slowly lifting their heads. Neil clenched his right fist, his arm trembling with determination. Come on, Norwich! Let's go! Norwich! The players erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause, their spirits rekindled, casting aside the result of the match. Neil then led them all to face the away fans. Standing in a line before the supporters, confronting the harsh reality of defeat. They clapped their hands, hearing the fans' reproaches and insults, feeling their gaze shift from eager anticipation to disappointment and despair. They must remember this moment of guilt and humiliation, striving to ensure such feelings do not resurface through a series of victories. Regardless of the circumstances, they are formidable opponents. April 16th, Championship Round 42. Within Bramall Lane, the lights shimmered brilliantly, and the songs resonated loudly as Sheffield United faced Barnsley. How would he choose? Evans suddenly accelerated. Could he pass it? Evans received the ball. He flicked it over for a shot. The ball is in. 1-0. Sheffield United takes the lead. Bramall Lane erupted. They saw hope igniting for securing their place in the promotion zone. They might even challenge for the championship title. Genuines appeared particularly spirited today, engaging in a tussle with Shackle, flicking the ball past him and pivoting. Beautiful. Seamlessly connecting for a shot. A forceful turn. In the midst of the challenge. Oh! Trippier fell in his own penalty area, raising his hand to signal the referee. The referee remained unmoved. This was a legitimate physical challenge. Meyer turned and prepared to shoot. It struck the crossbar and ricocheted into the net. Warrack? Unbelievable. An absolutely phenomenal performance. The Barnsley players surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation, believing Meyer had committed a foul before shooting, but the referee pointed towards the center circle, indicating no foul had occurred. Meyer's direct confrontation with Trippier showcased his blistering speed. Leaving Trippier struggling to keep pace, attempting a slide tackle, Meyer leapt to evade the challenge, finding a clear path ahead. The Barnsley penalty area was in disarray as Meyer approached the edge of the box. He directly laid it off for the middle, where Genuines was poised to strike. 3-0. Oh ho! An unparalleled first half. These two players, both of whom had been included in the mid-season Best 11, demonstrated their caliber as core players. Solidifying the team's victory, Gary Speed made substitutions, bringing off Meyer, Genuines, and Evans, those who had contributed to the goals, in preparation for the matches ahead. The match concluded, securing another 3 points. Meanwhile, Queen's Park Rangers also led Crystal Palace by 3-1, their points nearing the coveted 100. Should any team finish with over 100 points, it would undoubtedly set a new record for the championship, as well as for English football across all tiers. At full time, the Sheffield United fans lingered, unwilling to depart, singing their anthems in a state of rapture, waving flags and clamoring for an all-night celebration. Gary Speed stood at the center circle, gazing at the magnificent Bramall Lane. Wearing a proud smile, boys, he did not mention the prospect of challenging for the title. He knew the players were acutely aware of their current standings. Come on, vamos! A wave of encouragement surged forth as the players exchanged high-fives and hugs, motivating one another. First, Queen's Park Rangers, 96 points. Second, Sheffield United, 93 points. Third, Norwich, 92 points. Championship standings. On April 23 RD, Championship Round 43. Sheffield United traveled to Swansea's Vetch Field for the penultimate round of the league. In this match, they encountered difficulties as the desperate Swansea side, needing to secure their place in the playoffs, unleashed astonishing tenacity. Maguire's clearance landed at Dobby's feet. He lunged at Dobby, but it was too forceful. Dobby easily sidestepped him. Danger loomed. 1-0. Dobby, with his remarkable sense of smell, positioned himself perfectly and ultimately capitalized on Maguire's blunder to score a goal. Indeed, following the achievement of his first career goal, Maguire's performance saw a notable enhancement, gradually becoming an indispensable figure in Sheffield United's defense. Yet, he still occasionally commits minor errors. At such moments, the cost of mistakes can be substantial. He must exercise caution. Scott Sinclair steps up to take the free kick. He deceives Robert and sends the ball into the bottom left corner. 2-0. The first half concludes, and on the other side, Norwich leads Bristol City by 2-1, while Queen's Park Rangers and Leicester City are locked in a scoreless draw. Mail dribbles laterally. He is still too far from the opposing defense, marked by Swansea's midfielder, Britton. He is fiercely contesting, persistently reaching out with his feet and colliding with Mail. Mail darts towards the right flank. The ball travels swiftly, crossing the midfield and defensive lines. In the flank area, Ward is catching up. The pass is delightful and precise. Ward does not need to take a touch, a swift strike, the ball is in. For a fleeting moment, I could almost envision Xabi Alonso standing in that position, witnessing Pirlo lift his flowing locks. Mail is taking matters into his own hands. A thunderous shot on goal. De Vries is powerless to block it. 2-2. Pure football magic. There must be something extraordinary about his right foot. I have never seen anyone score so many long-range shots in a single season. He continues to shatter the record for goals in a single championship season. When he chose to remain with the team at the halfway point, I sensed he had the potential to achieve something remarkable in the latter half of the season. Now, looking back, my prediction was not bold enough. He leaves a record that future contenders will find nearly impossible to surpass. Mail's name will be eternally enshrined in the annals of the Championship's 2010-11 season. Now, we shall see if he possesses the capability to lead Sheffield United to even greater heights. Janjahans delivers the ball into the center. What a courageous heart. The ball finds the net. 3-2. An unbelievable turnaround. The match concludes. Sheffield United executed a thrilling comeback. A tumultuous 3 points, and they officially mount their final assault on the 100-point mark. The players of Swansea kneel upon the ground, and in the vast Vischer field, only the jubilant cheers of the Sheffield United contingent remain. The players rush towards the stands to celebrate with their supporters. On the other side, Queen's Park Rangers draw 1-1 with Leicester City, while Norwich triumphs over Bristol City, securing 3 points. The gap is indeed narrowing. First, Queen's Park Rangers, 97 points. Second, Sheffield United, 96 points. Third, Norwich, 95 points. The championship table showcases an extraordinary level of competition this season. The formidable trio has all achieved record-breaking points, leading or trailing by just a single point, promising an exhilarating title race. In Bolton, on April 24, the match between Arsenal and Bolton Wanderers concluded at the Bolton University Stadium with a score of 2-1, as the home team pulled off a stunning upset against Arsenal. In front of the coaching staff, Wenger stood motionless, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the South Stand was one of uproar, but due to the distance, the words were indistinct. Only a cacophony of discontent could be discerned. However, one could easily surmise that they were expressing dissatisfaction with the team's performance, vociferously complaining. Following this round of matches, Arsenal had entirely relinquished their chance to compete for the top of the table against Manchester United. Even if they won all their remaining matches, they could not surpass United. Although everyone had long been aware that Arsenal's aspirations for the title this season were virtually impossible, the fans undoubtedly clung to a glimmer of hope. Wishing for a miracle, the moment everything came crashing down, all the grievances accumulated over the season erupted violently. Even the players' attitudes were noticeably different from before. Fabregas, who had long been agitating for a transfer, exited the field with a scowl, whispering something to Nasri as they walked shoulder to shoulder. As he passed Wenger, he deliberately raised his voice. Without a championship, there is nothing. Staying here is merely a waste of time. You will not make it? He was applying pressure on Wenger, seeking to convey a resolute message that remaining at Arsenal this season was untenable, urging him to negotiate with Barcelona for a transfer. Surprisingly, Wenger did not respond as he usually would, turning a blind eye. What did you say? He confronted Fabregas and Nasri, cornering them against a wall. Have I nurtured you for 8 years only to receive this from you? Nearby, Arsenal players and coaching staff members, fearing a confrontation, hurriedly stepped in to intervene. In this critical moment, Philip stood by, extending his hand to separate everyone, knowing that some matters must be resolved. Fabregas was momentarily stunned, while Nasri was utterly bewildered. The two retreated a step, nearly pressing against the wall. Once they regained their composure, Fabregas noticed the multitude of eyes upon him, feeling a flush of embarrassment, his anger rising. He flung the shin guards he held onto the ground with a loud thud, brushing past Wenger, declaring, "I am done with your shackles. I have had enough. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer participate in any training sessions with Arsenal." After taking a couple of steps, he turned to Nasri, his expression one of disappointment. "What about you?" Nasri swallowed hard, casting a glance at Wenger, his eyes evasive. "The season is ending soon, and I also wish to take a break." He feared he might end up like Fabregas did the previous year, lingering here for an entire year, prompting him to apply pressure early. Wenger stood rooted, watching the shin guards scattered by Fabregas with trembling hands, his voice shaking as he pointed at Nasri and Fabregas's retreating figures. "Male will replace you. Not in position, but in tactical significance. Ha ha." Fabregas erupted into laughter, brimming with youthful exuberance, feeling quite self-satisfied. "I have been here for years without securing a significant title. How many more years will it take for him?" After this, he approached a reporter holding a camera, forcefully knocking it away, then kicked it a few times, declaring, "I will buy you a new one, Fabregas." Beside him, Alex Song could no longer bear it. He worried Fabregas would further escalate the conflict. "Enough. Stop talking, let's go. Do you think you are some kind of treasure?" Fabregas was fully consumed by rage, launching indiscriminate attacks. "How many times have you complained to me about your unsatisfactory salary? How long do you plan to stay here?" Alex Song glanced at Wenger, wanting to say something but unable to find his voice. The scene fell into silence, and this farce came to an end, with Fabregas and Nasri firmly positioned against the club. Wenger retreated to the stadium restroom, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Philip soon followed, treading lightly, not wishing to intrude, but seeing Wenger's solitary figure filled him with pity. "Sir," he approached, stating, "Truly, it has not been a season devoid of expectations or gains. Sheffield United is poised to secure the championship and make history." His meaning was clear: redirect your focus towards Mail, towards the future of the team. Let this season pass. Chapter 101. Breaking the 100. Record-breaking, the final moments of the title race. That afternoon, Mail spent an extended period at the training facility, diligently practicing with his weaker foot, hoping to achieve an upgrade that day. The recent schedule had been exceedingly demanding. With 5 matches played in just 24 days, his body was utterly fatigued, and he had indeed been somewhat remiss in his training. As evening approached around 6 o'clock, the sky suddenly darkened, and a light rain began to fall, impacting his practice somewhat. Fortunately, by 7 o'clock, he finally experienced an improvement in his left foot. Skill: power side foot LV3. Proficiency: 1-2000. Effect: you have gradually mastered the technique of generating power with your left foot, occasionally able to deliver forceful long passes and long-range shots, comparable to your dominant foot, though lacking a touch of accuracy. Power has increased. Boom, boom. Mail's sensations were unmistakable. He excitedly retrieved several footballs and unleashed a few thunderous shots towards the goal. The speed of the football was impressive, possessing the quality to breach a professional goal. He also tested the feel for curling shots and crosses, finding it still commendable. His left foot no longer felt awkward. At least in terms of generating power, it was quite adept. LV4 will undoubtedly enhance precision. He formed a hypothesis, a smile spreading across his face, realizing that his left foot was indeed functional now. In many scenarios, he would no longer need to revert to his right foot for ball control but could attempt to use his left foot to pose threats. Skill: burst LV3. Proficiency: 1598-2000. Skill: stamina LV2. Proficiency: 641-800. Skill: situational awareness LV3. Proficiency: 792-2000. Glancing at the progress of his other 3 skills, the increase in speed did not meet his expectations, likely due to the recent congested schedule. Nevertheless, even so, it was still slightly faster than his weaker foot, perhaps because it was more frequently utilized. Meyer eagerly anticipates the swift conclusion of the season, not only in hopes of enhancing his skills but also with an eye towards their final achievements. As he strolls homeward, he glances at his phone to find numerous missed calls from Safina. Her dedication is commendable. She remains unperturbed, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities each day, her demeanor remarkably stable. Should they secure a commendable finish, he contemplates gifting her and Harry a token of gratitude for their contributions in the latter half of the season. Recalling a news story he once saw, where Cristiano Ronaldo gifted each member of his physiotherapy team a luxury car upon winning the Ballon d'Or, he reflects on his own financial limitations and lack of such accolades. Nevertheless, he could consider presenting them with smaller gifts, perhaps watches. He also remembers his driver's license, realizing he has yet to complete a single driving lesson this month, which should have allowed him to venture out sooner. Life has indeed been hectic. After fulfilling his required hours, it may not be until May that he attains his license. There is no rush. Setting aside these thoughts, Meyer refocuses on the final push. Determined to maintain their position in the promotion zone and challenge for the championship. Forward he looks, forward he strides. On April 25th, during the 44th round of the championship, in this singular city he loves. Established in 1889, this match, the third to last of the season, features Sheffield United battling fiercely against Preston, accompanied by over 4,000 fervent away supporters whose resounding chants fill the stadium. Preston currently sits in the relegation zone with only 40 points. Although their strength is lacking, they are by no means an easy opponent. The fierce contenders for the title, at this late stage of the season, can only be described as formidable adversaries, with the real threat coming from the teams fighting to secure their place. They are no longer merely frantic, they fight for survival. Ward passes the ball in. All of Preston's players cluster within their penalty area, unified in their resolve to preserve their precarious 2-1 lead until the final whistle. A victory against the second-place team in the standings would significantly bolster their confidence in avoiding relegation. The question remains whether they can hold on. Sheffield United refuses to concede. Maguire surges forward. A header! It strikes Trissy's foot. The ball ricochets out to the edge of the penalty area. In a position for the second ball, the elusive Meyer reappears, as if he possesses a premonition that the ball would arrive here. Or perhaps he has astutely observed the vacant space. On the pitch, the ball rolls out of the penalty area, the recently dampened ground accelerating its spin, making it challenging to control. Meyer glances at the throng within the penalty area, noting several Preston players leaping to block his shot. Boom. He opts not for a powerful strike or a curled shot. Instead, having observed a line on the ground, he tentatively employs the arch of his foot to guide the ball in a curved trajectory towards the far corner of the goal. The ball schemes the ground, racing swiftly, tracing a smaller arc and striking the far post with a resounding clang as it rolls into the net. Ah! The Sheffield United fans in the South Stand leap to their feet, transforming the area into a jubilant sea of celebration. The goal has been scored. In the 76th minute, Meyer's strike has equalized the score to 2-2, a perfectly executed ground-curling shot. From this angle, we can clearly see the arc he achieved with the arch of his foot. It is truly unimaginable how he has honed such a skill and executed it so flawlessly during the match. After scoring, Meyer simply raises his fist in celebration before swiftly urging a nearby teammate to retrieve the ball from the net and head towards the center circle. Click, click. Photographers capture this moment. And even if they do not ultimately take the lead, this image becomes a front-page feature for various media outlets post-match. In the photograph, Meyer's eyes are ablaze with determination, arms raised high, strides expansive, exuding vigor. If someone were to caption it with pursuit of excellence, it could easily serve as a poster for an athletic brand. 38 goals and 27 assists, after shattering both goal and assist records in succession. Meyer leads Sheffield United in their quest for the ultimate championship. At the same moment, at Loftus Road, home of Queen's Park Rangers, a fierce battle reaches its conclusion. The scoreboard reflects a crimson scoreline of 1-2. The home team in front, the visitors behind. In this critical moment, Queen's Park Rangers have succumbed to defeat. Booing resonates throughout Loftus Road, akin to a furious wave threatening to engulf every player of the home team. Just 2 matches remain. We will hold our ground. Head coach Warnock, under immense pressure, makes his rounds along the pitch, personally addressing the fans for their support. Believe in us. At this pivotal moment, we must unite and persevere. What we need is your cheering. I will ensure the championship trophy graces this stadium. I promise you. In the commentary booth, Sky Sports analysts, having reviewed scores from the other two matches, reveal faint smiles. Adjusting his earpiece, he remarks, "I am unsure whether to say Warnock is fortunate or unfortunate. Their rivals Sheffield United and Norwich both ended in draws this round. Neither team has surpassed them, and Sheffield United has now achieved a joint top position. Albeit with a slight edge in goal difference. There remains hope. Let us focus on the upcoming matches. A magnificent season is drawing to a close." With that, he takes a deep breath, flipping through reports of the other two matches. Noting the intense atmosphere captured in numerous photographs, coupled with the mood in today's stadium, he can deeply sense the mounting pressure on all teams. An explosive moment is imminent. First, Sheffield United, 97 points, goal difference 104-57. Second, Queen's Park Rangers, 97 points, goal difference 82-46. Third, Norwich, 96 points, goal difference 77-37. Championship standings. The news of Sheffield United's ascent to the top of the table, tied on points with another team, has not garnered much attention, nor have Sheffield United fans dared to celebrate prematurely. Instead, they await with bated breath for the outcome of their final two matches, suppressing their emotions in anticipation of the ultimate result. On April 30th, during the 45th round of the championship, the penultimate match of the season finally arrives, marking the last game of the month. After this round, the season will conclude with a final showdown in early May. Oh, at Bramall Lane, the deafening cheers resonate, fans rising from their seats, linking arms and leaping with fervor. The stadium trembles violently, as if an earthquake has struck or a tsunami has swept through. All, absolute, astonishing. Meyer has scored his 39th goal of the season. Sheffield United leads 3-0. They are set to clinch this match without a doubt. Light rain falls upon the pitch, the glaring floodlights clearly capturing the raindrops' descent, while below, in the spotlight's glow, a figure dashes towards the sidelines. He bursts through the advertising boards and into the throng of supporters, instantly igniting a frenzy. Meyer, great goal, great goal. We won. Onward to the championship. Nearby fans surge towards him, countless hands reaching out to touch him. Their enthusiasm palpable. Once the celebrations conclude and play resumes, the referee quickly blows 3 long whistles to signal the end. Beep, beep, beep. They have triumphed. 3-0. They revel in their victory, celebrating their points surpassing 100. Before them, no team in the championship had ever crossed the century mark. This sets a new historical record. Meyer. Gilbert stands beside Meyer, unable to hear over the cacophony, merely smiling and shouting. "You told me earlier that I should ask whether our team could win the championship. Now it seems we truly have a chance. Everything feels surreal, unfolding like a dream. If they can secure victory in the final match, they genuinely appear poised for the title." He imagines Meyer shares this sentiment, as his desire for the championship has reached its zenith following this round. Always there is hope. Meyer hooks his arm around Gilbert's shoulder, both leaping in celebration, eyes set on Queen's Park Rangers in the next round. Queen's Park Rangers. Gilbert is aware they are their final opponents. He recalls vividly. "Do you remember when we first arrived and sat in my house on Cherry Street, listening to the cheers from Bramall Lane to identify who had scored? The opponent in that match was, if I recall correctly, Queen's Park Rangers, though we have yet to face them." Meyer nods in acknowledgement, smiling as he replies, "It's time to set our artillery upon their home ground and let them know who we are." In the final few rounds of the season, all matches commence simultaneously. 2 minutes later, at the Den, home of Millwall, Norwich concludes their struggle with the home team. The score? 1-1. Another draw. Norwich's manager, Neil, stands on the touchline, fervently clapping his hands to encourage his players, yet beads of sweat begin to accumulate on his brow, despite the weather not being particularly warm. Following 2 consecutive draws, their points total remains at 97, clearly providing Sheffield United and Queen's Park Rangers an opportunity to widen the gap. He calls over an assistant coach to inquire about the status of the other two teams. Sheffield United concludes their match with a resounding 3-0 victory. The assistant coach, clutching his phone, gazed at the live match updates with a heavy expression. Queen's Park Rangers led Derby County 2-0, with 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed and only 1 minute remaining. It was over. Both teams needed to win, both striving for points to cross the 100 mark. Neil felt a darkness envelop him, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Nearly stumbling forward, he steadied himself. Closing his eyes to mitigate his body's excessive reaction, swaying slightly, a rather alarming sight. The assistant coach supported him, a look of sorrow etched on his face. Promotion to the Premier League is now almost purely theoretical. But we must strive to perform well in our final match, boss. If Sheffield United can defeat Queen's Park Rangers away, and we manage to beat Cardiff City at home, we will ascend to second place on goal difference. Let us focus on this match. Everything else we shall leave to fate. Neil nodded reluctantly, harboring little hope, for in such moments, it was customary for the leading team to play for a draw with the second. Concluding the match amicably without exerting much effort. Why not achieve a mutually satisfactory outcome? Upon returning to the locker room, Neil took out his phone, accessed the Sheffield United page, and glanced at Mail's statistics. Then chuckled wryly. Let fate decide the outcome, and let Mail dictate the process. Let us see if he aims for 40 league goals. Beep, beep, beep. At Cardiff City Stadium, 3 long whistles resonated, signaling the match's conclusion. Queen's Park Rangers triumphed over the home team Cardiff City with a score of 2-0, preserving their hopes in the title chase. Oh! Their traveling fans erupted in cheers, even as they prepared for a climactic final showdown against Sheffield United in the last round. A victory was certainly a cause for celebration, at the very least. They had not directly handed the championship to Sheffield United in this round, for their goal difference remained a disadvantage. Warnock, brimming with fervor, once more approached the fan zone, his words imbued with confidence. I told you, I will bring the championship trophy to Loftus Road. I shall make it happen. In the final round, I hope everyone will rally behind the team with the most fervent cheers. Fear not, Sheffield United. We shall conquer them. This legendary season belongs to us, not them. Let the world sing the praises of Queen's Park Rangers. Let our names be etched in the annals of the championship. A wave of applause erupted, and Warnock, emulating the players' celebratory gestures, took a few steps back before launching a fist towards the heavens, elevating everyone's spirits to a euphoric peak. In truth, he was incredibly anxious. Deciding the championship winner through a single match was brutally intense. Moreover, the team's goal difference lagged behind that of third-place Norwich, and should they lose to Sheffield United at home, they risked falling out of the promotion zone. Yet, having reached this precipice between heaven and hell, what more could be said? Channel all his knowledge and fervent passion into the upcoming match. Victory would render him a hero. Chapter 102. Promotion confirmed. The madness at Bramall Lane. A draw? A draw? Which team drew? Queen's Park Rangers? Norwich. Norwich has drawn against Millwall away, leaving them with only 97 points. In the stands, a fan holding a phone disseminated this news, and those eagerly anticipating it quickly began to calculate. I've seen Norwich's goal difference. It's 40. A draw doesn't change that, and prior to this match, our goal difference stood at 44, with the 3 goals from this match. It now totals 47, a 7-goal margin. This means that even if we lose next match, Norwich must score 8 against their opponents to surpass us. Doesn't that mean we're confirmed for promotion? This news swept across the stadium like wildfire, and in an instant, Bramall Lane erupted into a cacophony, many previously seated fans rising once more. They seemed to possess an uncanny synchronicity, and after a brief pause, they unleashed the season's most exuberant cheer. Oh yeah, Premier League. Among the crowd were security personnel, Sheffield natives and fans of the team, who excitedly explained to those around them. Norwich drew with Millwall, only 97 points, and we have a 7-goal advantage. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment, their eyes lighting up as they hastily began to move, transitioning from walking to running, rushing back into the stadium. Some, seeing this spectacle, impulsively dashed down the stairs toward the field. In an instant, scattered individuals surged from the stands, entering the pitch, arms raised as they cried out, Sheffield United! Sheffield United! Their fervent shouts inspired even more to join in this wave of euphoria, plunging everyone into a frenzy. The security personnel, tasked with maintaining order, initially attempted to restrain the crowd, but as more and more people descended, they could only smile in resignation. Let us join them, one security guard remarked. Eyeing the field with excitement, we might get fined. Another chimed in, still holding on to a shred of decorum. Fined? The first security guard retorted, exasperated by the notion of worrying about fines while others celebrated Sheffield United's success. Charge! He tore off his security uniform, casting it aside, and sprinted into the throng. The second guard, inspired by this, followed suit, and soon they both ignited a movement among other security personnel, even prompting some cleaning staff to join in. Unable to resist the contagious enthusiasm, despite not being football fans themselves. After all, such moments were rare. Perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Males celebrated shoulder to shoulder with Gilbert, puzzled by the sudden surge of noise from the stands, only to see a wave of fans rushing towards them. What was happening? He exchanged a glance with Gilbert, and in that instant, caught sight of the tumult behind him, turning back to witness a throng of fervent supporters charging from the stands, reminiscent of ancient infantry charging into battle, albeit without weapons in hand. He quickly understood that this wave of fans was rallying others to join the charge down the stands, and the pitch was about to be overrun by nearly 30,000 fans. At that moment, on the sidelines, Jolson, clutching his phone, dashed toward the players, shouting hoarsely, "Do not be afraid. It's a celebration, not a riot." Norwich has drawn. The pressure to promote is gone. It's confirmed. We shall ascend to next season's Premier League. Jolson, in his 30s, resembled a giddy child, bouncing in place with joy. Really? Gary Speed's expression transformed, having just celebrated with the players, unaware of the results from the other matches. He had subconsciously believed that the opposing teams would not falter at such a crucial juncture. And then the delightful surprise arrived. "Ha! We did it! We did it! We are going to the Premier League." His body radiated warmth, his face visibly flushed as all his worries dissipated into thin air. Gary Speed sprinted toward Jolson, leaping high to embrace him. "Thank you. You must stay with the team. We have much work ahead." Jolson, robust, caught Gary Speed as if cradling a child, though they quickly parted, sensing the awkwardness of the moment. "Promoted?" On the other side, Gilbert stood in stunned silence, watching Male's mouth fall agape, his astonishment gradually morphing into laughter. "Yes." Male remained silent, yet his face beamed with joy as he took a deep breath. Waves of emotion surging within him. Finally, the moment had arrived. After half a season of perseverance, a year's worth of effort, it all culminated in this triumph. As he gazed at the approaching fans, his breath quickened. He vowed never to forget the feelings of joy radiating from the faces around him. Now, only the championship remained. This half-season of dedication had been worthwhile. He believed in Mendes' words. As long as he led the team to the Premier League, everything he had lost would be returned to him tenfold after the season ended. Everyone would sing his praises, hailing him as Sheffield United's savior, a legend. Some would fall in love with him for his deeds. And even more would anticipate his future, eagerly awaiting his Premier League debut against Arsenal next season. "Male, I love you. You and Mr. Gary Speed saved us." The fans rushed forward, fervently expressing their adoration for Male, fearful that in the throng, their voices would be lost. Just as Male prepared to greet them, he was lifted by several burly fans, who, in perfect unison, quickly arranged themselves as if carrying a coffin. Then, he was cast into the sky, where at this moment was the rightful place of Meyer. "Hey!" the fans shouted, and Meyer swiftly felt a surge of energy rising from beneath him, propelling him skyward, only to plummet back to earth in a state of weightlessness. It was inevitable. He feared that a fan might lose grip and let him fall, anxiously enduring the first few bounces. Hey! It was not until the fourth and fifth bounces that a smile broke across his face. As he began to relish the sensation of soaring and the thrill of weightlessness, he opened his eyes to the boundless sky, contemplating what it would feel like to win the Champions League. To claim the title of World Cup champion, no, first and foremost, he should ponder the sensation of winning the championship title. No, wait. He ought to truly savor this moment, to fully appreciate the excitement and admiration radiating from the people around him. Meyer felt his figure gradually grow larger, the honor of leading the team to promotion, and this peak moment indelibly etched upon him. A mark that would never fade. People would remember this moment. And he too would carry it with him. After the celebrations concluded, Meyer, along with his teammates, strolled towards the players' tunnel, joking and laughing. Some were still reeling from the emotional high, their bodies trembling slightly. "Don't let up. Don't let up." Captain Robert clapped his hands, urging everyone not to forget the most crucial matter at hand. There was still one more match, the most critical one, against Queen's Park Rangers. "Let's go. Sheffield United, let us go. We will be champions. Don't lose to them." The players echoed his enthusiasm, fully aware that only a fool would relax after such a euphoric round. They were determined to maintain their highest levels of excitement and competitive spirit, heading to Queen's Park Rangers' home ground to vanquish them and usher in an even greater celebration. Meyer. The voice from the other end was filled with excitement, yet still cautiously probing. Your uncle is working overtime. And I'm watching the match with the kids. I've only recently started getting into football and haven't learned much. You guys have been promoted, right? Yes, Meyer replied with a smile, sharing the joyous news with his family. There's no doubt. Sheffield United will ascend to the Premier League next season. Oh, came the fervent cheers from the other end of the line, likely from his 3 younger siblings celebrating at home, accompanied by sounds of clapping and jumping in jubilation. Let us see if we can clinch the title in the final round. Dio, you want to come watch? Meyer eagerly inquired, wishing for his family to witness the last match together, even though he faced the risk of disappointment. Yet, if successful, the sense of accomplishment would be unimaginable. Great. Betty's voice grew increasingly animated, almost to the point of tears of joy. Meyer, we'll come over next week. Please reserve 5 tickets for us. And I won't hold back. Absolutely, Meyer promised. After hanging up with his aunt, he recalled the contract with McCabe. Now, having secured a promotion spot to the Premier League, he would be eligible for bonuses from both tiers. 600,000. After taxes, that would be 360,000. Just as expected, a smile crept onto Meyer's face. He valued money, knowing that performing well on the pitch would naturally lead to a windfall. Chapter 103. The final title decider begins. All in one go. On May 2, during a program on BBC, Lineker and Alan Shearer once again appeared on screen. After their opening remarks, they shifted the discussion towards Sheffield United. Mr. Shearer, Lineker said with a teasing expression. In the first half of the season, we discussed Sheffield United's remarkable performance, particularly mentioning Gary Speed and their player, Meyer. Shearer felt a bit awkward, recalling his earlier remark about Gary Speed leading the team to promotion while he would run naked along the Thames. Fortunately, everyone understood that such a flag was unlikely to be fulfilled. He merely needed to brace himself for the teasing without actually having to run along the Thames. We underestimated them. Shearer maintained his composure. Aiming to analyze from a professional standpoint, Sheffield United is on the verge of completing an outstanding season, an incredible season. They embody the spirit of competition. We all know that the championship consists of 46 matches each season. Yet the teams that typically win the title often finish around 90 points, some even below that, which is unreasonable, akin to the 38-match Premier League. The reason is simple. Mid- and lower-tier teams struggle to exert pressure on the upper-tier teams, and the competition among the upper-tier teams isn't fierce either. This season, after Sheffield United emerged, they enhanced the competitive landscape, forcing other top teams to adapt, striving for victories and points, thus raising the level of competition in the league. The results are evident. This season, 2 teams have already surpassed the century mark in points, and Norwich, currently in 3rd place, has also broken the previous season's highest points record. Lineker nodded slightly, steering the topic. What do you think led to their meteoric rise? Was it Gary Speed? Ha, Shearer chuckled, shaking his head in denial. Despite the teasing I've endured for the flag concerning Gary Speed, I must say, at least during his early days, he didn't possess the capability to coach a title-contending team in the championship. Why has Sheffield United surged? It's something everyone knows. It's because of Meyer. Lineker adjusted his earpiece, having been eager to guide the conversation here. Indeed, it is due to Meyer. He has achieved the unimaginable this season, with the majority of the team's goals linked to him, a staggering 39 goals and 27 assists in a single season. Each of these figures alone could make a player a season's best. Yet he has combined these astonishing statistics into one. In his debut season, he has been involved in 66 goals over 45 matches. I must say, no football prodigy has reached his level in their debut season. He has nearly redefined genius, showcasing extraordinary talent. Not even Ronaldo? Shearer inquired with a smile, as it was a hot topic online. No. You must believe that he has the potential to secure a starting position at a Premier League giant at the age of 18 and gradually pursue the records in the Premier League. As he spoke, he recalled something, bursting into laughter. I just remembered, Mr. Shearer is the holder of the Premier League goal record. Do you think his arrival in the Premier League next season will put pressure on you? No, Shearer straightened up, feeling invigorated by the topic, chuckling. At least he'll have to wait until he is 23, at the prime of his career, to hope to break that record. Don't call me overconfident. Just look, Cristiano couldn't break my record before he left. Ha. Lineker nodded, finding some merit in his words, yet he still felt that this extraordinary young man might surprise everyone upon entering the Premier League. In the following days, Meyer focused on adjusting his state, quietly awaiting the impending match on May 4, he ceased additional training, dedicating all his time to rest, aiming to present himself in the best form at Queen's Park Rangers' home ground. IVE secured the tickets for you. That afternoon, he produced 11 tickets, distributing 2 to Safina and Harry, saying with a smile, "At that time, sit together with Mr. Wenger and my family." After his aunt requested 5 tickets, others gradually approached him for tickets to this highly anticipated match. First, his youth coach, Hans, called to request 2 tickets, saying he wanted to come along with Mr. Wenger. Then Mr. Mendez noticed the match's significance and expressed his desire to be there in person. Finally, Miss Isabella, after asking if his relatives would attend, surprisingly requested tickets as well, claiming she had been unable to secure any despite her ability to purchase them at a premium. Thus, Meyer requested 9 VIP tickets from the club and, after considering Harry and Safina, added 2 more. A cheering squad of 11, comprising 2 coaches from Premier League teams, a top agent, 2 physiotherapists of Super League caliber, a wealthy lady, and 5 family members. With a deep breath, Meyer felt a wave of pressure wash over him. If he didn't perform well, it would linger in his mind for a lifetime. "Mr. Wenger is coming too?" Safina asked curiously, her expression shifting. "What about your agent? Is he coming?" "He is," Meyer smiled, realizing Mendez held some influence in this circle. They would all be together. That's great. Harry, holding the tickets, sighed. "You must perform well. With so many important people present, we want to see you lift the trophy." "I will." Meyer clenched his fist and retreated to his room for rest. Passing by Gilbert's room, he noticed Gilbert meditating with headphones on, presumably also under immense pressure. He refrained from disturbing him, slipping into his own room to rest, awaiting Harry's massage therapy. On the morning of May 6, his uncle's family arrived in Sheffield, marking their second visit of the year. Little star, brother is a grand superstar. Meyer took them to a restaurant for a meal, arranged accommodations, and secured a business vehicle for their journey to the Fulham area of London tomorrow. Before preparing to leave, he asked for a couple more tickets. He handed the tickets for Wenger and Hans to them for safekeeping. Mr. Wenger and Coach Hans will arrive together tomorrow, as they are quite busy and will only reach the vicinity of the stadium shortly before the match. I will give you Hans's phone number at that time, and once you've coordinated, you can pass the tickets to him. All right. Elmint took the tickets and placed them in his bag, fully aware that these were meant for important individuals and must be treated with utmost care. Wait a moment. Elmint suddenly remembered something, his eyes brightening. Is Wenger sitting with us as well? Indeed. Meyer nodded, knowing that for the uncle's family, this was even more shocking than sitting with McCabe last time in France. Wenger's status is unimaginable. If Zidane represents French footballers, then Wenger embodies the essence of French coaching. The influence of the two in the world is remarkably comparable. How wonderful! Elmint flashed a broad smile, exchanging an excited glance with Betty. The eldest sister, Margie, lifted the youngest, Ava, in celebration of the fortune to sit alongside this esteemed gentleman while watching her brother play. It was an entirely different realm, with over 60,000 spectators at every match, where those playing below are figures well known to football fans worldwide. Without further ado, he departed from the hotel where his family was staying and headed to a CAF where he had arranged to meet Mendez. Long time no see. Mendez was clad in a comically vibrant crimson suit that shimmered slightly, making him appear much younger. I thought the next time I would see you would truly be in London. Yet here we are in Sheffield again. In fact, it can be considered London. Meyer, upon seeing him, felt quite pleased. After all, the home ground of Queen's Park Rangers is in London. What made you come to Sheffield first? Wow. Mendez feigned an exaggerated expression of shock, wrapping his arm around Meyer's shoulder. With such an important match approaching, if I didn't come to see you first to steady your nerves, then I would be a truly incompetent agent. What if I exacerbate your anxiety? Meyer raised an eyebrow, jokingly replying. Some individuals are like that. The more expectations they bear, the more nervous they become. Want to win but fear losing? Mendez summarized this type of person, shaking his head. Child, you are certainly not that kind of player. If you had such thoughts, you would never have come this far with this team. Ha ha. Meyer chuckled, and the two shared a cup of coffee. After handing Mendez Isabella's ticket, he bid him farewell. The great battle was imminent. The next day, countless cigarette vendors appeared on the streets of Sheffield. They had heard that the city's residents were recently stocking up on cigarettes, seemingly in preparation for the final championship match, hastily coming to seize the last day's market demand. 2 packs, please. I want 5 packs. How much for a pack? This indeed attracted many Sheffield residents to purchase, as many would not be able to attend the away game today and would have to watch the broadcast at home. If that is the case, why not buy more cigarettes? If the team wins the championship, they will ignite the skies of Sheffield United with cigarette ashes. Let every Sheffield resident, including themselves, know that at this moment, they are all together. Of course, they mustn't celebrate too early. If the team loses, it would all be for naught. Cigarettes in Fulham, London, would surely sell out today as well. It remains to be seen who will ultimately be able to celebrate and set them ablaze. At 3 in the afternoon, the Sheffield United contingent began to set off in succession. Some drove themselves, while others boarded the arranged buses. Along the way, Sheffield traffic police rode motorcycles to clear the way, maintaining order and striving to avoid traffic congestion and accidents. The away tickets released amounted to 2,500, yet those heading to London would certainly exceed 15,000. They would occupy the surrounding pubs and watch the match at a fan square they had long arranged. Thump, 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 bang, bang, bang. By 5 o'clock, many Sheffield United fans had begun to gather around Loftus Road Stadium, slowly coming together, banging drums, and singing the team's anthem. The atmosphere of the match began to shift from this moment, becoming tense and intense, as everyone knew that the moment determining their season's fate was about to arrive. At 6:30, a bus emblazoned with the Sheffield United logo drove into the controlled road, bringing the players and coaching staff from the Hotel Dado. This caused a stir, with over 10,000 Sheffield United fans congregating at the barrier, waving their hands to greet the team, letting them know they were there in support. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was subdued. Most wore headphones, engaging in their final moments of relaxation. Myers sat in his usual spot in the back, taking deep breaths to adjust his heart rate. Upon hearing the cheers, he slightly opened the curtain to sneak a glance at the fans outside, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. His first championship match was truly upon him. He had never imagined that his inaugural championship battle would not be a cup match, but rather a league match. The significance of the league is profound, representing the culmination of an entire season's efforts, encompassing as many as 46 matches over the course of a year. He did not want these 46 matches to simply fade away like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. At the very least, he wished to leave behind some commemorative trace. He already had enough personal mementos. Now, he just hoped to leave something significant for the team. Team honors hold weight comparable to individual accolades, often carrying substantial significance in certain awards, with prestigious honors like the Champions League and World Cup bearing considerable weight. Come on, let us achieve greatness in this one match, he silently motivated himself. Hoping to exit London with a smile today, at 7:25, Meyer stood with the ball boy in the players' tunnel of Loftus Road Stadium, participating in the entrance ceremony. The players' tunnel was remarkably quiet. Apart from the cheers coming from outside, little could be heard from players and staff conversing. Everyone's emotions were aligned. Excited yet heavy, anxious yet expectant. No one had any other thoughts in their minds. Let us go. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, all players followed his lead and emerged from the tunnel. Meyer traversed the tunnel adorned in shades of blue, stepping into Loftus Road Stadium, a modest venue with a single tier of stands, yet overall clean and refreshing. Here, they would decide the champion of the 2010-11 championship season. After a brief pre-match ceremony, an elder brought forth the championship trophy from the players' tunnel, placing it atop a platform that had been prepared at the tunnel's entrance. The fans of both teams erupted in cheers, their longing reaching a peak, all hoping their respective teams would ultimately lift the coveted trophy. As they awaited their turn, the players of Queen's Park Rangers cast curious glances towards Meyer and Gilbert, two unfamiliar faces that had not been seen during the first half of the season. In that earlier match, they had effortlessly triumphed over this team with a score of 4-0, marking a resounding start to the season. Who knows if this encounter, with Meyer, Gilbert, and several new recruits in the Sheffield United squad, would prove more challenging. They too rallied themselves, hoping for a favorable outcome. Beep. At 7:30, with the referee's whistle, the final showdown of the championship commenced, instantly igniting the atmosphere within the stadium. Meyer dashed across the half-field at lightning speed, applying pressure while simultaneously warming up his body. The match had begun. This was a decisive battle concerning the fates of both teams, the most anticipated focal point of the championship this season. In the commentary booth, the voice of Sky Sports radiated with passion. Two teams with over 100 points were locked in fierce competition. Only one team would be crowned champion today. Let us see who can emerge victorious. Let us take a look at the starting lineups. For Sheffield United, the goalkeeper is Robert, and the defensive line in the VIP section of the guest area. Meyer's family occupied their seats. To their left sat Wenger and Hans, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit. To their right was a beautiful English girl and two physiotherapists attending to their nephew. Hola, hola la la. Below them, over 3,000 Sheffield United fans stood, jumping in excitement, amplifying the atmosphere of the stadium. Meanwhile, outside the stadium's fence, numerous Sheffield United fans either hung over the barrier or peered through narrow gaps to catch a glimpse of the action inside. It was a sea of people. On television, hundreds of thousands would also be watching this match, eagerly awaiting the final crowning of the champion. Go, brother. Ava stood up, clenching her little fists in support of her brother. Compared to other places, the people here appeared relatively restrained, with no grand cheering activities taking place. Meyer's sister, Wenger, noticing Ava's demeanor, smiled and waved her over. Ava, undeterred, walked confidently to Wenger's side, asking, "Are you the Arsenal manager?" "Ha ha." Wenger chuckled lightly, lifting Ava into his arms, facing the direction of the pitch, asking, "Do you think your brother will score today?" "He definitely will." Ava's eyes sparkled with confidence as she waved her arms, declaring, "He scores every time." "I hope your words prove prophetic." On the other side, Isabella beheld the scene and waved to Ava, pulling a handful of fruits from her bag and offering them to her. "Here, little one, these are from your sister, who bought them in France." This gesture swiftly won Ava's affection. She accepted the fruits, unwrapping them while exclaiming, "Beautiful sister." Isabella's thin lips parted, revealing her pearly teeth, as she chuckled softly and cradled Ava in her arms, preparing to hold her close while watching the match. Soon, when she witnessed Mail's first touch of the ball, she rose from her seat, gazing intently at the action unfolding below. The other 10 individuals beside her also stood in unison. Even Wenger, disregarding his status, cast an eager glance towards the left flank of the pitch. Chapter 104. The championship belongs to Sheffield United. Mail's first triumph, Mail. He faces the formidable defense of Clint Hill. Standing at a height of 1.86 m, he is a defender with exceptional strength. He may need to devise alternative strategies, as grappling with this defender through speed and power may not yield favorable results. On the field, Mail surged towards Clint Hill, marking their initial clash. As he approached within 2 meters, he executed a feint, but his opponent remained unfazed, methodically retreating while sealing the inner lane and leaving the outer line open for him. Bam! Mail discerned this opening and made an incisive cut towards the inner lane, forcefully dribbling the ball along the baseline. Bam! However, this time felt different. As Mail reached the edge, he seized the opportunity to curl a shot towards the middle. With his left foot, Clint Hill momentarily froze, turning to see a well-placed cross. Not his forte. A sudden apprehension gripped him, realizing that defending in this match might prove challenging. He could at most stifle one side. Bam! In the central area, Borodinovic collided with the opposing center-back Hall, ultimately gaining the upper hand and securing the ball first. Alas, under the pressure from the defender, the football veered off target, soaring diagonally out of play. A collective sigh of disappointment resonated from the Sheffield United stands, quickly followed by applause as the fans regained their composure and resumed their cheers. "He-s in fine form," Safina, seated beside Harry, remarked, "to create such a threat on the first touch." Indeed, Harry nodded, poised to speak when a sudden tension gripped his expression. The goalkeeper of Queen's Park Rangers launched a long pass, and their forward Helgeson leapt for a header. Directing the ball to the team's core player, Tarupt, the latter quickly initiated an assault. Facing Gilbert's defense, he executed 2 swift changes of direction before skillfully maneuvering through his legs. He then proceeded to bypass Janjahans and the retreating Bertrand. Arriving at the edge of the penalty area, bam! A powerful shot was unleashed, heading straight for the bottom corner of the net. Goalkeeper Robert immediately dove, swiftly reacting to prevent the ball from crossing the line. Clap! In Sheffield, at the Old Codger Tavern, Tarupt, he strikes back. This season, he has netted 21 goals and provided 24 assists, boasting an impressive tally of 45. Oh! The tavern was filled with fans of the team, watching Tarupt nearly score, clutching their heads in shocked, "It's all right, it's all right. Let's go again. Don't be nervous." "Who just grabbed my butt?" Codger, seated with his family, appeared aged, unable to withstand the mounting tension. He leaned on his cane and stepped outside for some fresh air. Not far away, a large fan plaza was teeming with thousands of supporters, and he ambled towards it. Watching the match in an open space is much better. The atmosphere in the bar is too stifling. Queen's Park Rangers were launching a ferocious attack, while Sheffield United held their ground, biding their time for a counterattack. Quinn, he brought down Tarabt, earning a yellow card. On the sidelines, Warnock pointed at him, seemingly signaling to the players to intensify their offensive efforts. The loudspeakers broadcasted commentary, audible even on the surrounding streets. Codger stood at the back of the crowd, using his cane for support, gazing at the large screen in front of the plaza. He noticed several neatly arranged flares. Preparing for a grand finale, we must seize this opportunity. He tightened his grip on the cane, hoping the team would conclude the match with a goal and victory. A mere draw felt inadequate against the relentless onslaught of Queen's Park Rangers. Even he knew that offense is the best defense. Outside Loftus Road Stadium, Sheffield United fans exchanged hushed whispers, having lingered there for quite some time, yet displaying no signs of fatigue. With no tickets available, the nearby bars were packed, the fan plaza either brimming with Queen's Park Rangers supporters or overwhelmed by the Sheffield United contingent. They had no choice but to take risks. This isn't too bad. Someone optimistically remarked, watching live feels no different from being in the stadium. Indeed, another replied, keeping an eye on the field, this is the true VIP experience. Haha. 30 meters out, Mail is about to strike, a long-range shot. As he watched the goalkeeper palm the ball out of the net, he gasped, sensing trouble. The opposing goalkeeper was in fine form to make such a save. A commotion arose among those peering through the gap at the fence, anxiously inquiring what happened. What is going on inside? It didn't go in, came the regretful shake of the head from someone on the fence. Oh. At that moment, the distant fan plaza echoed with a collective sigh of disappointment, albeit with a slight delay. Those leaning against the railing felt pleased with their vantage point, chuckling, too slow. That's why we chose this spot, haha. Their words sparked laughter among those around, yet it was merely a way to mask their disappointment. Had it not been for their eagerness to witness the match live, they would have long since entered. But what of it? Being able to watch is fortune enough, within the stadium, as the 41st minute unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. Mail observed Gilbert maneuvering the ball in midfield, evading his opponent, and he swiftly propelled himself forward, racing into the open space ahead. Clint Hill, sluggish in his response, instinctively pushed him down with his right hand. Fearing Mail would outpace him, Mail tumbled sideways, and in that moment, a chorus of discontent erupted from the southern stands. Foul! The referee turned, catching Clint Hill retracting his hand, feigning innocence with an open palm. As if to say he had done nothing wrong, beep. Trusting his instincts, he approached and brandished a yellow card. The home fans fell silent, while the visiting supporters erupted in cheers. Oh, well done, well done. After getting back on his feet, Mail approached the ball, as all Sheffield United players surged into the penalty area, closely marking the opposition's defenders. Bam! He executed a beautiful curling shot with his right foot, the ball spinning towards the back post. Bam! The encroaching Maguire managed to connect with the ball, but it was blocked by the defender Hall, who used the junction of his waist and arm to deflect it. Everything transpired rapidly, leaving no one certain whether it struck his waist or hand. Hey! The Sheffield United players quickly raised their hands, glancing towards the referee, hoping for a penalty. Hush! This incited discontent and panic among the home supporters, who began to boo, harshly criticizing the Sheffield United players. Diving? Have some dignity. Forget about them. Just kick it. The referee remained silent, following the ball's trajectory. The tension in the stadium reached a boiling point. Any minor shift could ignite their emotions. Beep, beep. With neither team scoring, the score remained 0-0. While things seemed calm on the surface, an undercurrent of tension prevailed. Any player's misstep could spell disaster for their championship aspirations. In the VIP area, Wenger adjusted his seating position, brushing his hair at the temples. This is truly nerve-wracking. Mendes, seated beside him, turned with a smile, inquiring, Mr. Wenger, what do you think of the first half? Who performed better? The home team, Wenger coughed twice. Responding candidly, in both offense and defense, they have nearly achieved the pinnacle of performance at this level, creating numerous opportunities with seemingly no vulnerabilities. As for Sheffield United, Mail and that Janihans, if that is indeed his name, are their only bright spots. The other players seem to await their cue to attack. However, in matches, it's hard to predict anything. It's not uncommon for teams to score more goals with fewer chances. Mendez nodded slightly, finding it rather novel to watch a match alongside Wenger for the first time. He noticed Hans beside Wenger, his legs occasionally tightening and relaxing, revealing his intense excitement. Why so quiet? Mendez, having greeted Hans before the match. Aware that he was Male's youth team coach and had played a significant role in his development, smiled and asked, "You haven't uttered a word since the match began. It seems like your soul has been whisked away." Hans's lips quivered, his voice trembling, worried, nervous. Mendez leaned back, chuckling lightly, counted the number of people seated with them, ordered 10 beers, and distributed a cup to everyone but Ava. Standing up, he raised his glass, declaring, "No more nervousness. Let us cheer for them. Go. Go Male." Everyone raised their beer mugs, some taking hearty gulps while others merely sipped, all in a gesture of camaraderie. However, attempting to alleviate the collective anxiety in this manner was clearly futile. I felt the sweat bead on my forehead. Thiel Mint clasped his wife Betty's hand. A rare romantic moment for the middle-aged couple, albeit born from their shared trepidation. I felt it too. Betty placed her other hand on her chest, striving to calm her emotions, but to no avail. At Carrow Road. Norwich City was engaged in a tense match against Cardiff City, currently ranked 5th, while Norwich held the 3rd position in the league. The team's manager, Neil, paced the sidelines, glancing frequently at his watch. He understood that this match was critical. A failure would thrust them into a convoluted series of playoffs. Yet, even if they triumphed, they would still need to rely on Sheffield United to defeat Queen's Park Rangers. Such sentiments were burdensome, akin to persevering for an elusive, hopeless cause, yet one felt compelled to continue. Bang! In the first minute of stoppage time, midfielder Houlihan, despite facing slim odds, charged into the penalty area and deftly poked the ball just before hitting the ground. The football slipped through the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. Goal. 1-0. Yes. The players of Norwich raised their arms in jubilation, their hopes for reaching the coveted 100-point mark reignited. Neil leaped into the air, fist raised toward the heavens, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Brilliant! Brilliant!" The first half concluded at 0-0, with both sides having unleashed 11 shots without finding the back of the net. The assistant coach cast a glance at his phone, his expression shifting. Neil's joy waned slightly. It appeared that a collusion was indeed possible, prompting him to exclaim in anger, "These actors, never mind." The assistant coach stood up, moving beside him to offer a comforting pat on the back. "There's still another half to play, plenty of opportunities ahead. If all else fails, we can aim for the playoffs and use this match to find our rhythm." At Loftus Road. After a 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced. Sheffield United kicked off from the center circle, and Januzic launched a long pass toward Bordanovic's head, but alas, the latter failed to connect, and possession was seized by Queen's Park Rangers. Furlong on the sidelines, Warnock, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly to his players. "Advance, there was an opening just now. Why not exploit it?" Furlong waved his hand toward the sidelines, indicating it was his mistake. Warnock turned his hand behind him, glancing at the fans, noting the eager anticipation in their eyes. They could not afford to lose. Victory was imperative. One step forward was heaven. One step back was hell. Warnock turned to Gary Speed beside him, observing the latter seated on the bench, seemingly reluctant to stand on the sidelines. Hergelson, refocusing on the field, his hand shot out from behind him, pointing to a spot. "Control the ball. Why rush a pass when the defenders are still 3 or 4 meters away?" With each passing minute, Warnock's anxiety intensified. He could hardly entertain the notion of settling for a draw. His only desire was for triumph. He occasionally rose to express his dissatisfaction to the referee and fourth official, glancing around for supporters to apply pressure alongside him. "Good, beautiful," he would cheer, clapping his hands, using his most fervent voice to rally his players. "Just play like this. There are no issues." Between the 70th and 75th minutes, Warnock and Gary Speed made their substitutions, each utilizing 2 of their allotted changes. Warnock replaced 2 midfielders with a forward and another midfielder, one to bolster the attack, the other for tactical adjustment. Gary Speed made 2 positional changes, bringing off Bertrand and Gilbert, as both were visibly fatigued. The conclusion of the match was drawing near. The tension of the game weighed heavily on everyone. The cheers within the stadium dwindled. And most spectators fell silent, directing all their focus to the unfolding drama. 6 minutes later, at Carrow Road, beep, beep, beep. The match concluded after just 1 minute of stoppage time, with Norwich triumphing over Cardiff City with a final score of 1-0. They had surpassed the 100-point mark, though they arrived a bit late to the celebration. "What is happening?" Neil sighed in relief from the sidelines, his mind no longer in a celebratory spirit. He approached the coaching bench, surrounding the assistant coach who was engrossed in the live stream of the opposing match. 3 minutes of stoppage time remained. The assistant coach watched as the match entered its final 2 minutes, a chill running down his spine as he realized the hope was slim. They needed to prepare for the playoffs. "Let us wait a bit longer." Neil, unwilling to concede defeat, stood by, fists clenched, eyes glued to the screen. The Norwich players rushed into the locker room, retrieved their phones, and gathered in small circles, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the other match. Not a single Norwich fan left. Each held their phone, fixated on the other game. It resembled a second venue for Sheffield United, with fervent supporters praying to the heavens for victory. "Grandpa!" In the player tunnel, a middle-aged couple led a little girl out. The man in front remarked, "She was too restless, insisting on finding you. We told her to wait, and she started crying." Neil's expression shifted as he approached the little girl, lifting her into his arms, the weight of pressure increasing, yet he managed to smile. "Why are you down here? Didn't I tell you to wait upstairs? My grandpa told me today was a celebration." The little girl's eyes were red, suggesting she had recently cried, as she nestled against Neil's chest. In that moment, Neil felt his heart melt. He lifted the girl, twirling her around the field, sighing, "Then let us wait together with Grandpa." "All right." The girl raised her head, gazing curiously at the crowd of people awaiting the result. Free kick. Suddenly, the assistant coach dashed over, presenting his phone to Neil, exclaiming that Mail's breakthrough had resulted in a free kick. This was an opportunity. A buzz erupted in the stadium as the varying delays of mobile signals meant that news of Sheffield United's free kick reached them in waves. Everyone understood what this signified. It could very well be their last chance. Neil's heart raced as he swallowed nervously, closing his eyes and murmuring a prayer. "God bless Mail, beityThrough Road." Just outside the penalty area, the referee was surrounded by Queen's Park Rangers players. Step back, step back." He brandished 2 yellow cards, determined to prevent the players from swaying his decision, grumbling as he moved away. "Enough noise!" Warnock shouted anxiously from the sidelines. "It's stoppage time. Don't waste a moment. Let him take the kick." His assistant coaches rushed out, equally animated, shouting, "Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Form a wall." Did they wish for the referee to blow the final whistle before the kick was taken? A cacophony of whistles and various sounds erupted from the stands, plunging the scene into chaos. Several tall players stood helplessly at the referee's drawn line, one hand shielding their groin, the other covering their face, engaging in customary protective stances. The penalty spot. Mail and Januzaj stood, both gazing longingly at the goal. Dante fake a run. Mail, abandoning his usual free kick routine, firmly stated, "This time, I'll take it directly." "Fine." Januzaj agreed, remaining in place, attempting to create a smokescreen to confuse the Queen's Park Rangers players. Beep! When the referee's whistle pierced the air, a hush fell over the crowd. The chaos subsided as spectators emerged from the turmoil, holding their breath, fixating on the figure at the penalty spot, tension at its peak. It was then that they realized this could be the decisive goal of the match. Mail stood before the ball, the weight of Sheffield United's hopes for the championship resting upon him. A blade poised to extinguish Queen's Park Rangers' aspirations. He paused before the ball, suddenly feeling a stinging sensation in his eyes, as if blinded. After blinking a few times, he discerned 2 laser beams piercing through the crowd of fans, disrupting his vision. Determined, Mail quickly confirmed the ball's position and the goal's alignment, taking a few steps back to initiate his run, knowing that once he moved, the distractions would fade. As he approached the ball, he executed the practiced motion of countless nights, extending his left arm, swinging his right leg, and at the moment of contact, his ankle snapped, propelling the ball forward. Bang! In the profound silence of the stadium, the sound of the shot resonated powerfully, the ball spinning fiercely toward the goal. The 5 players forming the wall for Queen's Park leapt high, stretching their necks in a desperate bid to intercept the shot, but came mere inches short. "Oh!" A faint cheer rose from the south stand, as some fans, unable to contain themselves, prematurely raised their arms in celebration, Male's family stood, some covering their faces in trepidation, others bowing their heads and clasping their heads with their hands, while others, like the rest of the supporters, boldly lifted their arms high. Brother. In Isabella's arms, little Ava opened her mouth wide, eagerly anticipating the goal. Male Mendez's voice was low, his heart filled with fervent prayers as he too awaited the explosive moment. On the sidelines, the coaching team, led by Gary Speed, stood shoulder to shoulder with assistant coaches like Jolison, collectively holding their breath in anticipation. Beside them, players such as Gilbert, who had been substituted earlier, were primed to rush towards the hero of their impending goal. In the midst of countless gazes, Male struck the ball, sending it soaring over the wall of defenders, plummeting towards the near corner of the net. The goalkeeper lunged desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to salvage a glimmer of hope for his team. Yet his right hand failed to reach the ball in an instant. The sphere crashed into the net he guarded. Whoosh! The goal was scored. 1-0. In the second minute of stoppage time, Male delivered a golden goal, sealing the fate of the match. Yes. Instantly, all Sheffield supporters erupted in euphoric exultation, as if they had been lingering at the gates of paradise and had finally taken a step inside. Decisively closing the door behind them, Male, all emotions and love manifested in a chorus of hoarse shouts as they found themselves at a loss for words. Male. On the coaching bench, Gary Speed and Jolison swiftly withdrew their hands from one another and dispersed rapidly to different corners to celebrate. Champions. Upon reaching the fans section, he raised his arms high, exclaiming triumphantly, "We did it! The championship belongs to Sheffield United." Oh, ha! Jolison, with arms outstretched towards the Queen's Park coaching bench, laughed boastfully, having just had a confrontation with an opposing assistant. The other coaches, either howling at the sky or embracing one another, or leaping high as if to ascend to the heavens, displayed remarkable restraint, as the substitute players and those just off the field surged along the sidelines into the pitch. Racing towards Male. "You are a god, damn it, that was brilliant. I had a premonition. I just knew that ball would go in." Male. The most emotionally charged among them was Gilbert, never having imagined that at the age of 17 he would secure a professional league championship, especially under the watchful eye of Mr. Wenger. Overwhelmed with joy, he was momentarily brought to tears. Male. "We did it." In the spotlight, Male felt his mind swell, his ears ringing with the roar of the crowd. Though the fiery passion within propelled him towards the pitch's edge, he could hear faint calls, people shouting his name, but he paid them no heed. Upon reaching the sideline, he forgot all celebratory gestures. Throwing himself forward, his chest sliding against the ground. The decisive blow. The victory secured, the championship clinched. With a flawless free kick, he etched a perfect conclusion to his championship career. 40 goals. This was his record in the championship, surpassing his previous tally by 10. "We are champions." Someone rushed over, mimicking his actions as they slid across the ground, ultimately joining Male in a jubilant heap. Ahaha. Their smiles at this moment were not merely exuberant. They bordered on the indulgent. Chapter 105. The Frenzy of Sheffield. Champions. Oh. Outside the stadium, fans pressed against the gates still could not discern the events unfolding within. Upon hearing a thunderous cheer, they swiftly turned to those atop the barriers. "What is happening?" they anxiously inquired, but before the question was fully formed, those perched on the barriers provided their answer. They all leapt down, arms raised high. Male scored from a free kick. "We won. The championship is secure." Oh! A new wave of jubilation erupted, as dozens of fans gathered, bouncing and cheering. Not far away in the fan square, some noticed the commotion inside, and upon seeing the jubilant expressions, a few uncertain souls rushed over, loudly asking, "Who scored?" Those few immediately broke into spontaneous fits of celebration, showcasing a myriad of quirky poses, and they didn't forget to share the news with those still watching the delayed match in the fan square. "It went in! It went in! We scored. Male converted that free kick. Don't keep watching. Did it really go in? Oh, we are champions!" Back in the fan square, cheers began to ripple through the crowd, yet many remained hesitant to confirm. Fixating on the big screen in anticipation, they witnessed Male's run-up, the ball soaring over the wall, culminating in it crashing into the net, and saw Gary Speed racing towards the fans section. Yeah, a louder cheer erupted from this spot. evidently bolstered by their numbers, as countless fans tossed pre-prepared confetti high into the air, while others poured beer in celebration. Ahoy! Ag! Various levels of cheers resonated from all directions, emanating from the fan square dominated by Sheffield United supporters. Their voices soared into the sky, merging into a cacophony that rendered the vicinity of the stadium restless for miles around. Sheffield United, champions, the last time they claimed victory was over 50 years ago. In the last century, meanwhile, at Carrow Road, Neil held his granddaughter tightly, unable to bear watching the match broadcast any longer. He closed his eyes, counting down the seconds, knowing Mail would soon take his shot. Eager to discern whether the cheers or curses would erupt from the stadium, a sudden roar filled the air, causing Neil to snap his eyes open, witnessing jubilant fans leaping from their seats. Arms raised in celebration, he still hesitated to believe it until, after several seconds, an eruption of cheers engulfed the entire venue. Wow, it went in! An assistant coach rushed over, tears welling in his eyes. Mail scored. We surpassed Queen's Park Rangers. We're going up. Neil's face flushed with excitement, his eyes reddening as he trembled while holding his granddaughter. This is marvelous, absolutely marvelous. He began to stride forward, preparing to hand his granddaughter over to his son. All the while marveling. We've been promoted, and they didn't play fixed matches. Mail is incredible. 40 goals. Suddenly feeling breathless, he gasped for air, overwhelmed by the pressure lifting. We did it. Turning around, he saw the players discarding their phones haphazardly, each one exuding the joy of champions, racing towards the fan section to celebrate among the throngs. Some stripped off their shirts, others guzzled beer handed to them by fans, while many, regardless of gender, embraced and shared kisses. Neil abruptly halted his steps, having promised his granddaughter to experience this celebration together. Lena and I, he gazed at her porcelain doll-like face, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, saying, Grandpa will take you to feel the sensation of flight. I've fulfilled my promise. All right. Lena and I beamed with joy, watching as everyone celebrated, and she raised her own hand in excitement. Ha ha. A smile finally broke across Neil's face as he dashed forward, running against the wind, as though breaking through all constraints into a new beginning. Lena and I squealed with delight, her laughter ringing out behind him. Neil quickened his pace, running straight for a while, then weaving around, even running backward until he collided with someone, finally coming to a halt. Sorry, he muttered an apology without even glancing at the individual, scooping up his granddaughter once more. That moment, the chain reaction of players rushing into the fan section commenced. As they left, all the fans surged into the pitch. The scene that had unfolded days earlier at Bramall Lane was reenacted here. Premier League, here we come. Neil, you truly are remarkable. Fans' perceptions of Neil underwent a complete transformation, as many charged towards him upon entering. Standing at the center circle, Neil observed countless fans approaching him, experiencing the shift from get out to a capable hero. He and his granddaughter shared silly grins, unable to articulate their thoughts, merely muttering to themselves, Thank you, God. Thank you, Mail. Thank you, Sheffield United. Hi, hi. He was then hoisted into the air by the fans, unsure who had taken hold of his granddaughter. Under normal circumstances, he would never have entrusted her to anyone, but on this day when he was hailed as a hero, he had no fear of losing her. Wow! In Sheffield, near Bramall Lane and the pub street, cheers erupted into the sky, swelling in volume as more people joined, spreading even further. Wow, wow! The sound continued to ripple outward, with new voices joining in, ultimately resonating throughout a 10-mile radius centered around Bramall Lane. Countless individuals flung open their windows, shouting exuberantly into the streets, while throngs spilled out of pubs and homes, joining other fans in jubilant song and dance. Champions, we have another trophy. I love Mail. We must thank Arsenal. Thank Wenger for placing him in our team. I will watch Arsenal matches from now on, especially those featuring Mail. The shouts echoed from every corner of the city, Mail's name becoming the talk of the town, repeated by tens of thousands. From the challenging relegation battle at the onset of the season to the triumphant ascent to the championship at its conclusion, the hearts of Sheffield United fans have been on a roller coaster ride throughout this journey. Whoosh, bang! As the clock approaches 9 in the evening, the moment for fireworks has arrived, with a few scattered bursts lighting up the sky, heralding the beginning of a grand pyrotechnic display. Whoosh, Whoosh, bang, bang, in an instant. The entire sky is illuminated, vibrant and resplendent fireworks bursting forth, transforming the city into a breathtaking spectacle, reminiscent of the New Year's Eve celebrations. They are the ones who laughed last, this day. This season belongs entirely to them. Sheffield University, an esteemed member of the British Ivy League and ranked among the world's top universities, attracts students from across the globe. Bursting with energy and vitality, they brim with hope for the future. In such a buoyant mood, they are all the more inclined to appreciate the beauty around them. As the fireworks ascend, enveloping the city in joy, men and women strolling on the university campus pause in their tracks. Their faces alight with surprise and satisfaction. Is it time to make a wish? What day is it today? How beautiful! They pull out their phones to capture the spectacle above, immortalizing the moment, while some even flip their cameras to take selfies with the fireworks. Members of the university's football and sports teams rush onto the field to celebrate, explaining to onlookers the reason behind the dazzling display and why the entire city has plunged into ecstasy. Today marks Sheffield United's championship victory, a day of their return to the top league. Male, just a couple of years younger than them, is a rare talent in the football world, leading them to the Premier League. 40 goals and 27 assists, a total of 67 contributions. He truly seems like a player from another galaxy. I fear he might float away on the smoke of the fireworks. The news of Sheffield United's triumph spreads like wildfire throughout the university. The student circles are relatively small, and everyone is quickly informed of the events on this day. Male's name becomes well known among students from all corners of the world. Some express heartfelt gratitude to this heroic figure. Even those who do not follow football are captivated by the grand fireworks displayed. At Loftus Road Stadium, in the VIP area, stunning, Clement, the loudest among them, erupts with excitement. We won. We did it. Well done, nephew. He turns to his wife, ignoring the gaze of their 3 children, and plants a deep kiss on her lips. Betty's face instantly flushes, but in this moment, she has no time for reproaching her husband. She can only raise her voice in joyous exclamation. Male, we are so proud of you. Brother scored. Ava flails in Isabella's embrace, who, with great effort, manages to keep her from tumbling. Brother has emptied the owner's wallet. And then he'll take me for pizza. Hearing her mention her father, Isabella pauses momentarily before bursting into laughter. Once she regains her composure, she tilts her head back, takes a deep breath, and passionately shouts towards the field. I knew you could do it. After the match, I'll be releasing a special commemorative shirt. On the other side, Wenger and Mendes rise simultaneously, both wearing expressions of pride and satisfaction, as though they are witnessing their own children's achievements. Applause erupts, though their celebrations remain measured. Yet, the duration of their clapping reveals the depth of their emotions. Excellent. Mendes observes Male's silhouette, contemplating his mere 17 years and feeling a surge of hope for his own future career. Mr. Wenger, at 17, he played a pivotal role in propelling the team to the Premier League, a single season yielding 67 goals, clinching both the Golden Boot and the Playmakers Award. Surely, such a player deserves a higher salary and better treatment, does he not? Indeed. Wenger realizes he will need to discuss a pay rise. Ordinarily, this might have irritated him, but at this moment, he feels a sense of it is only right. He proactively states, a player who receives 3 pay raises in a single season must surely be a rarity in world football. However, we could set a precedent for him. Exceptional individuals naturally encounter extraordinary circumstances. That would be best. Mendes glances around, observing the celebration enveloping everyone, while nearby, Safina and Harry exchange hearty high-fives, their faces brimming with excitement. Is someone missing? Yes. A sudden cheer erupts as Hans, sitting next to Mendes, leaps up, raising his hand and shouting several times. Yes? Mendes jumps slightly, startled, and turns to find Wenger equally astonished. Wait, buddy? Is there a delay? Your reaction time seems a bit slow. Mendes bursts into laughter, dispelling any awkwardness from his momentary startle. In this vibrant atmosphere, his capacity to accept the unexpected has certainly heightened. He continues to clap, preparing to cease only when the celebration in the stadium winds down. Beep, beep. Finally, amidst the cacophony, the referee blows the final whistle. 1-0. Sheffield United has triumphed over Queen's Park Rangers, winning this decisive match. The atmosphere rises to new heights, plunging into another wave of exuberance. They appear tireless, unafraid of waking up hoarse the next morning, their celebrations ceaseless. Well played. Fantastic without you. We wouldn't have had this season. Thank you. The players embrace one another, exchanging reflections on the season's tribulations and triumphs. The players of Queen's Park Rangers, who had been so proud all season, now bow their heads in defeat, many collapsing to the ground in sorrowful tears. They have not reached their desired paradise, nor can they remain in place. What awaits them is the hellish realm of the playoff zone. Warnock stands petrified, unable to believe the events unfolding before him. To keep the championship at home, it seems he has succeeded, yet the trophy is held aloft not by them, but by the people of Sheffield. Attention, attention. Hundreds of officers clad in black, wielding riot shields, swiftly surge from the players' tunnel to prevent the Queen's Park fans from storming the field in anger and harming the Sheffield United players. Some begin urging the Queen's Park fans to exit. For leaving them here to witness Sheffield United hoisting the trophy significantly increases the likelihood of a riot. As their fans gradually depart, the awards ceremony is about to commence. After a long wait, it is time to celebrate. The moment of crowning and the awards ceremony is upon us. The time for reflection has arrived. We see the event staff setting up the awards stage, with renowned sculptor Richard appearing on the field, ready to inscribe the champions' names. Accompanied by the announcer's voice, an elderly gentleman enters the arena, wielding a sharp engraving tool beside the trophy. He is here to etch the champions' names onto the trophy, ensuring that the mark of the victors is forever sealed alongside it. This is a task that demands precision. Several photographers gather beside him, aiming their cameras at the scene. Richard, with focused intent, bends down beside the trophy, meticulously assessing the precise spot for his engraving before taking a deep breath and beginning his work, the Champions League. His strokes are deliberate and measured. Each letter requires careful attention until the characters begin to emerge, resembling printed text upon the championship trophy. Richard bears the weight of a formidable yet honorable responsibility. This year, the legendary saga of the championship will be immortalized through his artistry, condensed into a simple yet weighty inscription. The fans can observe his progress on the screens flanking the field, and they are patient, holding their breath in anticipation of the moment when the engraving will be complete. At last, after several minutes, Richard sets down the engraving tool, smiling as he rises to wave farewell to the fans. A camera immediately focuses on the championship trophy, revealing a clear inscription. The EFL Championship 10-11 season winners, the Sheffield United F.C. Champions of the 10-11 English Championship, Sheffield United. Yeah. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers as they behold the name of their beloved team eternally engraved upon the trophy, destined to remain in the annals of championship history. The first to applaud, without exception, is Wenger, rising from the VIP area. His appearance incites another wave of cheers, yet it does not overshadow the moment. A fan seated in front of him turns around, waving and calling out with a smile, "Mr. Wenger, please let Males stay with us for another season?" "No." Wenger laughs heartily, refusing without hesitation. The Sheffield United fans are undeterred, some leaning back in laughter, others waving their hands, while others shout with glee, "See you in the Premier League next season. Don't send Male to play against us." Next, the camera shifts to Mendes, seated beside Wenger, a prominent figure in European football. The echoes of their calls for him have slightly diminished. The fans' impression of the agent is not overtly negative, yet it certainly lacks any innate warmth. At this moment, the director unexpectedly shifts the camera to Isabella. These individuals, prior to the match, would undoubtedly have investigated the identities of certain fans in the VIP area, possessing knowledge that surpasses that of the ordinary supporters. Few within the stadium are acquainted with Isabella, resulting in a lack of fervent cheers, save for a few ladies seated in the VIP section who wave in her direction. Ha ha. Isabella beams with a sunny smile, cradling Ava in one arm while waving at them with the other, expressing her gratitude. However, within a private box at Loftus Road, a middle-aged man, laughing and embracing those around him in celebration, suddenly undergoes a transformation. His expression changes, reminiscent of a home being robbed on the pitch. The podium has finally been erected, and the awards ceremony is set to take place here. They rub their hands in anticipation, gazing longingly at the trophy in the distance. The mere thought of lifting it soon fills them with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Meanwhile, as the last Queen's Park Rangers fan departs, imbued with reluctance, Their players gradually rise from the field, heads bowed in defeat. The bitterness and regret of today's loss will linger with them for a long time, perhaps even for a lifetime. For some among them, this may well be the only opportunity in their lives to approach such a significant honor. This does not imply weakness. They have traversed numerous teams since childhood, starting from amateur play, progressing through professional ranks, and ultimately reaching this pivotal moment. They have bested countless aspirants, stepping over many youths who dream of football to stand in this position. Yet, they remain bereft of fortune's favor. Before the more gifted male, they face utter defeat, helplessly witnessing the other lift the trophy in their once proud home ground. Warnock. As the last assistant coach exits, he notices Warnock still standing in a daze, staring at the podium and advises, "Let us go, it's over. We must prepare for the playoffs." As he utters these words, a pang of agony pierces his heart. They were so close to the championship, only to find themselves not only without the title, but also ousted from the promotion zone. Let us go. Warnock casts one last glance at the pitch, where he sees the fortunate rookie coach Gary Speed adjusting his tie, and Mail raising his hands and applauding the fans. He observes the resplendent trophy. He turns and strides towards the players' tunnel, leaving the field to the Sheffield United team, who continue their jubilant celebrations. Before departing, he leaves behind a final, reluctant remark, "I did not lose to Gary Speed. I remain the most suitable person to lead Sheffield United. Give me Mail, and I too could claim the championship title." Captain Robert prepares to retrieve the championship trophy from the podium. The fireworks are already in position, awaiting their elevation of the trophy. Robert extends his hand, hesitating as he glances at his teammates on the podium, perhaps seeking someone to share in the honor. It's not hard to guess whom he wishes to find. The season's most pivotal contributor stands prominently at the front of the podium. The championship trophy gleams brilliantly atop the podium, undoubtedly the focal point of attention, as hundreds of thousands of Sheffield United fans eagerly await the players' triumph. Ultimately, Robert cannot muster the courage to lift the honor alone. He waves at Mail, grinning, come on, Mail," surprised to be called upon, feels a surge of delight. No one wishes to miss the opportunity to hold the trophy themselves. He glances around and sees joy and support reflected in his teammates' eyes. Gilbert and Evans even urge him forward. Without further hesitation, Mail approaches the podium where the trophy rests, and together with Robert, they each grasp one side and stride towards the staged, the prelude of cheers erupts. All on the podium bend forward, hands on their knees, stamping their feet, poised to leap and raise their arms at any moment. Now, they await the signal from Mail and Robert to lift the trophy. 3, 2, 1. As Mail and Robert count to the final number, they suddenly quicken their pace, leaping onto the podium and effortlessly raising the trophy high above their heads in a display of elegance. Their teammates, anticipating this moment, swiftly raise their arms in jubilant celebration, their emotions finally liberated. The fans in the stands synchronize with them, transforming Loftus Road into a sea of joy. PFF, 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 fire machines, pre-installed on either side of the podium, burst forth with brilliant golden ribbons, soaring high into the sky before gracefully descending. This is the color of champions. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Immediately following, 16 flamethrowers behind the podium unleash a dazzling display of championship fireworks, creating an intersecting wall of fire, adding a final touch of festivity to their celebration. Ha ha! We are the champions. Oh la 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 la. Mail, with both hands raised high, jubilantly bounces alongside his teammates, reaching a crescendo of emotion. Ribbons fall continuously from above, while cheers from teammates and distant fans fill his ears. He finally experiences the tangible sensation of lifting the championship trophy. Over the past 46 matches, he has played in 42, scored 40 goals, provided 27 assists, and achieved 2 hat tricks in individual matches. He and his teammates have shared countless unforgettable moments, grinding out points with grit, leaving behind a trail of sweat on the training ground. Ultimately, a series of small achievements and victories have culminated in this significant accomplishment, embodied in the trophy they now hold aloft, the first title of his career. This is a crucial milestone, a vivid stroke in the narrative of his journey. After the trophy presentation concludes, players' family and friends flood onto the field, phones in hand, ready to capture memories. Mail. CL Mint rushes out from the players' tunnel, embracing Mail warmly before stepping back, grinning with excitement. We watched the entire match with Mr. Winger up in the box. It's much more exhilarating than watching from a suite. You truly immerse yourself in the game. I was so anxious until the goals started pouring in. Ha ha ha. I can hardly believe we actually won the championship. It feels surreal. Just a year ago, I was in the youth academy, and now I've won a title. Aunt Betty emerges with 3 children in tow, stepping forward to hug Mail. You did wonderfully. I've said it many times. Having you is a privilege for our family. Mail embraces them all in turn, his spirits buoyed, and after exchanging a few words, he leads everyone around the field, soaking in the post-championship atmosphere. Brother, can I borrow the medal? Bruno points to the medal around Mail's neck, inquiring curiously. Mail nods, removing the medal and handing it over. Just don't lose it. Great. Bruno beams as he accepts the medal, giving it a few taps before expressing slight disappointment. I thought these medals were solid gold. Ha ha. CL Mint chuckles from the side, stepping forward to take the medal, explaining, gold-plated is quite good enough. And the significance of this medal is something pure gold could never buy. Mail finds himself in agreement with this, though he knows it's not entirely accurate. Monetarily, this championship could yield him a post-tax bonus of 300,000. Pure gold medal? 1 kilogram of gold could purchase quite a bit. Would you like to touch the trophy? He asks, noticing players' families posing with the trophy not far away. Absolutely. CL Mint's eyes light up. He has long wished to see the honor contested by 24 professional teams, and touching it would be a momentous occasion for him. Brother, pick me up. Ava stretches her arms towards Mail, eager to be lifted. She, a small child, struggles to keep up with the adult's pace. Mail laughs, scooping her up and racing towards the trophy, making her giggle incessantly. After waiting for Evans and his family to finish their photos, he picks up the trophy and hands it to Uncle CL Mint, positioning himself alongside Ava for a photograph. CL Mint, astonished yet elated, stands proudly next to Mail, holding the championship trophy. Click, click. Soon, media reporters arrive to capture the moment, ensuring a complete collection of photographs. Once the photo session concludes, CL Mint remains reluctant to part with the trophy, but upon noticing his wife and children's eager expressions, he eventually relinquishes it. Mail. A voice calls out as a staff member rushes over, beaming with congratulations. You need to return to the podium. Your presentation isn't finished yet. This time, the awards he is about to receive may be considerably more numerous. Let us give a warm round of applause to the best player of the Championship League for the 2010 to 2011 season, Mail. A female host, holding a script and microphone, beams at Mail as she invites him back to the podium, saying, in the past season, he scored 40 goals and provided 27 assists, breaking the Championship League single-season scoring and assist records while elevating the total goals record to an almost unattainable height. Let us hear what the Sky Sports commentator had to say about him. Absolutely extraordinary, unbelievable. A true artist on the pitch, the embodiment of violent aesthetics, the king of long-range shooting. These titles may only partially describe him. Throughout the past season, we have witnessed the caliber of player he truly is. Congratulations to him. The entire stadium rose in applause, even the players still celebrating with their families paused at the awards podium to applaud Meyer. Without him, there would be no championship. Evans, embracing his wife, looked at Meyer and smiled. My good friend. Gilbert remarked to his family, clapping with pride as if he were receiving an award himself. The extraordinarily gifted monster. Janahan stood beside his newly acquainted girlfriend, shaking his head in awe, feeling inferior. The Claremont family approached the podium, basking in the whispers and praises, their confidence swelling as they held their heads high. Bathed in these admiring gazes, Meyer applauded himself all the way to the podium. He was unsure why he clapped. It seemed customary during awards, yet it also felt like a heartfelt celebration of his own achievements. He approached the host, searching for the Player of the Season trophy, yet it was still not in sight. Please welcome Mr. Greg Clark, the chairman of the FA, to present the award to Meyer. The female host gestured aside as a middle-aged man, around his 40s or 50s, approached with a golden cup in hand. Greg stepped next to Meyer, extending his hand for an embrace. Misinterpreting the gesture, Meyer reached out for the trophy instead. Laughter erupted from the surrounding players and relatives, and the stands echoed with mirth. Well done, Greg teased, uncertain whether he referred to Meyer's action or his performance this season. However, he felt no embarrassment, encouraging, the English League needs talented players like you. Thank you for the competitiveness you bring to the league. This is the gift you deserve. Additionally, I look forward to your performance at Arsenal next year. AS Greg finally handed him the trophy. Meyer accepted it with a handshake, courteously stating, "It is an honor." He then examined the trophy in his hands. The Player of the Season trophy was undoubtedly more aesthetically pleasing than the monthly award. Its value was comparable to that of the Golden Boot. It was a comprehensive accolade, emphasizing overall performance throughout the season. Every player in every position had the potential to compete for this award, making the competition exceedingly fierce. This year, he triumphed over Talibert with 45 data points, Sean Long with 40, and Graham, of course. Meyer need not overly concern himself with the weight of each award since he had also secured the other two personal honors. He merely needed to hold tightly to this Player of the Season trophy, understanding that it summarized his outstanding performance throughout the season. Halfway through the season's best Player of the Season sweep. If he were unbothered by appearing pretentious or arrogant, he could easily take a microphone and sing a song about how lonely invincibility feels, excluding one team, adding the Sheffield United players into the mix. However, despite this playful notion, Meyer had no intention of acting on it. He soon observed the host inviting two more award presenters. Point one was Sheffield United's owner, McCabe, an old acquaintance, while the other was someone he hadn't met before, introduced as the EFL's championship head. Each held a golden boot, and one bore a crystal cup adorned with a foot arch passing gesture. This was a historic moment. The female host's voice was filled with fervor. Before this, no one in the English league has simultaneously broken records to win both the Golden Boot and the Assists King award. Such occurrences are nearly non-existent in other European leagues. In fact, if the scope were narrowed to competitive leagues, Meyer's achievements would be virtually unmatched. She could easily proclaim him the first in Europe's major leagues or the world's premier leagues. Yet, as an official host, she could not make such claims. She had to account for all the lesser leagues worldwide. In those leagues, such situations occasionally arise. £2 million. When McCabe approached Meyer, he said nothing else but smiled and mentioned the prize. "You haven't missed a penny?" "Ha. Yet, I am still delighted. Having you is our fortune. In comparison to what you have done for us, our monetary contribution is but a small price to pay." He embraced Meyer briefly, handing him the Golden Boot award before stepping back with a smile. The other presenter approached and handed Meyer the Assists King trophy, simply stating, "Well done." Meyer smiled as he gathered these two honors into his embrace, truly holding them now as he had no hands left for a third trophy. Wedging the Assists King trophy under his arm. Click. The media photographers on the sidelines frantically captured this rare scene, noting that someone had so many awards in a single season that he had no hands left to hold them all. After the photo shoot, he descended to take another round of pictures with his family, only to be enveloped by teammates and their families. "Meyer, let us get a picture." "Congratulations. With these 3 awards, I would be overjoyed with just one. Having them all, I can hardly fathom your emotions." Meyer stood in the center of the field, smiling so much for the group photo that his smile began to feel numb. The first time he truly felt the fatigue of his facial muscles. Once all was said and done, he would finally have time to rest and reflect on his current feelings. What was he feeling? Recalling the season's many moments, he felt the weight of the trophies in his arms. And he lifted his head, murmuring to himself, "Let this be a good beginning and a good ending." He was the Player of the Season in the championship, the mid-season best player, the Golden Boot winner, and the Assists King. Meyer. Before leaving, Gary Speed and Jolson, who had spent a long time with their families, approached him. They came to Meyer's side, seemingly with something to say. Yet, upon reaching him, they could only exchange excited, silly smiles, unable to utter a word. Pleasant collaboration. After a moment of silence, the 3 managed to squeeze out those 2 phrases, as if 1,000 words were left unspoken. They formed a triangular embrace, patting each other's backs, using body language and expressions to convey their inner excitement at that moment. Chapter 107. The Great Victor Meyer. The Championship Victory Parade. Farewell, Sheffield. Combined, BBC's latest news reports that Sheffield United has won the Championship 2010-11 season title with a record-breaking score. The 17-year-old striker Meyer claimed both the Golden Boot and the Assist King award, breaking records in both categories. The following day, as most major leagues had yet to conclude, the Championship, having decided its champion and the first 2 promotion spots a week or 2 earlier, became the focal point of the entire English and even European football scene. This is a common occurrence each season when the champions of leagues such as the Premier League and La Liga have not yet been determined, or the award ceremonies have yet to commence. People always take a moment to congratulate the lower leagues, warming up for the impending wave of champions while also keeping an eye on which lower-tier teams have created epic stories in a season that may not receive as much attention. Amidst the swirling rumors about Fabregas' transfer, could he indeed take on the role of Arsenal's future tactical core? On this day, fans who typically paid little heed to the championship found themselves scrolling through their phones, discovering highly popular videos and posts about the championship champions, instantly capturing their interest. Normally, they would observe championship players celebrating joyfully in front of the camera, sliding and celebrating with fervor, yet they would not emotionally engage. Even when hearing about records being broken in the championship, they would often shake their heads. After all, it wasn't the top league. Being in a lower tier implied they were not at the highest level. If they couldn't even pay attention to the top leagues, why would they concern themselves with the lower ones? Regardless of how impressive the lower leagues might be, why not break records in the top leagues? However, this day was different. Upon seeing the jubilant Sheffield United players in their red and white jerseys hoisting the championship trophy, thoughts of their imminent entry into the Premier League next season stirred curiosity. Many were eager to discover which team would be this year's Premier League promotion, particularly the champions among the promoted teams. At this moment, the headlines proclaiming record-breaking score, 17-year-old player with 40 goals and 27 assists, and Arsenal's young talent leading the charge became particularly eye-catching. All eyes turned here, and after witnessing a series of astounding statistics, they quickly shared the news with friends, helping to amplify the conversation. Coupled with the relentless hype from major media outlets, Sheffield United and Mayer's prominence surged across Europe, even reaching the global football community. The Guardian reported, "We retrieved Mayer's statistics from this season and uncovered a staggering fact. He scored over 25 goals from outside the box, netting 38 with his right foot, one after dribbling past the goalkeeper with his left foot, and one header." Championship defenders are by no means pushovers. They possess robust physiques and fierce competitive instincts, yet why could they not contain a player who seemingly cannot use his left foot? This speaks volumes about his extraordinary shooting and passing abilities. It remains to be seen whether, in the eyes of the Guardian's football experts, these two skills are of the highest caliber. Soon, a wave of fans began commenting on these posts, igniting a surge of enthusiasm. In terms of discussion, there has been relatively little focus on Sheffield United. After a brief moment of congratulations and admiration, there truly is not much else to say. However, the situation is markedly different when it comes to the players. Mail, who had already garnered a certain level of attention, has now completely ignited a frenzy in European football. Mail. When I witnessed his statistics reflecting dual 10s, I was left utterly astounded, yearning for dual 20s. And when he actually achieved dual 20s, I was rendered speechless, anticipating his ascension to the pinnacle of both scoring and assisting charts. When he ultimately reached that summit, I felt utterly numb, at a loss for words. Evaluation? I not only struggled to articulate my thoughts, but could hardly fathom how a 17-year-old could produce such extraordinary numbers. Indeed, even for established stars in their prime, such statistics would be nothing short of astonishing. While some continue to assess and speculate, I find it increasingly difficult to connect with his performance. Can you comprehend that feeling? It is as if he is a mere figment of imagination, a player fabricated by the convergence of capital and data to deceive us. Let us revel in the football he brings forth, a veritable feast of long-range strikes and incisive goals. Best player of the championship, first half. Leading scorer and top assist provider, guiding the team to 103 points for promotion. Behold his accomplishments. Next season, defenders in the Premier League should tremble. The hype has escalated, attracting an array of peculiar characters, and the discourse in the comments section has intensified with mixed opinions. I maintain my previous stance. It's merely the championship. Let us not inflate expectations too excessively. What if, come next year, he finds himself unable to secure a place in Arsenal's starting lineup? I concur. There is no need to overly glorify a player simply because he emerges. Are championship players of such high caliber? If he were genuinely superior to Premier League forwards, why did he not remain at Arsenal? Indeed, if he were as formidable as you claim, why would Wenger have loaned him out? Afraid of securing a championship. They possess their own logic, which is difficult for the average person to counter with reason. And the discussion devolves into a cacophony of public outrage. Regardless, following this episode, Mail has emerged as a true victor. The overwhelming buzz has dramatically amplified his social media presence in a short span. Fans have begun scouring platforms like Facebook and Twitter for news about Mail, initially seeking highlights of his matches and interviews, delving deeper into his on-field exploits. Where there is demand, there is market. Numerous video platforms and social media outlets have swiftly produced an abundance of highlight reels. They have set Mail as highlights to music, employing various editing techniques to make his videos exceedingly captivating. Mail's long-range strikes highlight reel, Mail's cutting and curling shots compilation. Such searches have rapidly climbed the ranks of trending topics across major platforms, some even amassing 30 to 40,000 likes. AS fans grew increasingly familiar with Mail. A segment of them became devoted admirers, falling deeply in love with this player. After exhausting the goal compilations, they began to pay attention to every detail of Mail's life, desperately seeking any information about him. Picture 2. Departing for Norwich. Under a post Mail had previously shared, many new fans rushed in, playfully leaving numerous comments, beginning, departing for Norwich and ending, suffered a 2-4 defeat, departing, ha ha ha, who would have thought we would lose so badly? If Norwich hadn't secured those 3 points, they might not have made it to the Premier League. Mail, you truly are Norwich's greatest savior. You first gifted them 3 points, and then delivered a decisive blow against Queen's Park, elevating Norwich to the Premier League. Is Carrow Road not going to erect a statue for Mail and posting selfies? What player is so enamored with sharing selfies? Moreover, posting life photos is fine, but not those close-up shots. It drives me mad. Just give me your address, and I'll come over to teach you how to take pictures. After idling for a while, everyone liked and commented on Mail's latest post, urging him to quickly share photos from the championship celebration. Truly, the world is rife with such demands. On May 9th, the day of the championship parade arrived, a grand celebration that every winning team holds at the end of the season. That morning, Sheffield United's official account announced the basic route for the parade and confirmed the time for 1 p.m. Fans quickly responded. Starting at 11 a.m., supporters clad in the red and white striped jerseys of Sheffield United surged into the streets, standing by the roadside in eager anticipation. By noon, the streets along the parade route were nearly filled to capacity, with tens of thousands gathering in the city center, a number that continued to swell. Many expressed regret for not attending the parade on the day of the victory, so today, they brought their whole families out, ready to admire the team's championship glory. They all donned club scarves, with many waving small team flags, transforming the entire street into a sea of red. Some fervent individuals even climbed atop traffic lights, sitting on them while waving flags and cheering in anticipation of the team's arrival. Wow! At 1 p.m., as the team bus slowly emerged at the end of the road, a deafening roar filled the city center, countless flags fluttering in the breeze, and the crowd appeared as a fervent sea of supporters. They surged toward the bus, surrounding it completely, leaving just a narrow opening for its passage. Thus, a colossal vehicle made its way forward at a leisurely pace of 5 to 8 miles per hour. Receiving the homage of the people of Sheffield, on the roof of the parade bus, players raised the championship trophy high, cheering exuberantly, basking in the adoration of the fans below. For those who had not lifted the trophy that day, this moment fulfilled their dreams, each one grinning broadly. Their dominant theme over the past few days had been celebration, drinking with family, reveling with teammates at nightclubs, and celebrating with girlfriends in hotels. It seemed there was little else to occupy their time. Fortunately, every good thing must come to an end. Following today's parade celebration, they would soon welcome the summer break. The holiday is upon us. Oh ho! Mail popped open a bottle of champagne, joyfully spraying it over Gilbert and the other players. He watched as the white foam erupted from the bottle like a dragon, splattering onto everyone's clothes in a shockwave, his mouth wide open in laughter as he sprayed. A chorus of yelps erupted as the players caught in the spray initially curled up to shield their faces. But gradually realizing they were drenched, they cast aside all reservations and rushed toward the champagne stash. Several bottles popped open, aimed at Mail. He found his own champagne had just run out, leaving him to raise his hands and surrender, signaling for a truce. At that moment, the bottle openings in his eyes no longer resembled champagne bottles, but rather tank cannons aimed at him. Hiss! Hiss! Several streams of white foam coldly and mercilessly shot toward Mail, drenching him completely, prompting him to huddle in on himself. Ha ha ha! Here it comes! Help me! As the festivities escalated, everyone lost all restraint, seizing champagne to spray one another. even soaking Gary's speed in a sticky deluge. Once they had exhausted their spraying, they leaned against the roof's railing, cracking open a few beers, drinking while gazing down at the throngs of parade-goers below, their faces alight with satisfaction. What could be more beautiful than this? Engaging in spirited conversation with the best of teammates, laughing uproariously, drinking beer with abandon, and celebrating a pivotal moment in their lives, all amidst tens of thousands of fervent fans waving and cheering. If given the choice, Gilbert burped, his eyes glazed as he raised his right hand. I wish to live this life every day, to exist in this splendid world daily. Let us go, Male, feeling a bit tipsy, chuckled hazily. This is just the championship title. There are so many more honors awaiting us, and we will live an even better life. Indeed, I want to win the Champions League. Gilbert clenched his fist, suddenly recalling that he had just turned 18, brimming with confidence. Male, observing his fervent wish, felt a stirring within. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly declared, I aspire to achieve a grand slam. Laughter erupted around them, many believing he and Gilbert were merely intoxicated, speaking without restraint. They began to mimic him, with some declaring their desire to win the Premier League, others the World Cup, and still others the Copa America. Male watched their antics, shaking his head with a faint smile. Indeed, he is still far too young, having traversed too little of the journey. To proclaim a desire for a grand slam, it is a miracle he has not been deemed a madman. However, he will keep this aspiration firmly in his heart and pursue it step by step. Male, at that moment, Gilbert turned to him, swaying slightly yet wearing a serious expression. To quote your own words, this time I am sincere. Male felt a sudden jolt within, draping his arm over Gilbert's shoulder, as if sharing a profound bond. I am also earnest. In that instant, he cast aside all else, previous lives, disparate souls, pressures, fatigue, and so forth, all forgotten. The two were immersed in the atmosphere of the moment, clad in fine attire and youthful exuberance, making their wishes. They were in the bloom of youth, with a bright future awaiting them. Time flies. Now that old goals have been successfully achieved, it is time to look ahead. As the coach gently made its way into the parking area adjacent to Bramall Lane Stadium, a dense throng of fans converged to halt its progress, seemingly anticipating some forthcoming event. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this group of supporters was clad in Sheffield United jerseys, adorned with team hats and scarves, completing their ensemble with remarkable precision. Clearly, they were not merely casual fans but rather a dedicated faction of loyal supporters who frequently traveled to away games to rally behind their team. Gilbert observed the familiar faces in the crowd and glanced at the stadium that held countless memories and sweat. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, indeed. Male waved at some fans he recognized, turning his gaze towards Bramall Lane. He had played at this venue for at least 20 league matches, each one pivotal and of great significance. It was hard to part with such a place. Has Mr. Wenger said anything? Gilbert inquired, looking up at Male. Should we return to the team first, or take a few days off? He left the decision to us. Male sidestepped Gilbert and noticed that the fans were directing their attention towards them, their expressions a blend of mischief, sentimentality, and a hint of reluctance. They had celebrated for 3 consecutive days, and even on this final day, a proper farewell had yet to be rendered, their focus still lingering on the festivities. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a massive banner was unfurled from the west stand of Bramall Lane. Cascading down to fill the entire side of the stand, it was a breathtaking sight. The banner, exceeding 100 meters in length, unfurled with a resounding whoosh, gradually revealing its visage to the crowd. Male and Gilbert instinctively turned to see a gigantic poster featuring only the two of them. One was captured in a pre-strike pose while the other soared through the air, nearly parallel to the ground. "Oh," Gilbert exclaimed, clutching his head, trembling with realization. He seemed to grasp why the fans had gathered here. Yet, he had never anticipated that their presence was solely for him and Male. Male remained silent, yet a look of sheer delight quickly graced his features, his body tingling with excitement, goosebumps rising to the surface. This must be a farewell ceremony. As the poster fully unfurled, the bold text at its bottom seized everyone's attention. By Male, by Gilbert. It was indeed a farewell. Sheffield United had orchestrated this grand send-off to express their gratitude for Male and Gilbert's contributions to the team. Exchanging glances, both men felt momentarily at a loss for words. They turned to their teammates and coaching staff, only to discover that they had been privy to this surprise, likely keeping it hidden from the two of them. Bye, bye. The jubilant cheers resonated around them as the devoted supporters of Sheffield United raised small banners and distinctive team scarves, inscribed with their farewell messages, some neatly written, others resembling scribbles. I will always remember you. Safe travels, wishing you greater success, and thank you for the joy and honor you brought to Sheffield. Mail. I love you, Gilbert. Don't feel diminished by the brightness of the sun. You will never walk alone. Regardless, this was a meticulously prepared farewell gift, a heartfelt expression crafted over time, articulating their sincerest emotions. It had not been in vain. Gilbert's face flushed crimson, emotion welling up in his eyes. Mail, we did not come in vain. Of course not, Mail replied, observing fathers lifting their young children onto their shoulders, the innocent faces holding up farewell messages, a truly adorable sight. He conveyed to Gilbert, what we leave behind at Sheffield United will endure, passed down through generations. After saying this, he turned to face the Sheffield United players and coaching staff who had come to bid farewell. Even if they were likely to meet again in the Premier League next year, their uniforms and circumstances would be different. Mail embraced Gilbert, and Janice approached him from behind. They had partnered for a season, forging a deep bond. Mail. Evans stepped in, embracing Mail tightly, reluctant to let go, patting his back with an air of nostalgia. Previously, they only shared such embraces during goal celebrations, but this would likely not happen again. Evans tightened his grip one last time before releasing Mail, urging him to excel at Arsenal and uphold their pride. Good luck. I await the day you become a star. When we meet next season, I'll be guarding against you, he chuckled. Having shattered the scoring record in the championship, go ahead and break Alan Shearer's and Andy Cole's records in the Premier League. You setting him up for a challenge? Mail laughed, though he believed in his friend's potential. Mail exchanged embraces with other Sheffield United players, blessings and sentiments of reluctance intensified. Speed was the penultimate to approach, and they had not shared many words during their championship celebration, but now they finally had the opportunity to Mr. Speed. Mail looked into his eyes, sensing a newfound resolve beneath the surface. If you're still with Sheffield United next year, I look forward to seeing you in the Premier League, hoping you can lead the team well. I hope so too. Gary Speed sighed, squeezing Mail's bicep, exclaiming, this shoulder now bears the expectations of many. Do not carry too much pressure. As a former Premier League player with many appearances, I have little to impart to a talent like you. My only advice is to push forward without hesitation. Keep your head down and focus on your tasks. Rest when exhausted, and then continue to forge ahead. One day, you will reach your desired destination, even if your mindset shifts by then. So many take pride in you. It has been a privilege to encounter you in my coaching career. Good luck. I will visit you in London often. At this point, he lowered his head, smiling. Speaking of which, you have resolved one of my personal matters. Let us revert to our old tradition. Let's make a bet. Upon hearing this, Mail had an inkling of what was to come but still asked with a smile, what is the wager? Gary Speed pondered for a moment before stating, if you win the Premier League title, I shall reveal a secret I have never disclosed to anyone. Deal. Mail readily accepted, sharing a final high five with him. I await that day, Mr. Jorgensen. Mail stepped forward to embrace Jorgensen, the scout who discovered him, and the first assistant coach to present him with a valuation card at the season's outset, holding a special place in his heart. He recalled his early days, smiling. I've given it my all. He refrained from mentioning Gilbert, deciding to let him share his news with Jorgensen later. After bidding farewell to everyone, Mail exhaled deeply, took a sip from a bottle of beer, and remarked, that was quite exhausting. As the coach headed southeast. Continuing the celebratory parade, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Mail approached the railing, observing the fans still holding up farewell messages, before gazing at the ever-diminishing Bramall Lane Stadium. He waved his right arm, bidding adieu to the supporters. Bye. I love you all. Bye, Mail. Cordell asked me to convey a message. If you ever come to Sheffield, your drinks are on him. Not just him, but his son as well. Mail, we await your arrival in your home team jersey at Bramall Lane. To the southeast, that is the direction of London. To summarize this narrative that exceeds 300,000 words, it serves as an introduction. As Mu Yao Ting Hai has diligently crafted an engaging tale, yet the necessary groundwork has been extensive, and as a secondary league, the championship offers limited narratives to explore. Nevertheless, I believe the overall completion is satisfactory. I shall compensate for the parts you feel are lacking with more updates. Details on upcoming plans will follow. As a seasoned writer of football narratives, I assure you of my commitment. Though it may sound self-promoting, please have faith. Regarding updates, this book was released on October 9th at midnight, and today marks the 11th day. I checked the backend and noted 180,000 words have been updated over these 11 days. Furthermore, concerning monthly votes for additional updates, for every 500 votes, an additional chapter is added. Currently, with 2,000 monthly votes, that amounts to 4 extra updates totaling 12,000 words, which has already been fulfilled. Mu Yao Ting Hai maintains a serious attitude toward this matter. My focus has been somewhat scattered, having contemplated the subsequent plot for a night, aiming to elevate the quality of future updates. Thus, I must take a brief respite now. I promise that by the end of this month, having been available for 23 days, the total word count will reach 345,000 words. You shall see if I can surpass 400,000. Anything beyond that will be my voluntary contribution. I implore for your monthly votes. Chapter 108. The Breakthrough of Speed LV4. Has the impact of Instagram on traffic been explosive? On May 10th, the team officially commenced their vacation. Most players and coaching staff departed from Sheffield, embarking on a delightful summer break. In a rare moment of respite, Meyer and Gilbert found themselves in a quaint cottage on Cherry Street, diligently packing their belongings in preparation for their move to London. Was it truly necessary? Gilbert watched as Meyer purchased dozens of boxes, meticulously wrapping each trophy with care, encasing them in layers of bubble wrap, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "The material is quite sturdy. They won't break easily." Meyer, focused on securing the last Golden Boot award, replied without looking up, "Absolutely necessary. The harvest has been bountiful. Personally, I believe the referees are sometimes rather unjust in their awarding of accolades." After pushing the box into a corner, he noticed Gilbert's curious gaze and his slight complaint. "Do you think when one player wins too many awards, they compensate others with some of the prizes? Logically, I should have at least 6 or 7 Player of the Month awards and 25 Match of the Match accolades." Gilbert was clearly exasperated. Throughout the season, he had received no Player of the Month honors and only 2 Match of the Match awards, both of which were overshadowed by Meyer's achievements. "All right," Meyer chuckled. Deciding not to tease him further, "I'm off to study for a theory test. I'll be taking my driving exam tomorrow." This matter, which had lingered for too long, was finally coming to the forefront. With the season's conclusion, his pockets had once again grown ample, intensifying his desire for a sports car. After investing $1.66 million in Kevin Strom's Instagram in March, he was left with approximately $140,000 in his bank account. The net salary he had earned since then amounted to $240,000, along with $660,000 in performance bonuses after tax, and an additional $50,000 from various appearance and goal bonuses. While this sum might not suffice for purchasing a luxurious villa in London, renting a lavish residence, and acquiring a sports car would certainly be within reach. Within 2 days, he would secure his driving license. Upon returning to London, he would head straight to the local Ferrari dealership to acquire the season's most coveted F430, ensuring he could drive himself to training sessions thereafter. Priced at over $100,000, with top models exceeding $200,000, this vehicle was undoubtedly a perfect fit for his age, status, and the rapid growth of his wealth. Rolls-Royces felt too ostentatious for someone of his age, while Bugattis were prohibitively expensive and would require a more substantial fortune to consider. Splendid. Upon receiving confirmation, he excitedly clenched his fist and inquired, "When will I receive my license?" Within a week, the staff member, familiar with Meyer, replied with a smile, "We will mail it to your home, so please keep an eye out for it." Good. Meyer was not in a rush. He had informed Wenger that he would be taking his driving test in Sheffield before rejoining the team's training, allowing himself approximately 10 days of rest. This would serve as a mini-vacation, as well as an opportunity to refine his skills, aiming to elevate his speed to level 4, thus embodying the attributes of a rapid winger. Upon returning home, he called Mendez, requesting assistance in finding a house in London. "I need at least 2 floors, with multiple rooms. A gym would be ideal." He articulated his requirements clearly, explaining, "I will be living with 2 physiotherapists, and it would be best if they could reside on the first floor, where they can perform therapy and prepare nutritious meals. I will stay on the second floor to ensure a degree of privacy and quality of life." "Understood," Mendez responded with a hint of amusement, teasing, "Are you preparing to date someone? You seem to be quite concerned with privacy and quality of life." "Not at all," Mars shook his head slightly, deflecting the topic with a laugh. Just find something spacious. Rent is not an issue. As long as you avoid the most expensive buildings in London, I believe I can afford it and am willing to pay. It wasn't about extravagance or keeping up appearances. It was primarily about preparing for the increasing number of team members and the need for more professional therapy facilities. Ideally, the essential space should be established at once, with other equipment procured gradually. Got it. When do you need to move? The sooner, the better. I only have 10 days off. If we can't secure a rental, I'll have to stay in a hotel. All right, I will send you suitable options within 3 days. You can choose what you like. His Facebook following had surpassed 1.5 million, growing by 150,000 daily, with a clear trajectory towards 2 million. His Twitter following was also experiencing substantial growth, nearing 1.5 million. He had been too busy to manage these accounts lately, having not posted a single update. In Instagram. Upon seeing the influx of comments urging for updates, Mars suddenly recognized an opportunity, a prime moment to drive traffic to his Instagram. According to data from Kevin Strom, among the newly acquired users, 260,000 had joined specifically for him. This was a significant figure, particularly for a nascent social media platform. However, if Meyer were to announce on Facebook and Twitter that he would be sharing exclusive behind-the-scenes footage of the championship celebrations from a player's perspective on Instagram, it would likely yield unforeseen results. With determination, he began editing videos from his album to post on Instagram, then promptly uploaded promotional messages on Facebook and Twitter. This company could be considered his as well, with a 10 stake categorizing him as a major shareholder in the internet enterprise. Should they seek further investment in the future, and if he had spare funds, he could consider investing more. He had no desire to expand his shares significantly. He merely hoped to maintain a double-digit percentage, ensuring that when Instagram was acquired by Facebook, he could reap over 100 million in returns. Once this task was completed, he found himself with little else to occupy his time. Everything was progressing methodically, leaving him with only the need for patience as he awaited results. Next, he would focus on training diligently to elevate his speed to level 4. On May 15th in the gym, he was acutely aware of the physical tension he was cultivating, specifically geared towards enhancing his explosive power, not in relation to any male counterparts. While this description might seem peculiar, he understood that it symbolized the gradual growth of his sprinting explosiveness. Observing the quick-footed stars and athletes, it seemed that a well-defined rear was practically standard. Was that a pert backside? No, it was a testament to becoming stronger. That evening, Meyer trained relentlessly until past 8 o'clock, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead. At times, even the slightest release of tension would send him tumbling to the ground. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth through a new round of training. His speed was on the verge of a breakthrough. He could sense a distinct sensation within him, as if he were nearing the limits of human athleticism. Just grazing the edge of his potential, finally, just after 9 o'clock, his legs and glutes simultaneously seized up, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him. Gasping, he collapsed to the floor, his legs stiffening as he struggled to catch his breath. The sensation of muscle tearing was unbearably intense. Fortunately, the gym located at the base of their apartment building was empty at this hour. Otherwise, he would have felt quite embarrassed. Skill. Sprinting LV4. Proficiency. 15000. Effect. Your muscle reaction speed and contraction velocity have reached near human limits. Your running form and various techniques have attained optimal standards, leaving you just one step away from the pinnacle of human capability. Sprinting LV4. As the panel materialized before him, Meyer, despite still grappling with the agony of cramping legs, was overwhelmed by the most intense surge of excitement and satisfaction he had experienced since acquiring the proficiency panel. The world around him seemed to transform. The sweat and rust of the gym evaporated, replaced by a refreshing atmosphere, and he exhaled the stale air from his system, achieving body LV4 capability. This was undoubtedly comparable to a skill level of LV5, perhaps even superior to certain LV5 abilities. Once the soreness subsided, Mars steadied himself, inhaled deeply, and took a few steps, raising his legs with newfound lightness. Every movement felt infused with a terrifying energy, as if it were striving to break through his skin and propel him into a sprint. He resolved to find a place to test his speed tomorrow. Following his last upgrade, his 100-meter dash time had hovered around 11 seconds. He was eager to discover how much faster he could be after this enhancement. In San Francisco late that night, Kevin Strom and Mike, along with their team, rushed into an office building, accessing servers and management consoles to review the latest data. This round of financing was of great importance, prompting the core members of the company to mobilize. Yes, Kevin Strom spoke amiably into the phone. We don't need to expand our recruitment significantly. This core team is sufficient. That's my entrepreneurial philosophy. Absolutely. Thank you for your trust. This collaboration will surely be mutually beneficial. With a courteous smile, he casually glanced at Mike, who was already seated at the computer, only to notice a look of bewilderment on his face, his neck craning towards the screen as he mumbled to himself. After hanging up, he approached Mike's side, asking, "What's wrong?" The office was filled with music, and while Mike had been nodding along to the beat, he suddenly froze, his breath quickening. 594,400. Day 10, 31, 500. Day 11, 21, 900. Day 12, 84, 100. Day 13, 165, 100. Day 14, 143, 900. Day 15, 112,500. The two exchanged a glance, both equally stunned, recognizing the profound significance reflected in each other's expressions. What has transpired? What is the situation? Is there a problem? Noticing the gathering of colleagues around, there was an assumption that something had gone awry, and they braced themselves for a night of overtime to rectify the situation. However, it was not the case. Kevin Strom turned, his face alight with astonishment as he explained with a smile. The traffic had suddenly surged, with nearly 600,000 new users added in the European region over the past week. Really? Goodness. Yet, upon noticing the account of Meyer, they abruptly realized that all analysis seemed unnecessary. This account had surpassed the remarkable milestone of 700,000 followers, and the latest release had garnered over 300,000 likes, as if a single individual had consumed all the traffic from the 12th to the 15th. Upon this revelation, Mike was engulfed in a state of panic, fearing he had misread the figures, blinking repeatedly. Had he truly brought over followers from Facebook and Twitter? He was relentless, searching online for Meyer's recent updates. Everyone gathered around, soon discovering the news regarding Sheffield United's championship victory, with Meyer sweeping 3 major awards and being lauded by the media. They also saw Meyer's posts on Facebook and Twitter announcing his intention to share the championship footage on Instagram, which had been eagerly picked up by major media outlets, igniting the buzz. So that was it? Huh? Their minds raced, swiftly piecing together the reasons behind this surge in traffic, and they burst into laughter, occasionally applauding in delight. This unexpected thrill was a rare emotion for the rational and meticulous men of Silicon Valley. Gratitude filled the air for Meyer. Kevin Strom was utterly convinced. It was now evident how astute that initial decision had been, and appreciation for Mike flowed as well. Had it not been for his persistent recommendations, he would never have sought him out. As long as it yielded results, that was what mattered. Mike, beaming with joy, tapped the table a few times, unable to resist rising to join his colleagues in a celebratory high five. After a moment of jubilation, a lingering sense of something amiss hung in the air, though no one could quite articulate it. Kevin Strom was the first to react, his expression shifting before he chuckled. In this manner, the number of registrations in the European region has surpassed 1 million. The increased activity they have generated will create a virtuous cycle, attracting even more registrations. The value of the company has surged. We can no longer proceed with financing at the previous rates. We must raise our prices, indeed. The crowd thumped the table in agreement, recognizing that with contracts yet to be signed, they were not averse to monetary gain. Kevin Strom dialed the investment firm, his tone still cordial but now imbued with newfound confidence. Please forgive the outdated figures regarding our registration numbers and activity levels provided earlier.